She just made a mistake that any woman could make. It's not a big deal. Why talk about her? Wang Tsuifan said loudly. After saying this, she felt pleased with herself, knowing her future daughter-in-law often repeated these words. She was sure this would catch her attention. As expected, her strong voice echoed throughout the room, causing Su Qing, who was hiding under the covers, to peek out and see who was speaking. This was exactly what she was thinking. Last night, she had a hazy dream where she heard a man breathing heavily beside her, saying, "It's so hot," while a pair of warm hands held her tightly at the waist. Those hands were so warm that the heat spread from her waist to her heart, making her already foggy mind even more confused. The man holding her was broad-shouldered and slim-waisted, with strong muscles. It was a dream. Su Qing thought confidently, her hand instinctively resting on the man's shoulder. As a young person with desires, Su Qing understood herself well. She wouldn't deny herself in a dream. She relaxed and indulged in her feelings. If she couldn't enjoy herself in a dream, then what kind of woman was she? After a happy night's sleep, Su Qing was still waking up when the door suddenly burst open and several neighbors came in. "Oh no, what's happening?"
Hey.
"Isn't that Xie Jianhua in bed? Who is that woman?" The sharp, noisy voices made Su Qing's head hurt. Just as she opened her eyes, everything went dark as the covers wrapped tightly around her. She was about to get up and yell when she suddenly realized, in panic, that she seemed to be without clothes. Being without clothes made her feel very vulnerable. Forget about getting back at anyone. She quietly hid under the covers, carefully searching for her clothes. While feeling around for her clothes, her hand accidentally brushed against the man's abs. Just as she touched them, his hand came down hard on her wrist. How petty. It was an accident. She didn't mean to. Outside the covers, Xie Jianhua's face was turning dark with anger. Not only had he been set up, but now Su Qing dared to take advantage of him. She truly had no fear. The neighbors clearly brought in someone from the Su family, but now the Su family is acting embarrassed and trying to send everyone away, though their efforts seem weak. "Stop looking, everyone, please leave. We have something going on at home today and can't entertain you." The neighbor next door is reluctant to leave and wants to keep watching the scene, nudging and whispering, "Who is in bed with your son-in-law? I saw your daughter Xue this morning." "Right? Where's your daughter Qing? Isn't it rumored that the second son of the Xie family is hurt? You're not trying to test if he's okay, are you?" The Su family sighs with worry, but doesn't firmly push anyone out. A group of people is gathered by the bed gossiping, while Su Qing hides under the covers getting dressed. She doesn't feel much, but Xie Jianhua has given the blanket to Su Qing, exposing half of his shoulder, which makes him so angry he almost grinds his teeth. In a normal state of mind, Xie Jianhua wouldn't be able to argue while half-dressed. He can only frown, listening to the neighbors' gossip while quickly getting dressed, planning to get out of bed and kick everyone out once he's ready. The scheming can be dealt with later. Right now, he needs to handle the immediate problem. But before Xie Jianhua can finish putting on his shirt, his mother, Wang Tsuifan, arrives just in time to intervene. "A bunch of shameless old women. Have you ever slept with a man? What's so interesting?" Wang Tsuifan scolds while pushing the onlookers out of the room. Look, you want to see everything. Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble? Two young people about to get married. What's wrong with them being in the same room?" For those who won't budge, Wang Tsuifan grabs their arms and squeezes hard. "Do you see this? You shameless people still not leaving? If you don't go, I'll start hitting." Wang Tsuifan has a reputation for being fierce, and the onlookers, not wanting to provoke her, start gossiping about the Su family's daughter. "Are you getting a new bride? Your second son might have slept with the wrong person. Mind your own business. Your son can't even find a wife, so why do you care who my son marries?" Wang Tsuifan retorts without holding back. "Don't act tough with us. Su Qing is clever. You'll have a hard time as her mother-in-law." Wang Tsuifan stands with her hands on her hips. "My son is a strong young man. It's normal for a girl to be tempted." Just as Xie Jianhua is about to get out of bed, he nearly twists his back at his mother's words. He is a decent man. Who is he tempting? The next sentence made Xie Jianhua doubt whether he was really her biological child. She just made a mistake that any woman could make. It's not a big deal. Why criticize her? Young people are sensitive. Just after defending Su Qing, Wang Xuefen's gaze met Su Qing's, and her smile instantly turned gentle and comforting. Seeing Su Qing's bright eyes, Wang Xuefen knew she had won her over. This was secure. As for her own son, she didn't even glance at him. They were unreliable. There was nothing to see. Looking at them only fueled her anger. Wang Xuefen had worked hard all her life, caring deeply for her children. In the end, she faced a lonely fate, dying alone in a rented room during the new year. If it weren't for Su Qing's kindness in lending her a place to stay, she might have died in a snowbank outside. She had 6 children and raised 4. The second son, Xie Jianhua, died young while serving the country, so he was not mentioned. Her eldest son, Xie Jianzhong, had poor health since childhood. Raising him took a lot of effort. During the time of the educated youth movement, fearing he would suffer in the countryside, Wang Xuefen used connections and money to secure him an easy accounting job in a factory. When he got married, she even provided a large dowry. Her youngest son, Xie Jiankong, was unemployed after high school. She supported him for 4 years while he repeated a year and finally got into a university, securing a stable job after graduation. Her youngest daughter, Xie Guiying, was also spoiled. To ensure she had a good dowry when marrying a wealthy man, Wang Xuefen spent half of her savings on it. At first, her children were all obedient, but everything changed after Wang Xuefen suddenly fainted at home and needed major surgery. The surgery was successful, and she survived. However, before the operation, due to high risks, she thought she would not make it and gave everything she had to her children, fearing that if she died, the bank would take her money. She divided the 4 houses from the relocation compensation, giving 1 each to her youngest son and daughter and 2 to her eldest son, as he had 2 grandsons. She also gave her remaining savings to her youngest son because his wife was strict and he was always short on money. After dividing the money, but before she had passed away, Wang Xuefen felt a bit embarrassed. Once she recovered, Wang Xuefen said, "How about you all return the houses and money to me first? Wait until I die, and all these things will belong to you." She was straightforward when she gave them away, thinking her children would return the favor just as easily. But each of the 3 kids had their excuses, and none of them paid back the money or the house. Even when she went to ask for living expenses, they wouldn't even open the door. One was traveling, and another was at their in-laws' house. Wang Xuefen understood that her children were avoiding her and passing the blame to each other. But she truly had no money left. She had given everything away. Wang Xuefen remembered that day was extremely cold, so cold that her whole body felt stiff. She wished she had died during the previous surgery. At least that would have been a clean end. As she cried, she walked to her late husband's grave, the only place where she could speak her heart. Halfway there, she unexpectedly ran into Su Qing. Wang Xuefen thought Su Qing would mock her. When Su Qing married into her family, there was never a dull moment. They would argue with knives at home and complain about each other outside. "If you have nowhere to go, I can find you a place. I have plenty of rooms. Being a martyr's family member has brought me many conveniences over the years, so consider this a way to repay you." Su Qing not only offered her a place to stay but also gave her money. Looking only at the outcome, Su Qing had indeed benefited back then. When she first arrived, she was a young educated worker sent to the countryside. After a few years, she finally got a 10-day leave to celebrate the new year. If she hadn't married Xie Jianhua, she would have had to return to farming after her leave. Both she and Xie Jianhua were victims of the marriage arrangement, but she was the one who gained from it. Besides, Xie Jianhua was a martyr who died for the country, so treating Wang Xuefen well was also a way of honoring the families of heroes. Her kindness only made Wang Xuefen cry harder, and she sobbed, "You really don't hold a grudge."
Shuin smiled slightly.
She hadn't lost anything, so why would she hold a grudge? The one who should be resentful was Wang Tsuifan. Wang Tsuifan indeed held on to grudges. When she got a second chance at life, the first thing she did was scold the man beside her. "You useless old man. You only know how to take my life first. Why don't you take care of those ungrateful children first? They're all heartless ingrates. What nonsense are you talking during the New Year? Last night, Jianhua went to the Su family for dinner and hasn't come back yet. He must be drunk." After 2 minutes of misunderstanding, Wang Tsuifan suddenly realized something was wrong. Her mind cleared instantly, and she jumped out of bed, rushing toward the Su family. That troublesome Su family was currently bullying her future daughter-in-law. Before she died, she understood everything. Her future daughter-in-law was kind-hearted and very gentle. If it weren't for the Su family bullying Su Qing and the neighbors gossiping about her, Su Qing wouldn't have needed to use those sharp words to protect herself. But from now on, Su Qing wouldn't have to pretend to be strong anymore. Because she was here. No one, whether from the Su family or her own children, could bully Su Qing. From now on, Su Qing would be under her protection. The money she saved for her eldest son's expensive bride or for her younger son's repeated high school years was better spent on taking care of Su Qing, who was a good person and would repay her kindness. Wang Tsuifan's strong approach not only chased away all the onlookers, but also drove the Su family out. Then with a loud bang, she closed and locked the door swiftly. "Don't be afraid, I've sent the outsiders away," Wang Tsuifan said in a suddenly gentle voice. Facing this softer version of her mother, Xie Jianhua felt a bit uncomfortable. With a serious face, he said stiffly, "Mom, there's nothing to be afraid of. The Su family must have their reasons for acting like this." "Who are you talking to?" Wang Tsuifan looked at him with a puzzled expression, clearly disapproving. "You're a grown man and a soldier. Why are you scared?" In Xie Jianhua's shocked gaze, Wang Tsuifan pulled him aside and sat on the edge of the bed, gently patting the blanket. "Ching, let's get dressed and comb our hair. Once we're ready, we can talk to your parents. Don't be afraid. Mom knows your character and will support you." "Mom?" Su Qing peeked out from under the blanket, confused. Where did this wild mom come from? Hearing Su Qing call her mom, Wang Tsuifan suddenly covered her mouth and giggled, feeling shy and pleased. Su Qing was stunned by this expression, seriously doubting if this person was okay. But now, Su Qing didn't have time to worry about such small things. She looked at her hands, then surveyed the entire room, finally focusing on the man standing in the center. He had sharp features and a tall figure, and most importantly, there was a bite mark on his neck from last night. There really was a man. It wasn't a dream. Su Qing quickly threw off the blanket and got up to find a mirror. When she saw her thin, tired face in the mirror, she couldn't help but pause for a moment. As she held the mirror, Wang Tsuifan handed her a comb. "Your hair is short, so it won't get messy easily. Just give it a quick comb." Suo Eugene and he lady, that heartless couple, even plotted against their own daughter. They're not good people. I know you're really angry and don't want to talk. But don't worry, I will support you and won't let anyone bully you. If I don't confront your mom and sister, then I'm not Wang Tsuifan. My second child has also practiced martial arts since he was young. I'll let him deal with your dad and your 2 brothers. Let's teach them a lesson." Wang Tsuifan looked at Suo Qing with deep sympathy. In her past life, she arrived too late, pulled in by neighbors who wanted to see the drama. By the time she got there, everything was already decided. She thought Suo Qing was one of the main culprits plotting against her son. Although she married Suo Qing for the sake of reputation, she never treated her kindly, and they often fought. The Suo Qing who would later argue with her was full of energy and had incredible fighting spirit, completely different from the weak Suo Qing now. Wang Tsuifan couldn't help but feel heartbroken. But Suo Qing wasn't silent because she was heartbroken. She was just too shocked. She never expected that working late and collapsing would lead to her crossing over into another life. All she wanted was to take a short rest, but one moment she was in a lively place, and the next, she found herself surrounded by spirits. A group of ghosts was chattering about how the underworld staff were keeping up with trends, Even the king of hell was a young handsome guy. The soul collectors had different uniforms, and in their area, suits were in fashion. Some souls were guided by collectors after getting lost, while others went straight to the underworld painlessly. Some lamented about being human in their next life, while others were relieved to be reborn as strong animals. Before Suo Qing could finish listening to the gossip, the ground shook violently beneath her, and she heard the wailing of ghosts. When she opened her eyes again, the scene had changed. She initially thought she had dreamt two dreams last night, one about ghosts and the other about something else. Now, she realized those weren't dreams at all. She had truly encountered an incident in the underworld and crossed over into the life of a woman with the same name in the 1970s. She even had some scattered memories of her previous life. In this family, the original owner was just a poor, mistreated girl. She stopped studying after elementary school and spent her childhood doing laundry and cooking, helping to take care of her younger siblings. At 16, she was sent to the countryside as part of a policy, where she stayed for 5 years. For the first few years, she couldn't even return home for the new year. Finally, she managed to get a 10-day vacation and was excited to go home for the holiday, only to be pushed onto her future brother-in-law's bed. It was all because the Xie family offered a high bride price of 500. Her sister didn't want to marry, and the family didn't want to return the money, so she was forced into it. Those were her closest relatives, and when they did this, they didn't even discuss it with her. They completely trampled her reputation, making it impossible for her to hold her head up for the rest of her life. The original person had already wanted to end her life, and when she was reborn in this time, she didn't hesitate at all. Her soul immediately dissolved into light and merged into Su Qing's body. Transforming from a wandering spirit to the controller of this body, Su Qing not only struggled to adapt but also felt a sense of despair. Compared to traveling to another world, she wanted to return to her own body and live her previous life. She had come from an orphanage, climbed to a high position in a big company, had a house, a car, and money. But before she could enjoy it, everything vanished. After so many years of hard work, she felt like giving up and starting over. Su Qing was still adjusting to her new identity. Wang Suifan had already opened the door and was fiercely confronting the Su family. She felt like a bystander who had joined halfway through an event, her mind racing to connect the characters involved. The man I slept with last night is Xie Jianhua. According to the original memory, it was said he wasn't capable, and they only slept together without anything happening, right? Was it because she didn't take the initiative? No, wait, they did kiss and cuddle, but they didn't go all the way, so who knows if he really is capable. This woman crying like a wilted flower is the third sister, Su Shui. She isn't marrying Xie Jianhua because she's pregnant, and he can't be a father. She's only 18, just reached the legal marriage age, and is already pregnant. Just as she sorted out the relationships in her mind, Wang Suifan was already charging in with full force. Wang Suifan was not to be underestimated. In her past life, she arrived late and didn't perform well, causing the family's children to suffer for years. This time, she was at the forefront, ready with her knife, aiming for the most lethal spot. Su Shui, you shameless little girl. Got yourself pregnant by a wild man and still have the nerve to trick my family out of 500 in betrothal gifts? Do you think I'm easy to fool? If you dare to deceive my family, I'll make sure you're humiliated in public today, drowned in spit from everyone. Her words drew everyone's attention. Su Shui turned pale, as if her fate was being choked, looking at Wang Suifan with terror in her eyes. How did the news of her pregnancy reach Wang Suifan? Humph. Are you stunned? Got nothing to say? Wang Suifan lifted her chin, exuding arrogance, and reached out to grab Su Shui. I'm taking you to the police station right now to explain yourself. Ah! Su Shui exclaimed, breaking free from Wang Suifan's grip. Coming to her senses, she accused, "You're talking nonsense and making false accusations. Your family is bullying us." Boo-hoo, this was Su family's territory, and there were many Su family members. Su Shui's mother, He Lady, quickly stepped in to help after realizing what was happening. You heartless woman, How dare you slander my daughter? I'll tear your mouth apart. Wang Suifan grabbed He Lady's hair, ready to fight, and turned to her son, commanding, Xie Jianhua. Are you stupid? Go on, hit them. The most important thing in a group fight is to rally support. The reinforcements were frozen in place. How could she fight alone? Xie Jianhua was still examining Su Shue's belly and the expressions of the Su family, trying to figure out if the rumor about Su Shue being pregnant was true. Getting caught off guard was his mistake. He had planned to agree to the Su family's demands for the sake of his future and settle the matter. But realizing something was off, Xie Jianhua picked up a nearby stool and rushed in front of Wang Suifan, beating the Su family members, who cried out in pain. Xie Jianhua was strong enough to handle several people at once. After subduing them, he frowned and asked, Mom, how did you find out that Su Shue is pregnant? He mainly wanted to know if the source of this information was reliable. If he had known Su Shue was in this situation earlier, Wang Suifan wouldn't have waited until now to bring it up. She would have caused a scene at the Su family's place, demanding a refund of the betrothal gifts, and she certainly wouldn't have let him come to the Su family for a meal unprepared. If Su Shue wasn't actually pregnant, causing such a ruckus would mean the Xie family would have to pay a higher price to settle the matter. Su Qing tilted her head, curiously looking at Wang Suifan, her big eyes filled with confusion. She also wanted to know how Wang Suifan found out about Su Shue's pregnancy. In the memories of the original owner, there was no mention of this. When the family and neighbors cornered her in her room, the original owner felt like the sky was falling, scared and only able to cry, her mind in chaos, like a puppet, quickly agreeing to the marriage. To avoid gossip, the next day, the Xie family held a simple banquet to celebrate the engagement, with the marriage report and certificate completed later. Once the banquet was over, Xie Jianhua went to the army and rarely returned. The original owner became known in her in-laws' eyes and among the neighbors as a scheming woman, seen as someone shamelessly trying to stay in the city by relying on men, facing judgment whenever she went out. The actions of the Su family had flaws, but the original character never suspected her family. She only thought it was Xie Jianhua's fault for getting drunk and sleeping in the wrong bed. It wasn't until Su Shue had her baby that the original character realized something was off. How could a premature baby be so big? At that moment, she decided to confront her mother. Mom, this is for your own good, right? If you hadn't married Xie Jianhua, you'd still be farming in the countryside. Enough already. Don't act innocent after benefiting from this. Hurry back and take care of your mother-in-law. You're not doing well yourself, and now I'm getting scolded by Wang Suifan. What good would it do to know the truth? Even if she realized she had been deceived, the original character didn't know how to confront her mother. She cried all night out of anger, and then just let it go. Recalling this, Su Qing quickly placed a hand on her chest, thinking she shouldn't dwell on it. With the current medical conditions, getting stressed could lead to health issues. The Su family kept Su Shue's pregnancy a secret, and the original character only found out later. It made no sense that Wang Suifan knew so much. Moreover, Wang Suifan's attitude towards her now was completely different from how she remembered it. She was much friendlier. Su Qing crossed her arms, narrowing her eyes, and thought, Wang Suifan must have also experienced some kind of incident, either a time travel or a rebirth. Seeing how naturally Wang Suifan spoke and acted, it was likely she had been reborn. Wang Suifan was very affectionate and protective of her, suggesting they had a good relationship in her previous life. Given that, Su Qing couldn't let her good ally fight alone. The original character's memories could wait. The most important thing now was to support Wang Suifan. Please stop fighting. You're bleeding. I'm going to call for help right now. She quickly shifted from being a bystander to a worried friend. As soon as her hand touched the door, the Su family members changed their expressions and shouted in unison, You can't go. Don't open the door. If Wang Suifan's troubles became known to the neighbors, it would be a disaster. There was no need for further excuses. Their attitude said it all. Su Qing turned around, on the verge of tears. So, Su Shue is really pregnant. Is the father that guy named Ren Chao? He already has a wife. Just because you don't want to marry Xie Jianhua doesn't mean you can send someone to my bed and let the neighbors laugh at me. Not only did she know about the pregnancy, but she also pointed out who the partner was. Su Shui felt like the sky was about to fall and repeatedly denied, "Sister, it's not what you think, I didn't." "You did." Su Qing's eyes turned red. Then with a slap, she hit her, making her own hand red too. In less than 2 seconds, a clear red handprint appeared on Su Shui's left cheek. Su Qing silently covered her hand, feeling like her strength had increased again. "Why are you hitting your sister? She's only doing this for you. If you don't marry Xie Jianhua, you'll have to go back to the countryside and farm. Don't take advantage and act innocent." This was something He Lady had said to the original character before. But Su Qing was not the original character who would just take it. She immediately retorted, "Isn't it you who is taking advantage and acting innocent? You don't want to return the 500 in betrothal gifts but want to use me as a substitute. You have no shame, but I still have my dignity. Am I not your daughter? You trample on my reputation without thinking about what kind of life I would have marrying into the Xie family." The original character's true feelings had been bottled up, and Su Qing took this opportunity to express them. Seeing the situation, Xie Jianhua was no longer anxious. He sneered, released his grip on Su Yujin, pulled out a stool, and placed it behind Wang Suifan, signaling her to sit first.
There was still more to discuss.
"This child has no awareness." Wang Suifan looked at Xie Jianhua in disbelief, naturally pointing to Su Qing's feet, signaling him to hand her the stool. The mother and son exchanged glances, holding their ground for 2 seconds, and Xie Jianhua had no choice but to compromise and turn to hand the stool to Su Qing. Su Qing glanced at the stool. "Thank you, but no need. Using a stool could be dangerous. I'll just use my hands." The new China does not support lawless individuals. Rather than using weapons I'm not skilled with and causing harm, it's better to solve problems myself. Su Qing believed that one should have some self-awareness. Although Xie Jianhua had just used a stool to hit someone he was trained, it was different. Hearing Su Qing speak such cold words with a casual tone made Xie Jianhua's mouth twitch. He placed the stool on the ground and said, "What I mean is, let's sit down and talk slowly." "So that's how a stool is used." Before she could speak, He Lady jumped in. "What else is there to talk about? You took advantage of our Su Qing. Everyone in the neighborhood saw you sharing a bed with her. Do you still want to avoid responsibility? Do you still want to be a soldier?" After threatening Xie Jianhua, He Lady turned to Su Qing and said, "Don't worry, daughter. If Xie Jianhua doesn't marry you, we'll report him for being a rogue. We'll cause a scene at his workplace, even if it means making a big fuss or worse." Su Qing immediately responded coldly, "If you want to marry him, go ahead. If you want to die, do it yourself." Xie Jianhua remained calm and said, "Who says I won't marry?" When the neighbors were watching, he knew this matter wouldn't end easily. If he really refused to marry, Su Qing would have a hard time. Not only would she struggle to find a husband in the city, but if the news reached the countryside, she wouldn't be able to hold her head up there either. He would take responsibility, but he wouldn't let himself be taken advantage of. He glanced at Su Qing and bluntly told He Lady, "My family offers 500 as a bride price for Su Shui, who graduated from high school and has a job in the city. Su Qing, who is from the countryside, can be married, but the bride price must be returned in full, or we won't discuss it further." When he mentioned Su Qing's rural background, Wang Suifan was pulling at his sleeve. Otherwise, he could have said something even harsher. In a time when most young people couldn't find jobs and went to the countryside, having a city residency and a job in the city was very valuable. The Su family's demands were indeed unreasonable, not to mention the issue of food rations. City residents received a monthly food quota, while rural residents did not, doubling the cost of living. But if the Su family was willing to return the money, this situation wouldn't have arisen. "This is impossible. You already married my sister, so why should we return the bride price?" Su Lei, the younger brother, was the first to oppose. Half of the 500 given by the Xie family had already been spent on him, with 200 for his bride price and over 100 for a bicycle. They had already spent most of the money, and we're planning to make the CF family bear this loss. Wang Suifan sneered, fine. If you won't return the money, then your family will pay with a life. With that, her gaze turned to Su Shui, filled with menace. As long as the baby was still in Su Shui's womb, it was solid evidence. There would be no way to argue against it. Xie Jianhua had only been home for less than a month, still recovering from his injuries. Just half a month ago, he had been lying at home, barely alive. This child could not be blamed on him. She was eager to marry into the Su family and was willing to offer a high bride price because she was worried about Xie Jianhua's injury while on duty. On the battlefield, swords and knives are unpredictable. If something happens to Xie Jianhua in the future, like losing an arm or a leg, it will be hard for him to find a wife later. Wang Suifan wants to secure his marriage while he is still young and healthy. Due to the youth going to the countryside, there aren't many young girls left in the city. After some consideration, she chose Su Shui, who has a good job and looks great, making her a suitable match for her son. This time, Xie Jianhua was injured in the lower abdomen, and as Wang Suifan hurried to arrange a marriage for him, rumors started spreading that he might not be able to have children. Such rumors are hard to explain. She can't just show everyone proof. Wang Suifan thought that once her daughter-in-law enters the family and has a child, those rumors would disappear. Little did she know there was a child, but it belonged to someone else. Now, Wang Suifan feels relieved that people say Xie Jianhua can't have children. If he could, it would be a bigger problem, and they would have to take in a child for free. Her gaze was fixed on Su Shui's belly, making her feel weak. If you get rid of that child in your belly, not only will you risk your life, but you also won't be able to have children in the future, and your family will be embarrassed. Su Qing quietly stood behind Wang Suifan, showing her support. Yes, this child cannot stay. I won't do anything unethical to help trap Xie Jianhua. Even if it goes to the police, I will speak up for him and prove that we are innocent and nothing happened. Su Qing spoke with righteous indignation. Xie Jianhua awkwardly looked away. He wasn't entirely innocent either. The Su family worried he might not be able to perform, so they gave him some strong medicine. However, when he was drunk, the effects hadn't kicked in yet, and Su Lei thought he truly couldn't perform, so he handed him over to Su Qing. But now wasn't the time to argue about his abilities. Xie Jianhua kept a serious face and didn't defend himself in this matter. Su Shui saw that her older brother and parents were still refusing to give money, and with her only support, her older sister, turning against her, she quickly knelt down, crying pitifully for mercy. Aunt Wang, I know I was wrong. Please have a kind heart and spare me this time. Su Shui felt bold because her pregnancy was a secret and no one knew. She only told her parents and older brother because she needed their help to plan. Her partner was capable. He not only solved her job situation but could also help her younger brother in the future. The family wanted to rely on him, so they naturally supported her. Only a few people knew, and they were all accomplices. She never expected her pregnancy would leak out. The situation is now firmly in someone else's hands. Big sister, please say something for me. I'm your own sister, Su Shui said with a sad voice. Big sister. At this moment, Su Qing's words were more effective than hers. As long as Su Qing, the person involved, was willing to bring Xie Jianhua down with her, Wang Suifan wouldn't dare to do anything. Qing, don't pay attention to her. She only realizes her mistake now that she's hit a wall. If she had gotten away with it, her attitude would be even more arrogant. Wang Suifan didn't give Su Qing a chance to speak and quickly threatened, if you want this matter to stay quiet, I have 3 conditions. First, give your position in the Women's Federation to Su Qing. Second, regardless of whether it's due to illness, retirement, or another reason, transfer Su Qing's household registration back to the city. Third, give the 500 yuan my family provided to Su Qing as her dowry. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Qing's eyes widened. Did Wang Suifan just take her lines? Each of these 3 conditions was something she wanted to propose, and each one was about her own interests. With her requests already voiced by someone else, what could Su Qing say? She could only take small steps to Wang Suifan's side, her eyes bright and her voice soft as she said, Aunt Wang, You're so nice. Wang Suifan instantly showed a proud, crooked smile. Don't be afraid, Ching Ching. I'll take care of you. With me around, who would dare to bother you? Su Qing nodded seriously and praised, Aunt Wang is the strongest woman on our street. Of course, Wang Suifan said, lifting her chin proudly. She pointed at the fallen Su family members and said, with them, they're not even close to being my match. They can't even clean up after themselves and dare to come out to harm others. I'll make them embarrassed. Xie Jianhua glanced at Wang Suifan and then at Su Qing, pressing his lips together and remaining silent. He Di couldn't compete with Wang Suifan, so she turned her anger toward her own daughter, scolding, Su Qing, you ungrateful girl. I raised you with so much effort, and you just watch them bully your own mother. You're a heartless wolf. If I had known, I would have drowned you at birth. If you dare to speak for Xie Jianhua, then don't call me your mother anymore. When reason fails, she resorts to filial piety to pressure her. No wonder the original person didn't want to live again. Having parents like this is truly suffocating. But Su Qing didn't care. They weren't her real parents, so why should she indulge them? Only a fool would take Di's threats seriously. She covered half of her face with her hand, her eyes red, and said softly, Mom, since you don't want to acknowledge me, please write the disownment letter later. Yes, the disownment letter. Let's write it together, so from now on, Su Qing has nothing to do with the Su family, Wang Suifan quickly added. She felt that she had missed something earlier, but now everything was clear. Wang Suifan urged, are you going to agree or not? Just give a clear answer. After she spoke, Su Qing added, you should agree quickly. Otherwise, if the Xie family reports this, not only will Su Shui suffer, but Dad and my younger brother might also lose their jobs and face serious consequences. Everyone in the neighborhood will laugh at the Su family. If you don't agree, then I'll report it right now, Xie Jianhua said as he stood up, ready to go to the door. Wang Suifan was aggressive, and Su Qing switched sides, while Xie Jianhua continued to pressure them. Fine, we agree, Su Shui said first, unable to hold back. She knew that if a report was made, her situation would be the worst. She compromised, saying, I can give up my job, and I can ask for help with the household registration. But the 500 yuan, we really can't come up with that right now. As long as they could replace the job, it wouldn't be too difficult to get the young people back to the city, especially since Su Shui's partner had connections, making the household registration issue easy to solve. But 500 yuan was too much. Su Eugene worked at the rubber shoe factory, earning only 33 yuan a month, and his wife had no job, with 4 children to support. That salary barely covered their needs, and they had little left over. In recent years, their second son Su Lei and third daughter Su Shui had started working, easing the burden a bit, but young people's salaries were still low. Moreover, solving Su Lei's job situation and his marriage would require money. The 500 yuan bride price that the Xie family had previously offered was now something they couldn't even come up with 200 for. You can't come up with it?
Then you need to figure it out yourselves.
Whether you borrow, steal, or find a way, you must give me that 500 yuan, Wang Suifan said firmly. She grabbed Su Shui by the arm as if lifting a chick, pulling her up from the ground. You can give part of the money first and write an IOU for the rest. I'll give you 2 days to gather it. Today, you need to go to your workplace and handle the job transfer. But today is the 3rd day of the new year, and the boss is on leave, Su Shui quietly protested. I told you, work doesn't stop for the new year. If your boss is on leave, then go find someone at her home, Wang Suifan insisted. Right now, with the child in Su Shui's belly, she could still control her. In a day or 2, if she secretly hurts the child, there will be no evidence left. Wang Suifan plans to have Su Shui clearly hand over her work today. She seriously assigns the task of collecting money to Xie Jianhua. If the Su family refuses to pay, she will search herself, since the Su family is in the wrong and won't dare to retaliate. Given the situation, Su Shui can only give in and let Wang Suifan take charge as she goes out to hand over her work to Su Qing. Now, with fewer nighttime activities, everyone goes to bed early and wakes up early. After causing a scene at the Su family in the morning, it was still not even 8 o'clock when they left, right in the middle of the rush hour for people heading to work. Besides the workers, there were also neighbors who had been driven away by Wang Xuefan. The trio of Su Qing, Su Shui, and Wang Xuefan immediately attracted everyone's attention as they stepped out. The neighbors outside saw Su Shui with red eyes, looking down, and a large handprint on her face, making them unable to help but glance at her. What happened? What's going on? Shui, who hit you? Your face looks so hurt. It makes me feel bad just looking at it. Where are you all going? Su Shui bit her lip and didn't answer, just kept her head down and walked forward quietly. Since she didn't speak, the onlookers shifted their attention to Su Qing, asking her questions. Qing, what's going on at your house? Is Xie Jianhua still at your place? Did Wang Xuefan hit someone at your house? Su Qing looked up at everyone but remained silent, tears streaming down her face, her eyes filled with grievance. With both sisters in such a situation, it was hard for anyone to tell right from wrong, leaving the onlookers confused. Once the three of them walked away, a group of people confidently said, Wang Xuefan must have done something. That nasty woman just rolled her eyes at me. Feeling frustrated for not knowing the details, a group of ladies watched Su Qing and the others leave and began to murmur. What did Wang Xuefan do? The Su sisters are crying like that. They were talking in the room earlier. Did you hear anything? What could I hear? Someone was banging pots and pans, then a child was crying, and some troublemaker was setting off firecrackers early in the morning. I couldn't eavesdrop. Who was sleeping with Xie Jianhua? Was it Su Qing or Su Shui? Did anyone see clearly? I didn't see. They covered themselves with a blanket. But it shouldn't be Su Shui. I really saw her when I went to the bathroom this morning. It doesn't matter who it was. Engaging in inappropriate relationships is a serious issue, and once reported, it's guaranteed to be taken seriously. How could Wang Xuefan be so arrogant if Xie Jianhua has problems with his conduct? This question is crucial, and a group of people fell into deep thought, scratching their heads in confusion. What to do? It seems like we need to think more carefully. With work still unresolved and her return to the city not settled, Su Qing couldn't confront Su Shui directly. But that didn't stop her from shedding a few fake tears to set the stage for future discussions. Her tears made Wang Xuefan feel very sympathetic. Once they left the yard, Wang Xuefan gently comforted her, saying, whether someone has a conscience or not has nothing to do with being related. It's just a group of heartless people we've encountered. We can just ignore them. And Su Qing nodded obediently, her eyes still teary. Just as she wiped her tears, she turned to see Wang Xuefan starting to cry as well. Unlike Su Qing's feigned tears, Wang Xuefan was genuinely upset. Even while crying, Wang Xuefan's tone remained strong as she continued to advise, what does it matter if they are your biological parents or children? Heartless people can never truly be family. They are worse than strangers. We've learned a lesson from this experience. Su Qing blinked and stole a few glances at Wang Xuefan's expression, noticing her fierce tone was filled with real anger. This didn't seem right. Was Wang Xuefan advising her or herself? Was she really feeling the same way and sharing a common enemy? Su Qing cautiously probed, Aunt Wang, I really admire you. You see things so clearly. No wonder you live so well. I have nothing to be admired for.
Don't envy me.
Your future will be much better than mine. Wang Xuefan's mood softened a bit as she reflected. In life, everyone has to face this hurdle. The sooner you see through the hearts of those around you, the clearer your life will be. We should be grateful. Her hurdle came too late. She only understood people's hearts right before her death. No wonder she didn't live as well as Su Qing in her past life. Remembering her past, Wang Xuefan's eyes suddenly looked weary. Seeing Wang Xuefan like this and recalling her earlier words, Su Qing couldn't help but think of Wang Xuefan's children. Aside from the late Xie Jianhua, there must be one ungrateful child among the others who deeply hurt Wang Xuefan. The one who truly needed comfort was actually Wang Xuefan. Su Qing quickly reached out and warmly linked arms with Aunt Wang, saying, Aunt Wang, don't be sad for me. It's all in the past, and we will be fine in the future. Yes. You're right, it's all behind us. Aunt Wang wiped her tears and felt strong again. There were still many things for her to handle, and she couldn't waste time being sad. If she didn't step up, the young Su Qing would be bullied by the Su family. She needed to support Su Qing and resolve her issues first. As for the ungrateful children at home, she would have time to deal with them later. The policy allowing educated youth to return to the city had loosened a bit in the past 2 years. Workplaces were no longer strictly following the old rules that barred hiring rural residents. Su Shue's position was originally an easy job created just for her. As someone with connections, Su Shue took the initiative to apply for the position, and after a few questions, the leader signed off without further concern. Once she personally oversaw Su Qing's handover of work and leave, Aunt Wang finally felt relieved. On the way home, Aunt Wang proudly said, "In the Su family, Su Shue has the easiest job. When it's not busy, she just reads the newspaper and knits to pass the time. Unlike your dad and brother, who work at the rubber shoe factory. They earn a bit more, but it's exhausting. The Women's Federation job suits you better." If she hadn't mentioned it, Su Qing wouldn't have thought much about Su Yojin's job. After hearing this comparison, she immediately praised, "You're so clever, Aunt Wang." Even if she was looking out for her own interests, after getting familiar with the Su family situation, she would likely aim for a job at the Women's Federation. With no family planning now, working there would be low pressure. Aunt Wang said in a loving tone, "Our family doesn't need that little bit of salary, and we're not counting on you to earn much. Just think of it as a way to take care of yourself in the office. Eating well, drinking well, and resting well to stay healthy is what matters most." Yes, health is the most important, Su Qing nodded in agreement. She had pushed herself too hard in her past life. In this life, if she worked too hard again, she would be in trouble. Su Shue followed behind them, quietly listening to their complaints about family work, feeling puzzled. These two hadn't seen each other for many years, yet their closeness now felt more intimate than that of a mother and daughter. Before today, she, Su Shue, was supposed to be the future daughter-in-law of the Xie family, and Aunt Wang hadn't been this warm towards her then. If it weren't for the plot against Su Qing, which was decided last night, she might have doubted that Su Qing and Aunt Wang were teaming up to set a trap for her. She not only didn't gain anything but also ended up with a bruised face. Thinking about the trouble that would come from her pregnancy being exposed made Su Shue's stomach ache a little. She had just let out a weak groan when Wang Suifan quickly reached out to support her, looking very worried. "Oh, dear. You can't have any problems. If you have a miscarriage on the street, it will ruin your family's reputation. What will happen to my son's marriage application?" Despite Wang Suifan's loud threats to report it, she was the one who wanted to avoid any trouble for the Su family. If the Su family had a record, how could they get a marriage certificate? They could only hold a banquet without a certificate, which wouldn't sound good. She couldn't bear to see her dear daughter-in-law suffer. Thinking that Wang Suifan was concerned about her health, Su Shue felt embarrassed when she realized it was really about the marriage certificate. Her face turned red and pale, and she was quite angry. "Don't be upset. Your health is the most important," Su Qing quickly supported Su Shue and advised her. They hadn't received the 500 yuan yet, so they couldn't afford to let her get too upset. With her emotions swinging wildly since early morning, Su Shue couldn't hold back any longer. She pressed Su Qing's hand and started to cry. "Big sister, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I just thought marrying you off to Xie Jianhua was for your own good. Being a sent-down youth is so hard." Hearing this, Su Qing forced a smile. She didn't actually mind marrying into the Xie family. When Wang Suifan was negotiating with the Su family, she had already weighed the pros and cons and accepted it. From the original memories, on the afternoon of the wedding banquet, Xie Jianhua returned to the army and rarely came home, eventually sacrificing himself a few years later. What a useful person he was. In this era, without a letter of introduction, one couldn't stay in a guest house or buy a train ticket. She needed a place to stay, and the Xie family was a good option. Although the outcome was satisfactory, the process was not very pleasant, especially the interactions with the Su family. Everyone knew being a sent-down youth was tough, but the original owner had spent many years in the countryside without receiving any money or food stamps, not even the simplest shoes. After finally returning home, she was sold off completely. The life the original owner had after marrying into the Xie family was not even as good as when she was a sent-down youth. Now, Su Shui, the instigator, was claiming it was all for her benefit. Third sister, let's not talk about the past anymore. If you do, I might get angry, Su Qing said expressionlessly. When I get angry, even I am scared. Hearing this, Wang Suifan nodded in agreement. Years ago, Su Qing almost used a kitchen knife on her. She was indeed quite fierce. Su Qing wouldn't actually harm a pregnant woman, but after getting her job and money, revealing the truth about the marriage swap to clear her name was part of her plan. They made the original person suffer socially, so Su Qing believed in an eye for an eye. As for the spirit of contracts, that's a virtue of gentlemen. Since both sides are not so honorable, there's no need to worry about that. However, for many years, Su Qing had been seen as the one who always took the blame at home. When she said she was getting angry, Su Shui actually laughed, thinking to herself, "My sister must be over it now." With that thought, Su Shui felt relieved, and her stomach felt much better. Su Qing and Wang Suifan treated Su Shui, who was pregnant, like she was carrying dangerous goods, worried that something might happen to her in public. When they returned, Xie Jianhua lived up to expectations and had impressive results. We found a total of 231.52 yuan. The bicycle and thermos at home can cover 200 yuan, but we still need 100 more, which I will bring in a couple of days. I've listed all the items and funds, and had Su Eugene sign and fingerprint it. The most expensive item was the bicycle, which cost 160 yuan and required a ticket. The 500 yuan bride price was paid by the Xie family, so Xie Jianhua naturally handed over the money and items to Wang Suifan. Since they hadn't split the family, all the children's wages went to their parents, who managed the finances. Most families did this back then. However, Wang Suifan didn't take the money and instructed, "This money is for Qingqing's dowry. Let her keep it. The bicycle is too big to leave at Su's house, so let's move it to our home today." "Thank you, Aunt Wang. I won't be polite then," Su Qing said with a bright smile. The money was a mix of coins and bills. Xie Jianhua must have put in a lot of effort to gather so much. Su Qing gave Xie Jianhua an appreciative look and reached for the money. But she couldn't lift it? They exchanged glances, silently competing over it. Worried about tearing the money, they didn't dare to pull too hard, and the situation became tense. "All right, so you're being stingy, huh?" Su Qing forced a smile at Xie Jianhua, turned to Wang Suifan, and feigned a pitiful expression. Aunt Wang hearing Su Qing, Wang Suifan immediately noticed the struggle between the two. She slapped her son's hand and snatched the money, shoving it into Su Qing's hands.
Take it.
"It's just 200 yuan, no need to be polite with me." After putting in the money, Wang Suifan gave her son a disapproving look. "You're useless. I gave you a chance to show yourself, and you still didn't understand." Xie Jianhua looked down in disbelief at his reddened hand, and was completely stunned. He thought that Wang Suifan was trying to divide the enemy by bringing Su Qing in, but now it seemed serious. He realized he had been tricked by the Su family. How could Wang Suifan be fooled by them? When Su Qing was away, Xie Jianhua finally seized the opportunity to explain what happened at the Su family yesterday. "Last night they invited me to dinner with a plan. They not only got me drunk but also drugged me." Xie Jianhua gritted his teeth when he said drugged. As a young man who had not been influenced by melodramatic TV shows or novels, the Su family's actions completely shocked him, leaving him with a poor impression of them. Su Shui is the mastermind, but Su Qing is definitely not simple either, he speculated. It's possible that Su Qing was also set up, but who knows if she played along. Su Shui wanted him to be an unexpected father, while Su Qing could use him to escape her identity as a youth worker and stay in the city. From Su Qing's behavior, it was clear she was not just a naive girl. Today's incident showed that the biggest beneficiary was not Su Shui, but Su Qing. Of course, Xie Jianhua was the clear victim in this situation. As a victim, it was hard for him to have a good impression of the two Su sisters. He knew he had to marry, but it was difficult to give them his trust. After saying all this, he only received a roll of the eyes from Wang Suifan. "You're so talkative." Xie Jianhua sighed. "Mom, you can't know a person's heart just by their face. You don't really understand them." Before he could finish, Wang Suifan covered his mouth. "Shut up, you're really annoying. Su Qing is a wonderful person, and I know her better than you do. If she hears you say something like this and gets hurt, I'll sew your mouth shut." When Su Qing came out of the bathroom, she saw Wang Suifan's warm smile and Xie Jianhua's resentful gaze. "Let's go. We're having lunch at my house today," Wang Suifan said enthusiastically. "You'll stay with me. You can go back to the Su family to sleep tonight. Don't worry, it's just for a sleepover, and I'll come pick you up in the morning." If it weren't for the banquet tomorrow, Wang Suifan would have let Su Qing stay at her house tonight, as it would be disrespectful otherwise, and she didn't feel comfortable letting Su Qing go back to the Su family alone. Resources are limited now, and everything requires tickets, especially for items like meat and sugar. Not only do we need to collect them slowly, but we also have to trade with others and prepare months in advance. Tomorrow, we need to set up a banquet, and there is so much to prepare. Wang Suifan doesn't want to be careless, so as soon as she gets home, she sends Xie Jianhua out to exchange tickets. Wang Suifan then explains the family situation to Su Qing, worried that Su Qing might not adjust well. "Our house also has 3 rooms, but my husband didn't come back from the battlefield like others did. We got our house early, so the rooms are better positioned and larger. One of our rooms is as big as 2 of your family's rooms. After we finish our work this afternoon, I'll find someone to help you set up a private room right here by the window. It has a good view. Once it's ready, I'll get you a new bed. A new room, a new bed, new furniture." This small room is filled with Wang Suifan's dreams. Su Qing sighs, "Aunt Wang, you are so kind to me. It's almost too much." If Su Qing didn't suspect that Wang Suifan had lived before, she might think Wang Suifan was trying to trick her. Wang Suifan is helping with everything that Su Qing needs to worry about: work, household registration, housing. She's more reliable than Su Qing's own mother. "What's the big deal?" Wang Suifan says casually. "When a child gets married, you always need to free up a room. Since the wedding is happening sooner, I would have prepared this room earlier." Just when Su Qing thinks Wang Suifan is simply warm-hearted, she hears Wang Suifan eagerly say, "I'm being good to you now. You have to take care of me when I'm older." This straightforward request makes Su Qing laugh. But this request is too easy. She can't just take advantage of her, right? Su Qing immediately responds with determination. "Of course. I will take care of you. I'll buy you a big house, a big gold bracelet, and a nice car, and take you out for delicious food." "Good. Good. You're a good child. I believe what you say." Wang Suifan doesn't think about the distant future. She smiles brightly, unable to hide her joy. Excited, she puts her arm around Su Qing's shoulder and whispers, "I'm not taking advantage of you. I have plenty of my own savings. I'll let you spend all of it, just for you." "Really? More real than gold. From now on, no one can come before you." Wang Suifan is not joking. When she finds a bag of sponge cakes in the cupboard, she immediately hands it to Su Qing. "Take this to fill your stomach. Mom is going to cook you an egg. With all the noise this morning, I almost forgot about breakfast." That's right. When you're in a heated argument, you're really tense. Now that things have calmed down a bit, I finally feel hungry. Su Qing took a bite of the egg cake and was pleasantly surprised by how good it tasted, giving her a sense of comfort that felt safe and simple. She broke off a piece of the egg cake and held it up to Wang Suifan's mouth, sitting beside her and watching her tend to the fire. "I haven't had this egg cake in a long time. It's quite tasty," Wang Suifan said while chewing, feeling proud in her heart. She always said Su Qing was a good child, sharing her food, so thoughtful. Much better than her own kids. Thinking of her own children made Wang Suifan feel a bit frustrated. She reminded Su Qing, my eldest, Xie Jianzhong, is quiet and not very talkative. But the twins, Xie Jiankong and Xie Guiying, are quite mischievous. If they bother you, don't hesitate to stand up to them. Su Qing considered Wang Cuifin's descriptions of the children and sensed they weren't just polite words, but she decided to change the subject. If I marry into the family, Uncle Xie won't mind, right? What could that limping man say? Wang Cuifin waved her hand confidently. Don't worry, in this house, I make the decisions. Su Qing searched her memories and realized that Wang Cuifin was indeed the head of the household, and Uncle Xie always supported her unconditionally. Sometimes, even when Wang Cuifin scolded him for no reason, he wouldn't get upset. This wasn't because he was submissive, it was because he felt he had let Wang Cuifin down in life. They married at 16, and just 3 months later, he was taken by a warlord and lost contact, while Wang Cuifin was 2 months pregnant. During his absence, she faced many hardships, caring for her sick mother-in-law and their newborn son. Later, he became a prisoner of war, but joined the Liberation Army. By the time he returned home, he was a cripple, his mother had passed away 2 years prior, and he had missed the chance to meet his son, who had died just months before. Thankfully, Wang Cuifin still accepted him and was willing to stay with him. Fortunately, his injury was sustained on the battlefield. After returning home, the organization arranged a job for him as a manager in the data room of a diesel engine factory, allowing him to support his family. Due to guilt, the couple had differing opinions and Xie Kezi was the first to compromise. By noon, when Xie Kezi returned home for lunch, he was informed that there would be a celebration at home the next day. His son's marriage partner had changed from Su Shui to Su Qing. He was momentarily surprised but calmly accepted the news. As long as you have no objections from your son, that's good, Wang Cuifin said with a huff. What objections could Xie Jianhua have? Marrying someone like Qing Qing is like a blessing from our ancestors.
He wouldn't dare complain.
Originally, Xie Kezi was not pleased with Su Qing as his future daughter-in-law, but after Wang Cuifin's statement, he found himself more accepting of her. Although he couldn't see her merits yet, he believed that if Wang Cuifin liked her, she must have her strengths. With no issues from the elders and no objections from Xie Jianhua, the only problem came from the twins who had just returned home after playing all morning. They were very dissatisfied and immediately criticized Su Qing. She's so ugly and dark. I don't want her as my sister-in-law, Xie Jiankong said, looking at Su Qing with disdain. Xie Guiying added, Aunt Zhang said we have a fox at home, but how can a fox be so ugly? These two bold kids.
Su Hint clenched her fists silently.
What's all this nonsense? Wang Cuifin scolded, hands on her hips. How is Qing Qing ugly? She just worked as a youth in the countryside for a few years, getting tanned and tired. With some care, she'll look good. Xie Jiankong scoffed, saying, she's just ugly. A real eyesore. On the way home, he heard a lot of gossip, making it hard for him to have a good impression of Su Qing. With a loud slap, Wang Cuifin struck Xie Jiankong, saying, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll make sure you regret it. Apologize to your sister-in-law. Everyone in the Xie family turned to look, surprised by Wang Cuifin's defense of Su Qing. Xie Jiankong couldn't hold back and burst into tears. Before Su Qing could intervene, the mischievous child was already crying, and she relaxed her clenched fists. After hesitating for a moment about whether to mediate or add fuel to the fire, Su Qing quickly chose to add fuel to the fire. She tugged at Wang Cuifin's sleeve and said, Aunt Wang, the child is still young. Once he grows up a bit more, he'll be more understanding. Wang Cuifin immediately retorted, if he doesn't listen when he's young, how will he be understanding when he grows up? I expect him to be filial to me, but I might as well rely on you instead. Some things shouldn't be thought about. The more you think, the angrier you get. Wang Cuifin suddenly shook off Su Qing's hand and grabbed a feather duster to hit her younger son, and of course, she didn't spare her younger daughter either. After a few hits, the younger son cried even louder. The two older sons tried to intervene and mediate, but Wang Cuifin gave them a few hits as well. After scolding the children into submission, Wang Suifan finally tossed the feather duster aside and instructed everyone to get their bowls for dinner. Xie Jiankong had just been punished, and the tears on his eyelashes were still wet. When he sat down at the table, he held his bowl and sobbed, glaring at Su Qing. If it weren't for Su Qing, he wouldn't have been beaten. The Xie children all looked serious, but Su Qing seemed unfazed, happily picking up food and casually complimenting Aunt Wang. Your stir-fried dried beans are really delicious. Wang Suifan's expression instantly softened. If it's good, eat more. Don't just eat beans, have some meat too. Okay. Su Qing smiled sweetly at Wang Suifan and continued to eat. But when she reached for the food again, Xie Jiankong started to snatch it from her. His glare was fierce. He couldn't accept that he was punished while Su Qing got to eat meat. When the food he wanted was taken, Su Qing didn't change her expression at all. The next time she reached for food, she carefully watched Wang Suifan's movements, and only when Wang Suifan's gaze was on the table did she slowly extend her chopsticks. Once again, Xie Jiankong snatched the food she wanted, and he looked particularly smug. But before he could feel proud for 2 seconds, Wang Suifan slammed the table and took his chopsticks away. What are you causing trouble for? If you don't want to eat, go stand aside and watch us. Seeing Xie Jiankong's incredulous expression, Su Qing bit her lip, nearly bursting into laughter. Who the clown was became quite obvious. After Xie Jiankong's experience, the Xie family dared not cause trouble in front of Wang Suifan. No matter how many questions they had, they kept quiet. There were changes in Xie Jianhua's engagement, and while Wang Suifan could choose not to tell the children, she needed to clarify things with the men. After lunch, she pulled Xie Kezi into a room and recounted the situation with the Su family. Why is the Su family so careless in their dealings? Xie Qiaozi sighed and said, getting engaged to the Su family is really troublesome. I think Su Qing is a sensible person. Why don't you discuss the marriage with her? If it doesn't work out, we can just offer some money as compensation. As long as we tell the truth, any rumors will be directed at the Su family. He wasn't worried about spending a little extra money. He just wanted to avoid future problems. Wang Suifan insisted, no way. I like Su Qing. I want her to be my daughter-in-law. This reason was strong, and Xie Qiaozi couldn't argue back. He helplessly asked, what do you like about her? I like everything about her. I liked her the moment I saw her. It's fate from our past lives, Wang Suifan confidently replied. Qing and our son have already been caught together. If they don't marry, the neighbors will talk. They must get married. All right, we'll do it your way, Xie Qiaozi said. He suggested his opinion, but Wang Suifan dismissed it, so he accepted Su Qing as his future daughter-in-law. Even if the truth came out and everyone knew it was the Su family's fault, Xie Jianhua would still face gossip. His reputation would be damaged, and he wouldn't be able to find a good match for a while. Su Qing had already sorted out her job and household registration, making her a decent marriage candidate. Instead of waiting for a few years for Xie Jianhua to find a match, it was better to marry Su Qing. After coming to this conclusion, Xie Qiaozi took a leave from work. In the afternoon, he and Xie Jianhua were busy running around under Wang Suifan's orders, either looking for wood and bricks to fix the house or buying candy and fabric to send out invitations. In the cold winter, both of them were sweating from the rush. As for Su Qing, she was also given tasks by Wang Suifan, but her job was to study. Just sit there and read. Let them handle the other things. You can't get involved in your own wedding preparations, Wang Suifan said. The elementary school textbooks for grades 1 to 5 were neatly stacked on the desk. To keep Su Qing from getting bored while studying, Wang Suifan tucked some sunflower seeds and a few candies into her pocket. There's no rush. If you can focus, read. If not, just snack. Once things settle down at home in a couple of days, we can study properly. Su Qing was quite curious about the textbooks and didn't refuse Wang Suifan's plan. While munching on seeds, she flipped through the elementary school books. As a high achiever, even 5th grade math seemed as easy as reading a novel to her. She flipped through a page in a minute, moving quickly. When Xie Jianhua came to clear the sunflower seed shells from the table, He found Su Qing had gotten so bored that she was dozing off. He pushed Su Qing gently, looking a bit unnatural, and reminded her, "Mom has already prepared the new bed. If you want to sleep, go to the bed. Sleeping like this can make you catch a cold." Neither he nor Su Qing had rested well last night. Su Qing yawned and waved her hand, refusing, no need. It had almost been a day since she arrived in this new life, and she was still not quite used to it. The thought of lying on that bed with the loud floral sheets made her feel strange. Although it was clean, it wasn't the bed and environment she was used to, so she figured she wouldn't be able to sleep. After spending an afternoon at the Xie family, Wang Cuifin personally escorted Xie Jianhua to take her back to the Su family.
Don't be scared.
It's just for one night, and Jianhua will come to pick you up tomorrow morning. After carefully reminding Su Qing, Wang Cuifin shot a fierce glare at the Su couple and scolded, "Look at what you've done. Now we have to rush to prepare for a feast tomorrow. You better behave, or you'll regret it." Seeing the Su family looking downcast and not daring to speak, Wang Cuifin nodded in satisfaction and prepared to leave. Su Qing was still getting used to being under Wang Cuifin's care and tugged at her sleeve, looking pitiful. "Don't be afraid. Just learn from me. If anyone in your family dares to bully you, you stand up to them. We have a strong hold over them, and I don't believe they would dare to act tough with you." Wang Cuifin comforted, patting Su Qing's hand and threatening the Su family again. Once Wang Cuifin and Xie Jianhua left, Su Qing turned to Su Eugene and asked, "Did you manage to borrow that extra 100 yuan? The Xie family only gave us 2 days. You ungrateful girl. How dare you bring that up?" Su Eugene slapped her, trying to teach her a lesson. Su Qing reacted quickly, blocking the slap and instinctively grabbing Su Eugene's hair. Whether it was from fighting in the orphanage as a child or dealing with bad guys as an adult, pulling hair was her winning move. As she tugged on his hair, she said, "I didn't say anything bad. I was just asking about the money. How can you have the nerve to hit me? Do you think I'm easy to bully?" Her reputation still needed some work. Without Wang Cuifin and Xie Jianhua around to keep them in check, Su Eugene and his wife quickly became more aggressive. Seeing Su Eugene struggle, he lady tried to step in to help, saying, "You ungrateful child. I should have pulled you off the bed and taught you a lesson this morning." This only added fuel to the fire. Dragging someone off the bed is bad enough, but pulling them down naked and hitting them is truly unforgivable. Just imagining such an embarrassing scene made Su Qing furious, and she couldn't help but shout, "With parents like you two, how can you even call yourselves that?" She grabbed Su Eugene's hair and violently tossed her aside, wanting to disable her first before dealing with he lady. Su Qing thought she was using normal strength, but she only heard a scream and found herself holding a handful of hair. Disgusted, she brushed the hair off her hand and looked at Su Eugene's head, realizing a large patch was bald. Pulling out a few hairs is one thing, but a whole handful? After years of doing this, she had never achieved such a remarkable result. He lady was startled and swallowed hard, not daring to confront Su Qing anymore. She rushed to her man's side, checking his head for injuries. "This is your real father. He raised you all this time. How could you be so cruel?" Su Qing didn't have time to respond. She looked at her own hands, realizing her strength seemed greater than before. Remembering the moment her original soul disintegrated, when many lights merged into her, Su Qing suddenly understood something. She glared dangerously at Su Eugene and he lady. Although she hadn't wanted to cross over, her original self had given her many advantages, so she felt she should take some revenge. Aiming for he lady's hair, she was about to strike when he lady jumped up in fright and began running around the room. "Su Qing, you crazy girl, have you lost your mind?" He lady ran ahead while Su Qing chased her. After managing to pull out a clump of he lady's hair, Su Qing finally stopped. Afterward, she kicked aside a stool that was in her way, complaining, "The house is so small. What are you hiding for? You can't escape, and you're making a mess with all these chairs and stools. You little brat, I'm your real mother." He lady covered her sore scalp, furious to the point of nearly spitting blood. "Have you lost your mind to treat me and your dad like this?" Before going to the countryside, Su Qing was obedient and hardworking, never complaining. Lady never imagined that one day Su Qing would change so much. She seemed like a completely different person. If it weren't for Su Qing's drastic change in character, their family's actions would never have backfired. Before being pulled by the hair, Lady was still planning to deal with Su Qing in her usual way. But when she realized how tough Su Qing was, she immediately changed her expression, crying with a runny nose and tears. "Qing, please don't be upset with your mom. Now that your sister's job is with you and you're back in the city, can you return the money? Your second brother needs it to get married, and he's the brother you raised."
Mom knows she was wrong.
"I should have discussed the wine incident with you. Can you forgive me this time?" Lady's tone was sincere, and her eyes were earnest, as if she truly understood her mistake. This sudden change shocked Su Qing. Lady had no acting skills or strategies. But when dealing with her daughter, whom she raised, it came naturally to her. She didn't need to act or plan, just rely on instinct. If it were the original person, she would have been emotionally manipulated, helplessly compromising, and then secretly angry. But Su Qing had no feelings for the Su family and wasn't swayed by any of it, whether it was the previous tough approach or the current soft one. She firmly sat down and asked, "When will you return the money?" "Qing, can't you help the family a little? When you were younger." Su Qing interrupted, "When will you return the money?" Her cold and unfeeling demeanor didn't drive Lady to madness. Instead, it made her behave more calmly, stopping her crying and fussing, and her tone became normal. "Today your dad and your second brother went to the factory to get their wages in advance and borrowed a few dozen yuan from the factory," Lady said, taking out money from her pocket with a pained expression. "I'm not asking for much. Just keep an eye on your difficult mother-in-law and don't let her spill any secrets for now. Once your third sister gets married, it will benefit you too." She could only bully her own daughter, and with someone like Su Qing, she had no other options. "Why not just give me the money earlier? Why make such a fuss?" Su Qing said, taking the money with a look of disbelief. "When is the third sister getting married?" Lady replied with disdain, "This month." "Your third sister is shameless. She already has a child, so there's no time to waste." The Su family had 4 children: Su Qing, Su Lei, Su Shui, and Su Yu. Su Qing was the first child Lady had hoped for, but since she was a girl, Su Qing was the least favored among the 4. A few years ago, Su Shui wasn't doing much better, but ever since she found a capable man and solved her work issues, her status in the family has significantly improved. Even though her current pregnancy is not ideal, her family is helping to cover it up because of the benefits she brings. As for Su Qing, who lacks ability, she is naturally the one sacrificed by the family. The original Su Qing, who was quiet and unnoticeable, passed away without a sound. The current Su Qing is more assertive. She demands her fair share of compensation regarding her household registration, work, and money. Putting the money in her pocket, Su Qing curiously asked, "Where is Su Shui?" "She went out to handle some business and hasn't returned yet," Lady replied casually. Guessing that Su Shui was discussing marriage with her partner, Su Qing didn't pay much attention and went to her small room to rest. Once Su Qing closed the door, her brothers Su Lei and Su Yu came out of their room to chat with Lady and his wife, while also criticizing Su Qing as a traitor. They believed that if she hadn't turned against the family, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. In the unfamiliar environment, Su Qing couldn't sleep, as her mind replayed the memories of the original owner and the events of the day. The more she thought, the more awake she became. When Su Shui opened the door and entered, Su Qing immediately opened her eyes. "Big sister, you're still awake?" Su Shui asked, her smile somewhat forced. Su Qing glanced at her, remained silent, and closed her eyes again. Noticing her silence, Su Shui lay down but couldn't help but quietly boast, "He's coming to marry me in a few days." Hearing this gossip, Su Qing opened her eyes wide. "So soon? Isn't that Ren Chao married?" In her past life, Su Shui didn't marry this quickly, proving that sometimes pressure is necessary. "He's going to divorce his wife tomorrow." Su Qing laughed and commented, "You two are really unethical." "It's not what you think," Su Shui defended herself. Rin Chao and his wife don't have feelings for each other. They've been planning to divorce for a long time. Plus, there are issues with her background, and their whole family has been sent away. When discussing the other person's background, Su Shui suddenly became confident and looked down on her partner's wife, belittling her completely. This is a story about a man who, after realizing that his idealized love was not as sweet as he thought, sought someone else outside. Su Shui brought the ball up the field. Although it may sound harsh in her memories, she was indeed the one who lived the best among her siblings. However, that best was just her perspective. Su Qing did not agree. Although Rin Chao was an official with considerable power now, once the 10-year movement ended, they would face consequences. Marrying into such a family was no different from joining the National Army in 1949. With a hint of pride, Su Shui said, "Sister, once I marry into the Rin family, that old witch Wang Suifan will definitely not dare to bully you anymore. If she looks down on you, I'll support you." It was hard to believe those words. Su Qing's expression was strange as she teased, "Well, you seem to be in a good mood. I didn't speak up for you today, and you're not holding a grudge."
No gracias.
Su Shui's face twisted for a moment, then she immediately said warmly, "We're sisters. Why hold a grudge?" Su Qing smiled and replied ambiguously, "That's good. I'm not one to hold grudges either." The reason she didn't hold grudges was that she quickly got her revenge and then moved on. With money and a job secured, Su Qing stroked her chin, thinking about how to reveal the truth and let the Su family experience the taste of social embarrassment. Although she hadn't gone anywhere today and barely stepped outside, the neighbors looked at her with knowing eyes. As Su Qing walked by, several older neighbors exchanged glances and made faces at each other right in front of her. If it weren't for Wang Suifan being there, many would have openly mocked Su Qing. In this era, social embarrassment was much more serious than in later times. If someone lost face in front of relatives, friends, or neighbors in the future, they could quickly buy a ticket and run far away, escaping the gossip. But that wasn't possible now. Without a letter of introduction, there was no escape. Not only could she not run away, but she also had to face the neighbors daily while going to work or shopping. A single embarrassing incident could be talked about for a lifetime. Even at the banquet for the Xie family, some people couldn't help but comment, "Isn't your sister the one engaged to Xie Jianhua? How did it become you? You really are quite capable. Looks like you young people know how to seize opportunities. Take a little family visit and you get married, then you can enjoy life in the city." Su Qing, who initially wanted to play coy, realized she couldn't act innocent in front of these people and rolled her eyes in frustration. "What does it have to do with you? Why are you so nosy? You all must have eaten too much salt and have too much time on your hands. Oh no, doing something wrong and still being so fierce." At the Xie family's banquet, it was Wang Suifan and the others who were busy. Everyone was caught up with relatives, while the bride, Su Qing, was the least occupied. Onlookers thought Su Qing might be easy to talk to, so they approached her for gossip. When they realized she wasn't opening up, they quickly lost interest and left. Not only did they leave, but they also took their children with them. As they walked away, they scolded their kids, saying, "Don't talk to her. She's a bad woman, a troublemaker." Su Qing had gone through a similar experience during her own wedding, and because she was shy, it was even worse. She ended up crying on the spot. But Su Qing seemed unfazed and grabbed some sunflower seeds to snack on. She casually walked over to Wang Suifan and said, "Mom, I'm going to the restroom." "Go ahead, be careful," Wang Suifan replied, turning to check on Su Qing while chatting with relatives. She then asked, "Where's your little red flower?" "I accidentally dropped it," Su Qing said, having taken it off herself since wearing it drew too much attention. Wang Suifan didn't blame her but reflected on herself, saying, "I should have prepared better. I should have gotten you a red dress in advance. The timing was just too tight." "It's fine. I'll find it and put it back on later," Su Qing said before quickly slipping away. She first went to the public restroom and noticed that half of the stalls were occupied. After washing her hands, she sneaked around to the back wall of the restroom to share some gossip. "Oh my, Su Shui is really pregnant. Are you kidding me?" Why would I lie? Didn't you see that Su Qing is marrying Xie Jianhua today? To silence the Xie family, the Su family not only gave away a daughter, but also a job and a bunch of dowries. Su Qing wanted to share more juicy details but noticed someone approaching, so she quickly shut up and pretended nothing happened as she returned to the wedding room. Once back, she took a sip of hot water to calm her nerves. Being in the thick of it is really thrilling. No wonder there are so many online critics, but few confrontations in person. Without a disguise, doing bad things really makes you feel exposed. But given the current situation, Su Qing had no chance to play tricks. She could only act secretly. As a victim, she could speak out openly, but since she had already gained benefits, revealing more would make her seem untrustworthy, and no one would want to work with her in the future. The few people in the restroom had squatted so long that their legs were numb. They reluctantly got up, lifted their aching legs, and leaned against the wall as they walked out. While washing their hands at the sink, they couldn't help but start discussing. Did you hear that just now? I did. It felt real. I think so too. I heard Wang Suifan say that Su Qing's dowry includes a bicycle. A bicycle? The Su family gave it to Su Qing as part of her dowry, so Su Lei won't get to ride it. This isn't like he lady style. Su Qing's looks, well, she really can't compare to her sister. If they didn't push her onto Xie Jianhua's bed and make it happen, the Xie family might not even agree. If Wang Suifan causes a scene, things could get messy. But isn't Xie Jianhua not capable? He doesn't even have rice to cook. If Su Qing comes over, she'll just be living like a widow.
Does she really want that?
If you're curious, why not ask them? I'm too scared. Xie Jianhua is a soldier and has been training since childhood, so he's not someone to mess with. Wang Suifan has a sharp tongue and can hold her own in a fight. Her track record is well known, so she's also not to be trifled with. As for Su Qing, when everyone was gossiping, they had already tested the waters with her and found her to be tough to deal with. Even though she's a new bride and might seem easier to bully, she has the backing of Wang Suifan and Xie Jianhua, making her off-limits too. With no way to verify with the parties involved, they could only speculate privately. This kind of gossip, with both sides holding different views, wouldn't necessarily be believed even if explained. Su Qing hadn't intended to get caught in endless self-justification. She simply hinted at another possibility for everyone to consider. As Su Shui hurried to get married and her pregnancy became more noticeable, she wouldn't need to defend herself. The truth would naturally emerge in everyone's minds. She knew the whole story, so she remained calm, while the gossipers were left anxious and restless, only having half the information. After the midday banquet at the Xie family, someone approached Wang Suifan to share the latest news about the Su family. Did you know? The Su family has double happiness today. They just married off their eldest daughter and have already arranged a match for the youngest. Why should I care about the Su family's double happiness? Wang Suifan didn't take the bait, knowing it was meant to stir trouble. Having received a bribe, Wang Suifan was more refined than Su Qing. When the Su family was mentioned, she might roll her eyes in visible disdain, but she never missed a crucial detail. Why wouldn't it concern you? The man coming to court the Su family's youngest is already 30 and on his second marriage. The neighbors think they don't match well. But why does he lady always blame Su Qing? If Su Qing hadn't taken the job and caused Su Shui to be rejected, ruining her reputation, Su Shui wouldn't have to marry such a man. Just when one problem was not yet resolved, another one appeared. Even though Wang Suifan knew the messenger had bad intentions, she couldn't hold back her anger and shouted, "How can she turn this around on us? I'm going to confront her. I'll take you there. I know where she is now." Seeing Wang Suifan being led away by just a few words, Su Qing quickly put down her snack and hurried after her, saying, "Mom, don't go, wait for me." Wang Suifan turned and instructed, "I'm going to see what's going on. You go call Xie Jianhua and Xie Kezi." With that, she rushed ahead. Yes, go call them so your mother-in-law doesn't get taken advantage of." The eager bystanders were very helpful. Before Su Qing could say anything, they had already called Xie Jianhua and his son over and led Su Qing and the others along. On the way, They eagerly recounted the details of Su Shue's engagement. Having never encountered such obvious provocation, Su Qing was speechless. Annie, are you really afraid we won't fight? Not at all. I just can't stand he lady's arrogance. Last year, when my younger son went to the countryside, she said to my face that I was useless and couldn't even protect my son. He lady may have protected her son, but your situation is miserable. Even at this moment, they couldn't help but exaggerate. But after so many years of neighborly disputes, it was hard to remember who started it all. Wang Xuefan rushed ahead, and by the time Su Qing and the others arrived just 2 minutes later, Wang Xuefan was already confronting he lady. You shameless old woman. You think you can bully my daughter-in-law? You brought this on yourself. How can you blame her? Do you really think no one is protecting Qingqing, and you can just push her around? Su Qing quickly rushed in to intervene, holding he lady's hand to stop her from moving, and cried, You sent me to the countryside, and I went. You told me to marry Xie Jianhua, and I did. Mom, what more do you want from me? Do you want me to suffer? Oh, my poor Qingqing. How did you end up with such a troublesome mother? Wang Xuefan felt heartbroken. Taking advantage of the moment when he lady was being held down, Wang Xuefan took several chances to hit her, making he lady cry out in pain. Although Wang Xuefan was called over by some nosy neighbors, when they saw how badly he lady was being treated, they rushed in to break it up. He lady is just that kind of person. Don't stoop to her level. If you really hurt her, she'll come back and demand medical fees from you. Exactly. You're practically family now. Can't you talk things out nicely? Considering the benefits and for Su Qing's sake, Wang Xuefan didn't press the issue further. When the crowd offered her a way out, she took it. After releasing he lady, Wang Xuefan fiercely warned her, If I find out you're talking bad about Qingqing again, you'll regret it. The crowd looked at Wang Xuefan, then at he lady, and for a moment, they couldn't tell who Su Qing's real mother was. Even Su Qing felt a bit dazed. Wang Xuefan had rushed over just because she heard someone speaking ill of her. Her protective nature was truly admirable, and being her child felt like a blessing. Feeling warm inside, Su Qing took small steps to Wang Xuefan's side, gently shaking her arm in a silent show of affection. Good child, I'm sorry you had to go through this. It's okay. Su Qing patted Wang Xuefan's back to comfort her, saying, Don't be angry. Let's not stoop to her level. If she wants to talk, let her. The truth will come out in the end. No matter how she acts, she can't change what's right and wrong. Once Wang Xuefan was calmed down, Su Qing turned to the neighbors. With a serious expression, she said, I know you've all been talking about me behind my back these past few days. But I swear, I haven't done anything wrong. If I use tricks to marry Xie Jianhua, may I be struck by lightning. Even though people were trying to move away from superstitions, most wouldn't dare make such a strong vow. The neighbors exchanged glances, and soon someone spoke up. Yes, we know. You've always been a good child.
Exactly.
You've been helping your family since you were little, cooking and taking care of your siblings. You always made sure they ate first before you took anything for yourself. You would never steal your sister's chance at marriage. Qing girl, don't be upset. We all believe you. Su Qing's face showed her gratitude, and she was moved to tears. I knew there are still good people in this world. Inside, she thought, how ironic. Just yesterday and this morning, a group of people almost mocked her to her face, openly criticizing her character. After she spread the rumor about Su Shui being pregnant, things started to improve. At least no one made strange faces in front of her, and some people were willing to talk to her and show her around. Now, Su Qing took this opportunity to explain everything so she could maintain normal social interactions and not go out without anyone to talk to. Cutting ties with people who have issues, or even pushing them down, became a habit formed under the pressure of recent years. Not setting clear boundaries could easily bring trouble to oneself. In the past few years, there were even cases where children reported their parents and parents exposed their children. Neighbors with moral flaws were instinctively pushed away. How everyone treated Su Qing these days would reflect how they treated the whole Su family later. Gossip may not be as sharp as a knife, but it can prick like a needle, causing enough pain. After throwing back the dirt that he lady had splashed on her, Su Qing happily linked arms with Wang Suifan on their way home. On the way back, both thought the other was upset and were comforting each other. Qing, don't be angry. Mom will take care of you. Mom, I'm not angry. You shouldn't be upset either. It's not good for your health. The two walked hand in hand, warm and close, while Xie Jianhua and the others silently followed behind, looking a bit strange. When Su Qing returned to her new room, she propped her legs up, happily humming a tune. But when she looked up and saw Xie Jianhua's figure, she was almost startled to the point of a heart attack. He didn't say anything or make a noise, just quietly followed her like a ghost. What are you doing in my room? As soon as she said it, Su Qing realized something was off. They had just held a banquet today, and in everyone's eyes, they were considered a couple now. The new room that Wang Suifan had specially prepared also included Xie Jianhua. Su Qing cleared her throat and quickly added, "What I meant was, why haven't you packed your things? Aren't you leaving this afternoon?" Once he left, the room would be hers alone, and the bed would be hers alone. When did I say I was leaving? Xie Jianhua replied with a puzzled expression. We just had the banquet today. It doesn't make sense to leave today. Su Qing couldn't believe it and exclaimed, You're not leaving? Even while Wang Suifan was in the room with the limping Xie, part of her attention was on Su Qing and Xie Jianhua. Hearing vague sounds of leave and not leave from the room, Wang Suifan immediately jumped up, took a few steps to the next room, and pushed the door open. Xie Jianhua, where are you going? Who allowed you to leave? Wang Suifan scolded, hands on her hips. If you dare to step out of this yard today, you can never come back. Xie Jianhua calmly explained, Mom, I didn't say I was leaving. You didn't say? I heard you loud and clear from next door. That's what you call not saying? Wang Suifan continued to scold. How did I raise such an ungrateful child who thinks he can just leave? In his past life, Xie Jianhua really did leave. Although he hadn't discussed leaving with her last night, Wang Suifan was still on guard against him running away. Seeing Wang Suifan getting angrier, Su Qing awkwardly touched her nose and spoke up for Xie Jianhua. Mom, he really didn't say he was leaving. It was her fault for asking, and her voice was too loud, which startled Wang Suifan. Don't be scared, Qing. I wasn't yelling at you. I was yelling at that boy, Xie Jianhua. You don't need to speak for him. You're a good child, but sometimes your kindness is misplaced. Today, I have to teach him a lesson. After calming Su Qing, Wang Suifan turned to Xie Jianhua and said, Look at you. Do you feel guilty? Even Qing is speaking up for you. Feel guilty? Xie Jianhua almost laughed in frustration. He had just entered the house and said nothing. It was Su Qing who asked if he was leaving. He clearly said he wasn't, yet Wang Suifan only heard a bit and came to scold him. Even when he tried to explain, Wang Suifan wouldn't listen. He felt more wronged than anyone. Wang Suifan pointed at Xie Jianhua and declared, Wang Suifan, will stand right here and see if you dare to step out that door. Mom, he really didn't say he was leaving. Su Qing felt so awkward. She wasn't trying to set him up. Don't worry, Qing. I've got your back. Wang Suifan shot a sideways glance at Xie Jianhua and sneered, If he leaves, I only recognize you, not him. Our mother-daughter bond cannot be affected by this ungrateful child. Love wants its object to live, while hate wants it to perish. Xie Jianhua never lived to see Wang Suifan grow old, but because of his other brothers, he was seen as a backup, ungrateful child in her eyes. In Wang Suifan's heart, he could never surpass Su Qing's position. Xie Jianhua looked at the way Wang Suifan and Su Qing regarded him, like a foolish ruler and a treacherous minister. But one was his own mother and the other was his newlywed wife, so even if he was angry, he could only endure it and not lash out at either of them. Seeing Wang Suifan still blocking the door, Xie Jianhua lay down on the bed with a frown, pulled the blanket over himself and closed his eyes, thinking that if he couldn't see it, he wouldn't be bothered. I'm not leaving. I'm going to sleep, okay? His son usually didn't talk much, so when he stopped arguing about leaving, it meant he had given in. Wang Suifan patted Su Qing's hand and reminded her, He's quiet now. If he acts up again, come find me, and I'll handle him. Xie Jianhua, pretending to sleep with his eyes closed, was annoyed enough to open his eyes. Who is acting up here? Su Qing cleared her throat awkwardly and kindly tried to send Wang Suifan away. Once the door was closed, she tiptoed to the bedside, wanting to apologize to Xie Jianhua. But as soon as their eyes met, he turned over, facing away from her. Su Qing rubbed her hands together, thinking, he's still mad. Anyone would feel upset after being scolded like that for no reason. She had to take responsibility for the trouble she caused. Bravely admitting her mistake, Su Qing poked his shoulder. Hey, I'm sorry. Xie Jianhua sat up. An apology is fine, but don't add anything else.
I'm sorry.
Su Qing looked down and said sincerely, I really didn't mean it. You heard me explain earlier. But after her explanation, Wang Suifan had scolded even more fiercely. Xie Jianhua took a deep breath and resignedly said, It's good that you know you were wrong. Just don't let it happen again.
Okay. Shui nadith quickly.
She had initially wanted to persuade Xie Jianhua to return to the army soon, but after Wang Suifan's outburst, she didn't dare to say anything. If she tried to convince him, he wouldn't want to leave. Despite Wang Suifan's fierce demeanor, she truly had no complaints about her children. Her eldest, Xie Jianzhong, had struggled with health issues after nearly drowning as a child, and many said he wouldn't grow up well. Wang Suifan sought all kinds of medical help to raise him. Due to his health, Xie Jianzhong grew up thin and short, barely reaching 5 feet 4 inches in his 20s, and Wang Suifan later spent a lot of money to help him marry. Her second son, Xie Jianhua, was full of energy as a child and often got into trouble. Instead of punishing him, Wang Suifan spent money to send him to martial arts classes to channel his energy. When he was chosen to join the army, Wang Suifan even pressured Xie Jianhua to write to his old war buddies, humbling herself to ask for their help. When he got injured on a mission, worried about his future marriage prospects, she hurriedly paid a high bride price of 500. The idea of supporting her younger son to repeat a few years of high school didn't even seem worth mentioning. With a mother like this who truly cares, no matter how much Xie Jianhua tries to avoid it, he won't be able to escape Wang Suifan's presence. Xie Jianhua never thought about leaving because Wang Suifan treats Su Qing differently. However, Su Qing still feels uneasy about him staying, so she curiously asks, if you're not leaving today, when do you plan to go? I have 5 days off, Xie Jianhua explains. I got injured this time and need to rest at home for a longer period. So long? Su Qing glanced at the small bed and then at Xie Jianhua's tall figure, thinking it would be too cramped to sleep together. She moved a stool and sat by the bed, speaking frankly to Xie Jianhua. I know you married me under pressure. After a couple of years, when things settle down, I'm willing to divorce you, and you can find someone better. I'll return the 500 yuan bride price when we divorce. They were both stuck on the bed, and without today's gathering, they wouldn't be able to wrap things up. Don't treat a military marriage lightly, Xie Jianhua said seriously. Since we are married, I will take responsibility for you and support you for life. Why bother? You like someone like Su Shui, not me. You even dislike me and think I'm manipulative.
Huh.
Su Qing tried to reason with him, but before she could finish, Xie Jianhua covered her mouth with his hand. I just admitted my mistake. Now you're talking nonsense and blaming me. Xie Jianhua's grip was gentle. He just wanted Su Qing to stop talking, not to silence her completely. But Su Qing's eyes immediately filled with tears, and they fell onto his hand, looking very hurt. Xie Jianhua quickly pulled his hand back, as if it were burned. I didn't mean to stop you from talking. I just wanted you to hear me out first, he explained kindly. If he let Su Qing keep talking, he would end up taking all the blame. If it were just about him and Su Qing, he could handle some blame, but with Wang Suifan involved, he couldn't take that risk. First, I have no relationship with your sister. I've only seen her 3 times, and each time there were elders present. We've never met privately. Second, I don't dislike you. Please don't say things like that. If Wang Suifan heard this, he would surely get scolded again. Su Qing blinked and asked playfully, if you don't dislike me, then do you like me? She wanted an answer of not liking to start a negotiation, but instead, There was silence. After just crying, Su Qing's eyes were still misty. They were already married, and saying not liking would be too hurtful. She didn't want to make him cry again, but she couldn't say she liked him either. Xie Jianhua's mind raced as he desperately tried to change the subject. Not getting the answer he wanted, Su Qing said, "I knew you didn't like me, I also." "Don't say that," Xie Jianhua replied sternly. "Talking about liking or not liking is too casual. Why don't you rest in your room? I'll go for a walk." With that, Xie Jianhua stood up and left. Su Qing watched him leave and muttered, "He acts like he's running away from a plague. He shouldn't have any inappropriate thoughts about me." When she thought it was a dream, Su Qing was eager and proactive, wanting to get close. But now, she couldn't even touch the tips of Xie Jianhua's fingers. "My heart isn't bold enough, and I'm not thick-skinned enough. I need to practice," Su Qing sighed, rubbing her face in self-disgust. With her current looks and figure, she couldn't compare to Xie Jianhua, who had a model-like physique. Even if they were to sleep together, it would feel like she was taking advantage, but she just couldn't bring herself to do it. Shaking her head to clear those strange thoughts, she began to pack her things. A few faded clothes, a scarf, an aluminum lunchbox, and an enamel cup. No one expected that a visit to the city would lead to a marriage. She hadn't brought much luggage, and in a couple of days, she would need to write a letter asking a friend from the youth program to send her things over. As Xie Jianhua left the room, he was stopped by Xie Jianzhong, who curiously asked, "Little brother, are you leaving?" "Not at all. I thought you really wanted to go. If you did, I would support you," Xie Jianzhong said disdainfully. "The Su family is really unfair. Mom gave them 500 as a dowry, and they sent someone like Su Qing to match." Xie Jianhua frowned immediately. "Big brother, Su Qing is already my wife. She's family now. Please don't say such things in the future. Good intentions thrown away, and you don't appreciate my concern," Xie Jianzhong sulked, glaring at Xie Jianhua. "You really have a broad mind, marrying someone like that and still treating her like a treasure." Xie Jianhua was already used to his brother's behavior and didn't even give him a glance. He simply pushed open the gate and walked out. As soon as he left, Xie Jianzhong immediately showed a gloomy face, his mood dark all afternoon, giving off a sad vibe. Even at night, he stayed in his room and refused to come out for dinner, claiming he had no appetite. Not hungry again, Xie Jiankhan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Who upset him this time? This was Xie Jianzhong's usual routine. Since he had been weak since childhood, Wang Suifan always took special care of him, worried he wouldn't grow up strong. While other families had younger siblings looking up to the older ones, in the Xie family, the younger siblings had to accommodate their older brother because of his health issues. Xie Jianhua, straightforward as ever, said, "I'll go get my brother to eat." "But didn't he say he wasn't hungry?" Su Qing asked curiously. Xie Jianhua gave Su Qing a knowing look and whispered, "Just leave it." The conflicts among the siblings were hard for Su Qing, who had just married into the family, to navigate. She turned to Wang Suifan, blinking in confusion. "Did I say something wrong?" Wang Suifan, who usually worried about her eldest son, had her brows furrowed, but when she met Su Qing's gaze, her expression relaxed immediately. She shot Xie Jianhua a glare, saying, "Who are you signaling?" Su Qing didn't say anything wrong. "Second brother, sit down," Wang Suifan said calmly. "What are you trying to persuade him for? Your brother said he's not hungry, so let him be. He's old enough, missing one meal won't hurt him." At her words, everyone couldn't help but look at her. This was not like Wang Suifan at all. Usually, when Xie Jianzhong refused to eat, Wang Suifan was the most anxious, always trying to coax him and even making special meals for him. But at that moment, her focus was entirely on Su Qing as she kept serving her food. Eat more, hurry and make up for it." Wang Suifan looked at Su Qing with concern and suddenly noticed a hole in her clothing. "How did your shirt get torn?" "Change into something else later, and I'll help you fix it."
Thank you, Mom.
"I'm not very good at sewing." After finishing the meal and cleaning up, Wang Suifan sat on a small stool, threading a needle to mend Su Qing's clothes, radiating a warm, maternal glow. "Mom, You sew so well. Your stitches are so neat, Su Qing said, pulling up a small stool to sit beside her and watch. My skills aren't that great, just a bit better than yours, Wang Suifan replied with a smile. Your shirt is getting a bit old. Next month, let's save up some fabric coupons, and I'll make you a new outfit. Xie Jinzhong came out of the room and saw the happy scene between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. His already dark face grew even darker. No one called him for dinner, and Wang Suifan was outside laughing, so happily. He sat silently, hoping Wang Suifan would ask him first. But when Su Qing saw his expression, she raised her eyebrows and leaned closer to Wang Suifan, whispering, Is my brother's expression scary? Did I do something wrong and upset him? Wang Suifan glanced at Xie Jinzhong and said to Su Qing, Don't mind him, he's always like this. Her voice was loud enough for Xie Jinzhong to hear. He felt she was intentionally saying it for him to hear, so he said nothing and slammed the door shut, retreating back to his room. Seeing her eldest son like this made Wang Suifan even angrier. She shoved some clothes into Su Qing's hands and went to push Xie Jinzhong's door. Who are you showing that face to? It's a joyful day, and you're still sulking. Xie Jinzhong sat on the edge of the bed, looking wronged. Mom, don't call me Mom? Am I not your mother? Wang Suifan snapped back, without thinking. She shot him a warning glance, saying, If you come out with that sour face again, don't blame me for being rude. After scolding him, she felt a bit better and returned to her small stool to continue mending clothes for Su Qing. How did I end up with such troublesome children? Su Qing quickly patted Wang Suifan's back to comfort her, saying, What my brother did is really too much. I could only dream of having a mother like you. I don't understand what he's not satisfied with. As Xie Jianhua passed by, he paused when he heard her words. They sounded strange. He glanced at Wang Suifan's expression and noticed she was now smiling and no longer angry. Wang Suifan sincerely said, From now on, you can think of me as your mother. I will treat you better than he lady. I don't care about that ungrateful Xie Jianzhong. Exactly. How can he lady compare to you? I don't even want to talk about the things my real mom did, Su Qing said seriously. But Mom, it's okay. He's your biological son, and no matter how well you treat him, I won't be jealous. Don't worry, he won't get past you. Wang Suifan leaned closer to Su Qing's ear to whisper, then turned to see Xie Jianhua standing still with a board. What are you doing just standing there? Hurry up and take that board to your room. You can't even tidy up your own space. If she hadn't rushed him, Xie Jianhua would have liked to keep listening. Recently, Wang Suifan's attitude had been quite strange, and he was curious about what was going on. When Wang Suifan didn't give him a chance, he could only pick up his things and head back to his room to continue working. Once Xie Jianhua was out of earshot, Wang Suifan quietly complained to Su Qing about her eldest son. Jianzhong is just someone who forgets his mother after getting married. I don't care about him. Just watch. He only dares to throw tantrums at me. When he's with his future wife, he acts all charming. What a useless guy. Su Qing was puzzled. But Big Brother hasn't even proposed yet. Mom, isn't that a bit early to say? He hasn't proposed because he wants to drag it out himself. I wanted to help him find someone a couple of years ago, but he wasn't interested. Now that he sees the second one getting married, he's feeling uneasy. Wang Suifan was clear about the troubles her son was causing. Oh? So it's Big Brother who doesn't want to get married. Su Qing expressed her surprise. No wonder the second one is getting married before the eldest. She thought no one wanted to marry Xie Jianhua. After all, most people in blind dates are quite superficial, only looking at appearances at first glance. Xie Jianhua had practiced martial arts since he was young, joined the army as he grew up, and had a tall and upright demeanor. He looked good too. Xie Jinzhong, on the other hand, had been sick since childhood, only standing at about 5'6", with a slight hunch and a gloomy presence. When these two brothers walked down the street, Su Qing would glance at Xie Jianhua several times, but she wouldn't even look at Xie Jinzhong once. If she were forced to marry someone like Xie Jinzhong, even with Wang Suifan supporting her, Su Qing wouldn't be able to accept it at all. She was superficial. She cared about looks. But in the world, Besides her, there were those who cared about money, and those who were purely in love. Wang Suifan was willing to give Xie Jianhua 500 for a betrothal gift, so it made sense she would also prepare something for her eldest son. The difficulty of Xie Jianzhong finding a partner was much higher than Xie Jianhua's. Wang Suifan must have been ready for the betrothal gift her eldest son would need. Since Wang Suifan was willing to spend money, why was the situation still stuck here? Su Qing curiously asked, "Why doesn't Big Brother want to get married? What else could it be?" Wang Suifan scoffed, pointing to the neighbor's house. "He likes Zhang Dahong next door." Zhang Dahong? Su Qing searched through her memories and realized that this was her future sister-in-law. She curiously asked, since Big Brother likes her, why didn't he settle down sooner? What's the use of Jianzhong liking her? Zhang Dahong doesn't like him. Wang Suifan rolled her eyes at the mention. Su Qing's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she asked, "Mom, didn't you talk to the Zhang family?" "I tried, but the Zhang family isn't in a hurry to marry off their daughter," Wang Suifan explained. "Their youngest son is only 13. They want to keep their daughter for 3 more years so she can earn a salary and then pass her job to her brother when she gets married. The Zhang family is too strict with their daughter," Su Qing thought, though she didn't see anything wrong with marrying a bit later. In this era, being 26 or 27 was considered old for a woman, and with age, it would be harder to find a match. So what if they're strict? Your big brother likes her, Wang Suifan scoffed. If Zhang Dahong doesn't marry, Jianzhong stubbornly refuses to either. Su Qing's mouth dropped open in surprise. She didn't expect the gloomy Jianzhong to be such a romantic. Since he had someone he liked, he chose to wait. But what about Jianhua getting married so quickly? Su Qing cleared her throat and curiously tugged at Wang Suifan's sleeve, asking, "Did Jianhua ever like anyone?"
No.
Absolutely not. Wang Suifan insisted on Jianhua's innocence, almost swearing, "That boy has always pretended to be something he's not, just wanting to be the big brother of those wild boys. He never paid any attention to those crying little girls." Su Qing nodded, realizing she needed to act more emotional in front of Jianhua to get his attention. Jianhua has always been a bit slow in that regard. I handled his marriage arrangements myself. He never voiced any opinions. After mentioning her easygoing second son, Wang Suifan couldn't help but complain about her troublesome eldest. Jianzhong is just too early to understand these things. He started following Zhang Dahong around when he was a teenager, spending all his pocket money on her, buying her ice cream in the summer and roasted sweet potatoes in the winter. He treats her better than he treats me. After saying this, Wang Suifan paused for a moment and suddenly cursed, "Love-struck fool." Hearing Wang Suifan's comment about her son made Su Qing's lips twitch. In the end, while others who were love-struck ended up with nothing, at least Jianzhong got the girl. Su Qing commented, "This shouldn't be considered love-struck. It's true love." Hearing this, Wang Suifan couldn't help but chuckle. What love? After getting married, there will still be arguments, and life will feel like a big drama every day. Really? Is that true? Su Qing was skeptical. From her memories, Xie Jianzhong and his wife seemed to live quite harmoniously without much conflict. Of course, if Zhang Dahong really liked Jianzhong, it would be different. But she doesn't like him, so how can she not be picky? My eldest son is very sensitive and tends to keep his feelings inside. No matter how much he likes someone, he won't last more than 3 years after marriage. Wang Suifan held up 3 fingers confidently. 3 years, at most 3 years, and Jianzhong will start causing trouble. Mom, I think you have a point. You understand people better than I do, Su Qing praised. Her memories were not as extensive as Wang Suifan's, so she found her mother's perspective more reliable. Xie Jianzhong was indeed not a good candidate for marriage. He seemed gloomy and very insecure. Due to his poor health and short stature, he had been teased by peers since childhood. Simply getting married wouldn't heal his issues. If that's how you feel, would you help my brother if he had a chance to marry Zhang Dahong? Su Qing asked curiously. Xie Jianzhong's future marriage, like Xie Jianhua's, also involved a bride price of 500. The Zhang family agreed to the marriage because the Xie family contributed the most money. In ordinary families, the bride price is usually 1 or 200. Wang Suifan spent 500 for both of her sons, which was quite generous. To spend that much, parents must not only love their children but also have a solid financial background. However, if given another chance, Wang Suifan was unwilling to spend 500 for her eldest son's marriage again. She said, "If my eldest son insists on marrying, I will give him at most 200. I won't indulge him if he tries to compete with Manhwa." Although both of them contribute their salaries to the family, Jianzhong's job was obtained through connections, and I take care of his needs. I even bought him a watch a couple of years ago. Jianhua, on the other hand, has his expenses covered in the military and earns bonuses for missions.
He shouldn't be compared.
With more children, it's hard to treat them all equally. When she felt sorry for her eldest son, spending 500 didn't seem excessive. But now that she wasn't as concerned about him, she slashed his budget significantly. 200? That's still quite a lot. Mom, you're really generous. Su Qing thought that after being reborn, Wang Suifan had become indifferent and was neglecting her sons. Wang Suifan sighed. After all, they're my own children. Moreover, they haven't separated their finances over the years, and the eldest son's salary has always been managed by me. I can't just take the money while he gets married without contributing anything. That wouldn't be right. The thorn in her heart will never be removed. But life must go on. She may not be able to fully open her heart to her children, but raising her youngest son and daughter to adulthood and helping her children start their own families is her responsibility. While fulfilling her duties, she hopes to teach her children a bit more. If her ungrateful children can change, that would be great. If not, it doesn't matter to Wang Suifan because she has Su Qing. Su Qing is a good child at heart and doesn't need much guidance. Worried that Su Qing might be anxious about the family's finances, Wang Suifan reassured her, "Actually, getting married doesn't cost that much. I have some savings. My parents and my mother-in-law left money for me. This is just between us. Your father-in-law doesn't know." "You really have savings?" Su Qing looked at her with admiration. "Mom, you're amazing." "It's not that special," Wang Suifan said with a smile. "Before the liberation, my family ran a rice shop and the Xie family had a liquor store, so we had some savings. When things got chaotic, we sold our city shop and moved to the countryside. With the head of the family, Xie Kezi, gone, they returned to the countryside but couldn't buy land openly. After the liberation, things were still uncertain, and Wang Suifan had to be careful with her money over the years. Not only her in-laws' savings but also her parents' savings were in her hands. Wang Suifan had a brother, but he got into trouble with drugs and lost everything. With her parents left with only her, they came to rely on her for their retirement. If she didn't have money, Wang Suifan wouldn't be so generous. She had no objections to using her inheritance to support her parents, but she had many complaints about her mother-in-law. Wang Suifan vented, "My mother-in-law is really something. She hides gold bars and so many coins, yet she watches me worry and starve to save money for the kids. When I got sick, she didn't care, and even when she got sick, she wouldn't spend money on medicine. Only when she was on her last breath did she tell me where the money was hidden." Hearing Wang Suifan's complaints, Su Qing had a mixed expression. "On the first day of marriage, I hear my mother-in-law complain about her own mother-in-law. Talking bad about a mother-in-law isn't something you can do with just anyone, but finally finding someone to vent to, Wang Suifan let it all out. Xie Qiaozi was conscripted and hasn't been heard from for years. My mother-in-law is afraid that if I remarry, I will take the child away. The child I lost before has always been raised by her, not allowing us to bond at all. She hoards her money and doesn't spend it. How can a child grow strong without proper care? If the body is weak, it is more likely to suffer. Thinking about this now makes me really upset. How can your mother-in-law be like that? She's so mean," Su Qing said sincerely, joining in the criticism. "Yes, she is very mean." Because of her mother-in-law's past behavior, Wang Suifan, now having some money, was careful to spend it on her child, fearing that if she didn't, the child might suffer. But then she spoiled the child too much. turning them into a little ungrateful brat. It's just that the Xie family has bad roots. Their ancestors were buried improperly. During the years that Xie Qiaozi was gone, I really suffered. If I hadn't taken my mother-in-law's money, and if my parents hadn't come to live with me, I wouldn't have stayed with him. If I had known the Xie family's roots were this rotten, even if it meant going against my conscience and hiding the money my mother-in-law gave me, I wouldn't have stayed with him. Looking back, Wang Suifan didn't feel she had done anything wrong. All the blame was on Xie Qiaozi for not being a good man. After venting her frustrations about her mother-in-law and husband, Wang Suifan suddenly realized what she had said. She quickly turned to Su Qing and said, "Qing, you're different. My mother-in-law is bad, but yours is good."
Right.
"She is bad, and you are good." Su Qing's comforting gaze, expression, and tone were all sincere, and after just a moment of doubt, Wang Suifan felt reassured. She spoke about her wicked mother-in-law, and even Su Qing sympathized with her. Wang Suifan smiled and said, "You're a good child too. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask me. I will find a way. Give me 3 months, and I will make sure you are healthy and happy." Her mother-in-law might be rich, but stingy, but Wang Suifan was different. She loved to spend on her child. Hearing Wang Suifan's generous promise, Su Qing let out a little sound of delight and nuzzled against Wang Suifan's arm, playfully seeking affection. "Mom, you are too good to me." Just after arriving in this new world, Su Qing already had over $200 in wedding money. This money was given by the Xie family as a bride price, and even though the Su family took advantage of it, Wang Suifan didn't take a single cent back. She gave it all to Su Qing to use freely. Not only did she give money, but to build trust, Wang Suifan even shared her personal savings with her. Even though there is a disabled veteran and an active soldier in the family, the Xie family cannot hold onto their valuable status as poor farmers. Although in a few years, the distinction between poor and rich farmers may not matter, it is still important for this year and next. Su Qing is still observing, while Wang Suifan has already included her as part of her family, showing no hesitation when it comes to giving. Thinking about this, Su Qing sighed and said, "Mom, from now on, you are my real mom."
Hey. Huh? Oh.
Wang Suifan's voice started off cheerful but turned nervous. Once the situation was settled, she sat down on the ground and couldn't help but laugh. Seeing Wang Suifan fall, Su Qing widened her eyes in shock and quickly reached out to help her. "Mom, are you okay? It's my fault for being too happy and not controlling myself." The sound of Wang Suifan hitting the ground was quite loud, attracting the attention of the family. Even Xie Jianhua put down what he was doing and rushed to the doorway to see what was happening. Xie Jianzhong also peeked through the crack of his door to observe.
I'm fine.
Wang Suifan got up, happily brushing off the dust from her clothes, not bothered at all by the little incident. Her cheerful voice indicated that she wasn't hurt. She was sitting on a small stool, not a high one, so there was little risk of injury. Xie Qiaozi stretched his neck to take a look and, confirming she was okay, didn't ask further but reminded her, "Suifan, the sweet potatoes are ready." Upon hearing that the sweet potatoes were done, Xie Jianzhong, who had been secretly watching, quickly closed the door and returned to his bed. The sweet smell of the roasted sweet potatoes made Su Qing sniff the air. Before she could ask, Wang Suifan happily brought the sweet potatoes over and handed one to her. "For me?" Su Qing asked sweetly. "I noticed you didn't eat much tonight, so I specially made these for you. Come on, eat them while they're hot." Su Qing broke the sweet potato in half and offered it to Wang Suifan. "Mom, you take the first bite. You're so thoughtful, but I won't eat. I haven't digested my dinner yet, and I'm not hungry." Wang Suifan declined directly. She wasn't being modest. The family had been celebrating the new year and had good food lately. Since she wasn't hungry, she didn't eat, but the two younger ones couldn't resist. Xie Jiankong and Xie Guiying, who had been playing Gamoku on the bed, immediately jumped up and shouted, "I want some." "Me too. What do you two want? Do you want to eat? You didn't eat properly during dinner, and now you're making a fuss. Go back and play," Wang Suifan scolded without thinking. In their rebellious teenage years, they faced an even more rebellious mother, and the two young ones were struggling. Wang Suifan shot them a glare, hung the freshly sewn clothes on her arm, and pushed Su Qing to her room.
Go eat in your room.
Eating outside will give you a stomachache from the cold. Once Wang Suifan closed the door, Xie Jianhua, who was still working, couldn't help but glance at the roasted sweet potato in Su Qing's hand. The sweet potato was caramelized perfectly on the outside. Su Qing took a bite and then generously offered, "Do you want some? I can share. I'm not hungry." "You go ahead," Xie Jianhua replied with a strange expression. "I thought Mom roasted that sweet potato for Big Brother, not for you." "Really? If I eat this sweet potato, Big Brother won't be upset, right?" Su Qing asked, taking another small bite. Surprisingly, the roasted sweet potato was quite sweet. After all, Xie Jianzhong was still the older brother, and Xie Jianhua wanted Su Qing to show him a bit more respect. But when the words were on his lips, he said, "Just eat yours and don't worry about him. He won't get mad over a roasted sweet potato." Su Qing smiled. "That's good." Cough. Xie Jianhua cleared his throat, feeling a bit uncomfortable, because he suspected that Big Brother was indeed upset at that moment. Not just Xie Jianhua, but Xie Kezi also entered a tense state. When Wang Suifan returned to the room and urged the two kids to wash their faces and brush their teeth, Xie Kezi quietly suggested, "Suifan, should we roast another sweet potato? We only made one." Wang Suifan shot him a sideways glance and scolded, "Are you hungry? You're a grown man, not a newlywed bride. You can't eat properly at mealtimes and expect special treatment?" After just complaining about her difficult mother-in-law to Su Qing, it was hard for her to remember Xie Kezi's good qualities, and she started with scolding. Xie Kezi sighed helplessly. He shouldn't have asked. But if he didn't, Wang Suifan might forget, and then it would be his fault. Big Brother didn't have dinner. Should we send him something to fill his stomach, so he can sleep? This time, Xie Kezi didn't hint. He directly said, "There are peanut candies in the gifts we received today. Jianzhong should like those." Wang Suifan looked at him disapprovingly. "Xie Kezi, this isn't how you spoil your son. Big Brother is already 23. He's a grown man. Do you still think he's a child?" Xie Kezi really didn't want to talk anymore. He had never seen someone turn things around like this. Xie Jianzhong had poor health before and often coughed so much that he struggled to breathe. Wang Suifan was afraid the child wouldn't survive, so she took great care of him. Once his health improved, Wang Suifan didn't change her habits. Xie Kezi had tried to advise her a couple of times, but Wang Suifan shot him down, even bringing up their first son who had passed away. Xie Kezi thought that as long as the child was healthy, it didn't matter if he was successful or not, so he let Wang Suifan do as she pleased. Now, however, Wang Suifan was blaming him. But what could Xie Kezi do? He could only compromise, saying, "All right, let's do it your way. Let him skip a meal. It might teach him a lesson and help him change his bad habits." "You spoiled him. This should have been fixed long ago," Wang Suifan said. Then, as if remembering something, she turned and took out some peanut candy from the cupboard. Xie Kezi's expression changed from "I knew you would do this" to shock when he saw her bring the candy to Su Qing's room. Xie Kezi asked in disbelief, "You gave the peanut candy to Su Qing?"
Yes.
"You really gave the peanut candy to Su Qing?" When he asked the first time, Wang Suifan answered patiently, but when he asked again, she shot him a glare. After many years of marriage, Xie Kezi had accepted that Wang Suifan had gone from a shy young wife to a fierce woman. He didn't mind the glare and continued to ask, "Why did you give it to her?" Wang Suifan replied as if it were obvious, "Qingqing loves these little snacks, sunflower seeds, peanuts, cookies, and candy. Since I have some, of course, I should give it to her. Who else would I give it to?" She remembered that in her past life, Su Qing also loved these treats and spent all her earnings on them. Because of this, she often scolded people, and Su Qing would argue back, looking fierce like a tiger.
But now she was like a little kitten.
When she delivered the peanut candy to Su Qing, the girl smiled sweetly, and her voice was so sweet it almost melted Wang Suifan's heart. Thinking of this made Wang Suifan unable to suppress her smile. Hee, how can Qingqing be so good? She's such a nice child, much better than the ungrateful ones I gave birth to. A good child? How do you see that? Casey asked, shocked. He couldn't understand how she could tell so much about someone she had just met. How could he be so skeptical? Moreover, this child comes from the Su family, and the things the Su family does are not good. Wang Suifan stopped smiling and looked serious. You don't understand. Su Qing is a good person at heart. If you treat her well, she will return the kindness tenfold. Of course, if you treat her poorly, she can return that tenfold as well. Otherwise, they wouldn't have clashed in their past lives. Worried that her partner might hold her back, Wang Suifan warned, I will rely on Qingqing for support in my old age, so you must not bully her. If she suffers here, you will have to deal with me. Casey took a deep breath. After a moment, he asked seriously, did you do something wrong and Su Qing caught you? Just tell me, and I'll see if I can help you out. In his view, Wang Suifan wouldn't be so caring unless she had been caught doing something. Don't say nonsense. What do you mean by caught? After years of being married, seeing Casey's worried face made her feel a bit wronged. She explained in a low voice, a few nights ago, I had a dream where my children were ungrateful, but Su Qing was the only daughter-in-law who treated me well. I've been good to my children, so why are they like this? Casey had already prepared for the worst, but Wang Suifan was saying it was just a dream. Hearing this, he felt both amused and frustrated. How could someone her age still be influenced by dreams? Dreams are often the opposite, Casey reassured her. All our children are good and will definitely be filial to you in the future. Wang Suifan got angry and retorted without thinking, dreams are the opposite? I think you're the one who's wrong. If dreams were the opposite, how could she know about Su Shui's pregnancy? How could she seek justice for Su Qing? That dream felt too real. But now that they were against the old customs and superstitions, Wang Suifan didn't dare to speak out. After finally sharing her ancestral dream with the person she trusted most, Casey was still questioning her. I shouldn't have said anything to you. If I don't say it, you'll ask until you get an answer, and then you won't believe it. Aren't you annoying? Once Wang Suifan started to get stubborn, she didn't want to talk anymore. Casey quickly softened. All right, I won't ask anymore. As long as you know. To Casey, it was just a dream, and the impact would fade quickly. It was a good time to teach their eldest son a lesson. Day by day, knowing that their parents worry about his health, he still uses his health as a way to threaten them. That's really not right. When he was young, the rules weren't set properly, but it's not too late to establish them now. As long as Wang Suifan stands her ground this time, Xie Jianzhong will definitely think twice before complaining about his appetite during mealtimes in the future. Originally, the house had 3 rooms. Xie Jianhua and his 2 brothers shared one, little Xie Guiying had her own, and Wang Suifan and her husband shared another, which also served as the dining and living room. Now, a new room has been divided for Xie Jianhua, leaving Xie Jianzhong and Xie Jiankong to share one room. Xie Jiankong had already washed up and was snuggled in bed, but Xie Jianzhong was reluctant to go to bed, frowning as he sat at his small desk drawing little figures. Big brother, don't wait. Mom gave that baked sweet potato to Su Qing. She only baked one, there aren't any left, Xie Jiankong said, having witnessed everything, leaving no room for his brother's hopes. Xie Jianzhong turned to glare at him. What nonsense are you talking about? Who cares about a baked sweet potato? All right, you don't care. Hey, there's the sound of the door. Mom went to give Su Qing some peanut candy. Xie Jiankong suddenly got up in anger. I want candy too. Why does she give that ugly woman candy and not me? Xie Jianzhong gritted his teeth. It's just peanut candy. I don't care. You don't care, but I do. Tomorrow, I'll ask that ugly woman for some candy. Xie Jiankong lay down, shivering under the covers, wrapping himself tightly to keep warm. After hearing no noise outside, Xie Jianzhong finally put down what he was doing. I'm going out to use the bathroom. The yard is small, with a kitchen and a shower shed added, and after accounting for the clothes drying area, there isn't much space left. Everyone usually goes to the public restroom or uses a chamber pot. Xie Jianzhong said he was going to the bathroom, but he headed straight for the small kitchen in the yard. He looked around but didn't find anything left for him. There was nothing in the pot, And the cupboard was locked. There was no food outside either. How can mom do this? She didn't leave me anything, Xie Jianzhong couldn't help but complain. But he wouldn't back down. He quietly returned to his room, preparing to go to sleep without a word. Xie Jiankong interrupted, "Big brother, your stomach is growling." "No, it's not." Xie Jiankong continued, "Big brother, your stomach is really growling. Shut up and go to sleep." Xie Jiankong tucked his head under the covers, chuckling to himself. The brothers in the Xie family had their own secrets, and Su Qing was completely unaware. Today was her first day at the Xie household, so how could she know anything? In the past, she felt like an outsider in the family, so she couldn't fully understand their internal conflicts. So, she happily finished her roasted sweet potato, took a short break, and then started munching on some peanut candy. While chewing, Su Qing genuinely exclaimed, "This peanut candy is so delicious. Xie Jianhua, your mom is really nice. How can she be so kind?" Xie Jianhua had a strange expression, unsure how to respond. She was nice at times, but there were also moments when she wasn't, and he had faced his share of discipline as a child. Without waiting for Xie Jianhua to answer, Su Qing cheerfully continued, "Now your mom is also mine." Hearing this, Xie Jianhua found it amusing. Can a mom really be shared like that? But for some reason, he felt a chill run down his back. In no time, Su Qing had finished several pieces of peanut candy. After brushing her teeth, she found herself with nothing to do and thought she might as well sleep. After hesitating for a moment, she glanced at the new potty in the room and then out the door. She turned to Xie Jianhua and said, "I need to go to the bathroom, but I'm scared to go alone. Can you come with me?" She had long stopped playing the childish game of holding hands to go to the bathroom, but it was dark outside, and the streets were empty. The public restroom outside could have anyone in it, so she felt a bit nervous. Xie Jianhua didn't say much, and simply picked up a flashlight to lead the way. Once they stepped outside, Xie Jianhua quietly asked, "Did you tell mom about your sister's pregnancy?" "No," Su Qing replied with a helpless expression. She really needed to go to the bathroom, and it felt unfair to be questioned at that moment. But this is such a secret and important matter. Xie Jianhua couldn't understand how this information reached Wang Suifan, especially since she was particularly nice to Su Qing. He was sure that something he didn't know had happened between those two women. "I'm curious about how mom found out too." "You could just ask her," Su Qing casually replied, pulling on Xie Jianhua's arm and urging, "Hurry up. I really need to go." Su Qing had a guess about how Wang Suifan knew. Because of her personality, she definitely wouldn't let this slide and would eventually expose the news about Su Shue's pregnancy. Wang Suifan knew a gossip that everyone was aware of, so it wasn't surprising at all. Even if Xie Jianhua asked, Wang Suifan would just casually brush it off, saying she heard it from somewhere. Anyway, it wasn't her who told Wang Suifan, so Su Qing felt justified. When they returned to the room, Xie Jianhua still wanted to ask, but Su Qing quickly took off her clothes, pulled up the blanket, closed her eyes, and prepared to sleep. Xie Jianhua had no choice but to drop the topic and get into bed. Although he didn't do anything, having such a big person lying next to her made Su Qing feel a sense of invisible pressure. The bed was small, with two people lying on it, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere. Su Qing could even hear Xie Jianhua's heartbeat speeding up a bit. Her thoughts drifted, and she wondered how she would reject him if he became too forward. She had thought of several reasons to refuse, but Xie Jianhua remained still, his breathing becoming even. Unable to resist, Su Qing opened one eye to look. Xie Jianhua was lying perfectly still, fast asleep. Is he really asleep? Su Qing widened her eyes in surprise. His quality of sleep made her a bit envious. With her guard down, Su Qing still couldn't fall asleep. The bed was too small, and having someone else there was hard for her to get used to. After tossing and turning for an hour without sleeping, Xie Jianhua finally couldn't pretend anymore. He gently pressed her shoulder and said helplessly, "Go to sleep."
"Oh, shuindi bleith stiefly."
She thought he was sound asleep when she moved, but it turned out he was just pretending. To avoid disturbing her bedmate, She quickly adjusted her sleeping position. The two of them lay straight on the bed, like two soldiers. Eventually, Su Qing really fell asleep, but when she woke up, her sleeping position was not standard at all. She had taken over the whole bed. Wake up, it's time for breakfast. After we eat, we need to go to the street to get a certificate. Su Qing opened her eyes and asked, "What time is it?" 7:30, Xia Jianhua replied. "You didn't sleep well last night, so I didn't wake you when I got up." Su Qing couldn't help but blink. She didn't expect Xia Jianhua, who looked like a typical guy, to be so considerate. "This morning, we have steamed sweet rice cake at home. My mom specifically reminded me to buy it when I went out to exercise." Wang Suifan rarely spent money on things she could make herself, and none of the other kids had this treatment. Only Su Qing did. Xia Jianhua couldn't help but ask Wang Suifan the question he had for Su Qing last night. Wang Suifan and Su Qing surprisingly had similar thoughts on this matter. Her explanation to Xia Jianhua was, "While using the restroom, I vaguely heard someone in the next stall talking." Wang Suifan seemed quite confident when she mentioned this. "It's not just me who heard it. Granny Zhang and the others also said they heard someone mention that Su Shui might be pregnant. The source of the rumor is unknown, but the news about Su Shui possibly being pregnant has indeed spread." Some people wanted to ask Wang Suifan for confirmation, but she always just made expressions without saying anything. She didn't dare to speak carelessly. If the situation escalated, it would be hard to handle. Su Qing's household registration hasn't been settled yet, and the couple's marriage application and certificate are still pending. In Wang Suifan's eyes, Su Qing knew nothing and had done nothing wrong, so she felt responsible for taking the blame. After having a deep conversation with his mother, Xia Jianhua immediately reflected on himself and apologized to Su Qing while waking her up. "I'm sorry, I misunderstood you before." Su Qing was taken aback for 2 seconds and quickly replied happily, "It's okay, as long as the misunderstanding is cleared up. It must be my fault for making you misunderstand." As she said this, her head drooped low. Xia Jianhua hurriedly explained, "You didn't do anything wrong. I was just overthinking." Su Qing forced a smile and remained silent. She planned to maintain this feeling of being wronged when she went to Wang Suifan, silently telling her about Xia Jianhua's behavior. She truly hadn't done anything wrong. Why should she be misunderstood? Last night, he even wanted to interrogate her. What a sneaky man. Xia Jianhua thought that after apologizing, the matter was settled. He hadn't really hurt Su Qing. He just had some doubts, which wasn't a big deal. However, Wang Suifan didn't think so. Just by looking at Su Qing's forced smile, she knew that the girl felt very wronged. As soon as Xia Jianhua stepped out of the room, he was met with Wang Suifan's fiery gaze. Her eyes were sharp like knives, making the hair on the back of Xia Jianhua's neck stand up. Before Su Qing, Xia Jianhua had never faced any trouble and was completely unprepared. Seeing Wang Suifan's strange expression, he still asked, "Mom, what's wrong? Weren't you fine just now?" "What do you mean what's wrong?" "I want to ask you what's wrong." Wang Suifan walked up to him, pinched his arm, and asked in a low voice, "Did you bully Qingqing again?" "No." Xia Jianhua pulled his arm back, looking a bit confused. "I've never bullied her." Wang Suifan was serious. "Don't try to deny it. Just by seeing you two standing there, I know you must have bullied her. You're a grown man. Shouldn't you take some responsibility?" Her eyes represented justice. How could anyone hide the truth from her? At first, Xia Jianhua wanted to explain, but soon he didn't feel like talking at all. This was the second time. The first time was when Wang Suifan heard he might leave and scolded him directly. This time, there was no reason given, and he felt even more confused. No, it wasn't completely confusing. Xia Jianhua's gaze passed through Wang Suifan and locked with Su Qing's. Before he could say anything, Su Qing quickly spat out the toothpaste from her mouth, rinsed, and happily stood behind Wang Suifan. "Mom, don't scold him. I really don't mind." Su Qing's words made Wang Suifan immediately slap Xia Jianhua on the shoulder. "Look at you." "Mom, it's really nothing," Su Qing said, pulling Wang Suifan's hand and looking concerned. "Does your hand hurt?" "It doesn't hurt, it's fine. Ching ching, Wang Suifan said, taking Su Qing's hand to leave. I bought your favorite brown sugar cake for breakfast. Let's eat and ignore that troublemaker, said Jianhua. Su Qing linked her arm with Wang Suifan's and happily went to the table to eat. Mom, you're so great. I haven't had brown sugar cake in a long time. Then I'll buy it for you more often.
Okay, thằng Du, mò mua su kinh dít gờ, happily accepting one cui phải kinh des.
After all, Wang Suifan had lived another life and still treated her so well, which meant their relationship must have been good in the past. Wang Suifan even remembered her love for snacks, showing that she cared for her in the previous life. As for the memories of how the original Su Qing interacted with Wang Suifan, Su Qing viewed it like a movie from a parallel universe. One was habitually silent, while the other was habitually loud, and their current situation seemed completely unrelated. Xie Jianhua, who had been scolded and slapped for no reason, stood there staring at Su Qing's back for several seconds. His expression was calm, but his eyes were filled with deep pain. Xie Jianhua felt that Su Qing had betrayed him, even though she hadn't complained and had actually defended him. He had no evidence, just a gut feeling. When he sat down at the table for breakfast, he suddenly heard Su Qing quietly ask, Mom, why hasn't Big Brother come out for breakfast yet? Is he not hungry again? In less than a second, Wang Suifan shouted angrily, Xie Jianzhong, what are you doing? Do I have to keep asking you to eat? Are you my son or my ancestor? Originally, everyone was supposed to have breakfast together, and the small argument from last night could have been forgotten. But after Wang Suifan yelled, Xie Jianzhong felt embarrassed and angrily said, I'm not eating anymore. With that, he pushed open the door and left. What's wrong with Big Brother? Su Qing thought, feeling surprised and confused as she looked at Wang Suifan. Wang Suifan, furious, picked up a broom and threw it at Xie Jianzhong's back, shouting, Good, good. This ingrate thinks he can act like this. No wonder he wants to starve me. I raised him, and he remembers nothing but grudges. Hearing this, Xie Kezi sighed, still thinking about his dreams. Su Qing silently supported Wang Suifan in her mind. Wang Suifan's attitude towards outsiders like daughters-in-law or sons-in-law could be questionable, but she had always done her best for her 4 children. However, because she had given so much, the kids took it for granted. If they had a mother like he lady, they would behave differently. As Wang Suifan's good friend, Su Qing felt she should support her in her parenting efforts. Just as she was about to say more, Xie Jianhua quietly pressed down on her leg under the table, silently stopping her. Even though it felt satisfying to see his older brother in trouble, he was now sure he had married a troublemaker. And this troublemaker was quite skilled at keeping his brother in check. Su Qing tilted her head to look at Xie Jianhua, reached under the table, lifted his hand, and pushed it away. What are you doing? Hands off, she said, playfully accusing him. They exchanged glances, and Xie Jianhua's ears turned red as he quietly reminded her, just say a little less. Oh, soy indifferent. Straight men often can't see through manipulative people. They simply don't want to. But for those who have been tricked, it's easy to see the truth. Xie Jianhua had already been through this 2 or 3 times, and if he still couldn't see it, that would be too naive. But even if he noticed, it didn't matter. Su Qing wasn't planning to make things worse this time. She wanted to genuinely advise Wang Suifan to eat well. Mom, I've served the porridge.
Please eat.
Why didn't you wake me up earlier to help you cook? It must be hard for you to do it alone, and it makes me feel really sorry for you. Wang Suifan immediately stopped her complaints and smiled gently at Su Qing. Making porridge isn't difficult. You're still growing, so you should sleep a bit more. I didn't wake you on purpose. I worry about you just as much as you worry about me. The 2 of them were being so sweet to each other that Xie Jianhua could hardly eat. He never expected Wang Suifan would fall for this kind of act. But even if he saw such a sugary display, he could never imitate it. Xie Jianhua swallowed a mouthful of porridge and looked up to see a friend standing at the door, signaling to him. I'm done eating. I'll go take a look outside, Xie Jianhua said as he put down his chopsticks and hurried out, asking from behind the door. What's up, Ergo? Why are you signaling at me? You know that Ren Chao, right? Your future brother-in-law? Someone at his workplace posted a notice saying he has a messy private life. I saw it early this morning and came to let you know, Ergo said with a smirk. Even Xie Jianhua couldn't help but exclaim, that was fast. At the same time, he felt relieved that he had finalized his marriage that day and had a small celebration the next day to confirm their relationship. Although it was just a simple gathering with a few relatives, at least their relationship was established. Otherwise, he might have been implicated too. In that notice, besides naming Su Shui, it also hinted at 2 married women from their workplace. Ergo said angrily,
Good thing you got a new sister-in-law.
Otherwise, with you being away for so long, Su Shui and Rin Chao might have continued their affair. What Su Shui and Rin Chao did was indeed inappropriate. They not only tried to deceive but also engaged in slander. However, since neither family reported the matter to the authorities, it was hard to determine who was right or wrong. People would naturally believe whoever they wanted to. Those close to the Xie family would trust their side, while those close to the Su family would believe their excuses. After a few years, when the fuss died down, this matter would likely be forgotten. But if this matter is brought to light, who knows how far it will go? Xie Jianhua couldn't help but frown. When they got home, Xie Jianhua privately told Wang Suifan and Xie Kezi about the situation, and their faces didn't look good either. What is going on? Xie Kezi couldn't help but complain. Wang Suifan urged him, Enough, it's getting late. You should hurry to work. I'll handle things at home and check on the Su family later. Su Qing pulled Xie Jianhua to help clear the dishes and said, Mom, I'll go with you later. Okay, you can come with me. If Rin Chao's boss makes a big fuss, and if Su Shui is treated poorly, she won't be able to live with it. If this drives someone to despair, I won't feel right about it, and people will talk, Wang Suifan grumbled. The neighbors causing trouble weren't trying to push anyone to their limits. Even if the Su family was scheming against Xie Jianhua's marriage for the sake of the 500 yuan betrothal gift, they never intended to go that far. Would someone really die? Su Qing widened her eyes and timidly walked over to Wang Suifan. Mom, I'm a bit scared. How did it get to this point? With all the movements over the years, she never expected it to become so serious. Wang Suifan compared the changes between this life and the last, saying, The main issue is that Su Shui's pregnancy news spread too quickly. If it had waited until after her wedding, it probably wouldn't have escalated to this. Gossip about a proper couple is just boring. What couples do at home is normal, there's no need to make a fuss about it. Hearing this, Su Qing felt a bit awkward. In her last life, she had crossed over, while Wang Suifan hadn't been reborn and didn't have an assistant. It would take her some time to understand the situation. From gaining benefits to making a scene, it indeed required some time. The most ruthless business battle she had experienced was just turning off the power switch. She would never think of taking someone's life. She wanted to stand up for the original person by confronting the Su family, not by harming anyone. Su Shui made her feel humiliated, and she wanted to make Su Shui feel the same way. To her, that seemed fair. But when someone added fuel to the fire and used the opportunity to expose the situation, things became serious. The Xie and Su families were negotiating peacefully, not wanting to escalate matters out of control. Su Qing nervously asked, Is Su Shui really in trouble? Let's see if anyone goes to the Su family to check. Maybe someone will come to ask us too, Wang Suifan reassured her. But don't worry, our family will be fine. Just look at what your husband and father-in-law do. Su Qing turned to look at Xie Jianhua, feeling admiration and awe. Even without words, he sensed it. No wonder everyone likes to marry a soldier. It turns out being part of a military family provides a layer of safety. Thinking about it, it's true that chaos can't reach the military. It's the foundation of the country. Being part of a military family is indeed reliable. Su Qing felt a bit guilty for stirring things up, but Wang Suifan was more interested in the drama. Once they arrived at the Su family, Wang Suifan asked in front of Lady, Is that little troublemaker in Su Shui's belly still there? Hearing the words little troublemaker, Su Qing didn't know how to react. Even at this moment, Wang Suifan's words were still sharp. Did you spread that around? Did you write that big poster? He lady angrily retorted, "You heartless woman. I could strangle you. Better you than me, old hag. I can't even write, let alone a big poster." Wang Suifan shot back. The two families clashed as soon as they met, and just as Xie Jianhua was about to intervene, Su Qing had already slammed her hand on the table. "Mom, how can you speak to my mother-in-law like that? You should be more respectful." Su Qing scolded, "You made a mistake and got caught, and now you're blaming us. If we weren't worried about being dragged into this, we wouldn't have come here. It's a shame my mother-in-law is still concerned about the Su family." Su Qing's protective attitude towards her mother-in-law stunned Wang Suifan and even surprised Xie Jianhua. In that moment, Xie Jianhua suddenly realized Su Qing was on his side. He didn't feel this way even after their wedding yesterday. Now seeing Su Qing defend Wang Suifan, he felt that Wang Suifan wasn't just fooled by sweet words, there was real affection between the two women. Or perhaps Su Qing hadn't deceived Wang Suifan. Her efforts and gifts had not been in vain. But as the man connecting the two, Xie Jianhua's expression was quite strange. Without him, this mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship wouldn't exist, yet both women seemed to overlook him. One was quick to criticize him, while the other was sharp-tongued. He felt like a toy in the middle of their bond. But considering they were on the same side, Xie Jianhua could only remind himself not to think too much about it. Although Su Qing is good at causing trouble, she is essentially a good person, and that's enough. If he is going to marry Su Shui, he will face a lot of trouble. In front of outsiders, He Lai Di can still act tough, but in front of Su Qing and others who know the truth, she can't help but show her weakness. When Su Qing asked a few more questions, she honestly replied, "Your sister lost her baby. She is resting in the room." The purpose of their visit was for the child in Su Shui's belly. It was better that the situation hadn't escalated. If it did, the child would be solid evidence of an affair. With the baby gone, they could argue it was due to illness or find other excuses. When Su Qing heard the baby was gone, she was shocked at first, then relieved, and asked, "Is Su Shui okay?" They couldn't go to the hospital, and there were no shady clinics outside. If she secretly terminated the pregnancy, it would surely harm her health. After experiencing difficulties, He Lai Di now regretted her actions and complained, "She's already been drinking brown sugar water. What could be wrong? When I had you, I didn't get this kind of treatment." Wang Suifan had a strong dislike for Su Shui and the child she was carrying. That little brat should have been gotten rid of long ago. Su Shui embarrassed herself by getting pregnant before marriage. Your family not only fails to educate your children, but also helps cover it up.
What a shameful family.
He Lai Di, angry and embarrassed, shouted, "Wang Suifan, if you say that again, I'll tear your mouth apart. Just because you did it doesn't mean you can't be criticized." Wang Suifan was relentless and looked down on He Lai Di and her husband's actions. Given the educational background of Su's parents, Su Qing felt she had a say in this matter. Her sister Su Shui was a pretty girl, and the original body had decent features too. With proper care, she could be a beautiful little girl. However, during her development, He Lai Di didn't care for her and never thought to make her nice clothes. Since puberty, the original body had slouched and lost confidence. Su Shui learned about physical changes from the original body, at least not becoming a copy of her. Su Shui knew her parents wouldn't consider her feelings, just like they didn't for her older sister. If she didn't find a way to help herself, she would end up in the countryside like her sister. When they saw they could benefit from her taking the wrong path, He Lai Di and her husband just let it happen, leading the whole family astray. Su Qing tugged at Wang Suifan's sleeve and advised mother-in-law, "Since the child is gone, there probably isn't much left to worry about. I don't want to stay in the Su family any longer. Let's go home." Su Qing said that, so Wang Suifan had no choice but to go along with it and not argue with He Lai Di. She quickly said, "Let's go home." On the way back, Wang Suifan continued to complain, "He Lai Di is not thinking straight. Su Shui knows this child can't stay, and she took care of it herself, so we wouldn't have to say much." They all thought it was Su Shui's idea, but Xie Jianhua suddenly added, "It was probably the idea of her fiancé." A friend saw them together yesterday, and they both looked upset. They were probably talking about this child. Did you have someone watch them? Su Qing looked at Xie Jianhua in surprise.
Xie Jianhua replied seriously, no.
A friend just happened to see it. There aren't that many coincidences. Su Qing didn't believe him. Being trapped in a room and having people gossip about you wasn't just Su Qing's experience. Xie Jianhua was also involved. Despite being caught in a difficult situation, Su Qing ended up benefiting from it. Even so, she held a grudge and returned the gossip. She felt relieved after expressing her anger, but Xie Jianhua was still upset. Compared to her, Xie Jianhua didn't gain anything and only lost. It's no wonder he held a grudge. In a previous life, Xie Jianhua probably thought Su Qing was the mastermind and ended up marrying her, unable to argue about it, just leaving in frustration. This time, Wang Suifan had already uncovered the plot, and with clear goals, Xie Jianhua might seek revenge. Xie Jianhua didn't look like an honest person. Su Qing grabbed his arm and whispered, "Did you have someone put up that poster?"
No. Really not? Shuin looked doubtful.
Xie Jianhua reminded her, "Our marriage process wouldn't stand up to close scrutiny. If he wanted to cause trouble, it wouldn't be in that area." "Did you really do nothing?" Su Qing persisted, confidently saying, "You must have done something." Xie Jianhua didn't answer. If it were yesterday, he wouldn't have said anything, but now he considered Su Qing one of his own. After getting home and avoiding Wang Suifan, he finally admitted, "Yesterday, your second brother didn't come home. He went to a farmer's house in the suburbs to play cards and lost all night, writing several IOUs." If Su Qing spoke well for her brother, he might let it go with just a warning, not wanting to be too harsh. But instead of discouraging him, Su Qing was practically cheering him on. "You're amazing."
That was so satisfying.
"Who are you looking for? Is there any way I can help?" Su Lei is one of the main culprits and the one who benefits the most. He was very kind to his sister when they were young, but now he betrays her without hesitation. Since Su Qing is not familiar with him, she doesn't have any leverage against him, but that doesn't mean she has forgotten her grudge. In comparison, the local people are more reliable. Xie Jianhua is quicker and more ruthless in his actions. Xie Jianhua smirks, satisfied with Su Qing's straightforwardness in seeking revenge. However, he quietly pushes Su Qing away, coldly stating, "Don't talk to me like that. I don't fall for it." He is not as easy to persuade as Wang Suifan, who can be swayed with a few sweet words. Su Qing looks at Xie Jianhua in confusion. She hasn't done anything wrong. What does he mean by not falling for it? But Xie Jianhua's attitude doesn't matter. What matters is achieving her goal. She leans closer and suggests, "Why are you only seeking revenge on my brother and not my dad? He was the one who got you drunk that day, remember? I was angry watching him treat you that way." Xie Jianhua is not just satisfied with Su Qing's desire for revenge. He is surprised. "That's your dad. He's family." Hearing this, Su Qing's eyes immediately fill with tears. "You don't know how much I envy you for having responsible parents. I don't have that." No one can truly understand another's pain. Xie Jianhua, who has done everything to support his parents, cannot comprehend how low irresponsible parents can go. She explains, "My dad is not a good person. People say he is honest, but he doesn't care about family matters and he drinks and gets violent. I thought he was my real dad, but he never treated me like his daughter. Thinking about what he did makes my heart ache." Su Qing covers her chest and softly cries, fragile, as if she might break. Xie Jianhua, who just said he wouldn't fall for it, immediately takes out his handkerchief and hands it to Su Qing.
"Don't cry.
You're married now and have a job. You won't be bullied by them anymore." "But I can't let go of this feeling," Su Qing insists stubbornly. She wipes her tears with a handkerchief and sighs, "Forget it. You wouldn't understand if I told you. I'll go find my mom and ask her for a way to get back at them." "Don't go telling my mom nonsense." Xie Jianhua pulls Su Qing's arm, stopping her from leaving, and helplessly explains, "My mom doesn't want me hanging out with those people."
Su Qing's lips twitched.
Indeed, friends like these are never favored by parents, no matter the era. Even at 21, They still hear the phrase, "You can't hang out with him." Some people get into prestigious universities, while others take different paths. Not every child in the neighborhood will grow up to have a respectable job. There will always be a few who get involved in shady activities. Growing up together and fighting with kids from the next street creates bonds that aren't easily forgotten. Although parents may not approve, this group of friends is quite loyal. Xie Jianhua had a tough time with his engagement. As soon as he spoke, several brothers helped deal with Su Lei, and someone cheated, almost causing Su Lei to lose everything last night. Your dad doesn't like gambling. Just find someone to give him a good scare to let off some steam. After all, he is an elder, Xie Jianhua said. I've already talked to them. Once I go back to the army, they'll take care of it. That works, Su Qing said, not entirely satisfied but willing to compromise. She had just arrived in this new place and needed time to figure things out. Being able to convince Xie Jianhua to help her was a good start. With some of her anger released, Su Qing opened a drawer and took out some peanut candy, munching on it happily. Do you want some peanut candy? Su Qing offered enthusiastically, holding it out to Xie Jianhua. It's really tasty. Xie Jianhua glanced at the candy in her hand and reluctantly leaned down to take a piece, letting it fall into his mouth. He didn't really want to eat it with dirty hands, but he wanted to make Su Qing happy. Su Qing looked at her hands and then at Xie Jianhua, wisely choosing not to say anything. She had hoped he would take it with his hands, not his mouth. Feeding someone by hand was a special treatment for Wang Xuefan. Su Qing secretly pouted, took a piece of candy, and happily went to find Wang Xuefan to share. Mom, have some peanut candy-o. It's so sweet, Wang Xuefan said, holding the candy and asking with concern, have you and Jianhua finished the street proof? Did you send the letter back to the youth station? All done. It was quick and didn't take much time. Setting up a banquet had emptied most of Wang Xuefan's tickets. Without money or tickets, shopping wasn't much fun. As for arranging for Xie Jianhua and Su Qing to go to the park or watch a movie, Wang Xuefan didn't find that interesting. After thinking for a while, Wang Xuefan decided, now that everything at home is done and you have the day off, you and Jianhua should study together. Studying well is important. Learning? Su Qing was stunned, her mind buzzing. Wang Xuefan was indeed an old-fashioned parent, not lacking in expectations compared to other parents. Yes. Qing, you are still young, and it's the perfect time to study. In the future, this society will belong to educated people. If you don't read more, you'll regret it later. Wang Xuefan's tone grew more determined. She didn't care where Xie Jianhua was at that moment. She shouted, Xie Jianhua, come here quickly, I have something to tell you. What is it? I've found your younger sibling's elementary and middle school textbooks. Your task today is to help Qing study. She has a weak foundation, so teach her well and don't be harsh with her. Wang Xuefan instructed seriously. The original person had not graduated from elementary school and had been away from school for many years, so she naturally thought Su Qing hadn't read much. She held Su Qing's hand, applying no pressure, and said gently, there's no rush. We can learn slowly. It doesn't matter how long it takes. If you need 10 years, I will support you until you go to college. Su Qing truly believed this. Wang Xuefan had supported her younger son, Xie Jiankong, through 4 years of repeated study until he got into college. Wang Xuefan was dedicated to her children. Now, treating Su Qing as her own, she was equally devoted. Before her death, Su Qing's life was actually quite good, but Wang Xuefan wanted her to have an even better future. Knowing that college graduates were valuable, she aimed to support Su Qing to become one. Wang Xuefan's plan made Su Qing visibly anxious. She had never thought about going to college. She only wanted to make some money through small businesses after the reforms, buy some land, build houses, and then enjoy a leisurely life. Her plan to relax seemed to conflict with Wang Xuefan's strategic vision. Su Qing tugged at Wang Xuefan's arm and said sweetly, Mom, I'm not very smart. If I don't do well in school, you won't be disappointed in me, right? Who says you're not smart? You're very clever. However, there were those who repeated years without getting into college. Wang Suifan gritted her teeth and promised, if you really can't grasp it and don't get into college, that's okay. I will take care of you and make sure you don't have a worse life than others. Oh my, Su Qing was at a loss for words, resting her forehead on Wang Suifan's shoulder, feeling emotional. Why was her mother-in-law like this? It made her want to cry. Wang Suifan gently patted Su Qing's back and comforted her. Good girl, don't be afraid. Studying isn't hard. Let's give it a try. We can't give up before we even start. The atmosphere between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law was warm, but then Xie Jianhua spoiled the mood by saying, Mom, the Workers' and Peasants' University relies on recommendations from the workplace. Before he could finish, he was met with glares from both Wang Suifan and Su Qing. Their looks made Xie Jianhua feel particularly out of place standing there. It's not like anyone doesn't know that the Workers' and Peasants' University requires recommendations, Wang Suifan said sarcastically. Xie Jianhua took a deep breath and explained, what I mean is, there's no need for her to study. It would be better for Su Qing to focus on her job and aim for a recommendation. You really lack understanding. The Workers' and Peasants' University has only been accepting students for a few years. In the past, you had to take exams to get into college, and that will definitely be the case in the future. Just wait and see, Wang Suifan said with a proud huff. I may not have studied, but I'm still smarter than you. You can't compare to me yet. Su Qing nodded in agreement. Exactly. Even though he was in his own home, Xie Jianhua felt weak and isolated. He bit his lip, regretting that his kind reminder had been met with disdain. He should just follow whatever Wang Suifan said. Seeing Wang Suifan boast about the past while Su Qing played along, Xie Jianhua decided to stay quiet and simply brought over 2 stools, interrupting, Su Qing, which grade's textbooks do you want to start with? Wang Suifan replied, first grade of elementary school, let's take it slow. After saying that, she looked at Su Qing with a loving gaze, very indulgent. Su Qing's smile froze for 2 seconds. It wasn't that she couldn't handle it, but first grade was a bit too basic for someone her age. She glanced at Xie Jianhua, who was taking on the role of the teacher, and curiously asked, what's your education level? They were both married, but still didn't know much about each other. Xie Jianhua calmly smiled at Su Qing. High school. You actually graduated high school?
Su Qing exclaimed in surprise.
She had only heard Wang Suifan say he practiced martial arts since childhood and was a soldier, so she thought Xie Jianhua was just a rough guy. She didn't expect him to have a decent education. In this era, many people, like the original owner, only studied for a few years and stopped once they could read. High school was considered a high education level back then, as not everyone could get into the Workers' and Peasants' University. Hearing Su Qing marvel at his education, Xie Jianhua remained unfazed. But Wang Suifan couldn't help but take credit for herself, boasting, Jianhua didn't like studying when he was young. He couldn't sit still. I don't know how many times I had to discipline him to get him to do his homework. If I hadn't kept an eye on him, he wouldn't have made it to high school. Xie Jianhua silently turned to tidy up his desk, not wanting to hear Wang Suifan reveal his past struggles. With him not around, Wang Suifan became even more animated. This mischievous boy had endless energy as a child and always got into trouble. But he couldn't outsmart me. Since he had so much energy, I sent him to practice martial arts to tire him out, and that gave him time to focus on his studies. Mom, you really have a way with things, Su Qing praised. Not only that, but you also have great foresight. Of course. I made sure all my kids finished high school, Wang Suifan said. Once they finish high school, it's easier for them to find jobs. The original character didn't finish elementary school because the family wouldn't allow it. Wang Suifan pushed her children to study even when they didn't want to. Although Wang Suifan never received an education herself, she understood the importance of learning. She had some savings and the ability to support her children's education. Even when Wang Suifan was looking for a daughter-in-law for her son, education was an important factor. Su Shui graduated from high school. In previous years, due to limitations of the times, Wang Suifan could only support her children through high school. Now that she had returned, her sights were set on college. She arranged, since Jianhua is home these days, Let him help you build a foundation. Once he goes to the army, let Jiankong and Guiying teach you. They will be in high school by the second half of the year, and you can learn together. With the pressure on, there was no way to avoid studying. Su Qing comforted herself, thinking it was just about getting into college to make her mother-in-law happy. It wasn't that difficult. She didn't need to push herself too hard, right? I want to start learning from high school. I studied elementary and middle school subjects with the older sister at the commune a couple of years ago, Su Qing conceded. If she hadn't spoken up, Xie Jianhua might have started teaching her from first grade, which would have been embarrassing. High school? Are you sure? Xie Jianhua couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Just as he expressed his doubt, Wang Suifan was already praising, "Oh, our Qingqing is so smart. She's both clever and ambitious. She'll definitely succeed in the future." Xie Jianhua was speechless and didn't ask further. He put down the first grade book and picked out a high school math textbook. He spoke in a very authoritative tone to Wang Suifan, saying, "Mom, you go ahead and do your thing. Your presence will distract Suqing from studying. Okay, you two study well. I'll continue making shoes for Qingqing," Wang Suifan said as she took her needle and thread and walked far away. Xie Jianhua's confidence immediately faded, and he sighed in resignation. "Then I'll get the second-year textbook." "No need, let's stick with this one." During my first 2 years in the countryside, I learned from an older sister who was a youth volunteer. I've been busy with work these past 2 years and have forgotten some of it, but I think I can remember it again. Suqing was giving him a heads up to prevent her rapid review pace from shocking Xie Jianhua. After all, she had gotten into a prestigious school and a big company through her own efforts. Even if she hadn't touched these textbooks in years, her foundation was solid, and she could quickly pick up the knowledge if she wanted to. The current textbooks are straightforward, designed to ensure children understand without any fluff. The steps for solving problems are very clear, and the key points are transparent. Following the formulas and principles brings back her memories. After all, those unforgettable 3 years of high school were not in vain. All right, I remember how to solve this type of problem. While Xie Jianhua was reviewing the formulas with Suqing, trying to recall what he had learned years ago, he hadn't finished when Suqing had already completed her task. "Did you understand it?" Xie Jianhua asked, skeptical. He had graduated from high school, while Suqing hadn't even finished elementary school. Suqing nodded. "I understood it. I told you before, what I learned isn't hard for me. Let me try another problem." The level of competition for future college entrance exams is not something that can be compared to now. Coming from an orphanage without resources or connections, she had worked very hard during her 3 years of high school, tackling countless problems. Unlike Xie Jianhua and his peers, who attended high school without any pressure and lived a very comfortable life. After finishing the example problem and confirming her answer was correct, Suqing tapped the table with her pen and commanded, "Continue. Next page." This faster learning pace made Xie Jianhua look at Suqing with renewed admiration. "You can still remember your studies after working in the countryside. You're even smarter and more diligent than I thought." "I think so too," Suqing replied without a hint of modesty. She only traveled through time after starting her job, which seems a bit pointless. If she had traveled directly during her senior year, she would have been amazing. However, in front of Xie Jianhua, she had one story, and in front of Wang Suifan, she had another. During the break, she leaned close to Wang Suifan, looking very pitiful. "Studying is so tiring. I wish I were a bit smarter." Wang Suifan looked concerned. "Don't worry. I'll steam you some eggs for lunch to help you get better." Xie Jianhua, who was sharpening a pencil, couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Wang Suifan, who hadn't noticed him before, immediately turned to Xie Jianhua and asked loudly, "Did you just criticize her?" "Did you?" She picked up a needle for mending shoes and chased after Xie Jianhua, saying, "You have a sharp tongue. Just wait until I sew your mouth shut." "Mom, he really didn't criticize me. He even said I was smart." Suqing pulled Wang Suifan to explain for Xie Jianhua. She wasn't trying to frame him. She just wanted to act a little spoiled to get more sympathy from Wang Suifan. Even the closest relationships need care. Xie Jianhua and his siblings shared a natural bond through blood, but they could still damage their mother-son relationship. Su Qing and Wang Suifan relied solely on their feelings, so they needed to be careful with each other. She didn't expect Wang Suifan to be so clear about who she protected. Those inside her circle could act cute no matter what, while those outside seemed unpleasant without doing anything. Xie Jianhua hadn't done anything wrong, but he had a group of ungrateful siblings, so Wang Suifan naturally took her anger out on him. Even when Su Qing defended him, Wang Suifan still doubted, did Jianhua really compliment you? Or was he being sarcastic? There's no way. Xie Jianhua clenched his fists, feeling very frustrated. Knowing she had wronged him, Wang Suifan didn't reflect on her behavior and remained stubborn. Humph. As long as that's true. If you dare bully your wife, you'll regret it. With Mom protecting me, he wouldn't dare, Su Qing said cheerfully, trying to ease the tension. It's no wonder Wang Suifan has a fierce reputation. She isn't the gentle, understanding elder. Hearing her scold Xie Jianhua made Su Qing wipe away her imaginary sweat. If Wang Suifan weren't on her side, with her unreasonable temper, living under the same roof would surely lead to daily arguments. Maybe they didn't get along in their past life, Su Qing guessed. After scolding Xie Jianhua, it was almost time to make lunch. Wang Suifan didn't forget what she had just said. The first thing she did in the kitchen was to steam an egg for Su Qing. Since there were no outsiders at home, Wang Suifan naturally called Su Qing into the kitchen to let her eat in secret. I added sesame oil and soy sauce. It smells really good. You eat it and I'll wash the bowl after you're done. Eat it now. Isn't it too early for lunch? Su Qing had never eaten steamed eggs so sneakily before. Eat it now. Don't let Jianhua and Guiying see. We don't have many eggs left at home. Wang Suifan, who would have a better life in the future, could make many steamed eggs later, but for now, they had to be careful and share with only a few people. In the past, she secretly supported her children. Now, she was supporting Su Qing. In a few days, I'll find someone to trade for some tickets or visit relatives in the countryside to see if I can bring something back. You can't go without eggs. You need to eat well while you're growing. While Wang Suifan was planning future sneaky meals, Su Qing looked around the kitchen and noticed that Wang Suifan had only steamed one bowl of eggs. She went to the cupboard, took another bowl and spoon, and divided the egg into 2 bowls. Wang Suifan thought she was going to share with Xie Jianhua and quickly stopped her, saying, "What are you doing? Jianhua doesn't eat this. This is specially for you." Even when she was upset with her child, Wang Suifan instinctively felt that this bowl of steamed eggs should belong to her child, not herself. Such a selfless mother made Su Qing feel heartbroken. "I'm not giving it to Jianhua. This is for you," Su Qing said firmly. "If you don't eat, I won't eat either." Before Wang Suifan could refuse, Su Qing sincerely advised, "Mom, you can't only be good to the kids. You have to take care of yourself first. You need to show the kids that you are worth it, that you deserve the gold bracelet and this bowl of steamed eggs. If you only indulge and give, it's easy to raise ungrateful children." Wang Suifan hadn't paid much attention to the earlier words, but the term ungrateful struck her deeply. She really had raised a few ungrateful children. Thinking back, Wang Suifan suddenly realized that what Su Qing said might actually be true and wise. She immediately softened, saying, "Okay, I'll eat. Let's eat together." As for Xie Jianhua, no one cared whether he ate or not. He was assigned to watch over the kitchen, coldly observing the 2 women stealing bites of food right in front of him. After they finished the steamed eggs and cleaned the bowls, he was finally called into the kitchen to help with chopping vegetables, without getting to smell any of the food. His treatment was relatively good. At least he wasn't sent away while they were sneaking food, and he still had the right to know what was happening. When the other members of the Xie family returned, they could only see a bowl of stir-fried radish strips and cabbage soup. This was the usual fare for an ordinary family, and the Xie family was no exception. Even for a family with officials, it was impossible to have meat every day. A few days ago, their meat coupons had already run out, so the family would be eating vegetarian meals for a while. In front of the other family members, Xie Jianhua felt a bit guilty. But he couldn't betray his allies. After all, his wife was part of the stealing. If it came to light, he wouldn't look good in others' eyes either. Wang Tsuifan was used to secretly supporting this and that. During meals, she kept serving Su Qing, worried that she wouldn't eat enough. While she focused on Su Qing, she didn't notice that Xie Jianzhong, her eldest son, was stealing glances at her. He had looked at her several times, but their eyes hadn't met yet. Because Wang Tsuifan's attention was on Su Qing, Xie Jianzhong couldn't help but glare at Su Qing a few times. If the new bride were timid, she would have started to feel scared by now. But Su Qing was still playful, making faces at Wang Tsuifan to get her to notice her son. Not getting attention from his mother, Xie Jianzhong was starting to get upset again. At that moment, Wang Tsuifan did notice him, but only saw that he had taken a large serving of food and was eating a big mouthful of rice. She immediately remarked sarcastically, "Oh, didn't you say you had no appetite? Yet you're eating so much." As soon as Wang Tsuifan said this, the dining table fell silent for 2 seconds. Last night, Xie Jianzhong had thrown a fit, claiming he had no appetite and he hadn't eaten dinner or breakfast. It was a relief that he didn't bring it up at lunch and sat down quietly to eat, which was a small concession. In the eyes of Xie Kezi and the others, there were no grudges between a mother and son that lasted overnight. Although Xie Jianzhong had caused the trouble himself, as long as he lowered his head first, Wang Tsuifan wouldn't hold a grudge. In previous years, the family had always managed to get through such bumps. But Wang Tsuifan had just been reborn, and her resentment was still strong, making her quite fierce. She was not nice to her innocent son, Xie Jianhua, and even less so to her eldest son, who was one of the ungrateful ones. Every day, "I have no appetite," Wang Tsuifan mimicked Xie Jianzhong's voice in a strange way. After saying that, she immediately changed her expression and coldly said, "If you have no appetite, then go hungry. If you starve, I'll take care of the burial. I shouldn't have raised an ungrateful child like you." Her words were like poison. Xie Jianzhong felt like he was being poisoned, his face turning pale with anger, and his hands trembled as he held the chopsticks. "Mom, you really do dislike me. You look down on me. If I had known it would be like this today, you shouldn't have given birth to me. You have Jianhua and Jiankong. I'm just an extra in this family." Xie Jianzhong, who already felt very insecure, broke down completely when his own mother criticized him. In the past, Wang Tsuifan couldn't stand to see him sad and would comfort him immediately, but now, she slammed the table. "Is this how you talk to your elders? And throwing chopsticks in front of me. You are a bit unnecessary. Not just you. All of you siblings are unnecessary." Wang Tsuifan thought to herself, "No wonder I can't rely on them when I'm old. With this attitude when they were young, it's surprising if they are filial when they grow up." While the mother and son were arguing, Xie Kezi hadn't reacted yet. Once he came to his senses, he immediately tried to mediate. "Jianzhong, how can you speak to your mom like that? Tsuifan, you should say less. The kids are grown up. You need to give them some respect." Before Xie Kezi could finish, Wang Tsuifan glared at him. "You're unnecessary too." Xie Kezi opened his mouth wide and then quickly closed it. Although he felt a bit embarrassed being scolded in front of the kids, he was used to Wang Tsuifan's fierce temper and knew to just endure it. At this moment, Su Qing didn't dare to fan the flames, fearing Wang Tsuifan might get even angrier, so she quickly tried to calm things down. "Mom, I've got you covered. You don't think I'm unnecessary too, do you?" Wang Tsuifan instantly calmed down. "Of course not. We are on the same side." Thinking that she wasn't alone, Wang Tsuifan decided not to argue with Xie Jianzhong anymore. Calmly, she picked up her bowl and continued eating. Having lived a frugal life, she didn't have the habit of wasting food. Even if she was in a bad mood, she planned to finish the half bowl of rice left in her bowl. After venting her frustration, she started eating again. Xie Jianzhong, however, truly lost his appetite and was upset. "I'm not eating anymore. You all go ahead." Xie Jianzhong stood up, ready to leave. Wang Tsuifan glanced at him with a cold smile and asked, "Is this really interesting to you? Who cares if you eat or not, besides those who care about you. Look at yourself now. Do you look like a big brother? Every day you just get involved in these petty matters. Your health may not be great, and you might be weaker and shorter than others, but that doesn't give you a reason to be selfish and ungrateful. Xie Kezi had just tried to mediate but was met with a backlash, so Xie Jianhua and his siblings didn't dare to speak up, fearing they would get involved. Especially Wang Xuefin at that moment. Her intensity was quite frightening. Xie Jianhua was okay. He quietly ate his meal without taking any vegetables. Xie Jiankong and Xie Guiying, who had just returned from playing outside, didn't even dare to eat, their heads lowered almost to the table, sitting on the edge of their chairs, behaving overly obediently. Wang Xuefin, held by Su Qing, remained relatively calm and began to recount Xie Jianzhong's past mistakes in front of everyone. You're giving me attitude. Am I wrong? When you were little, Xie Kezi gave you some candies to take your siblings out to play, but you ate them all yourself and didn't share. When you came back and your dad gave your siblings 2 candies, you cried as if you couldn't breathe. Some kids called you names and your brother helped you fight, but instead of being grateful, you ended up fighting against your own family. These things were hard to hear. Although Xie Jianzhong had done them himself, having those thoughts laid bare brought a strong sense of shame that made his blood rush. He felt his face burning with embarrassment. With things said this way, how could he continue to live at home? Wang Xuefin not only presented the facts, but also struck at his most painful spots. You have a dark mindset. You're jealous. But can you blame me for how you are now? Blame yourself for not listening when you were a child, insisting on swimming in the river, which led to your problems. And now you complain about everything at home, your parents, your siblings. Why don't you blame yourself? Listening to Wang Xuefin's probing questions, Xie Kezi was sweating nervously and desperately signaled Xie Jianhua to find out what was going on. Wang Xuefin usually scolded the children, but her usual reprimands didn't hurt at all. They were easily forgotten. However, now she was delivering sharp words to Xie Jianzhong, and these comments would likely stick with him for a lifetime. Xie Kezi thought that Wang Xuefin must have been really upset, probably very upset. In the morning, when he was not home, Xie Kezi could only hope that Xie Jianhua would give him some hints. But Xie Jianhua just shook his head silently, feeling confused himself. The whole morning was calm, and even when Wang Xuefin and Su Qing were sneaking snacks in the kitchen, she seemed in a good mood. Who would have guessed that things would suddenly change at lunch? Although Wang Xuefin's words towards Xie Jianzhong were quite satisfying to hear, it wasn't good for family harmony. If she went too far or upset her older brother too much, Wang Xuefin would feel bad inside. Xie Jianhua silently prepared himself for the worst, but before he could act, with a loud thud, Xie Jianzhong collapsed, reacting even faster than him.
Did he
faint from anger?
Shui looked shocked.
At that moment, she didn't know whether to criticize Xie Jianzhong for being too sensitive or to praise Wang Xuefin for being so fierce. Among the family, Xie Jianhua reacted the quickest, immediately putting down his bowl to check on his older brother. Without saying a word, he carried him to the hospital. He confirmed it was real. He wasn't pretending to faint. Today, Wang Xuefin was a bit frightening. Xie Jiankong and Xie Guiying immediately followed Xie Jianhua out without a second thought. Big brother, are you okay? Second brother, wait for me. Once they stepped outside, they felt the air was much fresher and more comfortable. Being inside the house had been too suffocating. Xie Kezi was also a bit anxious and stood up to go outside, saying, Xuefin, you go to the hospital first. Don't worry about me. I'll come later. Being a cripple, he walked slowly and would be the last to reach the hospital. Xie Kezi didn't blame Wang Xuefin for her harsh words. He just thought she might be worried about their child and urged her to go see their son. However, even though Wang Xuefin looked unwell and seemed lost in thought, she was stuck to her seat, unable to move. Xuefin? Xuefin? Xie Kezi called out again. Wang Xuefin snapped back to reality and looked up at him. Although he didn't ask, Wang Xuefin couldn't help but explain, I was teaching him. The child belonged to both of them, so Xie Kezi should have a say in the upbringing. But in the past, Wang Xuefin had been protective, leaving little room for Xie Kezi to contribute. Xia Kezi didn't deny Wang Suifan's teaching method but quietly reminded her, "You were a bit harsh today. There's no need for a heavy hammer on a loud drum, but is our eldest a loud drum?" Wang Suifan retorted. In the past few days, Xie Jianzhong has been acting stubbornly. He has been taught a lesson, but it hasn't helped. He continues to misbehave. When it comes to their eldest son's character, Xia Kezi also fell silent. If he doesn't get a serious warning, he'll really think these petty tricks are effective. I just want to remind him that everyone can see what he's doing. Next time he does something, he should think about whether it's embarrassing or if he can handle the criticism. At this point, Wang Suifan got angry. If he weren't my own child, I wouldn't bother trying to discipline him. Even though she knew he was ungrateful and wouldn't be reliable in the future, she didn't want him to turn out badly because he was her own son. Wang Suifan said, "All right, stop wasting time. You should hurry to the hospital and check on him. I don't want to be so angry that it affects my health. The eldest's health isn't great as it is. You know his health isn't good, yet you still scold him." "You weren't so harsh before," Xia Kezi replied, looking a bit helpless. Wang Suifan remained calm. "I'm okay with it now." Because he was her own child, she was still willing to teach him. But expecting her to be completely devoted was out of the question. Su Qing understood her meaning, but Xia Kezi didn't fully grasp it. He thought Wang Suifan was just being tough because she cared deeply. As Xia Kezi walked to the hospital, he couldn't help but mutter, scolding him so harshly now, but later she'll feel sorry. After all these years, he still acts like that, only thinking of himself. He thought Wang Suifan would regret her words at home, but while she was cleaning up the dishes, she suddenly said, "I feel really good right now." Having let out her anger, how could she not feel good? "That's great,"
Shuin quickly replied.
"This proves you were right to scold him. From now on, we shouldn't hold back our feelings. If I make a mistake, Mom, don't hesitate to scold me too." Wang Suifan knew what she was doing. "Why would I scold you? You're so well-behaved." Scolding Su Qing wouldn't help. It was only effective to scold her ungrateful son. Xie Jianzhong had grown up, and although his health was a bit weak, he wasn't in a state where he could just give up. Not long after arriving at the hospital, he regained consciousness. He was awake, but still upset. Wang Suifan's words from earlier were echoing in his mind, playing over and over. In this embarrassing and uncomfortable state, Xie Jianzhong couldn't escape it for a while. Even though he was awake, he lay in bed with his eyes closed, feeling hopeless and not wanting to talk. "Eldest brother, do you feel unwell anywhere else?" Xie Jianhua stood nearby and asked. He was quite nice about it because he had long stopped caring about those childhood matters. It had been many years and he had moved on. However, when he spoke, Xie Jianzhong's heart raced and he felt embarrassed again. After all these years, what did his family really think of him? Did they look down on him? Were they laughing at him? Worried about upsetting him, Xie Jianhua stopped asking when he saw Xie Jianzhong was quiet. Xia Kezi, who had just spoken with Wang Suifan, was less gentle and urged, "All right, Xie Jianzhong, it's not a big deal. If you're awake, hurry back to work. Don't waste time in the hospital. It's a waste of resources." He was a factory worker, so he didn't have to pay for his hospital stay, but he wasn't seriously ill and the hospital wouldn't keep him. The doctors would send him home. Xie Jianzhong was too upset to respond to Xia Kezi and silently went to work. The three siblings, Xie Jianhua, Xie Jiankong, and Xie Guiying, returned home to report that everything was fine. "That's good to hear. I knew he wouldn't be in any real trouble. If I didn't let him drive me crazy, he deserves it if he gets upset," Wang Suifan said calmly. "Forget about him. Jianhua, you should continue teaching Qingqing this afternoon. That's what matters." Once Xie Jianhua left, there wouldn't be such a useful teacher at home anymore, someone with a good education who could be both strict and lenient, which outsiders couldn't do. Wang Suifan's calm attitude left the three siblings speechless. They wondered what had triggered Wang Suifan to suddenly start scolding the eldest brother. Not only did Xie Jianhua become obedient, but Xie Jiankong and Xie Guiying also dared not go out and played quietly at home in the afternoon. At such a critical moment, No one could guarantee they wouldn't get involved in trouble. But compared to Xie Jianhua, Xie Jiankong and Xie Guiying were still a bit inexperienced. When they saw Su Qing reviewing high school material, they couldn't help but laugh. Second sister-in-law, you didn't even graduate from elementary school. Can you understand that? Before they could finish, Wang Suifan swung a broom at them, saying, "Get out, go play outside. Stop making noise at home. You two troublesome kids, don't disturb your second sister-in-law while she's studying." Xie Jiankong and Xie Guiying quickly scampered away like rabbits. Even after scolding her eldest son, Wang Suifan still felt it wasn't enough. With 3 ungrateful children, she wasn't going to let Xie Jiankong and Xie Guiying off the hook either. Wang Suifan leaned on the broom and scolded, "These 2 kids are not small anymore, yet all they do is play around all day. Tomorrow when you go to work, I will assign them tasks, whether it's cooking, washing dishes, or doing laundry. I can't let them waste their time. Mom, you should have done this long ago. You manage everything for this family, and it makes me feel sad." Su Qing is Wang Suifan's most loyal supporter. Wang Suifan couldn't help but sigh. "They should learn from you. You're so understanding." Su Qing smiled shyly, thinking, after finishing her own matters, Wang Suifan is starting to take charge, and the good days for the Xie family are coming. With love diminished, Wang Suifan no longer feared holding back when dealing with her difficult children. That night, while talking privately with Xie Kezi, she felt a sense of relief. "In the past, I was afraid of hurting the eldest's pride or his health. Today, I finally said everything I had been holding in. I felt like I was going to burst." The eldest was really upset this time. He was so angry, he couldn't speak all day. As a father, Xie Kezi felt a bit sorry for his son. Noticing her tone, Wang Suifan immediately complained, "You only saw me scold him today. Did you not see how I felt when I was angry? I raised him, and I still have to endure this for a lifetime, right?" Now, between being angry at her children and being kind, Wang Suifan chose to be angry. After all these years of frustration, it wasn't too much to fight back. "That's not what I meant," Xie Kezi quickly clarified. "I meant you are teaching him well. That's how it should be. Not just the eldest. The other kids have their own issues too, and they need proper guidance," Wang Suifan said critically. Without the bias of a mother, she saw only flaws in her children. When it came to teaching kids, Wang Suifan couldn't discuss it with Su Qing because they weren't her children. She could only talk to Xie Kezi. Xie Kezi glanced at her, but didn't dare to speak. Wang Suifan had always been the most lenient with the children. During the years of turmoil, Wang Suifan faced some hardships, but before that, the Wang family owned a small shop in the city selling grain, so they had a bit of wealth. Before marriage, she lived quite well, never doing heavy labor or going hungry. After liberation, with Xie Kezi, a disabled veteran, protecting her and with a secret stash of money, Wang Suifan felt a little proud and spoiled her children. A wealthy mother is always willing to spend on her kids. If it weren't for the later need for ration cards to buy things, Wang Suifan could have spoiled her children even more. Xie Kezi had fought in various places and gained some experience, but he felt guilty towards his wife and didn't want to argue with her. After witnessing many lives lost, he thought it was good enough if their children could live safely, so he didn't get too involved. Now that Wang Suifan wanted to take charge, Xie Kezi suggested, "In a couple of years, let's send Guiying to the army and let Jiankong go to the countryside. It won't be long before they gain some experience." That kid Jianhua went to the army and quickly changed his bad habits. When Jianhua joined the army, he was quite arrogant, with a bold attitude. Among the young people in the neighborhood, no one could match him since he had trained in martial arts since he was young. But at just 16, he couldn't compete with the older leaders. Even the proudest person becomes a qualified soldier after some training in the army. They couldn't enforce strict education at home, but the army could, so Xie Kezi sent one child and wanted to send another. If the conditions were right, he would have sent all his children to the army for training. Wang Suifan, who shared the same bed, directly asked, "Why only send Guiying to the army? Why not Jiankong?" The policy is clear. With 4 children, We have to send one to the countryside. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense, Xia Kezi replied helplessly. Who wouldn't want their children to have a good future? But they had no choice. This policy for sending youth to the countryside will change in the future.
Jiankong.
Wang Suifan initially thought about sending their younger son to the army, but suddenly remembered that in a few years, the country might go to war with Vietnam again. War brings sacrifices, and since their second son was already in the army, they couldn't send the youngest as well. Forget it. We'll have to teach them ourselves, Wang Suifan decided. Xia Kezi was skeptical. Given Wang Suifan's level of education, he wasn't too confident. She was only slightly better than him. It wasn't that he looked down on himself, but based on their 20-plus years of experience, they both struggled to enforce strict discipline with their children. As long as a few of their children grew up healthy, Xia Kezi was already satisfied. With no great ambitions, he prepared to close his eyes and sleep. But just as he was dozing off, Wang Suifan shook him awake. I'm not done talking. Why are you sleeping? Xia Kezi forced his eyes open. I have no objections to you scolding the eldest. I also don't mind Jiankong and Guiying sharing the chores. Other kids their age are already helping at home, but you're worried it will affect their studies, so you haven't let them work. That's not it. I suddenly remembered that Qingqing has to go to work tomorrow. Yes, tomorrow, Xia Kezi replied absent-mindedly. Let's separate our households. Xia Kezi snapped back to attention, huh? They had just been discussing how to educate their children, and now the conversation had shifted to separating households. Wang Suifan thought more about it and firmly said, this family needs to split. Once Su Qing goes to work, she will work hard for a month to earn some money, but she still has to contribute to the household. Besides her own earnings, there's also Xie Jianhua's. If they don't separate, Su Qing will be at a disadvantage. Wang Suifan not only has her own savings, but also knows that Xia Kezi's salary is enough to support the children without needing Su Qing's contribution. These heads of the family don't need that little bit of money, but young couples definitely do. Xia Kezi sighed. You keep coming up with ideas. Our youngest son isn't even married yet. How can we separate the family? First, let's separate the second son and his family. In the future, whenever any of the sons get married, they will also separate and live independently. Wang Suifan said matter-of-factly, in the end, I'll live with the second son's wife. Jianhua's current position is just a step away from being able to arrange for family members to accompany him. The second son's wife can go with him in the future. You don't need to keep an eye on Jianhua. Xia Kezi thought she was worried about the daughter-in-law being unfaithful, which is a common concern for many mothers-in-law. The issue of accompanying family can be discussed later. Right now, I'm talking about separating households, Wang Suifan questioned. Do you disagree? Before Xia Kezi could answer, Wang Suifan started to get upset. How could you, Xia Kezi? You heartless person. Back when I was pregnant, you disappeared. I took care of your mother, raised several children for you, and you dare to treat me like this. As she scolded, she also started scratching at his face, clearly experienced in her actions. Xia Kezi covered his face and quickly replied, All right, I agree. Let's separate. While Jianhua is home, we can hold a family meeting tomorrow night to discuss it. Wang Suifan and Xia Kezi spent most of the night discussing the separation of households, with Wang Suifan doing most of the talking while Xia Kezi listened. The discussion mainly focused on the arrangements for their children. There aren't many valuable assets in the house. The money on hand is limited, and the house is provided by the factory, so they can only live there, not own it. The children won't inherit much land or wealth, so there won't be significant disputes over property. Without extra houses, even if they separate, they will still live together. Buying pots, bowls, and other items requires not only money, but also tickets. Cooking separately isn't worth it. Even if they split up, they still eat together. Living and eating together means that separating is just a change in situation. In Xia Kezi's view, it doesn't really matter whether they separate or not. Life goes on the same way. But Wang Suifan insisted, so he went along with her. In their room, the sound of their chatter was constant and harmonious, while the atmosphere in the rooms of brothers Xie Jianzhong and Xie Jiankong was strangely tense. Xie Jiankong didn't realize he would be the next one in trouble. He was still mocking his older brother. "Big brother, don't be angry. Mom just scolded you a bit. What's there to be upset about? You even ended up in the hospital. You're too weak." After talking for a while, Xie Jianzhong remained silent and ignored him, making Xie Jiankong feel embarrassed and ask angrily, "Big brother, are you mute? Why aren't you responding?" Xie Jianzhong looked up at his younger brother with a dark expression and coldly said, "Xie Jiankong, are you asking for trouble?" In an instant, Xie Jiankong became obedient, took off his shoes, got into bed, and covered himself with a blanket. But after lying there for 2 minutes, he felt something was off. Why should his brother say that to him? It was clearly his brother who had done wrong and was being scolded. Instead of reflecting, he was being harsh with him. Thinking this, Xie Jiankong opened his eyes again and angrily questioned, "Why should you scold me, big brother? I didn't do anything wrong. You're the one who keeps making mistakes. Other big brothers are nice. You just bully me." In families with many children, sometimes there are 7 or 8. Parents can't manage them all, so the older ones take care of the younger ones. The younger siblings are often raised by their older brothers and sisters, creating a special bond. The older ones are willing to take responsibility for the younger ones. The original person was like that, willing to sacrifice for the family, volunteering to go to the countryside as a youth without needing their parents to say anything. When it came to marriage, she was taken advantage of, but kept her feelings to herself because she cared for her sister. Xie Jianzhong had poor health since childhood, so he couldn't take care of the younger siblings. He could only watch as Xie Jianhua and others went out to play without inviting him, and he saw his younger siblings vying for their parents' affection. In fact, Wang Xuefin wasn't wrong to scold him. He really didn't act like an older brother, and the younger siblings didn't respect him. He was so hurt, and instead of comforting him, Xie Jiankong just laughed at him. Thinking of this made Xie Jianzhong's tears flow. He lay silently in bed, letting the tears stream down from the corners of his eyes. As soon as he sensed a melancholic atmosphere, Xie Jiankong immediately covered his mouth and stayed silent. He quietly got up and turned off the light, not daring to provoke further. After so many years as brothers, he understood his older brother's limits and didn't want to truly upset him. Su Qing and Xie Jianhua, however, did not share this understanding. Xie Jianhua was eager to say a few words, but Su Qing simply closed her eyes and went to sleep. They could chat anywhere else, but not in bed. Su Qing worried that her interesting personality might attract Xie Jianhua too much, especially since they were a legally married couple sharing a room at night. She wrapped herself tightly in her blanket, giving him no chance to flirt. She remained silent, leaving Xie Jianhua with plenty to say, but he kept it to himself. He was genuinely curious about Su Qing's experiences in the countryside and even admired her. A person who didn't finish elementary school could master high school knowledge with so much time and effort. Working on the farm was no easier than training. While he was strong, Su Qing was a frail woman. After a long day, she still made time to study. Her determination alone was enough for Xie Jianhua to see her in a new light. With such perseverance, she could succeed at anything. Before sleeping, Xie Jianhua even reflected on himself, realizing he needed to work harder. After returning to the army, he should spend more time studying after training. As he was planning his future study schedule, Su Qing, who had already fallen asleep, began to nudge closer to him. Xie Jianhua had no inappropriate thoughts about her. When she moved over, he gently pushed her back to her spot and adjusted her arms to help her sleep properly. He had done the same the night before when she was restless. It wasn't that he was overly strict. He just noticed that Su Qing seemed uncomfortable. Although they were married, their reasons for marrying were unconventional, and Su Qing had made it clear she wasn't interested in him. Xie Jianhua, being proud, naturally wouldn't take advantage of her. Just as he adjusted her sleeping position, Su Qing tossed her arm around and kicked off most of the blanket.
"You."
Xie Jianhua gritted his teeth, suppressing his frustration as he covered her with the blanket again. Half awake, Su Qing opened her eyes slightly and saw Xie Jianhua pulling the blanket up to her neck and tucking it around her shoulders. Did I wake you? Sorry, I just wanted to cover you with a blanket, Xie Jianhua said awkwardly. Thank you. Su Qing wasn't unaware of the kindness shown to her. After the other person covered her with a blanket, she expressed her gratitude, woke up for a moment, and then fell back asleep. Confirming that Su Qing was truly asleep, Xie Jianhua couldn't help but pinch his palm, muttering to himself, "What a clumsy hand. Can't you see whose blanket you're covering? What a bad habit to have." When he first joined the army, he was tricked by the veterans, but after so many years, it was now his turn to play tricks on the new recruits. Now that he had settled in, he often found himself tucking in the new recruits' blankets at night. But how could he give warmth and comfort without them noticing? It had to be accidentally discovered. During training, if he didn't tire them out, secretly giving them snacks wouldn't be a surprise. Covering someone with a blanket without them seeing it was pointless. Tucking in the corners of the blanket and poking the new recruits, who were exhausted, could wake them up, let alone Su Qing. This trick was something Su Qing had never experienced before. While sleeping, she was still a bit dazed, thinking that Xie Jianhua was actually quite nice for covering her with a blanket. She decided not to speak ill of him to Wang Suifan anymore. During the day, everyone had to go to work, so Wang Suifan didn't rush to inform her children about the family division. She only reminded them at dinner, "We're having a family meeting tonight. Don't make plans to go out with friends." Got it? Okay, understood. Xie Jiankong and Xie Guiying were too young to stay out late or spend the night away, so Wang Suifan mainly warned the older ones, especially Xie Jianzhong. After scolding him yesterday, Xie Jianzhong felt upset. If he went to a friend's house and didn't come back, the family wouldn't be complete. Receiving Wang Suifan's warning look, Xie Jianzhong had no choice but to stop pretending to be mute at home and quietly replied, "Got it." Seeing her children agree, Wang Suifan didn't say more and turned her attention to Su Qing. Once the holiday was over, Su Qing would need to tidy up and report to her new job. The position she was taking was originally meant for Su Shui, so she had no expectations for the new work environment or atmosphere. Anyway, they won't dare to fire you. Just hang in there for a couple of years, and it will be fine, Wang Suifan advised with concern. As she spoke, she stuffed some items into Su Qing's bag. "You need to take this enamel cup for hot water. I don't know if your workplace's hot water has any taste, so I put a small bag of tea leaves in there for you. Take some of the pumpkin seeds I made at home with you. Share them with others when you eat. It will help you start conversations. You can keep the candy for yourself." It felt like sending a little child to kindergarten. Wang Suifan was worried that Su Qing might forget something in her backpack. After confirming that everything for work was ready, Wang Suifan didn't hand the items to Su Qing but said, "I will take you myself." "Mom, you're coming? What about me?" Xie Jianhua had even dressed in his military uniform today. He was also concerned about Su Qing's first day at work, so he wore the uniform to support her. Everyone respects soldiers, and walking around Su Qing's workplace in uniform would show that she had someone backing her up. Both wanted to take Su Qing to work, but she knew who to choose with her eyes closed. "Mom, please come with me. I feel better with you around." Su Qing asked Wang Suifan, "Mom, can you ride a bike with me?" "I ride? I can't. I don't know how to ride a bike." Wang Suifan immediately rejected the idea and suggested, "You can ride me. Jianhua can just run behind us. It's not far anyway." "Okay." Xie Jianhua agreed readily. He was used to running during training, so this distance was nothing for him. But Su Qing felt troubled. She exchanged glances with Wang Suifan and timidly asked, "Mom, I don't ride often and haven't carried anyone before. Are you sure you want me to ride?" "Don't worry, I trust you." "Then I'll give it a try." The bike was compensation from the Su family, originally meant for Su Lei, and it was a heavy men's bike. Su Qing had no problem riding a shared bike, but this one was a bit challenging for her. She couldn't swing her leg over the front bar and had to step on the pedal with her left foot while swinging her right leg over the back seat. Su Qing felt her skills on this bike weren't great, but since Wang Suifan understood her so well and was willing to ride with her, she figured there must be some special technique to it. In Wang Suifan's memory, Su Qing could ride this bike smoothly, even managing to ride with one hand while eating. But now, Wang Suifan could only watch as Su Qing wobbled past her on the bike. Mom, hurry and run to catch up. I've set the bike to the slowest speed. Xie Jianhua looked at Wang Suifan and then at Su Qing, doubtful. Not to mention Su Qing's riding skills. Could Wang Suifan even get on the bike? Young and energetic, a few quick steps would let him catch up and hop onto the back seat, even if he missed it a bit. Wang Suifan also saw other kids riding on the back of bicycles, but she couldn't do it. First, she had no experience, and second, she was older and couldn't handle the rough ride. She nervously swallowed and asked, "How will I get off later?" "I'll slow down, and you can jump off yourself," came the reply, making Wang Suifan blink rapidly. Right now, Su Qing couldn't stop the bike smoothly, and it was too high for her. After showing off her riding skills in front of Wang Suifan, Su Qing turned the bike around and stopped in front of her, asking earnestly, "Mom, do you still want me to give you a ride? When I get a ticket, I'll get you a nice women's bike," Wang Suifan replied without directly answering. "It's okay, I'll get used to riding soon," Su Qing said confidently. "I can promise that I won't fall and drop you. But for now, maybe we should just walk to work." "That won't do. You can't be late on your first day," Wang Suifan said reluctantly. "Let Jianhua take you." Xie Jianhua could still ride on the back of Su Qing's bike, even if she didn't slow down. But he was worried about her riding skills and quietly took the front seat, letting Su Qing sit behind. With his long legs, it was easier for Su Qing to ride with him, and she could sit securely before they took off. Even an average man looks good in a uniform, and Xie Jianhua was not bad-looking at all, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, tall and handsome. Su Qing, however, didn't notice. While Wang Suifan was around, she focused on talking to her, completely oblivious to how attractive Xie Jianhua was. After saying goodbye to Wang Suifan, when Su Qing turned around, she suddenly noticed how strong Xie Jianhua's back was. He looked good in clothes and even better without them. Thinking about this made Su Qing's face turn red. She lightly slapped her warm cheeks and scolded herself. "That's inappropriate. I should punish myself for looking too long, aha." In a good mood on her way to work, Su Qing's smile didn't fade when she arrived. She had already completed her onboarding paperwork, but had been busy with her wedding and hadn't officially started working yet. Today, she reported to the Women's Federation, but there was nothing for her to do, so she sat around all day. It was quite boring, and no one paid her any attention. Everyone knew the gossip about the two Su sisters, but no one from the Women's Federation reached out to Su Qing. Just started working, and Su Qing couldn't fit into others' small circles, but she didn't mind. When Wang Suifan asked her, she only mentioned the good parts. "Mom, the job you picked for me is really a good choice. It's quite relaxed. Many older sisters are just taking care of kids and knitting, and they don't have much serious work to do. Have you run into anyone causing you trouble?" Wang Suifan asked with concern. "If someone bullies you, just tell me, and I'll go confront them." Su Qing smiled and said, "No one has caused any trouble. Anyway, this job suits me well." "That's good. You're tired from work today, so let's eat first, and we can talk about dividing the family later." In Su Qing's generation, there were many only children. Even if they weren't only children, once they got married, it felt like they had their own families, so she didn't feel much about the idea of dividing the family. She curiously asked, "Mom, why did you suddenly think about dividing the family?" "I'm thinking of you. Now that you and Jianhua are both working, you both earn salaries and contribute to the household, but you two are at a disadvantage," Wang Suifan said frankly. She wasn't the type to silently give. If she did something nice, she wanted people to know. Su Qing could clearly feel Wang Suifan's favoritism towards her. Wang Suifan brought up the idea of dividing the family mainly because Su Qing had caused a stir in her past life. Whether it was the original Su Qing or Xie Jianhua and others, they were used to handing over their salaries and didn't see any problem with it. But for Su Qing, it was a big issue. Why should she? She worked hard, and after a month of effort, her salary went to household expenses. In Su Qing's eyes, it was fine to contribute some for living expenses and rent, but not everything. She didn't care about the salary Xie Jianhua sent back. Her salary would never be fully given to the family. But with different views, Wang Xuefan couldn't accept this before. In her eyes, she raised her son and even helped him marry, so she didn't feel she was treating her children unfairly. The older ones were married, and the younger ones weren't yet. After using the family's resources, they shouldn't just ignore their younger siblings, as that seemed unfair. Not only unfair, but if a daughter-in-law did this, it challenged her authority in the family. The two almost had a fight over the salary issue. Wang Xuefan used to care about these things, but now she didn't mind at all. It wasn't worth causing a conflict over $20 or $30. So before Su Qing got the job and remembered this, Wang Xuefan took the initiative to bring up dividing the family to avoid putting Su Qing in a difficult position later. The most important thing is that Wang Xuefan still prefers the sweet Su Qing and doesn't want to push her into becoming the scary person she was in her past life. It pains her to see that. Before the difficulties even arrive, the obstacles are already cleared away. Hearing that Wang Xuefan is planning for her, Su Qing immediately turns into a whiny child. "Mom, you are too good to me. You are simply the best mother-in-law in the world. How can you be so wonderful?" Of course, Wang Xuefan replied with a proud raise of her eyebrow. However, in this family, aside from Su Qing, everyone else looked serious when they heard about the separation. Mom and Dad, why separate the family when everything is fine? Several children expressed their unwillingness to split up. The strongest opposition came from Xie Jianhua. He had spent a lot of money on his wedding, and now with the separation, he worried that his parents would bear too much burden. After all, besides him, the other siblings in the family were not yet married. The Xie family was not a harsh one. When the children were young, they only fought over snacks and new clothes, never over survival resources. Wang Xuefan would never let any child go hungry or cold. Helping each other was something Xie Jianhua thought was natural. Hearing the chatter, Xie Kezi frowned and said, "All right, everyone quiet down and listen to me." "Exactly. Everyone be quiet and listen to your dad," Wang Xuefan warned, slapping the table. Since this was a family meeting, the children actually treated it like one, each wanting to speak. The speakers could only be her and Xie Kezi. After discussing, Xie Kezi directly stated, "The eldest and second will give their salaries to the family after they start working. The second spent $500 on his bride price, and I won't manage that anymore. As for the eldest, you spent quite a bit changing jobs and living at home, so the family will reserve $200 for your bride price, and I won't manage the rest." After he finished, Wang Xuefan added, "Eldest, don't think the bride price is unfair. You've worked 2 more years than the second, but the second's bonuses and allowances are high, so the money brought home is about the same. But you've spent more." Upon hearing this separation plan, Xie Jianzhong looked at Wang Xuefan in shock. Because his brother spent $500 on his bride price, he had set the same standard for himself. As the eldest, it didn't make sense for his bride price to be less than his brother's. No matter how much the bride's family originally wanted, the family had to give him $500, and then the bride would bring the money back as a dowry, just like Su Qing. The items like the 2/8 balance and the thermos, along with the $200 or so, were meant as Su Qing's dowry. But in Xie Jianzhong's eyes, this money was all from the family, and now it had become the private savings of Xie Jianhua and his wife. When Xie Kezi started to speak, he wanted to ask why, but Wang Xuefan's addition quickly silenced his question. It turns out that Xie Jianhua is indeed using his own salary to marry. Because he spends too much, he doesn't have as much money to marry as Xie Jianhua does. It makes sense, but Wang Xuefan seems to understand it too well. Unable to argue about expenses at home, Xie Jianzhong could only stubbornly say, "I don't agree to split the family." "You don't agree? What does that matter? As long as I and your dad agree, it's fine," Wang Xuefan said fearlessly. She doesn't expect her eldest son to support her in the future, so she doesn't care about his attitude. Xie Jianzhong, still embarrassed from being scolded by Wang Xuefan, had been quiet at home these days. He didn't dare to confront her directly and could only say, "Mom, you've already scolded me like this. What more do you want?" This plan to split the family felt very unfair to him. However, he thought Wang Suifan was just upset and that after some time, they would reconcile and this issue would disappear. Wang Suifan was not just upset, her anger had mostly faded, and she didn't have the patience to argue with Xie Jianzhong. Alright, just be quiet. I haven't finished talking yet. She gave Xie Jianzhong two choices. The first was to continue as before, giving all his salary to the family, which would cover his living expenses. After saving for 2 more years, the family could provide him with more money for marriage. The second choice was to only pay for living expenses and food stamps, meaning the family would only take care of his meals, and the rest would be up to him to save for his future wife. As for Xie Jianhua, Wang Suifan gave him no other choice but to pay for food without needing to hand over his entire salary. He could give his salary to Su Qing instead. During the family split, Su Qing just watched and said nothing. She sat next to Xie Jianhua, resting her head on her hand, glancing around to observe everyone's expressions. Xie Jiankong and Xie Guiying were still young and not yet adults, so they naturally lived with their parents. However, these 2 younger siblings also had their own interests. If their 2 older brothers didn't contribute their salaries to the family would have no extra money, and their living standards would drop. According to current policies, in 2 years when they turn 16, they will need to find jobs. Otherwise, they will have to go to the countryside as young workers. Finding a job also requires connections and money. If the family has no money, how will they find work? However, now the 2 of them have to rely on their parents and have no say at home. They are quickly put down by Wang Suifan. Xie Jianzhong is an adult with a job, so he is not too worried about his future. He just feels reluctant because his family only prepared 200 yuan as a bride price. He was scolded harshly by Wang Suifan a few days ago, so he doesn't dare to make a fuss now. Both work and marriage require a lot of money, and everyone hopes their family can provide more. Wang Suifan used to be willing to help, but now she is not interested and has decided to split the family, which makes her feel relieved. Without needing the children's consent, she firmly states, this is how the rules will be set. The family meeting is officially over. In her eyes, the meeting went well, as it just left the children feeling down. Splitting the family is a big deal. That night, after the split, the neighbors quickly learned about the situation in the Xie family. Old friends of Wang Suifan immediately came over to check on her. Health said you arranged the split? What are you thinking? Did your second son's wife cause trouble? Wang Suifan quickly replied, how could that be? My Qin is very well behaved. Don't be too easy to talk to. How can a new daughter-in-law encourage a family split? You should set some rules with your second son's wife. Considering their long friendship, Wang Suifan didn't argue but explained, don't talk nonsense. The split was my idea, and it has nothing to do with Qin. In her past life, Wang Suifan enjoyed gossiping about her daughters-in-law, not just Su Qin, but also the others. Back then, Su Qin even called them a group of wicked mothers-in-law. With so many advisors around, it was the daughters-in-law who suffered. When they argued, Su Qin could be quite sharp-tongued. But when Wang Suifan and Su Qin were arguing back then, Wang Suifan only attacked and didn't defend herself. No matter what Su Qin said, it never touched her soul. Even when called a wicked mother-in-law, she still thought Su Qin was a lazy daughter-in-law. But now, with her position changed, Wang Suifan sees Su Qin as her own daughter, and she immediately finds the comments from her old friends unpleasant. Qin is a good child, and I like her very much. You must not speak ill of her. If anyone says anything bad, I will defend her. Wang Suifan doesn't argue. She simply draws a line. No bad talk about Su Qin. Oh, it hasn't been long since you brought her home, and you're already protective? What do you like about her? This child has a good heart. She is kind. Wang Suifan praised without hesitation. After all, she cannot let anyone discuss Su Qin as if she was the one encouraging the split. Thinking about Sister Li next door and her difficult later years, Wang Suifan immediately said, Sister Li, I advise you to separate like I did, so your children can live their own lives. I won't separate. I'm not foolish. I manage the household. My son gives me his salary, and my daughter-in-law treats me with respect. Why would I want to separate? Sisterly replied, displeased. She enjoys being in charge and managing things at home. What do you gain from it? Why don't you want to separate? Wang Suifan asked. Your children are grown, and you even have grandchildren. Even if your son gives you his salary, how much can you really earn? Meanwhile, your husband's salary is all spent on the kids. What's wrong with spending on the kids? The money we have is meant for them, Sisterly said, as if it were obvious. Her money is meant for her children and grandchildren. Wang Suifan, seeing her past self, felt frustrated. You spend it, but they won't appreciate it. They think it's expected. Since the money goes to the household, they don't think much when spending it. If they earn 30 but spend 40 in a month, they don't see a problem. Daily expenses are small, and they hardly notice how much they spend. Wang Suifan pulled Sisterly aside and said, My second child's wedding cost 500 for the bride price, as you all know. At that time, Jianhua was injured, and I panicked and agreed to the Su family's request. But then I remembered I still have my eldest and youngest. If I spend 500 on one child, that's 1,500 total. How can I afford that? So I calculated my expenses and realized separating is better.
What?
You're not planning to spend 500 on your eldest? That doesn't seem fair. Won't your eldest have a problem with that? Sister Li gently reminded her. Oh, you don't know. Xie Kei's salary is enough to support the family. The money Jianhua sends back, I've saved separately, totaling over 500. His military service is dangerous, and I worry he might sacrifice himself one day. So I want to spend on his engagement happily. Spending 500 to marry off a daughter is better than not spending anything if something happens. The situation with the eldest is different. Parents have many ways to support their children. Wang Suifan didn't want to use the method of giving 500 to each child. She could choose a different approach. At least on the surface, it seems fair. Wang Suifan's plan for separation, even if presented, wouldn't draw any complaints from others. The amount contributed to the household would be the amount spent. What kind of kindness is this? Wang Suifan didn't even complain about the retirement money. She just said that Xie Kei would have a pension that would be enough. It's not that she doesn't care about retirement. She is just disappointed in her children and doesn't want to bring up the topic with them anymore. In Wang Suifan's eyes, she won't rely on them for retirement, so she might as well not mention it. Wang Suifan not only divided her own family, but also encouraged Sister Li to do the same. Your eldest son has 3 grandsons. He can't support the family on his salary alone without your help. Their life won't be easy. And yet, your daughter-in-law still talks behind your back. You should divide the family and let her manage it herself. Let's see what she says then. Just as she was getting into it, Wang Suifan suddenly covered her mouth. She felt this scene was too familiar, like when Su Qing scolded her in her past life, one mean mother-in-law giving advice to another. Wang Suifan got involved and personally encouraged Sister Li to divide the family, which took the focus off Su Qing. Now, the others were no longer discussing Su Qing, but were talking about the pros and cons of dividing the family. Wang Suifan had grown cold towards her children and started to weigh the gains and losses, but the other sisters were not as eager. They felt that whether to divide or not didn't matter. Staying together made the brothers seem closer. Wang Suifan, who initially wanted to stay quiet, was so frustrated by her silly sisters that she spoke up again. Everyone has their own families and children now. They aren't even close to their parents, let alone their brothers. Your daughter-in-law practically wants to move your family to her brother's side, and your son doesn't care. He should face some challenges. Wang Suifan was passionately discussing this with them, but when she saw Su Qing riding her bicycle home from work in the distance, she immediately quieted down. I'm not talking to you anymore. I need to go home and cook, Wang Suifan said without hesitation, getting up to leave. She wasn't a mean mother-in-law. She was a good mother in Su Qing's eyes. Being with a group of older women gossiping about the young daughter-in-law would ruin her image if Su Qing caught her. Hey, you haven't finished your thoughts. Why are you in such a hurry? When your daughter-in-law comes back, just let her cook. No more talking, no more talking. I'll discuss it later. I need to go home now. Before she finished her sentence, Wang Suifan hurriedly distanced herself from the group of older sisters. At that moment, she waved to Su Qing, and when Su Qing parked her bicycle in front of her, she asked with concern, "Where's Jianhua? Why didn't he come to pick you up?" "I left work early today." Su Qing explained. "Many people in the office went home early to cook, so I went home too." When she first arrived, she noticed everyone doing the same, so today she decided to leave early as well. If she followed the rules while everyone else didn't, she would look foolish. Wang Suifan looked at Su Qing's face, which was red from the cold wind, and touched her hand to check, saying, "It's okay. Your hand isn't cold." In the winter, riding a bike with gloves still feels chilly. Luckily, her workplace is not far from home. However, the gloves were a bit too big for Su Qing and didn't fit well. Wang Suifan said, "I overlooked that. I have some yarn at home. I can't knit a sweater, but I can make you some gloves. Tomorrow, I'll have your father-in-law knit you a new pair." "Father-in-law will knit for me?" Su Qing felt a bit shy. Siakazi has a lot of free time at his job. He's perfect for knitting. All the sweaters at home are made by him, and he does a great job, Wang Suifan said with a hint of envy. "I'm busy at home and can't find time to knit." She has to do laundry and cook, while Siakazi seems to have an easier time at work. If she weren't envious of her husband's easy job, Wang Suifan wouldn't have strongly suggested Su Qing switch jobs with Su Shui, which is also a relaxed position, mostly filled with connections. In Su Qing's office, there are people who bring their children and knit sweaters, with no real work atmosphere at all. As someone who traveled through time after dying from a high-stress job, Su Qing was still getting used to it. Having too much free time can make one feel uneasy and restless. Unfortunately, there were no novels or TV shows to pass the time. Some novels were even banned and not allowed to read. After thinking for a moment, Su Qing suggested, "Mom, maybe I shouldn't bother Dad about the gloves. I can knit them myself." You can't knit," Wang Suifan replied. "Just go to work and read. Focus on studying. That's the important thing. Then I'll bring a language book to work tomorrow." The two of them chatted warmly on their way home, while Sister Li and the others called out to them several times, but Wang Suifan ignored them, leaving Sister Li and the others feeling confused since they had just been talking nicely. That old woman Wang Suifan is acting deaf. It's so annoying. That woman has a new love and has forgotten her old one. Forget it, I'm going home to cook. They don't have jobs, so they gather to chat. If they don't finish a conversation this time, they can continue next time. There's no rush. Today, they came to find Wang Suifan mainly to check on her, worried that the new daughter-in-law might take advantage of her. These women can talk together because they have similar temperaments. They are capable heads of their households, not just followers of men. If they can manage their husbands, they can also manage their sons and daughters-in-law. As the eldest in the family, the division of the household means a loss of power for them, which isn't beneficial. After Wang Suifan spoke, the others couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. Dividing the household is a serious matter, and everyone has their own thoughts. For now, they were just chatting, but it was almost mealtime, and everyone needed to get back to cook. As the gossip group was about to disperse, Sister Li noticed Su Shui walking towards the Xie family and quickly stayed put.
"Look,
Su Qing is here." Seeing Su Shui, those who were about to go inside to cook sat back down to observe the situation quietly. "Oh wow, she's really going to knock on the Xie family's door. Do you think Wang Suifan will let her in?" "I don't think so. Wang Suifan has a bad temper." At this time, the other family members were not home, and Wang Suifan was pulling Su Qing into the kitchen to prepare a special meal for her. While she was getting eggs from the cupboard, she asked Su Qing to try on the new shoes she had made for her in her spare time. "Since you work at the office, you can't warm up by the fire, so thicker shoes are better. The eggs from yesterday were overcooked, so let's steam them for a shorter time today." Su Qing was startled by the knocking on the door because she was preparing to sneak a bite. Wang Suifan, however, remained calm. Sneaking a bite of an egg wasn't a big deal. "Qing, can you see who's back?" "It's Su Shui." As soon as she heard that, Wang Suifan's demeanor changed. She put down what she was holding and prepared to chase her away with a broom. Su Qing quickly stood behind Wang Suifan, ready to support her, showing her strong stance. Aunt Wang, I need to talk to my sister about something important. It's work-related. Su Shue's face was pale, but her anxious expression seemed genuine. Wang Suifan didn't like her because she had schemes against her son, but knowing Su Shue needed to talk to Su Qing, she didn't stop her, just stood by, worried that Su Qing might be bullied. Su Shue didn't beat around the bush and directly asked Su Qing for help. Sister, I have to go back to work tomorrow. I'm afraid they will ask me questions. Can you help me prepare so we don't get our stories mixed up? Su Shue came over. If it were about family matters, Su Qing would definitely not want to discuss it with her. But since it was about work, Su Qing had to let her in. Before closing the door, Wang Suifan cautiously looked around, afraid someone might be eavesdropping. It's not safe to talk in the yard. Let's go to the kitchen, she said, as something was still cooking on the stove, and she needed to watch it. Su Shue looked at Su Qing for help. Can we talk in your room? She didn't want to discuss things under the watchful eye of her sister-in-law. Her sister was more understanding and easier to talk to. Wang Suifan was harder to deal with. She had exposed the plan for a marriage swap. Objectively speaking, Wang Suifan's offer was quite good, 500 yuan as a betrothal gift, and Xie Jianhua wasn't bad-looking. He was a soldier. If it weren't for the unexpected pregnancy, Su Shue would have planned to marry him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have agreed to this marriage. At that time, she thought it was simple. Xie Jianhua was in the army and often away from home, so she could continue her secret relationship with Ren Chao. With a husband earning a salary at home and a lover spending money outside, it wouldn't affect either relationship. Now that her actions had been exposed by Wang Suifan, not only had she lost her child, but she also had to endure others' judgment. Fortunately, she married Ren Chao as she wished. Initially, Ren Chao was already married, and she couldn't take his place. If he had been willing to marry her earlier, she wouldn't have accepted Xie Jianhua's proposal. Others might not know her true feelings and actions, but she was very clear about her own situation. If it weren't for necessity, she wouldn't want to meet Wang Suifan at all, fearing that Wang Suifan would hold a grudge and seek revenge. In reality, Wang Suifan didn't consider her much anymore. She was more worried about Su Qing being taken advantage of. Don't think you can continue to bully your sister behind my back. Speak up or leave. I won't tolerate it, Wang Suifan said sternly. Everything Su Shue wanted to say had already been expressed by Wang Suifan. What could Su Qing say? She could only admire Wang Suifan and replied, I'll listen to my mother-in-law. Let's talk here. If not, please leave quickly. Seeing Wang Suifan's fierce demeanor and Su Qing's submissive attitude, Su Shue couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for her sister. Wang Suifan was not an easy person, and Su Qing had married into the family in such an undignified way. Life wouldn't be easy for her. She assessed the current situation, knowing she couldn't have a private conversation with her sister. Instead, she said in front of Wang Suifan, I'm starting work at the Women's Federation tomorrow, arranged by Ren Chao. The rumors going around are not good for either of us. I think we can agree on a unified statement and present a more respectable version to the outside world. Because she was caught in a difficult situation, she gave up her formal position to Su Qing. Now, if she returns to the Women's Federation, she can only be a temporary worker. Confirming that Su Shue really wants to go back to work at the Women's Federation, Su Qing felt overwhelmed. What are you thinking? Can't you switch to another unit? They were already the center of attention, and now being put together like this was just asking for trouble. Su Shue bit her lip and carefully explained, Ren Chao's aunt is the director of our unit. I know, I've looked into it. What I mean is, besides the Women's Federation, doesn't your husband have connections to any other solid units? Why do you have to go to the Women's Federation? Su Qing was unhappy. A few years ago, the Women's Federation was doing real work. But in recent years, with all the various movements, the key people have been sent to farms. Those with ideas and vision are no longer there. What's left are just people passing time and those without ability. Now, the Women's Federation is just a name, dealing with trivial matters and unable to secure any real rights. Su Shui used to be satisfied with this job, but now, caught in a public controversy, she was afraid to face her former colleagues. But this situation was beyond her control. Su Shui's expression was awkward. Jobs are scarce now. Many leaders' children can't find work and have to go to the countryside as youth. It's already good that Ren Chao can get me a temporary position. Well, your husband isn't that impressive either. Why are you so eager to be with him? Wang Suifan scoffed. With a man like yours, I don't see how he compares to my Jianhua. You really need to think more clearly. Su Shui gritted her teeth, reminding herself that she was here to ask for help, so she held back her retort. But inside, she still looked down on Wang Suifan's arrogant attitude. As a mother, of course, she would praise her own child. But could Xie Jianhua arrange a job for her? Would he give her money? Marrying into the Xie family only brought her a useless husband and a difficult mother-in-law. She had agreed to marry Xie Jianhua as a compromise. Now, marrying Ren Chao was the outcome she truly desired. Su Qing got married quickly, wrapping things up in just a few days. Su Shui was not far behind. She had already registered her marriage with Ren Chao. This was her first marriage, while Ren Chao was on his second, and there were bad rumors about them, so they didn't have any ceremony. There was no banquet or even a family gathering. After registering, Su Shui took her luggage and moved in with Ren Chao. To clear their suspicions, they not only had a low-key wedding, but even after losing their child, Su Shui, who should have been resting, was forced to go to work. This was to prove to everyone that she wasn't pregnant, that the rumors were false, and that she hadn't had any inappropriate relationships with Ren Chao before marriage. Ren Chao had some influence, but it wasn't enough for Su Shui to choose any job in the city. In the end, the only place she could go was the Women's Federation. Knowing that Wang Suifan wouldn't want her to have an easy life, Su Shui quickly shed a few tears. He forced me to have an abortion and then pushed me to work. I wanted to rest at home for a month, but he even scolded me. Hearing this, Su Qing's expression was hard to read. Did he suggest you do some tough work to prove you're not pregnant?
Su Shui nodded, feeling wronged.
I had no choice. Ha, Su Qing chuckled, but didn't say more. Women's futures are often overlooked. Since Su Shui was reported, Ren Chao had no choice but to push her forward to prove her innocence. Su Qing felt little sympathy for Su Shui. She just didn't want to be colleagues with her and become the topic of gossip in the office. Su Qing advised, reputation is temporary. In a month or two, no one will care. But your health is important. You don't need to rush back to work. Take care of yourself first. If I hide at home, people will suspect me even more. Hearing Su Qing's concern, Su Shui looked at her hopefully, wishing she could help. Su Shui was indeed unwell, feeling weak and breathless, struggling to speak. But Su Qing wouldn't take the blame out of sympathy, casually saying, let them suspect. Who would force you to go to the hospital for a checkup? It was tough to change her situation, and the feeling of social death was unbearable. Su Qing had worked hard to clear her name and wouldn't speak up for Su Shui. Su Qing's suggestion was too unreasonable, and without thinking, Su Shui refused, no way. This will affect my husband's job. Now, both Su Qing and Wang Suifan looked at her in disbelief. Wang Suifan's gaze towards Su Shui had shifted from seeing her as a troublemaker to seeing her as foolish. In her past life, the news of Su Shui's pregnancy had come out late without causing a big uproar, just some whispers among neighbors. So, Su Shui had quietly given birth without having an abortion. A few months later, when she gave birth, the topic of conversation had already changed. Even a few years later, despite the leader's attempts to clear Ren Chao's name and his demotion, Su Shui was doing well. She wasn't rich, but she had a son and a daughter, and her life was comfortable. Now, although Su Shui had successfully risen in her career while pregnant, she lost the baby. Wang Suifan sneered, I don't know how you lost the baby, but it must have hurt you. If you don't take care of yourself and keep pushing, you'll regret it later. That Aunt Wang from your street lost a baby when she was young and couldn't have children after that. She ended up being a stepmother. To avoid working with Su Shui, Su Qing tried her best, Ren Xiao doesn't have children. If you hurt yourself, do you think he will stay with you? You need to think about yourself. Su Shui couldn't accept this advice. She even replied, Sister, I'm different from you. Ren Xiao and I are in a loving relationship.
He wouldn't treat me that way.
It was easy for a 30-year-old man to charm an 18-year-old girl, especially one with a bit of power who could spend some money in a time of scarcity. Su Shui truly believed she was Ren Xiao's one true love. She relied on him emotionally, as well as for her living and financial needs. Without him, she would have been back in the countryside, looking worn and thin like her sister. Both Ren Xiao and Su Shui were worried about how this would affect his job. Initially, Su Shui was reluctant to terminate the pregnancy and return to work, but after being persuaded, she quickly agreed. Everything she was doing now was her choice. Su Qing was so frustrated that she didn't even want to talk to her anymore. Fine, let's leave it at that. Don't worry about any statements, just go home. We need to prepare dinner. Sister. If this gets out, it will ruin not just my reputation, but yours too. Su Qing shrugged it off. The public opinion wasn't entirely against her. Many still supported her. With Wang Suifan and Xie Jianhua backing her, people would still talk to her at work. She was satisfied that she wasn't completely isolated and could maintain some social interactions. She didn't expect her reputation to be perfectly spotless. But Su Shui wanted to prove her innocence. Sister, please, if anyone at work asks, just say that the family came up with this plan to keep you in the city, okay? She didn't dare to let Su Qing take the blame, so she just shifted it to her parents. After all, Su Yujin and He Lady were not innocent either. No way, Su Qing directly refused, saying that makes it seem like the family is so great, sacrificing your marriage for me to stay in the city. Why should I cover up for the wrong things you did? Sister, you know Director Zhang is Ren Xiao's aunt. Are you threatening me? Su Qing replied calmly. Director Zhang doesn't have the power to fire employees. That's the advantage of a stable job. Hiring a new employee is a big deal, but firing someone is much harder. When a unit hires someone, they are prepared to pay them for life. Not only could Director Zhang not fire Su Qing, but if she treated Su Qing unfairly, Wang Suifan would dare to confront her in the office. Plus, the Xie family had leverage over Su Shui, so Director Zhang wouldn't dare to provoke them. At work, Su Qing just felt out of place. She wasn't being openly oppressed. Su Shui was so anxious about Su Qing's uncooperative attitude that she started crying, pulling at Su Qing's sleeve and pleading, Sister, please don't do this. Seeing her like this, Wang Suifan immediately pulled Su Qing behind her, like a mother hen protecting her chick. Su Qing was seen as a good and kind child by Wang Suifan, too soft-hearted and easily taken advantage of. All right, let's go outside. Don't cry here. If you want to cry, go home, Wang Suifan said, pushing Su Shui, trying to get her to leave. Worried that Wang Suifan might act too quickly and really push her out, Su Qing quickly leaned forward to speak. If you want a statement, that's fine. But it needs to be rephrased. Just say you thought Xie Jianhua was not good enough and refused to marry, so Mom was unhappy about returning the betrothal gifts and pushed me out. Because of the sister swap, rumors started, and you had no choice but to marry Ren Xiao. She was innocent, and she owed no one anything. She had to stand on the moral high ground in public. Both Su Shui and their parents had to bow to her. Su Shui could barely accept this reasoning and was about to nod when Su Qing added, but saying that goes against my conscience. My conscience is worth 500 pounds of grain tickets. 500 pounds of grain tickets? That's too much. At first, when Wang Suifan heard the first part, she felt sorry for Su Qing, but as she pushed Su Shui away, she couldn't help but pinch Su Shui in frustration. As soon as she heard about the grain tickets, Wang Suifan immediately stopped pushing and helped Su Shui stand up straight. Wang Suifan thought to herself, my child is so clever. How did I not think of the grain tickets? Su Shui's return to work has already been decided, so it would be better to bring back some food coupons instead. Without needing Su Qing to remind her, Wang Suifan quickly got into the mood and started to cooperate, saying, is 500 pounds of food coupons too much? We should make a fuss and get Ren Chao sent to labor reform. That would make me feel better. How can someone like him still be a leader? Mom, let's just consider it for the sake of the money and food coupons, Su Qing said, trying to be the peacemaker. Then she smiled at Su Shui and said, you should go home and discuss it with your husband. 500 pounds of food coupons is a fair price. It can't be less. If it is, I won't be able to say what I need to. Su Shui really couldn't handle the 500 pounds of food coupons, so she could only go home and discuss it. But when she brought it up, she got scolded again. Look at the trouble you've caused, Ren Chao said, frustrated. With your sister's greedy attitude, if that child of yours is born, she'll control it for life. It was better not to mention the child, but once it was brought up, Su Shui felt like crying. That's still your child. Without the child, her heart felt empty, as if a big piece was missing. If Ren Chao hadn't pressured her, even if it was embarrassing, Su Shui might have held on and given birth. She really wanted to have a son for Ren Chao to establish her place in the family. Su Shui was still young and beautiful, and after being with Ren Chao for a long time, seeing her cry made him sigh. He comforted her gently. Now that things have come to this, there's no choice. If your sister wants the 500 pounds of food coupons, just give them to her. We'll deal with it later. Ren Chao was involved with other married people at his workplace and had some issues to resolve. He couldn't let any more problems arise with Su Qing. Where are we going to get 500 pounds of food coupons? Su Shui's expression showed her difficulty. On the day they got their marriage certificate, Ren Chao had given all their money and coupons to please her. However, over the years, Ren Chao had been a sycophant, taking from many people and hiding more than just a salary. He had plenty of private savings, not just food coupons and cash. He had also hidden gold bars. As for antiques, he had broken many, but kept few. He didn't know much about them, so he was careless with jars and bottles, only keeping the valuable gold and jade items. Giving up his salary didn't affect Ren Chao at all. He had plenty of personal money. But he couldn't let Su Shui know about these things. He only said, I don't have 500 pounds of food stamps, but I can borrow from my uncle and my aunt. Borrow? Su Shui couldn't help but feel a headache. The amount was too large, and paying it back would be a problem. Don't worry. As long as I'm still in this position, money and food stamps are minor issues, Ren Chao reminded her. What we need to do now is to keep this matter under control, so it doesn't affect my work. They're trying to smear my name to take my position. Ren Chao had some rumors about him, but he had explained, and Su Shui believed him. They both felt united against those who would do anything to climb the ladder. Then go ahead and borrow. Just this once. If my sister tries to use this against me again, I won't give her anything, Su Shui complained. My sister has been in the countryside for a few years and has turned bad. She wouldn't admit her own family's greed and blamed everything on Su Qing. All the trouble was caused by Su Qing wanting to stay in the city. After all, outsiders were the bad ones, while they were innocent. 500 pounds of food stamps were not difficult for Ren Chao, and he quickly gathered them. Su Shui had her own little plan. Although she personally delivered the food stamps, she intentionally handed them to Su Qing in front of Wang Suifan. She gave the stamps, but with Wang Suifan watching, Su Qing wouldn't benefit from them. As expected, when Su Qing received the food stamps, she glanced at them and handed them to Wang Suifan, saying, Mom, here you go. Su Qing wasn't familiar with food stamps and couldn't tell if they were real or fake. Given her relationship with Wang Suifan, she handed them over without hesitation. Wang Suifan accepted them without a second thought. Su Qing had to work, and she was the one who bought groceries and cooked at home. She received the food stamps and secretly bought food to support Su Qing. She wouldn't keep it for herself. Wang Suifan counted them and confirmed they were correct before putting them in her pocket. She then said to Su Qing, I'll hold on to these for you. When you buy something, I'll make you something delicious.
Okay. Shuing smiled happily.
Su Shui had no idea about the unspoken understanding between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Seeing Su Qing being so obedient to her mother-in-law, Su Shui felt a bit pleased, thinking Su Qing deserved it. What did it matter if she turned against her own family? She still wouldn't gain anything. Big sister, I've given you the stamps. If any colleagues ask, you need to explain well. I know, Su Qing replied casually. The truth was already complicated, and it didn't matter how she explained. People would only believe the version they wanted to. After Su Shui left, Su Qing and Wang Suifan hid in the room to sort through the tickets. There are still national grain tickets inside. Let's keep those for now. This stack is for 5 pounds of grain, and this one is for 3 pounds. While sorting the grain tickets, Wang Suifan almost smiled too much, saying, Your brother-in-law may not hold a high position, but he really has some skills to get so many grain tickets. One person's food supply for over a year is about 500 pounds. However, having 500 pounds and being able to save up 500 pounds worth of tickets are two different things. Normally, an average family can barely get enough food each month, so they can't save much. With the regular food supply plus these extra 500 pounds of tickets, Wang Suifan felt very confident about taking care of Su Qing. Su Qing fiddled with the stacks of tickets and said doubtfully, My brother-in-law must have taken a lot before to get 500 pounds of tickets so quickly. Which leader isn't greedy? Wang Suifan scoffed. When the factory distributed housing, several leaders in our factory took a lot of things. The television in the factory director's house has a questionable origin. Speaking of greed, Wang Suifan suddenly froze, remembering a piece of gossip. In a few years, there would be an official who betrayed the country and fled overseas, reportedly taking many supplies with him. Some people, upset about it, dug up his family's ancestral grave and found many valuable items. This became a hot topic in the area that month. She had also joined in criticizing the corrupt officials back then. However, Wang Suifan had heard too many of these old gossip stories, and without the stimulus of the grain tickets, she wouldn't have remembered. Glancing at the 500 pounds of grain tickets on the bed, Wang Suifan felt she could pull off an even bigger scheme. She could take Su Qing and enjoy a lavish life. Isn't it just digging up a corrupt official's grave? She could do that too. If there were bones buried there, Wang Suifan might be scared, but if it were gold and jewels, she wouldn't be afraid at all. In fact, she felt a bit eager to try. Seeing Wang Suifan suddenly glowing with excitement, Su Qing asked curiously, Mom, what's wrong? Are you too happy about the grain tickets? It's nothing. Mom was just thinking about something else. Wang Suifan secretly rubbed her hands together, deciding to gather some information before taking action. Wang Suifan was lost in her pleasant fantasies, while Su Qing quietly sorted the grain tickets. The room was quiet for 2 minutes until someone suddenly pushed the door open. Mom? Jie Jianhua was confused about Wang Suifan being in his room. Wang Suifan was startled and turned to scold him. What's wrong with you? You didn't knock before coming in. Now Su Qing couldn't count her gains. The ration tickets she had just organized were quickly shoved into her pocket. Of course, she didn't let Jie Jianhua off easily. She pulled Wang Suifan aside and said, You scared me. My heart is racing. The two were secretly hiding ration tickets, so it was no surprise they were frightened. The dowry from the Su family was known to everyone at home, so there was no way to hide it. But these ration tickets were easy to conceal. It seemed that Su Shui and her husband wouldn't dare to talk about them. No one knew these ration tickets could be handled privately. Wang Suifan didn't plan to tell her son Jie Jianhua either, as she almost revealed their secret in front of him, leading to her angry outburst. You're grown up now, and you don't even know to call out when you come home. Are you coming home or sneaking around? Jie Jianhua didn't know what to say. He had never heard of needing to knock when entering his own room. Wang Suifan accused him of sneaking, but it was unclear who was really being secretive. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Su Qing hurriedly hiding something. Even so, Wang Suifan managed to turn the blame back on him. While scolding, Wang Suifan walked to the kitchen, with Su Qing following her. They left together, showing what it meant to be in cahoots. Once in the kitchen, Wang Suifan stopped scolding and quietly praised, You're so clever, Qing. You almost got caught by that boy Jie Jianhua. I'm not sure if he saw me clearly, Su Qing said, feeling her hands had moved quickly. but she had heard that soldiers had good eyesight, leaving her uncertain. Don't worry. You're his wife. He'll support you. If something happens, he'll cover for you. After scolding Jie Jianhua, Wang Suifan poked her head out of the kitchen and confidently instructed, Jie Jianhua, Su Qing and I are busy in the kitchen, so keep an eye out, okay? I heard you, Jie Jianhua replied helplessly. He suspected that Wang Suifan and Su Qing were up to something, checking their territory for anything unusual. But now that they were in the kitchen instead of hiding in the room, Jie Jianhua had to leave his room to keep an eye on the two of them. Just as Wang Suifan said, even if he didn't get anything for himself, he had to protect Su Qing. Big brother, you're back early tonight, Jie Jianhua said as he spotted Jie Jianzhong returning, immediately sounding the alarm and greeting him. His attitude was somewhat warm, but Jie Jianzhong just smiled slightly and did not respond enthusiastically. Wang Suifan heard the noise and quickly poured the food in her bowl into her mouth, wiped her mouth, and started washing the dishes. Seeing that Su Qing was slow, she even helped her out. With someone back home, it wasn't easy to sneak food, but Wang Suifan had her little tricks. While serving the dishes, she managed to sneak a few pieces into Su Qing's mouth. By the time they sat down to eat, Su Qing was mostly half full. Su Qing could come home early because he left work early. Xie Jianzhong usually came home at a fixed time, and when he returned, the rest of the family would gradually come home too. Seeing a large number of people leaving work, Xie Jiankong and the others, no matter how much fun they were having outside, didn't dare to delay. Xie Kezi, due to his leg issues, was the last to come home. Even though they had separated households, the whole family still ate together at the same table. Having paid the same meal fee, Su Qing's performance at the table was not good. She couldn't eat much, which made Wang Suifan anxious, and she kept serving her food. Eat more, Qing, you're eating too little. Wang Suifan's attitude left Xie Jianhua speechless. They had already eaten quite a bit before sitting down, so it was normal not to be able to eat much now. Because of these two sneaking food, Xie Jianhua felt embarrassed to look at his older brother. If he did, he would see that Xie Jianzhong also looked quite speechless. Xie Jianzhong couldn't stand Wang Suifan's overly friendly attitude toward Su Qing. Mom, you. Xie Jianzhong wanted to ask Wang Suifan why she only served the best pieces to Su Qing and not to him. But since Wang Suifan had already mentioned his feelings, he decided not to say anything, fearing she would retaliate. He could only say, Mom, she knows how to serve herself. I didn't serve you. Why do you care? Wang Suifan shot back immediately. If she really served Xie Jianzhong, he wouldn't have commented. Seeing that the mother and son were about to argue again, Xie Kezi quickly intervened. Hey, let's all just eat. Xie Jianzhong silently lowered his head and stopped talking. He was upset about the way the family separation was handled, feeling that his parents had changed and no longer loved him, so he only gave his meal fee to the family and kept the rest of his salary. After all, if he gave the money to Wang Suifan, she would manage it so well that he might as well save it himself. Having the money in his hands felt more secure and was easier to use. Xie Kezi wanted to manage the money for the boss because he was worried that Xie Jianzhong couldn't handle it himself. In the past, Xie Jianzhong spent all his pocket money on someone he liked, Zhang Dahong. However, since they've split up, Xie Jianzhong made his own choice, so Xie Kezi felt it was not appropriate to say anything. If he insisted, it might cause trouble in the family again. Xie Kezi has been quite tired lately. He has been trying to help Wang Suifan and his eldest son, but despite his efforts, no one seemed to appreciate it. The relationship between the mother and son has not improved. Older children are harder to teach, but the younger two are still manageable. After dinner, Xie Jiankong willingly cleaned the dishes and went to wash them in the kitchen, taking turns with Xie Guoying. They had to work. If they didn't, Wang Suifan would really scold them. Any educational theories didn't apply to her. She suspected that her children's lack of respect was due to not being disciplined enough when they were younger. Young children are very perceptive. Sensing something was off, Xie Jiankong and the others complied without resistance, doing whatever they were told. Xie Jiankong and Xie Guoying are twins and usually play together. Although they were scheduled to take turns washing dishes, they often worked together. Hiding in the kitchen, they were in a similar situation to Wang Suifan and Su Qing, washing dishes while gossiping about family members. The elder brother finished eating and went back to his room again. He's still sulking. What a stingy person. Mom is chatting with the second sister-in-law again. It's definitely not good talk. I wonder if they're plotting against us. Why are Dad and the second brother just watching from afar? They should pull Mom and the second sister-in-law apart. They are really useless. Since Su Qing married into the Xie family, she and Wang Suifan have become close, spending every day together, talking about who knows what. Both Xie Kezi and the Xie brothers felt that the two of them together were not saying anything good, especially since Wang Suifan had already dealt with everyone in the family. While Wang Suifan and Su Qing had plenty to talk about, Xie Kezi and Xie Jianhua, even when sitting together, found it hard to have a meaningful conversation. You go to the station tomorrow. I won't be able to take you. Your mom and your wife will take you, Xie Kezi said, as he had to work and couldn't take time off just to send his child. I understand. You've been doing very well. My old boss even wrote to me praising you. Saying this made Xie Kezi feel both proud and bittersweet. His son was doing better than him, but he also worried that Xie Jianhua might face some difficulties. He had just been released not long ago, having recently come back from the battlefield. His old comrades, as long as they weren't disabled veterans, had all done well over the years. Once on the battlefield, they shared a deep bond. When Xie Kezi asked for help, his old friends were willing to look after his son. They wouldn't give special treatment, but Xie Jianhua's contributions wouldn't be overlooked, and there wouldn't be any strange obstacles in his path to promotion. However, some of his old comrades had done so well that they were sent to farms. Xie Kezi hesitated for 2 seconds, but couldn't help saying, "Heir, I want to ask you to help me find someone, an old friend of mine." Everyone wanted to distance themselves from that group, so it felt a bit awkward for him to ask his son for this favor. Because Wang Suifan spoiled their child and often argued with him over the child's matters, Xie Kezi never felt it was right to order his child around just because he was a father. He explained, "This friend of mine came from a good family. I used to joke that he was a rich kid. But he was smarter than me, studied more, and could lead in battle. In the end, he did much better than I did. He got caught up because of his family's overseas connections. It's been tough these years, and I didn't dare mention it. But your mom advised me last night not to forget my old friends." Of course, other people's lives were not as important as his own and his family's. Even if he thought about his old friend, Xie Kezi had to hold back and not get involved. In terms of contributions, he wasn't as accomplished as his old friend, who had already been sent away, so he didn't dare to stir things up. He didn't bring it up, but Wang Suifan knew about his social circle and brought it up herself, even suggesting he offer help. Xie Kezi was hesitant, saying his own son has cut ties with him. "It wouldn't be good for me to get involved. What if it affects our child? It's been years. Who still cares about him? Just send some food and clothes. It won't attract attention." Wang Suifan shot him a glance and said sarcastically, "I wonder who told me that if he hadn't carried you to the battlefield hospital, you would have died years ago. Now that he's in trouble, you won't help? Weren't you the one who didn't want me to help back then? You were so tight with money and resources, you wouldn't let me do anything." Xie Kezi felt quite wronged. Wang Suifan held the family's finances tightly, and at that time, their children were still small, so they really couldn't spare much. He could only write a letter to show his concern, but without any gifts, he felt embarrassed. But Wang Suifan was not going to take the blame. She immediately said, "The past is the past, and now is now. Back then, things were tense. If you weren't careful, you were asking for trouble. Now that the situation has calmed down, it's different." She didn't just express her concern verbally. She was also willing to spend money and buy tickets to show her support through action. As soon as Wang Suifan spoke, Xie Kezi found it hard to sleep that night, tossing and turning. He had trouble moving and needed to work, so he couldn't take a day off. Instead, he had to ask Xie Jianhua to check in on things while he was on his way back to the army. He was worried that some things wouldn't come across clearly in a letter since letters could be checked, and certain things couldn't be written down. After briefly explaining the situation, Xia Kezi quietly waited for Xia Jianhua's response. Even if his son refused, he wouldn't mind too much, as it was indeed a risky matter. I'm not in a hurry to get back to the army. Just give me the address and the things you want me to take, Xia Jianhua said casually. If he really cared about this, he wouldn't be hanging out with a group of friends that Wang Suifan didn't like. The things to take need to be packed by your mom, Xia Kezi said, worried he might take the wrong items and get in trouble. Once they had discussed everything, Xia Kezi called out, Suifan, stop chatting and go to the room to pack things up. Knowing it was a serious matter, Wang Suifan playfully patted Su Qing's hand. Aunt Zhou next door has been involved with more than one man. Let's continue our chat tomorrow. Come help me pack first. Wang Suifan was well aware of the neighborhood gossip, and it wasn't something that could be finished in a day or two. Compared to the older generation's explosive gossip, the Su sisters' situation seemed minor. However, while they could talk about it privately, it wasn't appropriate to discuss it in front of Xia Kezi and his son. Wang Suifan and her husband's room also served as the dining and living area, so they couldn't really have any privacy. Su Qing felt comfortable in that room. Wang Suifan kept the good stuff locked in the cabinet. Even when giving Su Qing some treats, she wouldn't just hand everything over at once. She would occasionally offer a little bit. She was worried that Su Qing, being young, might not resist temptation and end up having a feast one week and then struggling the next. The first thing Wang Suifan did when she opened the cabinet was grab a handful of sweet potato chips and handed them to Su Qing, saying in a playful tone, "Here, take these to eat." With the current meals lacking in variety, they were getting hungry quickly. As soon as Su Qing got the sweet potato chips, she started munching on them. The sweet potato chips were both sweet and chewy, making them a great snack. Su Qing took one and fed another to Wang Suifan, saying, "It's delicious. Grandma should have some too." Xia Jianhua and Xia Kezi exchanged a glance with Su Qing and then quietly looked away. It hadn't been long, but they were already familiar with this scene. Wang Suifan had an extra 500 grain coupons in her pocket, so she was generous and took out some canned peaches and meat from the cupboard, saying, "Take these, and also some rice. Eating good food helps your health, and don't forget the brown sugar." Seeing this, Su Qing looked at her with admiration. "Wow, Grandma, you're so good at managing things. You've saved up so many nice items. This is for giving away. If you want some, I'll buy it for you later," Wang Suifan quickly explained, worried that Su Qing might get possessive. "Okay." In the kitchen, Xia Jiankong and Xia Guiying heard the commotion and quickly finished washing the dishes. They rushed in and said, "Mom, I want to eat canned food." Wang Suifan immediately frowned. "All you think about is eating. Do you even wash your own dirty clothes?" They thought they could come over for a meal, but instead, they got scolded, and Xia Jiankong became upset. "Have you cleaned the pot? Have you washed the dishes? Do you even wash your own dirty clothes? Every day, you're just playing outside." Wang Suifan only scolded a little, and Xia Jiankong and Xia Guiying couldn't take it anymore, quietly leaving the room to do their laundry. In the past, Wang Suifan used to wash their clothes, thinking it was no trouble for just a few items. Now, she only washed for herself and her husband, no longer indulging the children. They had to take care of their own things. No matter how big or small, they had to wash their own clothes. Xia Jianhua didn't expect Su Qing to help. During his time in the army, he washed his own clothes and didn't trouble Su Qing at home either. He had been away for years and was used to it. At first, Xia Jiankong and Xia Guiying struggled to adjust. While washing their own clothes together, they started whispering about Wang Suifan and Su Qing. "Mom is so biased. I just saw my sister eating sweet potato chips, and Mom wouldn't let me have any, instead scolding me. My sister is selfish too, only thinking about herself and not sharing with us. We're the youngest in the family, and they don't even let us have a little." They complained, but didn't dare to argue in front of Wang Suifan. If they asked for sweet potato chips, she would scold them harshly. Before, sweet potato chips were something they could have without asking. Now, even if they make a fuss, they won't get anything, let alone nice canned goods. Wang Suifan has some savings, and isn't particularly stingy. When guests come, she accepts their gifts and keeps them in the cupboard to give to others when she visits next time. However, if the kids are really noisy, they can still have a little to eat. To Wang Suifan, these items are all prepared for Su Qing. When she goes out to give gifts, she only explains it to Su Qing. After all, Su Qing will be the one to take care of her in the future, unlike the other kids. Are all these nice things for giving to a leader? Su Qing asked curiously while chewing on sweet potato slices. At this time, people sent to the farm are hesitant to speak up. Xie Jianhua vaguely explained, "They are for an old leader of my dad." He thought that was enough of an explanation, but Wang Suifan openly told Su Qing, "It's an old comrade of your father-in-law who later became a big leader. He has been sent to the farm and hasn't been in touch for many years. Jianhua is passing by, so he can take some things to see him." Xie Jianhua widened his eyes, shocked and helpless. Why does mom say everything? When it comes to overseas connections, many couples and parent-child relationships have been severed. He didn't dare to speak openly about this with Xie Kezi, but Wang Suifan had no reservations. But now that the words were out, it was too late to stop. However, Su Qing didn't think it was something that couldn't be said. Instead, she praised, "You are wise, mother-in-law. Helping others in their time of need is sure to warm their hearts." "Of course," Wang Suifan said proudly, lifting her chin. Seeing the two women getting along so well, Xie Jianhua felt speechless. He realized he didn't need to be cautious. Not just him, Xie Kezi felt the same way, looking a bit speechless too. But neither dared to argue with Wang Suifan. They could only silently help pack things up. Wang Suifan handed them an item, and they packed it away. "Is this all? Should we send some food stamps or something?" Su Qing wasn't hungry and had extra food stamps, so she was quite generous. She guessed that Wang Suifan's intention was to help their family in the future if the person was vindicated. Though it seemed self-serving, it could indeed help someone. Some matters are judged by actions, not intentions. No one is perfect in this world. She is in the city now. If she were in the countryside as a youth worker, there would be influential people in the local cattle sheds, and she would secretly help them. Unfortunately, the youth worker site where she went has only a few young people, and there aren't any down-and-out influential figures nearby. These influential people are not common. They can't be found everywhere. Even Xie Jianhua has to make a special trip to deliver something. Wang Suifan has saved up some food coupons. She doesn't plan to use Su Qing's. She just said, "I've already discussed money and food coupons with Xie Kezi, so you don't need to worry." This isn't just Su Qing's matter. It's about the whole family. Wang Suifan only uses the family account money and doesn't touch her own savings. After packing the items to be sent, Wang Suifan reminded, "It's been a while since we last contacted him. You should go check the situation and see what Uncle Zheng needs. Next time, we can find a way to send it to him." Hearing there would be a second visit, Xie Kezi muttered quietly, "Why are you suddenly so enthusiastic? You used to be so stingy." "I've always been warm-hearted," Wang Suifan interrupted, giving him a glare and covering Su Qing's ears. "Don't listen to your grandpa's nonsense." Su Qing nodded obediently and said seriously, "I think Mom is warm-hearted." "Of course," Wang Suifan said proudly, arranging, "Next time Jianhua is on break, you both can go visit Uncle Zheng. If he gets justice in the future, he will remember your kindness." She wouldn't forget Su Qing when there was something to gain. Her son is just checking the way. If things go well, Su Qing can go too. Hearing Wang Suifan's blatant self-serving remarks, Xie Kezi rubbed his ears, pretending not to hear. No matter what Wang Suifan thinks, old Zheng is still suffering on the farm. He needs to shatter Wang Suifan's dreams. If she doesn't want to spend money, what can be done? Old Zheng has not just been sent down recently. He has been there for many years. Xie Kezi and Xie Jianhua have no expectations of old Zheng rising again. Even if there is a glimmer of hope, it is nothing compared to Wang Suifan's certainty. They are willing to wade through this murky water because of past friendships. Those who haven't served in the military or fought together find it hard to understand their feelings. But seeing Su Qing being persuaded by Wang Suifan, She seemed dazed and ready to go to the farm with Xie Jianhua next time. Xie Jianhua quickly called Su Qing. Let's go. Help me pack my things in the room. He didn't know where Wang Suifan got her confidence, spouting her reasoning so confidently. Wang Suifan says something, and Su Qing always agrees. Not only does she agree, but she can also smooth over any questionable statements made by Wang Suifan. If this continues, he worries that Su Qing might be easily fooled by Wang Suifan. Su Qing actually didn't want to go back to her room. She wanted to continue chatting with Wang Suifan. But Xie Jianhua pulled her arm to leave, so she had to keep up with his pace. What are you packing? You hardly have anything. She only had 2 sets of clothes, so there was no need to pack anything. Xie Jianhua didn't expect Su Qing to help him, so he changed the subject. I've arranged everything regarding your dad and brother. In a couple of days, they'll take action. He needed to stay at home. Otherwise, people might suspect him. Hearing this made Su Qing less bored, and she quickly returned to her cheerful self, speaking softly. It's all my fault for making you worry. I'm so glad to have you. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do.
You don't need to talk to me like that.
Xie Jianhua said seriously. He wasn't like Wang Suifan and didn't fall for that. You don't have to thank me. I'm doing this for myself too.
Shuin looked sincere.
I don't usually speak like this, but you're different. Xie Jianhua cleared his throat and didn't know what else to say. After a moment, he reminded her, Mom can be nice, but when she gets angry, she can be tough. Just look at your brother. Be careful when you talk to her. Right now, the relationship between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law seems good, but that could change. He spends most of his time in the army, so he can't handle family matters quickly, and he can't mediate between the 2 women. Su Qing will have to manage things herself. He wasn't sure how other families welcome new daughters-in-law, but in their family, it seemed like Su Qing was quickly lulled by Wang Suifan. He gently reminded her that his mother wasn't easy to deal with, yet Su Qing continued to speak up for Wang Suifan. Mom is really nice. She doesn't get angry with me or scold me. She's even better than my own mom. I really like her. By the end, Su Qing's voice sounded overly sweet. Xie Jianhua felt overwhelmed. After just a few days together, he could see that the wife he married wasn't naive, just a bit inexperienced. You just got here. After some time, you'll understand. My mom has a good heart, but her temper can be a bit strong. Xie Jianhua kindly reminded, you should maintain a good relationship with Jian Kong and Guiying. If you ever upset my mom, they can help you out. I can't imagine why Mom would be angry with me. Su Qing replied directly. You seem to be overthinking it. Although both she and Wang Suifan had short tempers, they were quite tolerant of each other. Wang Suifan remembered Su Qing's help in the past and hoped to rely on her in the future, feeling a sense of affection and leniency like that of an elder towards a younger person. Moreover, before her rebirth, Wang Suifan had seen Su Qing's fiery temper and didn't dare to be too controlling, preferring to discuss matters together. Even when it came to money and resources, Wang Suifan didn't mind and was willing to contribute willingly. The goodwill had already been extended to this extent. Su Qing was not someone who didn't appreciate kindness. When conflicts arose, she remembered that the other person was from a different generation and had treated her well. As a younger person, it was reasonable for her to take a step back. Both were willing to compromise during disagreements, and since there were no major principles at stake, it was hard for them to argue. Su Qing was unyielding, and Xie Jianhua didn't know what else to say, so he could only say awkwardly, just take care at home, and write to me if anything comes up. Okay, Su Qing replied dismissively. Wang Suifan had been in charge of the household for many years, and Xie Jianhua wasn't worried about her. But Su Qing was different. She was naturally at a disadvantage in the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship. While she could sweet-talk Wang Suifan now, that might not always be the case. However, their relationship was currently good. Since Su Qing wasn't listening to his advice, Xie Jianhua had no choice but to let it go. As the train departed, he was still concerned about future family conflicts. Under normal circumstances, a daughter-in-law could never compare to a biological child. It was perfectly normal for Xie Jianhua to worry about this. Others in the Xie family shared the same thoughts. As soon as the train left, Xie Jiankong rolled his eyes and leaned closer to Wang Tsuifan to complain, "Mom, look. Second brother is going back to the army, and second sister-in-law is smiling so happily." He didn't know why, but during this time, Wang Tsuifan had been scolding him while protecting Su Qing, which frustrated him greatly. Seizing the opportunity, Xie Jiankong was determined to regain everything he had lost. He refused to wash dishes or do laundry anymore. Su Qing should do it. Just imagining her breaking a dish while washing, only to be scolded by Wang Tsuifan, made him grin widely. But while he was dreaming of a perfect scenario, Wang Tsuifan was not amused. She shot him a glare and scolded, "What's wrong? If your sister-in-law isn't smiling, should she be crying? Didn't you also laugh happily? Why care about others laughing or not?" Being scolded again, Xie Jiankong couldn't smile anymore. "Mom, why are you like this?" Wang Tsuifan's voice was loud, and as soon as she shouted, Su Qing guessed what Xie Jiankong had just said.
Huh?
"Mom, should I not laugh?" Su Qing adjusted her expression, looking nervous and a bit wronged as she explained, "I just feel proud to have a man who protects our country." What started as a scolding turned into Wang Tsuifan taking action against Xie Jiankong when she saw Su Qing's pitiful look. "You little rascal, look at what you said." After getting a light slap on the shoulder, Xie Jiankong sensed trouble and quickly ran away. "You dare to run." Wang Tsuifan chased after him. Once the kids were out of sight, Wang Tsuifan suddenly stopped and turned back to Su Qing, reminding her, "You go on with your business. We're heading home. If I don't give him a good talking to today, I won't be a Wang." It was a weekday, and Su Qing had to go to work, but she had taken a leave for today. Thinking about going back to work made Su Qing feel heavy-hearted. If it weren't for the city residency and food rations, she wouldn't want to go at all. Especially in this office. Besides her, there was Su Shui. Just the thought of seeing her every day made Su Qing's eyes hurt. As soon as she returned to the office, Su Shui came over warmly and linked her arm with Su Qing's. "Sister, they don't believe what I said. You tell them." Su Qing put on a professional, affectionate smile and asked, "What were you all talking about just now?" "Just those rumors. I don't know who started them, but it's really annoying. It's made it hard for us to explain," Su Shui said with a look of grievance. With the food stamps collected, Su Qing was ready to prove that Su Shui wasn't pregnant or had an abortion when an older sister curiously asked, "So, Xie Jianhua didn't get hurt there, right?" Su Qing's face turned red instantly. Sometimes she didn't want to chat with this group of married older sisters. Their topics were too intense. Whether Xie Jianhua was hurt in that area, how would she know? She couldn't answer directly, so she shyly looked down and said, "Oh, I won't talk to you anymore." Fortunately, there wasn't much gossip here. Seeing her uncooperative, the older sisters turned to question Su Shui instead. "How did you end up marrying Rin Chao? I heard he has a thing with a woman from his workplace. Do you know about that?" "That's all nonsense. Ren Chao is just afraid of misunderstandings, which is why he rushed to marry me," Su Shui quickly explained. "You are too honest. Your husband has been checked, so you need to keep a close eye on him and make sure he doesn't go out and cheat. There is no sense of boundaries or privacy at all." Wang Tsuifan and her group of meddling mothers-in-law focus on how to deal with their daughters-in-law, while the younger wives are busy figuring out how to handle their husbands. There are unpleasant matters at home, and some comments are truly harsh, but Su Shui, in order to clarify things, feels she must engage with them and ends up explaining everything one by one. As for Su Eugene and He Lady, Su Shui does not help them at all. Instead, she makes things worse for them. Both she and her sister Su Qing are innocent, and the real culprits can only be their parents. Your parents really hit the jackpot this time. The Su family married off 2 daughters and received so much dowry. When is your brother planning to get married? I don't know. I don't want to get involved, Su Shui replied, her smile weary. If it weren't for the issues at home, no one would be laughing at me and my sister. It's all about money. Su Shui has been working at this job for 2 years and has some support from her colleagues. People listen to her explanations, but whether they believe her is uncertain. Just looking at Su Shue's pale face raises doubts. However, to prove her innocence, Su Shue is indeed trying hard. After work, she insists on leaving with Su Qing, putting on a show of being good sisters. All right, that's enough. I'm going back, Su Qing said, pulling her hand away coldly. I've said what I needed to say. This act has gone on long enough. I won't keep pretending with you. Big sister, how did you become like this?
Su Shue felt thrown.
Su Qing glanced at her. What else could I do? You've put me in this situation. Did you expect me to selflessly dedicate myself to you? What are you thinking? You haven't suffered at all. You married a good man and got a good job. Isn't that better than your days as a youth in the countryside? The more Su Shue spoke, the more justified she felt. My current situation is something I fought for. It wasn't arranged by you. Su Qing scoffed. The life you arranged for me was one of no money, no job, no household registration, being looked down upon by my husband, insulted by my mother-in-law, and judged by neighbors. After a few years of that, if I couldn't take it anymore, I would have to jump into the river to end it. Is that the life you wanted for me? This was the opposite of her current situation, and Su Shue couldn't help but protest. How could you think that about me, big sister? It wasn't that Su Qing was making wild assumptions. It was the life the original person had lived. But expecting the Su family to admit their mistakes was impossible. Su Qing shot her a glance, hopped on her bike, and left Su Shue behind, who was left fuming and stamping her feet. On the way home, Su Qing couldn't help but mutter, I made a mistake. Besides Su Eugene and Su Lei, Su Shue, and he lady should have been dealt with too. Unfortunately, Xie Jianhua has already gotten on the train. Just off the train, Xie Jianhua sneezed and thought, who is talking about me? He carried his luggage and asked the train station staff for directions based on the address given by Xie Kezi. Without navigation or a map, he had to ask people for help as he walked. Fortunately, everyone was friendly and willing to assist. After getting off the train, he still needed to take a bus and then walk a long dirt road to reach his destination. After all the hassle, it was getting late. There was someone guarding the farm entrance. To get in, Xie Jianhua had to show his introduction letter and luggage. Are you here to see Old Jim?
Who are you to him?
My dad was his comrade. He asked me to come check on him, Xie Jianhua said as he handed the guard 2 cigarettes. He didn't smoke at home, but he brought a pack with him for such situations. All right, once you register, you can go in. I'm sure Old Zheng will be happy to hear from an old friend. The conditions at the farm were tough. Old Zheng and his wife lived in poor conditions, and in the cold weather, their hands had frostbite. They both looked visibly older and tired, lacking energy. However, when Old Zheng learned that Xie Jianhua had come to see them, he perked up and happily patted Xie Jianhua's arm, asking, How is your dad doing? He must be thrilled to have a son like you to carry on his legacy. My dad is doing well. He just worries about you, Xie Jianhua observed quietly, feeling a pang of sadness. If his own parents lived like this, he wouldn't be able to bear it. But for Uncle Zheng and his wife, all he could do was feel sympathy in his heart. Being sent to the farm meant they were there for labor reform, and it was unrealistic to expect comfort. The heavy work and mental pressure could break a person. Over the years, many who were physically weak or lacked mental resilience had passed away. At least Uncle Zheng and his wife were still alive, which was a good thing. His visit and the gifts he brought could only provide temporary relief. They wouldn't solve the underlying issues. In fact, the money and food tickets he offered didn't matter much to Uncle Zheng. They even declined a few times, appreciating more that someone still cared and wanted to visit. Now that you've come this time, don't come again. Go back and tell your dad that I'm doing well here. Even though it was getting dark, Old Zheng didn't invite anyone to stay overnight. Worried that his identity might cause trouble for Xie Jianhua, he only talked for a short while before urging Xie Jianhua to leave quickly, so it wouldn't be difficult to walk in the dark. The farm isn't a good place to stay. You should hurry to the guest house in the city. Uncle Zheng won't keep you here. He didn't say much to Xie Jianhua before sending him off, appearing calm and composed. But once Xie Jianhua left, he immediately started boasting to others on the farm. My brother's son came all the way to see me. I told my brother not to come, but he was worried and insisted his son make the trip. Honestly, does he think I, old Jung, can't handle a little hardship? The others didn't buy his story and responded with jeers. Joking aside, it was nice to have friends and family who cared about them, even if they were a bit troublesome. When Xie Jianhua wrote to his family about the farm situation, he told the truth. Everyone knew life was tough after being sent down, and if he hid things, it would only worry Xie Kezi more. It was better to be honest. As long as you can still smile, that's good. Not having enough to eat or wear isn't the worst. We've been through worse. Xie Kezi wasn't someone with high demands. To him, just being alive was enough. Having frostbite on his hands or rheumatism in his legs didn't matter. There were people on the battlefield who lost arms and legs, and some who lost their lives. He himself was a cripple. Xie Kezi was worried that old Zheng, being well-educated, might overthink things and end up harming himself. Sometimes, physical suffering isn't as damaging as mental anguish. Over the years, he had seen that the ones who suffered the most were often the educated ones. He didn't care much for education. Even when his family ran a small shop, he only needed to know some common characters and how to do basic math. But Xie Kezi knew that Wang Xuefan valued education because she envied her brother's schooling back then and pushed her own children to finish high school. Wang Xuefan firmly believed that old Zheng would be vindicated, so he went along with her thoughts. Old Zheng even went to a military school for further studies. He suggested that the second one go in that direction too. Xie Kezi whispered to Wang Xuefan. Old Zheng just has a bit of a background issue, but he was really skilled in battle back in the army. Saying a few good words now might help him later, when Wang Xuefan could loosen her purse strings a bit. Wang Xuefan understood this well and didn't need Xie Kezi's advice. She replied dismissively, "All right, I get it. Let's sleep now. I've been busy all day and am very tired." "What have you been busy with?" Xie Kezi asked curiously. Recently, there hasn't been much going on at home, and with two younger ones helping with daily chores, he couldn't figure out what Wang Xuefan was up to. "I went to Xieji village to trade for eggs this morning. I walked so much that the soles of my shoes are worn thin, and you still ask what I'm busy with?" Wang Xuefan replied, getting a bit annoyed. Walking all morning was really tiring. "You came back from trading eggs this morning? Why didn't we have any eggs today?" Actually, they had eaten some, but it was Su Qing and Wang Xuefan who snuck some in the kitchen. The rest of the family didn't get any. Xie Kezi was just asking casually, but Wang Xuefan reacted as if her tail had been stepped on. "You really can't let go of leftovers, can you? Whenever there's something good, you want to take it away. Can't you save it for a couple of days?" When she scolded, Wang Xuefan was quite assertive. She bought the items with her own money, so she could eat however she wanted. After her outburst, Xie Kezi quickly surrendered, "Then let's eat it in a couple of days." In the past, when Wang Xuefan found something good, her first thought was to share it with the kids, which is why Xie Kezi had this question. Now, Wang Xuefan had other plans and Xie Kezi didn't dare to say much more. "It's cold, and the chickens aren't laying many eggs. I didn't get many today. I'll go to another village in a couple of days," Wang Xuefan explained. Trading eggs was one purpose. Another was to find out where the corrupt official's grave was. Years ago, she had heard some gossip and only knew that a corrupt official had fled with supplies, but she didn't even know the person's name. She needed to check the exact location herself. Xie Kezi reminded her, "If you can't trade for eggs, that's fine. Be careful and don't trade with strangers. It's okay if the family eats a little less." Their family didn't have elders or young children now, so not eating fancy food wasn't a big issue. A few years ago, when the kids were younger, Wang Xuefan tried her best to buy fine grains and eggs, but now that the kids were older, she had been less concerned. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing," Wang Xuefan said confidently, not afraid at all. The next day, she took her small basket and went out as usual, using the egg trading as an excuse to gather information. "Didn't your team have a high-ranking official? Why is the electricity not working for you?" Wang Xuefan casually asked while picking out eggs. "What high-ranking official? They've all stepped down." The elderly woman pointed to the opposite hillside and said, Their family's ancestral grave has been moved, and they couldn't come back. They probably died long ago. The mention of the ancestral grave touched a sensitive nerve in Wang Xuefan. The ancestral grave is gone? The elderly woman explained quietly, I heard that when they built the grave years ago, they specifically had someone check the feng shui, which took the best spot in our village. That's why their family could produce high-ranking officials while the rest of us struggled. A couple of years ago, someone moved their ancestral grave. When they moved the grave, they claimed it was to oppose superstitions, but in reality, the ones moving the grave were the most superstitious. Not only were they superstitious, but they were also very jealous. Wang Xuefan frowned, didn't ask more, bought some eggs, and went straight home, planning to find another place next time. Since even the official's ancestral grave had been disturbed, it was definitely not the target she was looking for. Although she didn't have a job and had plenty of free time, she still had to cook lunch and dinner, and she needed to hurry back. She didn't hide when she saw the militia patrolling on the way. With just 20 eggs in her basket and no large supplies of food to bring into the city, there was no need to hide. On her way back to the city without any trouble, Wang Xuefan was still thinking about how to use the eggs. Qingqing loves fried eggs, but we don't have much oil left at home. Tomorrow morning, we'll have to settle for boiled eggs. Just as she was thinking about Su Qing, Wang Xuefan turned and saw Su Qing standing at the entrance of an alley nearby, looking doubtful about life. She quickly walked over cheerfully. Qingqing, what are you doing here? Seeing Wang Xuefan, Su Qing sighed. Mom, what are you doing here? We came to mediate a divorce. There are too many people inside, so I stepped out for some air. A divorce? Who is it? Which workplace? Why are they getting divorced? Wang Xuefan's eyes lit up as she pulled Su Qing inside. Why are you outside? Go in and listen. Su Qing said gloomily, Director Zhang asked me to come out and not cause trouble.
Why?
Is your director bullying you? I'll go help you confront her right now. Wang Xuefan rolled up her sleeves, ready to act. No, I don't want to stay in there either, Su Qing awkwardly explained. Seeing Wang Xuefan eager for gossip, Su Qing kindly started from the beginning. The one getting divorced is Sister Yang. Her husband hit her. She was beaten so badly that her face was bruised. I was shocked when I saw her and immediately said they had to get divorced. There was no other option. Divorces involving problematic backgrounds were ignored, but for ordinary marriages, whether in the community or at work, they always tried to mediate. Hearing Su Qing suggest a breakup, Wang Xuefan was momentarily stunned. Although this idea did not align with her beliefs, she chose to indulge her friend. You make a good point. It is time to separate.
Right?
You think so too. Su Qing seemed to find a kindred spirit and muttered, when I suggested breaking up, a group of colleagues stared at me. That Yang's husband even wanted to throw a punch at me, but someone stopped him. If he dares to act like that in front of so many people, just imagine what he does in private. Is Su Qing someone who can be intimidated? She is strong herself. When he threatened her, she boldly glared back, not backing down at all. In the face of that man's threatening gaze, she clearly stated her position, firmly supporting Yang's decision to divorce. Did she go through with it? Wang Xuefan asked curiously, stretching her neck to look down the alley. Are they dividing things up, or what? At this, Su Qing's confidence faded. Not yet. But Yang said that when her husband isn't hitting her, he treats her quite well, and she doesn't want to leave. I figured it would be like that, Wang Xuefan replied. This outcome matched her expectations. They might argue and fight, but it wasn't a huge deal. No one would actually get divorced, as that would be embarrassing. Su Qing sighed. She was the one who wanted a divorce first, and we came to mediate. In the end, she supported Yang, but Yang hesitated. What more could Su Qing say? She couldn't force anyone to divorce. She just had to smile and accept. If you don't want to leave, then don't. But when Su Qing mentioned not leaving, Yang started complaining again, saying her husband drank and gambled, getting drunk whenever he had a little money. Domestic abuse and alcoholism reignited Su Qing's frustration. Yet when Su Qing suggested a divorce, Yang immediately responded, the child is still young. We need to think about the child. Whenever Su Qing encouraged a breakup, Yang would come up with reasons not to. When Su Qing said not to leave, Yang would start listing her husband's bad behavior, telling Su Qing that she couldn't live like this for another day. By the end, Su Qing not only wanted to confront Yang's husband, but also felt like giving Yang a couple of slaps. She found Yang and her husband unappealing, and Director Zhang also viewed her as a troublemaker, directly sending her out while she continued to mediate with other colleagues. When Su Qing pulled Wang Xuefan back inside, the divorce drama was nearing its end. Yang's husband was promising that he would never act up and hit his wife again. This scene made Su Qing roll her eyes. Wang Xuefan didn't believe the man's words, no matter how familiar she was with the woman beside her. She asked, has he made promises like this before? Can he really change, or is it just talk? Well, he might behave for a while, the woman replied, implying that he wouldn't truly change and would eventually go back to mistreating his wife. Regardless of the man's behavior, everyone thought it was best to just get along and that divorce was always an option. The woman looked at Su Qing and Wang Xuefan, who were arm in arm and seemed close. She curiously asked Wang Xuefan, is this your child? Yes, she is, Wang Xuefan said proudly. This child of yours seems a bit reckless, the woman suggested gently. Wang Xuefan didn't like that comment. Reckless? No, she was honest, kind, and brave. Besides, Su Qing wasn't forcing anyone to leave. If Sister Yang didn't want to, Su Qing had nothing more to say. She knew when to step back. If she pushed Su Qing to be insincere, wouldn't that just create trouble? However, she took to heart what Su Qing had described earlier, how the man had dared to threaten her with his fists. With Xie Jianhua not home to protect her, Wang Xuefan suggested, Qing, why don't you learn a few moves from old Lu? Next time, let's see who dares to touch you. Old Lu?
Who is that? Su Qing asked, confused.
He's the master who taught Jianhua martial arts. He claims to only know basic moves, but he's really skilled. Most people can't beat him. Wang Xuefan began to promote him. To be honest, she was worried about Su Qing being bullied. If she encountered someone troublesome, having colleagues around wouldn't help much. Su Qing was open to the idea and nodded. Sure, I want to learn some self-defense. I'll take you to find him next Sunday, Wang Xuefan said. Old Lu is quite cautious. If you're not a regular, he won't teach you the real stuff. After resolving the couple's conflict today, Su Qing didn't return to the office, but went home with Wang Xuefan instead. The other colleagues did the same. Once they finished their tasks, they took the chance to relax and headed home. On the way back, Director Zhang couldn't help but criticize Su Qing for being young and saying whatever came to her mind. But the workplace needed young people who could get things done. The older ones weren't as effective. Once they were alone, Wang Xuefan asked with concern, that Director Zhang, she isn't targeting you, is she? And what about your sister? Is she causing trouble? No, neither of them is causing any issues. In fact, they are quite supportive, just worried about what others might think. Su Qing said with a smile. Everyone wished the rumors would pass quickly, so they dared not do anything that might raise suspicions. Even though Su Qing often didn't cooperate, Su Shua had to put on a brave face to show their sisterly bond, appearing very harmonious on the surface. The only problem with this job for Su Qing was that it was too boring. Working like this was less enjoyable than staying home and exploring food and drinks. She opened Wang Xuefan's basket and saw more eggs. Curiously, she asked, Mom, didn't you buy eggs yesterday? Why are there more today? Good things are never too many, Wang Xuefan casually replied. I happen to swap some fabric coupons today. When I have some free time, I'll make you some clothes.
Shuin Nadi.
Wang Xuefan had indeed been busy lately. Sometimes, even when Su Qing returned home from work, Wang Xuefan was still not back. It seemed like Wang Xuefan was always busy, but Su Qing couldn't figure out what she was actually doing.
It was similar to her own job.
After helping with the trivial matters of the Women's Federation a few times, Su Qing's perspective changed. She stopped rushing into things, but Wang Xuefan loved to hear and see the gossip, always wanting to catch up on the latest news. At first, Su Qing didn't notice anything odd, but after a few times, she began to feel something was off. Mom, Why did you go to the north side of the city? And last time, I saw you in the west side? Why are you wandering around the city? Besides seeing Wang Tsuefin everywhere, another oddity was that they already had enough eggs at home, yet Wang Tsuefin continued to buy more, which didn't match her usual habits. Su Qing narrowed her eyes. Mom, something seems off. What's off? You're just thinking too much, Wang Tsuefin said nervously. I've been bored lately, so I like to wander around the city. If she didn't want to talk, that was fine with Su Qing. She teased, Mom, you have a little secret. Given their relationship, even if Wang Tsuefin was secretly dating someone, Su Qing would help keep it a secret. So Su Qing's expression was meaningful, but she didn't press further. Not asking made Wang Tsuefin a bit shy, and she started to speak up. It's not really a secret. I'm just afraid you won't believe me if I tell you. I believe you. As long as it's you, Mom. I believe it, Su Qing said earnestly. I trust that you would never lie to me. Wang Tsuefin couldn't help but glance at Su Qing several times. Because of Su Qing's trust in her, she didn't want to keep hiding anymore. She leaned close to Su Qing and whispered, a while ago, when I went out shopping, I overheard something. Two people were secretly talking about a corrupt official who buried a lot of goods in his ancestral grave. I've been trying to find out more about it these days. How important is this official? What's his last name? Su Qing asked with a frown. Without specific information, isn't it like searching for a needle in a haystack? Wang Tsuefin looked touched. Do you believe what I'm saying? Yes, of course I do, Su Qing replied confidently. If it were someone else, she wouldn't believe it, thinking they must have misunderstood. Such secret matters shouldn't be overheard by passers-by. But Wang Tsuefin had been reborn, and her information was 90% accurate. No matter how the story was told, the outcome would surely be correct. Mom, have you found anyone? Do you want me to help you investigate? Su Qing offered eagerly. Digging up someone's ancestral grave was indeed creepy to do alone. Wang Tsuefin didn't mind Su Qing lending a hand. In her eyes, whatever she found would also benefit Su Qing, and she didn't feel awkward about it. Given their current living conditions, both Wang Tsuefin and Su Qing found it tough. After the reform and opening up, Wang Tsuefin had enjoyed some good years. Now, returning to the past, she found it hard to adjust. Every time she cooked and added oil, her expression mirrored Su Qing's sadness. Just a few drops of oil. What good would that do? Worried she might pour too much oil, Wang Tsuefin even considered asking Su Qing to cook. But Su Qing was even more reckless. After carefully wasting a lot of oil, Su Qing quietly returned the spatula to Wang Tsuefin. She was a decent cook and wanted to show off, but the limited oil at home really restricted her. Now that Su Qing could have eggs every day, life was already considered good. But she really craved meat. To enjoy better food, Su Qing decisively joined Wang Tsuefin's digging team. They analyzed clues together, hoping to find answers quickly. I can go to the team to gather information. You shouldn't waste your day off, Wang Tsuefin said. I need to take you to Old Lu to learn some skills. Your job has risks, and you need to be capable. While Su Qing was interested in learning skills, she loved money even more. Let's find that corrupt official's ancestral grave first. Your matters can't be delayed. Wang Tsuefin was clear in her attitude. I don't remember the exact location of the ancestral grave. If we really can't find it, then forget it. Such corrupt officials, if something happens, will definitely make the news. By then, we can still dig it up. We shouldn't let this small matter affect Su Qing's study plans. On Sunday, Wang Tsuefin put down her work and took Su Qing to report to Old Lu. Old Lu, this is my daughter-in-law. Please teach her a few skills, Wang Tsuefin said confidently. She doesn't need to be as good as Manhwa, just better than him. Old Lu was initially pleased with Su Qing's talent, but he was speechless at Wang Tsuefin's request. Manhwa had been training since he was young. How could someone who started late compete with him? Are you really worried that your son and daughter-in-law won't be able to handle themselves? You want to train her to be evenly matched? You really have high hopes, Old Lu said, ushering them away. All right, I'll take this new student. Wang Tsuefin, you should leave now. You're just in the way. Parents always worry about their children. Old Lu preferred to teach, without parents around. Su Qing was an adult, and although he was reluctant to take her on, he accepted her for the money. It was only $5 for 6 months of tuition, and he had few students these days. Parents willing to spend money were rare. Old Lu valued the opportunity to earn extra income. Su Qing treated Old Lu's place like an after-school tutoring program and adapted well, though the young people hanging around were a bit too enthusiastic. They all called her sister-in-law while winking at her, leaving Su Qing feeling confused. Fortunately, someone couldn't hold back and hinted to Su Qing, sister-in-law, just wait and see. Su Qing was momentarily stunned before realizing that these young men were likely friends of Xie Jianhua, who had set them up to cause trouble for her family before he left. When she got home, instead of asking Su Qing, Wang Suifan excitedly shared, "Your brother owes money, and someone has come looking for him. Did you know?" Su Qing's eyes lit up. "How much does he owe?" $200, Wang Suifan scoffed. "It's not just about the money. They've come to cause a scene, and now his reputation is at stake. I wonder if the girl he was engaged to will come to break off the engagement." Playing cards is a common activity. When work is slow at the factory, everyone takes a break with a deck of cards. However, people are usually careful. They either don't gamble or only bet small amounts. Kids like Xie Jiankong and his friends play cards outside, and when they lose, they squat down as a form of punishment. Sometimes, they can squat for an entire afternoon, and by the time they go home, their legs feel numb. Su Lei not only gambles but also bets large amounts, which shows he doesn't understand the consequences. Gambling, drugs, and other vices ruin reputations. Su Qing doesn't hide her schadenfreude, saying, "He deserves it for breaking off the engagement. How can Su Lei have the nerve to marry with money from selling his sister? It's unfair for only her and Su Shui to be criticized while Su Lei happily uses the money to get married." Since she couldn't witness the drama firsthand, Su Qing could only nudge Wang Suifan and curiously ask, "Has Su Lei paid back that 200 yuan yet?" "Not yet. The Su family can't come up with that much money right now," Wang Suifan replied, counting on her fingers. "With the 500 yuan we gave, plus the bicycle and water bottle, they've probably gotten back close to 500. I'm not sure how much of Su Shui's dowry is left, but it's probably less than 200. Whether it was getting people to gamble or collecting debts, Xie Jianhua didn't show up, and neither did his close friends. They were quietly giving advice from behind the scenes. Since the Su family married off 2 daughters, no one knows their exact situation, but everyone guesses they still have some money left. Knowing Su Lei has cash, many people want to get money from him. After being flattered a bit, Su Lei got carried away. At first, he won a couple of times, but then he started losing. Thinking about recovering his losses and winning more, he lost all his money, but didn't want to leave the table, so he borrowed from others. Each time he borrowed, he wrote an IOU, and in his days, he didn't even realize how much he had lost. If it weren't for the fear of borrowing too much, his friends wouldn't stop at just 200 yuan. Gambling is something people usually don't talk about openly. When playing cards, they often have to hide in the suburbs. Being too aggressive doesn't help anyone. With signatures and fingerprints, Su Lei couldn't deny his debts and pleaded, "Please give me a few more days. Once I win, I'll pay you back. You won a little last night, but only 2 yuan. At this rate, when will you pay back the 200? The creditor showed no mercy and urged, "You may not have money, but your family does. Hurry back and ask your parents to help you pay." After losing so much money, Su Lei was too afraid to tell his family. Even though the creditor had already issued a serious warning and given him a final deadline, Su Lei still acted like a turtle, too scared to speak to his parents for fear of being scolded. He even held onto a fantasy that maybe the creditor wouldn't come after him, that perhaps he could somehow get away with it. But there aren't many maybes in the world. When the creditor showed up, Su Lei immediately knew he was in trouble. Even then, he didn't dare to confess to his parents. It was only when the creditor explained everything that he knelt down and begged his parents for help to pay off the debt. "Are you crazy? You went to gamble with those losers from the village. They must have teamed up to trick you." Su Eugene refused to take responsibility and just wanted to avoid the issue. Since the creditor was a village troublemaker, He was indeed difficult to deal with. He made sure all the neighbors knew and threatened, "If you don't pay me back, I'll come with my people and take everything valuable from your house to settle the debt." This was a common tactic for debt collection. If the house hadn't belonged to the public, they might have even tried to take it. They held the IOU, felt justified, and weren't afraid since they hadn't committed any serious crimes. After causing a scene at the Su household, the group left, leaving Su Lei to bear the brunt of his family's anger alone. However, Wang Suifan couldn't hear the commotion inside the Su house. She could only share gossip about those troublemakers with Su Qing. Su Lei hanging out with those people isn't good news. He'll end up in trouble sooner or later. End up in trouble? Su Qing was unsure if Wang Suifan was just making a casual remark or if she had some insight. She said, "I don't think they'll cause serious harm. They haven't done anything that bad. I actually think they're okay. At least they helped me out a bit. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to deal with Su Lei. Don't just look at the situation. Think about their past misdeeds." "They're not good people," Wang Suifan insisted, muttering, "These kinds of people will get what they deserve. Su Lei is just a small-time troublemaker, but those others have even been called out publicly during meetings for their behavior. An honest person would feel embarrassed standing in front of thousands of people to admit their mistakes, but those troublemakers just laughed it off and continued their antics." Wang Suifan had a poor opinion of such bad kids and had warned Xie Jianhua not to hang out with them. Seeing the Su family in trouble, she thought it was just Su Lei's bad luck and never considered it involved Xie Jianhua. Su Qing didn't want to embarrass Xie Jianhua by revealing their relationship, so she curiously asked, "They won't really get hurt, will they?" "Who knows? If they keep acting like this, they will definitely get hurt," Wang Suifan said casually. She wasn't close to this group, so she didn't pay much attention. Wang Suifan didn't like them, but Su Qing had a good impression of them. They not only helped deal with Su Lei, but also dragged Su Eugene to a hidden place and gave him a beating on his way home from work. Although it was Xie Jianhua's plan, he wasn't the one who actually did it. With the gambling debts hanging over them, Su Eugene didn't suspect anyone else and only scolded his son when he got home after being beaten. "Look at what you've done. I really want to smack you," he said halfway through his scolding, covering his face in pain and grimacing. "It hurts so much." Su Lei didn't dare to argue and honestly admitted his mistake. "Dad, I really know I was wrong. I won't do it again. But we need to find a way to pay back the money. If we don't, what will happen the next time they come after us?" Today it was Su Eugene getting beaten, but tomorrow it might be him. He was genuinely scared. Just looking at Su Eugene's wounds made him hurt. He couldn't imagine how painful it would be if it were him. Su Lei felt that Su Eugene's beating was because of him, and seeing Su Eugene's injuries made him feel guilty, unable to meet his father's gaze. Meanwhile, the real instigator, Su Qing, felt no guilt at all. She even made a special trip to the Su family to admire the chaos her complaints had caused. Hearing the bystanders describe it was not as interesting as seeing it for herself. After a night, the bruises on Su Eugene's face had spread, leaving him with a purple and swollen eye that was almost unrecognizable, making Su Qing unable to hold back a gasp. "Wow, Dad, you really got beaten badly. They hit you so hard you can't even go out to see people." Seeing Su Eugene's face almost swollen like a pig's head, Su Qing couldn't help but smile. She thought to herself, no wonder some criminals return to the scene of the crime to admire their work. She felt the same way and even wanted to come back to the Su family tomorrow to admire it again. Su Qing came to enjoy the spectacle, but Su Eugene thought his daughter was genuinely concerned about him. They didn't realize that their daughter had already changed into a different person, and her temper was not the same as before. They were still treating Su Qing as they did for the past 20 years. "Hurry up. Gather some money for your brother. Just looking won't help," Su Eugene urged. "Those troublemakers will really get violent if they don't get the money. It hurts so much. No matter how much you have, just take some out for now." Hearing this request, Su Qing shrugged her shoulders and showed that her hands were empty. "You don't have a single penny?" Su Eugene asked in disbelief. "No, not a cent," Su Qing replied, shaking her head. After that, she asked Dad, "Did they knock out your tooth?" Why is your face so swollen? Did they just hit your face? Are you in pain? Did you take any painkillers? Did you take a day off? How many of them were there? You didn't fight back at all. She wasn't there to offer comfort. She was there to observe. But Su Eugene really thought Su Qing was concerned about him and shared everything honestly. In the past, Su Qing was always obedient, and even when she caused a scene during her wedding, she was usually very well behaved. Su Eugene didn't think badly of her. After explaining the current situation at home, Su Eugene confidently instructed, "You should think of a way to help your brother. Gather some money for him. You're working now and earning a salary. You can even ask for an advance on your pay." Only a few neighbors knew about the internal matters of the Xie family, and it hadn't reached He Lady's ears. The Xie family wasn't famous, so the gossip didn't spread far. Su Eugene thought that Wang Suifan was in charge of the Xie family now and only dared to suggest an advance on the salary, not wanting to go too far. He was also worried that Wang Suifan would cause trouble. If he knew that Su Qing and her husband could make their own decisions and were not just thinking about Su Qing's salary this month, but every month, he would be surprised. But Su Qing wasn't going to give him that hope. She looked at Su Eugene with sympathy and said earnestly, "Dad, when I got married, we signed a separation agreement. Even if something happens to my brother, I can't bring money back home. That was just to appease your mother-in-law. How could you be foolish enough to believe it?" Su Eugene, already in pain, felt even worse after hearing Su Qing's words. Su Qing said sincerely, "My mother-in-law treats me very well. I can't just brush her off. That wouldn't be right. It would be unfilial. I am now the daughter-in-law of the Xie family, so I can't secretly support my own family. That would be wrong." These were the words that He Lady often repeated, but hearing her daughter say them felt harsh. When marrying off her son, He Lady didn't want her daughter-in-law to support her own family. Yet, when it was her daughter's turn to marry, she hoped her daughter would help their family more. "You silly girl. Have you lost your mind? How can you believe that?" He Lady said, instinctively reaching to twist Su Qing's ear. But halfway through, she saw Su Qing rolling up her sleeves, ready to fight back. Remembering that Su Qing had gained strength from living in the countryside for a few years, He Lady quietly withdrew her hand, only scolding her without daring to act. He Lady scolded her daughter, her son, and nagged her husband, while Su Eugene groaned in pain from his injuries. Soon, the scene would turn into a couple blaming each other, and Su Qing didn't want to watch that. After eating enough snacks, she got up and left without spending a dime or making any promises. She was just there to enjoy the gossip. As soon as she left, the neighbors around the Su family couldn't help but murmur, "Su Qing is quite filial. I heard her dad got hurt, so she rushed back to check on him. Her heart is in the right place, but it doesn't help much. She came to see her injured father empty-handed, with nothing to bring. She definitely can't help with Su Lei's gambling debts either. Su Lei is really disappointing. At such a young age, why does he have to gamble? After this loss, I wonder if he will learn his lesson." After this incident, Su Lei joined the ranks of bad kids. Parents felt the need to warn their own children, saying, "Don't play with him," fearing their kids would be led astray. For the past few days, Su Lei had been hiding at home, avoiding going out. He knew people were talking about him, but his biggest worry was still his gambling debts. Everything else could wait. He stayed hidden while Su Eugene, with his bruised face, was too embarrassed to go out. Naturally, the task of raising money fell to He Lady. With no hope from Su Qing, He Lady turned her attention to Su Shui and went directly to her workplace to confront her. "The day after your dad got hurt, your older sister came to visit. And you? I haven't seen you at all. How did I end up with such an ungrateful child?" Su Shui looked aggrieved. The Su family is just a street away from the Xie family, but it's so far from the Ren family. I had no idea Dad got hurt. My sister didn't tell me. Enough with the excuses. How much money do you have? Lend it to me now. Why is He Lady here? She's not here just to scold us. She's here to ask for money. Still asking for money? What about the betrothal gifts from the Ren family? Have you spent it all? Su Shui couldn't believe it. The Ren family gave 500, but that money went to Su Qing. Without money, the marriage arrangement can't be settled. The family is counting on Ren Chao, the son-in-law, to bring benefits, so he lady didn't want Su Shui to go empty-handed and arrange some dowry for her. Now, the family has about 100 left in savings. He lady explained, but the message was clear. The family has no money. You can't just watch your parents and brother suffer, can you? But I gave all my salary to the family. I don't have any personal savings, Su Shui said, looking troubled. She suggested, why not have Dad borrow from a colleague? Just 100 yuan and the family can pay it back soon. The children have grown up, started working, and haven't married or had children yet. These 2 years are the easiest time for the family to save money. Su Shui thought her suggestion was suitable, but he lady didn't want to borrow from colleagues. She only wanted to borrow from her daughter. Because borrowing from her daughter means she wouldn't have to pay it back. Shui, you secretly got pregnant, and I not only kept quiet but also helped you marry Ren Chao. Now your sister is always complaining about the family. Not just me, your brother was on your side too, you. He lady's words were cut off as Su Shui covered her mouth.
Mom,
what are you saying?
can you really say that out loud?
Worried about being overheard, Su Shui looked around nervously. Not seeing anyone nearby, she sighed in relief. Even though they are mother and daughter, Su Shui had no expectations from He Lady. If she didn't help with the money issue, He Lady would truly cause trouble. But she also couldn't use the family's money. If she used it to support her mother's side, Ren Chao would definitely not let her manage the finances anymore. Su Shui gritted her teeth, took off her watch, and handed it to He Lady. Mom, I really have no money left. You can sell this watch for cash. As soon as He Lady got the watch, her face lit up. Among the kids, you're the most filial. Unlike your sister, who is so foolish, she can't contribute a penny. Hearing bad things about Su Qing, Su Shui forced a smile. When she looked up, she saw Su Qing standing by the second-floor window, watching them intently. From a distance, Su Qing couldn't hear what they were saying, but she could see the actions of He Lady and Su Shui. Seeing Su Shui covering her mouth and taking off her watch, Su Qing raised an eyebrow and took a sip of her hot tea. Being held accountable, one must comply. He Lady and the others are planning a marriage for Su Shui, not out of love for the child, but for personal gain. Once He Lady takes what she wants and leaves, there will be no more drama to watch. Su Qing quietly returns to her seat to finish the report she was working on. Big sister, did you see everything that just happened? Su Shui asks as she enters the office and approaches Su Qing. I did, Su Qing replies confidently. He Lady is not just your mother. She's my mother too. If she comes looking for someone, it's only right for a colleague to give me a heads up. Su Shui can't help but ask, why didn't you tell me about family matters? If I told you, would you go home and send money? Su Qing lowers her head and gives a knowing glance at Su Shui's wrist, her expression clear. Even if she had said something, Su Shui wouldn't have gone out of her way to send money. He Lady's success isn't due to Su Shui's kindness, but because she was threatened. After nearly 20 years as mother and daughter, they know each other well. When He Lady brings up her pregnancy, it's a clear warning. At this point, Su Shui doesn't even blame Ren Chao for pressuring her to have an abortion. If that child were born, she would always be threatened by the Su family. To silence Su Qing, she gave her 500 pounds of food tickets. He Lady is currently asking for a watch, but in the future, she'll demand more. A dull knife cuts deeper than a clear price tag. Su Shui grits her teeth and silently reassures herself that since the child is already gone, once Ren Chao's work stabilizes and the talk of marriage fades, she won't have to endure her family's extortion. At most, she can endure for another 6 months to a year. After things settle down, she can have a son and live a beautiful life. There will be plenty of family members to watch her closely. Thinking of a bright future, Su Shui holds back her anger, forces a smile at Su Qing, and returns to her seat. She doesn't plan to mention He Lady's request for money, so when colleagues ask, she just wants to find a casual excuse to brush it off. But Su Qing is straightforward. When someone casually asks, she spills all the family troubles. My younger brother is gambling and owes $200. My dad got beaten up. My mom came over, probably to borrow money for my sister. She has borrowed from me before, but I have no money. Since they aren't her real parents or brother, Su Qing won't cover for them. In her description, a picture of a useless family gradually formed in everyone's mind. Big sister. Su Shui couldn't help but interrupt. You should say less. Mom and Dad have money. Why would they ask us for it? Are these family troubles something to be proud of? She wished no one knew about it, yet Su Qing brought it up as a topic of conversation. This little leader in the office was a relative from Su Shui's in-laws, and she wanted to maintain her family's face and dignity. After saying everything that needed to be said, when Su Shui interrupted, Su Qing shrugged. All right, I won't say any more. I'm actually a bit embarrassed about those family issues. Su Shui ground her teeth, thinking, you know that, huh? She looked at her big sister with disdain. Being this foolish, it's no wonder she had no money. With such family troubles, Su Shui doubted her sister could get any good treatment from her in-laws. Wang Suifan probably treated her like a thief. Su Shui couldn't imagine that Su Qing and Wang Suifan could get along like best friends. Before Su Qing went to her family to watch the drama, she clearly told Wang Suifan, Mom, don't worry, I'm just going to watch the fun. I won't lend them a single cent. Although she had written a letter to cut ties, Wang Suifan still held some old-fashioned views. Just bring back a cabbage for your mom. It's not expensive. Don't let others see you coming home empty-handed. No need. It's just for appearances. Why give them anything? I'll keep the cabbage for myself. Su Qing really went to the Su family empty-handed to enjoy the gossip. With Su Qing having this attitude, Wang Suifan had no grudges in her heart, so how could she be wary of her? Instead, she was more cautious of her own children, treating them like thieves. After bringing home some smoked meat from the countryside, she locked it in the cupboard without telling Xie Kezi. Each time, she secretly cut a little to add to the rice balls for Su Qing. The meat in the rice balls is lean. It can be eaten cold, but it's best hot. Hurry back to your room. I put it on your bedside table. Wang Suifan glanced at Xie Jiankong and Xie Guiying in the room with a look of disdain. These two kids came back too early today, ruining her chance to sneak a snack. Mom, have you eaten? Su Qing said sweetly. Good things should be eaten by Mom first. Hearing this made Wang Suifan's heart soften. A good child is different. Even when there's something tasty, they think of her. Unlike her own children, who were like ungrateful wolves, always wanting more, as if they would eat her alive if they could. Mom has eaten. Quickly go back to your room and eat. Today's rice balls are made with pure white rice, no whole grains mixed in. Having experienced better days in the future, Wang Suifan felt that such a small meal was not enough for her good child. She pushed Su Qing into her room for a snack and sighed before starting to prepare meals for the family. But for those who could only eat meat once every couple of months, the smell of meat was particularly tempting, even though all that was in front of them was cabbage. Xie Jianzhong had been sulking with the family lately and remained silent. Xie Jiankong, however, groaned more cabbage. I don't want to eat cabbage anymore. Wang Suifan shot a glance at her younger son. You don't want this or that. Would you eat dragon meat? Su Qing looked at Xie Jiankong curiously. While others were spoiled, he was sulking even after losing favor. Given the current situation, having cabbage to eat was already good. Su Qing shook her head in disapproval and immediately gave Xie Jiankong a proper example. Mom, the cabbage you stir-fried today is really delicious. Your cooking is amazing. Wang Suifan, annoyed by her son, instantly calmed down. Well, if you think it's good, eat more. It's just that we don't have the conditions right now. When we have meat, Mom's dishes will be even better. It's already very tasty. Su Qing praised sincerely. After all, she was already full from the smoked meat rice balls, and this cabbage was just a side dish, so she couldn't be picky. Unlike Xie Jiankong and the others, who had no chance for a snack, this meal was their main one. It was too plain, and eating it was indeed uncomfortable. In the past, Wang Suifan would share the meat and eggs she managed to get with her children, but now, Aside from Su Qing, no one else received that treatment. Even after being scolded, Xie Jiankong didn't care and continued to ask, Mom, didn't you buy eggs? When can we have scrambled eggs? I also want steamed eggs. Having been spoiled for over a decade, Xie Jiankong showed no awareness of losing favor. He still asked for whatever he wanted. Wang Xuefan, however, was no longer indulgent. You're not starving. Having something to eat is already good. If you're going to complain, then don't eat. As soon as she spoke, she scolded him. Although Xie Jiankong lowered his head and didn't dare to speak, he secretly pouted. Su Qing saw this and immediately chimed in, Yes, just being able to fill our stomachs is great. When I was out in the countryside alone, I often went hungry for the first couple of years, secretly digging for sweet potatoes that others left behind. Mom and Dad work so hard to support the family, it makes me feel sad to see. This made Wang Xuefan feel better, and Xie Qiao also relaxed a bit. He secretly thought to himself, no wonder Wang Xuefan likes Su Qing. A sweet-talking kid like that is hard not to like. Compared to Su Qing's charm, his sons, Xie Jianzhong and Xie Jiankong, seemed dull and only knew how to annoy people. Sometimes, Xie Kuizi even wondered if he owed these two from a past life and was now paying them back. Su Qing stirred things up, and although Xie Jiankong wasn't scolded, he could clearly feel his parents' disdain for him. He was furious, glaring at Su Qing with anger. Being scolded was hurtful, but seeing Su Qing praised was even harder for him to accept, especially since she was being praised at his expense. Xie Jiankong wanted to find an ally, but his older brother looked at him with the same disdain. In the end, he could only confide in Xie Guiying. We need to show our second sister-in-law who's really in charge around here. How dare she compete with us, being an outsider? Let's not. What if she tells on us? Mom will scold us, Xie Guiying pouted. I heard Mom say she's making new clothes for her. Mom doesn't even make me anything. She really likes her now. Now, Su Qing and Wang Xuefan's relationship was visibly good. With Wang Xuefan backing her up, Xie Guiying really didn't dare to provoke her. Although they were twins and played together every day, Xie Guiying, being a girl, was more refined. Xie Jiankong, on the other hand, was more reckless. Even knowing he would get scolded for mischief, he still wanted to act out. Xie Guiying, what's wrong with you? Aren't we family? You won't help me? Please help me get back at her. Because Xie Jiankong kept pleading, Xie Guiying, feeling a sense of loyalty from growing up together, reluctantly agreed. All right, what do you want to do? Let's scare her while she's riding her bike, since she's not very good at it. Maybe she'll fall. And when we're cleaning up, we can get her to help and let her break a stack of dishes. I bet Mom will scold her. Xie Jiankong was always a mischievous kid, and he had plenty of sneaky ideas. After some discussion, Xie Guiying suggested, let's go with the dishes. If she falls and makes a fuss, Mom will feel sorry for her. Okay, that's the plan. After they talked it over, their plan was set. To avoid breaking dishes before dinner and affecting their meal, they decided to carry out their plan after eating. Seizing the opportunity, Xie Jiankong handed a stack of bowls to Su Qing, saying, Sister-in-law, can you help me hold these bowls? I need to roll up my sleeves. Although she didn't know Xie Jiankong's plan, Su Qing felt their relationship wasn't close enough for her to help, so she directly refused. It's just a few steps to the kitchen. You can roll up your sleeves once you get there. Xie Jiankong widened his eyes. Su Qing's response was completely unexpected. This sister-in-law usually seemed caring and attentive in front of their mother, but now she was acting cold-hearted towards him. However, the plan was already set. Since Su Qing wouldn't cooperate, Xie Jiankong decided to push forward. He looked around and noticed Xie Kezi was boiling water on the stove, and Wang Xuefan was wiping the table. No one was paying attention to them. Xie Jiankong shot a challenging glance at Su Qing, loosened his grip, and with a loud crash, several bowls fell to the floor and shattered. The noise immediately drew everyone's attention. Sister-in-law, how could you drop the bowls? Xie Jiankong took the lead in accusing her. Xie Guiying quickly followed up, scolding sister-in-law. What's wrong with you? We only have a few bowls at home. If you break them, how will we eat? Su Qing leaned back in shock, her mouth slightly open. She had only seen such schemes in palace dramas. Now, with only 6 people in the house, Xie Jiankong was playing mind games with her. Incredible. Little brother, even if you're afraid of being scolded by mom, you can't blame me for this. I didn't even touch the bowls, Su Qing replied, taking on a more authoritative tone. At your age, you should learn to take responsibility for your actions. The latter part of her statement wasn't directed at Xie Jiankong but rather at Wang Xuefan. As she spoke, her eyes showed concern, as if she felt sorry for Wang Xuefan for raising such an unreliable son. Before Xie Jiankong could respond, Su Qing continued, "It's okay. Breaking a few bowls isn't a big deal. I'll buy some new ones tomorrow." Wang Xuefan was more inclined to believe Su Qing, but didn't scold anyone. Instead, she looked at Xie Jiankong with disappointment. "You don't need to pay for them. Save your money for something good to eat. I'll go buy the bowls tomorrow." Xie Jiankong glanced between Su Qing and Wang Xuefan, wanting to say something but feeling that nothing he could say would be appropriate, so he stomped his foot in frustration. In this first round, Xie Jiankong was completely defeated. But he didn't get discouraged. He quickly prepared a second plan to make Su Qing fall off her bike. No matter what method he used, he had to let out his frustration. To teach Su Qing a lesson, he and Xie Guiying didn't go out to play in the morning. Instead, they waited at the alley for Su Qing to come home from work. However, they had no experience in waiting for someone and got so absorbed in reading comics that they didn't notice when Su Qing passed by. "Get up, get up. Second sister-in-law has already gone home. You're still reading that silly book. It's all your fault. What a terrible idea. We waited so long and didn't see anything. Let's hurry home and come back in the afternoon." With bad intentions in their minds, they started to act sneakily. Even when returning home, they quietly pushed open the gate. As they passed the kitchen, Xie Jiankong locked eyes with Su Qing, who was sneaking a snack. Xie Jiankong instantly became bold, hands on his hips. "Oh, you're stealing." Before he could finish, he noticed Wang Xuefan holding a bowl and eating too. Xie Jiankong's bravado vanished, and he was almost in tears. The 4 of them stared at each other for a few seconds, and Xie Jiankong was the first to break down and complain. "Mom, you're stealing too." His voice was filled with emotion. Xie Guiying looked just as shocked, her face showing disbelief. "Mom, second sister-in-law, how could you do this?" Since her rebirth, Wang Xuefan had only felt resentment and anger towards her children. This was the first time she felt a bit guilty. Sneaking snacks behind her children's backs was not something a good mother would do in her eyes. She had originally planned to only let Su Qing eat, not herself. It was Su Qing who insisted she join in, and she reluctantly agreed. If things had gone according to her plan, even if Xie Jiankong and his sister discovered Su Qing sneaking food, she could have confidently supported Su Qing since she hadn't eaten. But now that she had eaten too, she couldn't bring herself to scold them. "Why are you two back so early today?" Wang Xuefan asked weakly. "Mom, how can you even ask? If we hadn't come back early, we wouldn't have found out you two were doing this." Xie Jiankong angrily questioned. From his moral high ground, Xie Jiankong was trembling. "Honestly, how long have you two been doing this?" Wang Xuefan felt guilty because of her role as a mother, but Su Qing didn't think eating something nice was wrong. She had money and tickets, and even without Wang Xuefan arranging things for her, she would still eat out. It was just that eating at home offered more variety and saved money. Using public money means there's nothing to feel guilty about. Su Qing calmly took a spoonful of steamed egg and continued to eat, confidently stating, "Let's talk nicely." "What's stealing?"
"I'm eating openly."
"You're eating food from home, and you call that open?" Xie Jiankong was so shocked he almost raised his voice. "It's not from home. I bought it with my own money and tickets. I asked Mom to help me make it, so I also showed my respect to her." Su Qing turned to Wang Xuefan and said, "Right, Mom?" "Yes, that's right." Wang Xuefan immediately sided with Su Qing. Although Su Qing didn't take the dowry money given by the Su family, she had given the 500 pounds of food tickets to Wang Xuefan to handle. with the food tickets saying that the rice balls and steamed eggs were Su Qing's way of showing respect was not wrong. Thinking this way, Wang Suifan felt more justified and straightened her back. What's all this fuss about? Why are you two arguing? Your second sister-in-law is weak. Bringing her something nice to eat is the right thing to do. It has nothing to do with you two. If it were just Su Qing enjoying good food, Xia Jiankong would be shocked and angry, but would not find it unacceptable. But Wang Suifan secretly enjoying good food was not acceptable to him. He couldn't accept it. Even if that good food was given by Su Qing, he still couldn't accept it. No. You are both in the wrong. You're just making excuses. When Dad and Big Brother come back, I will definitely tell them. There were some hidden thoughts he couldn't express. But deep down, Xia Jiankong still felt that all the good things should have a share for him. Even if he couldn't have it all, he should have some. For example, the bowl of steamed egg in Wang Suifan's hand should have been hidden away and shared with him. He was looking forward to her giving him the whole bowl of steamed egg. If that wasn't possible, he could only accept that she would share it with a few siblings. Wang Suifan enjoying it all by herself shocked his beliefs. He had to go find Xia Kazi to reason with him. You want to tell? Trying to use Dad to pressure Mom? Su Qing said bluntly. Then Mom really wasted her love on you. Wang Suifan, who hadn't thought much of it, changed her expression immediately after Su Qing's words. With a cold laugh, she said, Don't just think about telling your dad. Even if you complain to the higher-ups, I am still in the right. Now, she felt no guilt at all, only anger towards the ungrateful son, and she finished eating what was in the bowl right in front of Xia Jiankong. Then she stopped talking and ignored both Xia Jiankong and Xia Guiying, busying herself with her own tasks. Her cold attitude made Xia Jiankong and Xia Guiying a bit scared, but they didn't think they were wrong, so they stood their ground in the yard. When Xia Jianzhong and Xia Kazi returned, they immediately started complaining. By the end, Xia Jiankong was almost in tears, feeling deeply wronged. The fact that Wang Suifan had been unfaithful not only shocked Xia Jiankong but also stunned Xia Kazi and Xia Jianzhong. You must be mistaken, was Xia Kazi's first reaction, filled with disbelief. In Wang Suifan's mind, her children were more important than herself. He couldn't believe she would do such a thing. Xia Jianzhong didn't believe it either, but seeing how adamant Xia Jiankong was, he couldn't help but scold. How could Mom do this? Exactly. How could Mom do this? While Xia Jiankong complained, Su Qing didn't stop him. Once he finished, she slowly stood up and said, This is my responsibility. I bought the items because I felt Mom was working too hard and wanted to show her appreciation. There wasn't enough for my younger siblings, and I'm truly sorry about that. Xia Jiankong wouldn't let it go, but Xia Jianzhong seemed to understand something and couldn't help but mock. No wonder Mom favors you. You really know how to please her. Xia Jianzhong looked at Su Qing as if she were a petty person. Su Qing shot back a look of disbelief and said, With so many kids in the family, of course, Mom would favor the one who is thoughtful and respectful. Are you expecting her to favor the one who causes trouble? With so many children at home, no matter how skilled someone is, they can't treat everyone equally. Su Qing's words struck a chord with Wang Suifan. The youngest son felt he had done something wrong and complained to the family. But Su Qing stood up for her, arguing on her behalf. Which child is considerate and which one is troublesome? Isn't it obvious? With a good child like Su Qing, of course, she would show favoritism. Not just Wang Suifan, even Xia Kazi was convinced by Su Qing's reasoning. Originally, Xia Kazi was on Wang Suifan's side, but now his stance was even stronger. Alright, what's the big deal about this? The second daughter-in-law showing respect to her mother-in-law is a good thing, and yet you two are making such a fuss. Not true. Second sister-in-law has no money. All her money comes from the family. Xia Jiankong still refused to accept it. He didn't know the details of the marriage arrangement, but he knew the Xia family had given a bride price of 500. In his eyes, everything Su Qing has now was given by the Xia family. Since Xia Qiezi and Xia Jianzhong returned home, Wang Suifan did not say a word to explain. She just coldly watched Xia Qiezi's behavior. She had given up on her eldest son and was only counting on Xie Qiezi. When she saw that Xie Qiezi supported her, a smile immediately appeared on her face. With Su Qing and Xie Qiezi's support, Wang Suifan felt relatively good. However, even in a good mood, she did not plan to continue arguing with her younger son. When kids are being mischievous, reasoning doesn't work. Wang Suifan directly grabbed a feather duster and started to hit.
Ah!
Seeing the stick, Xie Jiankong immediately came to his senses and started to flee in panic. All you do is eat. Didn't you get enough at home? How dare you think about your second sister-in-law's things? The family has split. She bought those things with her own money, so why should she give them to you? Who do you think you are? Wang Suifan pushed Xie Qiezi to the door of the yard to block it, while she chased after her younger son, hitting him and scolding him, full of anger. She felt a bit guilty for just a few seconds. Once she regained her composure, her fighting spirit returned. It was still Xie Qiezi who couldn't bear to watch and secretly let Xie Jiankong escape to avoid trouble. You little brat, if you have the ability, don't come back. Starve out there. After scolding her son, Wang Suifan turned to reprimand Xie Qiezi. Is this how you guard the door? You even let him get away. You old fool. You're getting less useful as you age. He's still young. The family situation isn't good right now, so of course he would be tempted, Xie Qiezi said kindly to comfort her. Wang Suifan glared at him. She knew her younger son had a sweet tooth. When she hit her child, it wasn't to hurt him badly, just to serve as a warning. Xie Jiankong, chased and hit by Wang Suifan, ran out but still looked lively, though his face was streaked with tears, making him look disheveled. He stood in the alley outside, looking up at the sky, and let out a low wail of frustration. I'm so angry. None of them are good people. Boo-hoo, if Xie Jianhua were home, he would have helped intervene. Unfortunately, at home were Xie Jianzhong and Su Qing. Those two just watched the commotion. Not adding fuel to the fire was already a sign of Su Qing's good conscience. Boo-hoo's second brother, look at the person you brought home. Xie Jiankong knew what kind of person his elder brother was, and he still had some expectations for the new family member. But he was disappointed. Su Qing was just like his brother, showing no respect for elders or care for the young. As for Xie Guiying, as an accomplice, she dared not show her face and wished she could become invisible, fearing that Wang Suifan would scold her too. Xie Jiankong, the troublemaker, was kicked out and didn't dare to come back during mealtime, but the fact that Su Qing and Wang Suifan were sneaking tasty food in the kitchen could not be overlooked. Today, the dining table had another purely vegetarian dish. Normally, out of 30 days in a month, 29 would be vegetarian. But today, with the steamed eggs that Su Qing and her friend had snuck, the bland dish stood out even more. Mom, don't we have eggs at home? Why are we eating shredded potatoes again? Xie Jianzhong clearly expressed his dissatisfaction and said directly, Mom, I want scrambled eggs too. Unlike Xie Jiankong, who didn't work and relied entirely on his parents, Xie Jianzhong had a job and contributed to the household expenses every month, so he felt entitled to voice his opinion. Recently, after being scolded harshly by Wang Suifan, Xie Jianzhong was aware of his own feelings, and the family could see it too. During this time, whenever he wanted to say or do something, he held back, fearing he would seem petty in front of everyone. But today, knowing that Wang Suifan and Su Qing were eating meat while he had to eat vegetarian, he couldn't hold back any longer and spoke up. All right, I'll make scrambled eggs for you tomorrow. Wang Suifan replied readily. If Xie Jianzhong had acted like before, being sarcastic and indirect, Wang Suifan might have snapped back. But he had changed his previous behavior, and Wang Suifan gave him this consideration, even though he had just sided with his younger brother in criticizing her. Hearing the answer he wanted, Xie Jianzhong smiled and was about to thank her when Su Qing interrupted him. Mom, you're so nice, Su Qing said, looking at Wang Suifan with affection. You're truly a kind-hearted mom. Even when hurt by her children, Wang Suifan still hoped for their well-being. The toughest decision she made was to stop giving endless support. She never intended to let her children go hungry. In Su Qing's eyes, Wang Suifan was a fierce yet caring mother. She could be strict and explosive, but her love for her children surpassed that of most parents. Even though Wang Xuefin's maternal love for Xie Jianzhong and his brothers had diminished over time, it still held significant weight. Wang Xuefin felt a bit shy from Su Qing's praise and forced a smile, saying, "In this family, you understand me the most. Even my own children aren't as considerate as you." As soon as those words were spoken, the smile on Xie Jianzhong's face instantly faded. Originally, I was really looking forward to the scrambled eggs, but suddenly they didn't seem appealing anymore. Feeling pressured by his mother, Xie Jianzhong didn't dare to blame Wang Xuefin and silently glanced at Su Qing, secretly holding a grudge. But Su Qing only had eyes for Wang Xuefin. She said, "Of course. If it were me, I wouldn't want to upset you. I care about you too much. You're so wonderful. How can they not appreciate you?" Wang Xuefin was deeply moved. "Qing, how can you be so kind?" She wished Su Qing were her own daughter. Xie Jianzhong and Xie Guiying, the biological parents, watched the two women interact so closely and tightly gripped their chopsticks. Hearing this made them feel quite upset. Wang Xuefin and Su Qing were being affectionate, while the two biological children were completely ignored. If outsiders were to see this, they wouldn't be able to tell who the real children were. This scene left Xie Kezi stunned. When he married Wang Xuefin, she didn't get along like this with her mother-in-law. How did Wang Xuefin and Su Qing become so close? "Xuefin, it's time to eat. Let's keep the chatter to a minimum," Xie Kezi interrupted, worried that the two women would continue chatting and leave him feeling like an outsider. Wang Xuefin shot him an annoyed glance for interrupting but still picked up her bowl and started eating. Having already eaten quite a bit during the day, she wasn't very hungry at dinner. She continued to speak softly to Su Qing while eating. "Since everyone knows now, let's not eat in the kitchen next time. We'll just bring our food to the dining table. I'll listen to Mom." They used to sneak food every day, but now that Xie Jiankong had exposed them, they felt justified and openly made their own portions. Since it was rare to have scrambled eggs at home, Wang Xuefin thoughtfully prepared an extra bowl of rice for Su Qing. "This bowl of rice is for your second sister-in-law. No one is allowed to touch it." Wang Xuefin's words nearly made the three biological children jump in anger. "Mom, that's too much rice for me. I can't finish it alone. You and Dad should share it," Su Qing offered. However, she only showed consideration for her in-laws, not her siblings. Su Qing smiled at Xie Jiankong and the others, explaining, "Everyone has a set amount of food. I can't give more. I can only show respect to my parents. You all are so respectful. You won't mind, right?" Since she said that, what else can Xie Jianzhong and the others say? In the future, she wouldn't even spare a bowl of plain rice for the two little ones at home. She would definitely make it onto the annual bazaar news list. But right now, as long as she can swallow her pride and do this, Xie Jiankong and the others wouldn't dare to complain. Urban households receive a fixed monthly grain quota. Those doing heavy labor get a higher quota, while someone like her, who works in an office, gets less than 30 pounds of grain a month. Most of this is coarse grain, so she can only buy staple foods like cornmeal and sweet potatoes. The share for fine flour and rice is just 2 pounds. Even Xie Jiankong knows that fine grains are expensive and hard to come by. If he tried to take Su Qing's food, Wang Xuefin would definitely scold him. At the dining table, there were two types of food. Besides Wang Xuefin and Su Qing, the others felt a bit uncomfortable. These two had gotten used to sneaking extra food and had become quite bold. Actually, Su Qing hadn't been married for long, and their secret meals together hadn't happened for too long either, but bad habits form quickly. While they ate and drank without a care, Xie Kezi felt awkward looking at the bowl of white rice. He didn't want to eat in front of the kids, but he also didn't want to leave the food for them. He was afraid of being scolded by Wang Xuefin and didn't want to disappoint Su Qing's kindness. Now that they had separated, if he took things given to the second family and shared them with the other kids, it would cause trouble. Wang Xuefin was almost finished with her meal and noticed that Xie Kezi hadn't touched his food. She couldn't help but say, "You really can't handle fine grains." You know your stomach isn't good, so you should eat more fine food to take care of yourself, but here it is in front of you, and you still won't eat. How picky. I will eat, why wouldn't I? Xie Kezi gently reminded, there's still food at home. I'll make some rice for Jiankong, and the others later. Hearing this, Xie Jiankong immediately smiled, already looking forward to it. Wang Xuefeng glanced at him and said, I know what you mean. You're worried that Jianzhong and the others won't have enough to eat and might complain. But I won't cook mixed grain for them today, tomorrow, or the day after. We don't have that much rice at home. Tomorrow? The day after? Xie Kezi couldn't help but wonder. Having better meals 1 or 2 days a month was already good enough. How could they have better meals every day? Without Su Qing needing to intervene, Wang Xuefeng had already found an excuse for her. Qingqing has been in the countryside for so many years and is really lacking in health. She must eat something good to recover, otherwise, it will affect her health in the future. In addition to giving the family 10 yuan for groceries, she also gave me some money to help her out. With her health being so weak, she needs to take care of herself for at least half a year. So that's what happened. Xie Kezi believed this. If Su Qing wasn't helping, could it be that Wang Xuefeng was providing support? He handed over his monthly salary to the family, but that didn't mean he was unaware of everything. He had a good idea of the household expenses and savings. Moreover, even if Wang Xuefeng did provide support, it wouldn't go to the daughter-in-law. There are so many biological children to consider. If we think about it, it's actually Su Qing who is supporting them. Even he benefited from her generosity. In just a few sentences, Wang Xuefeng justified Su Qing's different food standards. Feeling pleased with herself, she suddenly heard Xie Jianzhong ask softly, does Erdi know about this? Xie Jianhua definitely didn't know. Wang Xuefeng was momentarily at a loss for words. He doesn't know. Su Qing smiled and added, I'm using my dowry to take care of myself. I shouldn't need to ask Jianhua for permission, right? Exactly. Since we've split up, what happens in the second family has nothing to do with you. Wang Xuefeng, no longer on the defensive, directly attacked, you spend money freely, and I haven't interfered. Why are you getting involved with the second family? Xie Jianzhong was not convinced. I spend money freely? Where have I spent money carelessly? Wang Xuefeng sneered. If you can pull out 20 yuan from your pocket right now, I'll believe you haven't spent money carelessly. I know you well. At least Su Qing spends her money on herself. I have no idea where your money goes. Xie Jiankong chimed in. I saw Big Brother giving someone snow cream. Xie Guiying quietly added, I saw it too. Although they didn't say who it was for, the family knew that Xie Jianzhong liked the neighbor, Zhang Dahong, so the snow cream was definitely for her. See? I told you that you spend money carelessly, and on snow cream too. I raised you all this time, and you've never bought me snow cream. Even though she had expected this, Wang Xuefeng couldn't help but feel angry. On the surface, Wang Xuefeng seemed upset, but Su Qing could see her grievances and sadness. She immediately stated, Mom, I want to buy you snow cream. Please let me have this opportunity. Xie Jiankong, who was happily stirring the pot and digging a hole for his brother, suddenly had his smile freeze when he heard Su Qing say that. My dear Su Qing, I'm so glad you're still here in this family. Wang Xuefeng doesn't lack for snowflake cream. What she lacks is the thought behind it. Seeing her children, Wang Xuefeng couldn't help but feel angry and exclaimed, a bunch of clueless kids. Feeling embarrassed next to Su Qing, Xie Jianzhong could only explain, Mom, you don't need these things, so I didn't buy them for you. If you want them, I can get them for you. In this family, Wang Xuefeng manages the finances. Besides handling the household income, she also secretly saved a considerable amount of her own money. Wang Xuefeng has money to spend. She just finds it hard to spend it on herself. Like many women who are often criticized for shopping, much of what they buy isn't really for themselves. Wang Xuefeng buys everything for the house, so Xie Jianzhong thinks that she can buy whatever she wants, and he doesn't feel the need to buy her gifts. Wang Xuefeng has money and can buy snowflake cream herself. But if he doesn't buy it for someone special, that person won't talk to him. Forget it. If you really wanted to give me something, you wouldn't ask. You'd just hand me the snowflake cream. Ching already said she would buy it for me, and you still ask? That's not sincere at all, Wang Suifan shot back. If her eldest son had given it to her directly, she would have happily accepted. But asking first made her not want it. This made her feel like she was begging for a gift. The strange pride of being a parent made Wang Suifan reluctant to ask her children for things, fearing it would burden them. She always thought that if her children were filial, they would offer willingly. Who would have guessed that her children would be ungrateful? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she silently vowed that even if her eldest son begged her to accept a gift, she wouldn't take it. A gentleman does not accept food offered out of pity. While she felt proud, Su Qing couldn't understand this maternal mindset and cheerfully advised, "Mom, just accept it. You deserve this. You've raised your eldest brother for so long. What's wrong with accepting snowflake cream from him? Now you can have 2 boxes." Su Qing's words pulled Wang Suifan down from her high horse. She felt that what Su Qing said made some sense, but she still felt a bit shy. She really wasn't used to receiving gifts from her children. "Mom, that's not right. You can't just give. You need to learn to accept your children's kindness," Su Qing gently scolded Wang Suifan, then turned to Xie Jianzhong and said, "Buy the most expensive snowflake cream for Mom. She deserves it. If she doesn't accept, she'll get scolded." He sent it, but he might get scolded by Wang Suifan for wasting money. However, Su Qing had already explained everything to him, so Xie Jianzhong could only nod in agreement. Since he had given snow cream to others, it would be unreasonable not to give some to Wang Suifan. Wang Suifan glanced at Su Qing and did not argue, which meant she accepted the situation. She thought to herself, "If there's extra snow cream, I can just let Su Qing use it. Winter is the perfect time for keeping skin fair." During this time, Su Qing took good care of herself, eating well and applying cream to her face daily, which helped her regain some beauty, making her look different from when she first got married. Su Qing was very quick to act. When she said she would buy snow cream for Wang Suifan, she went to the department store the next day. With her high efficiency as a role model, Xie Jianzhong didn't dare to delay and hurried to present the snow cream, fearing he would be scolded by Wang Suifan if he was late. To Xie Jianzhong's surprise, when Wang Suifan received the snow cream, she even praised him, saying with a pleased tone, "The child has grown up and knows how to be filial. I appreciate your thoughtfulness. I'm glad you like it, Mom." "I do. As long as it's from you, I like it." Xie Jianzhong felt a bit dizzy from the praise and went back to his room, still unable to process it. Recently, he had not been very popular at home, so who would have thought Wang Suifan would compliment him? Not only was he uncomfortable, but Wang Suifan also felt a bit awkward giving praise. "I got goosebumps saying those words," Wang Suifan whispered to Su Qing. "If you hadn't taught me, I wouldn't have been able to say anything nice at all." Wang Suifan had no talent for sweet talk, unlike Su Qing, who could easily come up with flattering words. "It's just a few words. It's the easiest way to do it. If you compliment him more, next time he'll know to be filial without you having to teach him," Su Qing then added, "But I'm not sure. That's what I read in a book." Wang Suifan had raised children, while Su Qing was still a novice compared to her. She worried that Xie Jianzhong might not change his ways. At over 20, he had already shown signs of being ungrateful, and if he couldn't be corrected, there was nothing she could do. Regardless of what any book said about parenting, Wang Suifan thought it made sense and wanted to try to improve her troublesome son. But no matter how much she tried, Xie Jianzhong would always be overshadowed by Su Qing. "Mom has snow cream and clam oil, so you can take this box to use." Wang Suifan touched Su Qing's face and suggested, "You should apply a thicker layer of cream on your face to help it lighten faster." "No need. I haven't finished my current one yet. Let's wait until it's used up," Su Qing replied. "Let's put the cream in the drawer and continue with our analysis. Once we find that corrupt official's grave, we won't have to worry about how much cream we need." Both of them had money and tickets, living comfortably, so they weren't in a rush for more. Plus, one had to work and the other had household chores, and they still hadn't found the corrupt official's grave.
"I've checked the nearby teams.
"I can't go farther. It would take too long and interfere with my cooking, Wang Suifan said honestly. No treasure was worth disrupting her daily life. They couldn't let the search for treasure make their lives chaotic. There's no rush. I ride my bike to work every day and can now carry passengers. On Sunday, I'll take you to Scout. For now, let's analyze which team we should focus on, Su Qing said, pulling out a list from her pocket. This was a collection of information about some city leaders she gathered while at work. We don't need to worry about our unit's leaders or these other units. They won't have anything valuable. These leaders are from out of town. After some analysis, Su Qing said, I think we can temporarily focus on these few people. They were in charge of interrogating and searching those capitalists and might have had opportunities to take something. Su Qing circled several key individuals and places with her pencil. While she spoke, Wang Suifan listened seriously, nodding occasionally. But once Su Qing finished, Wang Suifan tilted her head and asked, So, what are their names? You just circled them with a pencil, but you didn't say their names. My mom can't read. Hearing this, Su Qing's confidence quickly faded. She had forgotten that Wang Suifan couldn't read. So, Wang Suifan's earlier shocked expression and occasional sounds of admiration were just to encourage her. Usually, it was Su Qing who encouraged Wang Suifan, but today, she found herself being encouraged in return. Su Qing didn't name the leaders to avoid drawing attention. Now that she knew Wang Suifan couldn't read, she had to read out the names on the list one by one. After finishing her thoughts, she summarized, It's all about Ren Chao and his unit. Right now, their unit has the most benefits and the most power. This power refers to the ability to influence people. Upon hearing Ren Chao's name, Wang Suifan immediately patted her thigh and agreed, saying, I think you're right. If Ren Chao can get 500 pounds of grain tickets, just imagine what his superiors can do. Exactly, Su Qing said with disdain. When my sister brought the grain tickets, she said they were borrowed from Ren Chao. She believes it, but I don't. He must be hiding a lot of good stuff. I think so too, Wang Suifan said, glancing at Su Qing's expression before adding, Your sister is a bit foolish. She hasn't figured things out yet, and she'll definitely regret it later. As long as she doesn't regret it now, that's fine, Su Qing replied nonchalantly. In the future, Su Shui wouldn't know what was coming. But for now, Ren Chao was like a treasure to her. Wealthy and powerful. Su Shui eagerly wanted to marry him, hoping that being with him would lead to a good life. To protect Ren Chao's job and help maintain his reputation, her feelings were not purely out of love. There was also a part of self-interest involved. In Su Shui's eyes, marrying into the Ren family had more potential than marrying into the Xie family. There's nothing wrong with wanting a good life, but Su Shui's methods were a bit dirty, even betraying her own sister. Even if she became pregnant before marriage, as long as she was willing to follow the proper procedures to break off the engagement with the Xie family and return the 500 in betrothal gifts, she wouldn't have to suffer a miscarriage or be threatened by Su Qing and others, making her life difficult. Su Qing couldn't hypocritically wish for someone who had betrayed her to have a good life. She cleared her throat and tentatively said to Wang Suifan, It would be great if we could get our hands on the treasures Ren Chao is hiding. He probably is quite a bit.
Ren Chao.
Wang Suifan pondered. Before her rebirth, Su Shui and her husband didn't live extravagantly, so they probably didn't have many hidden treasures. He doesn't seem like an easy target. Let's not waste our time on him. Oh, I see. Su Qing nodded in satisfaction and said, Then let's go to Qingfeng Brigade this Sunday to gather some information. It's not far. We can bike there and back in half a day. Next week, we'll head to Hongxing Brigade. After choosing the destination, Su Qing crumpled the note in her hand and tossed it into the stove to burn. Let's do it your way. We can't rush this. I won't feel secure until we go through some ups and downs to get what we want. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Wang Suifan slowly opened the cupboard, took out 2 eggs, and sliced 2 pieces of bacon to make fried rice for Su Qing. As the delicious smell of the oil mixed with the rice filled the air, Wang Suifan couldn't help but sniff and said, I'm glad we separated. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to make something so tasty. Before, they had sneaked bites of food, worried about being caught, so they only ate simple and bland meals. They didn't dare to cook boldly, especially with meat. The smell of meat was too strong. Xie Jiankong would drool every time he smelled it. He wanted to shamelessly ask for a bite, but whenever he spoke, Wang Suifan would scold him, making him feel very frustrated. Not only did he not get to eat what he wanted, but he also got scolded, and Wang Suifan would nag him to study well at that moment. He couldn't stand it. "Mom, please stop giving orders. The teacher didn't assign any homework and other students aren't doing homework either. Why do you insist that I do it? What can I possibly write?" When it came to studying, Xie Jiankong was very assertive. Wang Suifan was taken aback. "You don't take your studies seriously, and yet you say I'm giving orders?" She wondered who had repeated a year 4 times just to get into college. If it weren't for her having a little money, who would dare to support him like this? If he lacked talent in studying, that was one thing, but he wasn't even trying. Getting into college was all about putting in the time. In her heart, Wang Suifan still hoped Xie Jiankong would go to college, but she would only hope and not support him further. Supporting him for another 4 years was out of the question. Once Xie Jiankong finished high school normally, Wang Suifan planned to step back. If he didn't get into college, he would have to find a job, and if he couldn't find one, he would have to figure out how to support himself. It was because she was thinking of letting go that Wang Suifan urged Xie Jiankong to strive for success, so that when she did let go, he would at least be able to take care of himself. She couldn't bear to see him struggle. Xie Jiankong was at a rebellious age and didn't appreciate Wang Suifan's kindness. When she encouraged him to study, he even found it annoying. "Mom, you're really funny. You never went to school and can't read a word, yet you want to teach me how to study?" Xie Jiankong said impatiently, "I know how to learn. I don't need your teaching. You're just giving me bad advice." Laziness is the hardest thing to overcome. Most people would rather relax and play than read or study. Wang Suifan's advice was just hard to hear for him. Xie Jiankong couldn't accept it and had plenty of excuses to argue back. When it comes to learning methods, Wang Suifan really struggles to argue with Xie Jiankong. Not that it matters. Wang Suifan grabs a feather duster and says, "Choose between studying or getting punished. Mom, just hit me and get it over with." Xie Jiankong cries out in frustration. "I never wanted to study. You forced me. Graduating elementary school was enough, but you insisted I go to high school. I don't want to study at all. Did I make a mistake by supporting your education? I'm just asking you to read. It's not the end of the world." Wang Suifan nearly loses her temper. Xie Jiankong defiantly replies, "If you want to read, go ahead. I'm not going to do it. I'm not illiterate." In this family, the only one who is illiterate is Wang Suifan. Wang Suifan gasps in anger and, with a loud shout, charges at him with the feather duster. She even chases him into the street, not caring about her pride. Today, she won't be satisfied until she gives her son a good talking to. Xie Jiankong, after getting a good beating, looked defeated when Wang Suifan chased him home with a stick. But he brought this on himself, and no one paid him any attention after the beating. Instead, when Wang Suifan returned, Su Qing rushed over to check on her. "Mom, your moves were so quick." "That was impressive," Su Qing suggested. "Someone as talented as you should teach me a few tricks." Hearing Su Qing's suggestion, Xie Jiankong widened his eyes in shock. Was she trying to make his injuries worse by encouraging their mom to practice? Not only did she not help him, but she was also adding fuel to the fire. "What are you staring at? Someone like you just hasn't been punished enough," Su Qing scoffed. "If mom hadn't pushed you to study, you'd still be illiterate. You've gained knowledge by standing on your parents' shoulders, and now you look down on your mom for being illiterate. You're an ungrateful child." As soon as Su Qing spoke, Wang Suifan nodded vigorously. When it comes to insults, no one can match Wang Suifan, who has plenty of experience. She can easily come up with harsh words. However, when it comes to reasoning, she struggles a bit. She knows some truths but can't express them well. Just shouting and scolding makes her seem unreasonable. Now, what she wanted to say was voiced by Su Qing, and it felt refreshing, like drinking ice-cold cola on a hot summer day. She couldn't help but join in, shouting, "Exactly. Ungrateful.
No questions.
Xie Jiankong felt so ashamed that he almost bowed his head to the ground. Just a few years of schooling and not even a high degree, yet he has such poor grades. How dare he look down on others? Su Qing scolded. What are you waiting for? Apologize to my mother-in-law. Apologize? Xie Jiankong instantly looked up, his mouth wide open. He never considered that possibility. His mother had already scolded him. To him, that was the end of it. He never expected there would be an apology involved. Speaking of apologies, Wang Xuefan felt a bit embarrassed and pulled Su Qing back, saying, Qing, let it go. In a big family, conflicts are common. Whether it's her or the kids, there are times when they do things wrong. After a little argument, they usually just have a meal together or sleep it off, and it's forgotten. She had never apologized to her child, and the child had never apologized to her. But Su Qing was serious. She rolled up her sleeves and threatened, Xie Jiankong, apologize. If you don't, I'll have to teach you a lesson. You know, I've been practicing my punches lately. Xie Qiaozi originally wanted to scold his younger son a bit more, but seeing Su Qing take over, he could only step aside and stay silent. However, his disapproving gaze was enough to show his stance. Xie Jiankong looked at Su Qing, then at Wang Xuefan, and with a red face, he said softly, Mom, I'm sorry. Hearing the apology, Wang Xuefan paused for 2 seconds, then nodded, okay. I understand. She couldn't say it was fine or that she completely forgave him. The sting of feeling abandoned would always remain in Wang Xuefan's heart, something she could never shake off. In comparison, Xie Jiankong calling her illiterate felt like just a light drizzle. She wouldn't even need to wait until the evening. After a meal, she figured she wouldn't care about being called illiterate anymore. Of course, she also didn't plan to urge her younger son to study. If the child wouldn't listen, it only made her more frustrated. She was ready to let it go, but Su Qing wasn't going to let it slide so easily. The next day, she pulled out a first-grade textbook and eagerly said, Mom, come study with me.
Me?
Wang Xuefan was shocked and pointed at herself. I'm in my 40s. I don't need to study anymore. Yes, you do. Su Qing insisted confidently. You're only in your 40s. It's the perfect age to strive. Seeing the textbook in front of her, Wang Xuefan felt helpless. You can ask Mom to work, but studying. She really hadn't studied much at all. Su Qing knew Wang Xuefan's weakness and said softly, Mom, there's a saying, relying on mountains can lead to their collapse, and relying on people can lead to their departure. Only yourself is truly reliable. Investing in your children is not as important as investing in yourself. If you have knowledge, experience, and even wealth and power, every child will be respectful and won't dare to upset you. This book is what you should read. Her words struck a chord with Wang Xuefan. If she could read, Xie Jiankong wouldn't dare to use her illiteracy against her. After the liberation, the factory had held literacy classes, but at that time, she was busy taking care of the children and had no time to learn. Now that the children were older, she finally had some free time. She was willing to support her children's education because she admired those who could read. But despite her admiration, she had never considered becoming a scholar herself. Su Qing's suggestion was like a bell ringing in a dull wasteland, awakening Wang Xuefan's spirit. I will learn. As she said this, Wang Xuefan felt as if she had returned to her childhood, and the envy she once felt when seeing her brother go to school vanished in that moment. A long-buried wish was finally being fulfilled. I will teach you, Su Qing replied, her face lighting up with a bright smile. She had worked hard in her past life and didn't want to do it again, but Wang Xuefan had yet to experience that effort. Once Wang Xuefan understood this, she would pursue her own goals and wouldn't pressure Su Qing to improve. At the beginning of the reform and opening up, there was no such thing as ineffective competition. Those who worked hard generally reaped rewards. Once Wang Xuefan achieved certain results and had more resources, she would no longer fear future retirement issues. She could also benefit from other support. As for age, it was not a problem at all. There were people in their 60s still striving, so Wang Xuefan was just getting started at her age. Wang Xuefan touched the textbooks and pencils in front of her, her eyes sparkling with excitement. When she opened the book, she suddenly turned to Su Qing and said, "Qing Qing, you are so wonderful. If only I had met you sooner." Having been reborn, Wang Suifan felt that the best decision she made was to get to know Su Qing again. Initially, she treated Su Qing well because of the debt she owed from her past life, but after getting to know her better, she realized that Su Qing was even better than she had imagined. Not only did she share delicious food with her and help discipline her children, but she also taught her to read, wanting her to become a better person. Without Su Qing, even if she lived her life again, she wouldn't be as carefree as she was now, nor would she see so many possibilities for her future. Su Qing didn't notice Wang Suifan's emotional gaze at all. She excitedly rubbed her hands together and said, "Come on, Mom. I'll teach you. Don't worry, I will definitely be a good teacher and won't scold you." Once Wang Suifan learned the basic common characters, she could manage on her own. Compared to real elementary school students, Wang Suifan, as an adult, was much easier to teach. "I recognize these two characters. They are for food coupons. And this one I know too. It's the character for thank you, right?" "Yes, yes, yes. Mom, you are so smart." Wang Suifan was familiar with the characters she used often, but she couldn't write them. Not being able to write well was a small problem. The biggest issue was that she often wrote in unexpected places. On the first day of teaching, Su Qing assigned her the task of practicing straight lines and the order of strokes. When she was scolding this and that at home, Wang Suifan looked quite confident, but when learning, she was overly obedient. If she were in a classroom, she would definitely be a model student. Wang Suifan naturally held a sense of respect for the teacher role. Even though teachers' status had declined in recent years and anyone could criticize them, her respect for teachers remained unchanged. When faced with the tasks assigned by Su Qing, Wang Suifan completed them without cutting corners. If she was told to write something 10 times, she would write even more. If she found something difficult, she would voluntarily practice more. While Wang Suifan practiced the simplest characters, Su Qing reviewed her high school knowledge, creating a strong learning atmosphere between them. "Chui Fun, where did you put my pants?" Xie Kezi quietly gathered his courage to interrupt. "Where?" "Right in my palm." Wang Suifan glared. "Can't you see I'm busy? Go find them yourself." Xie Kezi weakly explained, "I looked, but I couldn't find them." "What use are you, every day?" Wang Suifan put down her pencil and grumbled as she went to find Xie Kezi's pants. After pulling the pants out from the bottom of the cabinet and handing them to Xie Kezi, Wang Suifan complained, "Qing Qing said I'm a good candidate for Peking University. If I don't learn well, it's all your fault. You keep bothering me while I'm studying. It's so annoying." Peking University? In this era, schools in the capital naturally carried a certain prestige. When Xie Kezi heard those two words, he couldn't help but look at Su Qing with admiration. He just realized how bold Su Qing was to say that. Not only did Su Qing dare to say it, but Wang Suifan also believed it. "You. Never mind, just study hard." "Studying well gives us hope," Xie Kezi thought, not wanting to discourage her. He noticed that Wang Suifan had been very enthusiastic about her studies lately. Even when Sister Li and Sister Zhou invited her to play, she declined. If she did go out, she would take her notebook and pencil with her, finding time to practice writing. Xie Kezi supported her learning. He didn't expect her to become a college student. He just hoped she wouldn't be illiterate. In their generation, few people had the chance to learn, so they should take advantage of it. To support Wang Suifan's studies, Xie Kezi took on the tasks of washing clothes and bed linens on Sundays. "You focus on your studies. I'll handle the laundry and cook," he said, waiting for her praise. At crucial moments, he felt he could step up. Wang Suifan didn't hold back and praised him. Afterward, she said, "I'll leave the house to you today. I'm going out with Qing Qing and won't be back for lunch. We'll eat out." "You two are going out to play?" Xie Kezi thought he might have misheard. Yes, yes, Wang Suifan replied dismissively as she pushed her bicycle, urging Su Qing to hurry. When Wang Suifan got on the back of Su Qing's bike and rode off stylishly, Xie Kezi was still a bit stunned. Watching them leave, He looked at the pile of dirty clothes in front of him and felt a mix of frustration and amusement. He was doing this to help Wang Tsuifan study, not to be left behind while they went out to have fun. Ungrateful. Two ungrateful ones. How did my son marry such a wife? Turning Tsuifan into this. He grumbled as he scrubbed the clothes vigorously. As a father-in-law, he couldn't criticize his daughter-in-law, and he didn't dare to say anything about his own wife. He could only comfort himself, thinking that at least they were going out together, so it couldn't be anything bad. Still, he couldn't help but be curious. When Wang Tsuifan and Su Qing returned that evening, he quickly asked, "What did you two do today?" "Nothing much. We just rode around the area." Qing said she hadn't been back in years and didn't remember many places, so I took her to see and reminisce, Wang Tsuifan explained grandly. Xie Kezi raised an eyebrow, suspicious. "So you just wandered around all day? What's wrong with that?" Wang Tsuifan, who was already in a good mood, smiled even brighter when the topic came up. "When I'm outside, I can forget all the worries at home. It's really relaxing." Next Sunday hasn't even arrived yet, and Wang Tsuifan announced, "I won't cook next Sunday. You cook. I want to go out." Is she really letting loose? Not thinking about home? Xie Kezi looked at Wang Tsuifan and then at Su Qing, who was parking her bike, and could only ask, "What did you two eat for lunch and dinner today?" "We just grabbed something quick," Wang Tsuifan replied casually. She and Su Qing had eaten at a state-run restaurant today. Originally, she planned to bring food from home, but Su Qing insisted on eating out. If it were someone else, Wang Tsuifan would have complained about not being practical, but with Su Qing, she felt it was nice to enjoy life. After spending time with Su Qing, Wang Tsuifan felt much more carefree. With Su Qing's company, even after a day of gathering information, Wang Tsuifan returned home feeling refreshed and not tired at all. Given their state, it was hard for Xie Kezi to feel at ease. He continued to ask, "So what are you two planning to do next week? Just wandering around again? Why do you want to know so much?" Wang Tsuifan shot him a look of annoyance and questioned, "What? Are you afraid I'll run off with someone?" Su Qing, who was drinking water, almost choked at that remark. A married woman speaking so boldly was surprising. Xie Kezi protested, "I didn't mean it like that. I'm just concerned about you." "If you weren't concerned, you wouldn't be asking so much," Wang Tsuifan said, raising her chin proudly. Xie Kezi looked helpless. All right, forget it." It didn't matter if the conversation ended awkwardly. He planned to talk to Wang Tsuifan later when they were in a better mood. Maybe then she would open up to him. As he was thinking about how to approach her, Wang Tsuifan suddenly said, "Qing was chased by a dog today and got scared. I'm going to stay with her tonight." "You're staying with her?" Wang Tsuifan's excuse seemed reasonable, but Xie Kezi still felt something was off. They saw each other every day after work, and now they were leaving their families behind to go out together on Sundays, spending the whole day out and then sleeping together at night. Xie Kezi couldn't understand why they were so close. If Heir's wife is scared at night, let Guiying stay with her. "Tsuifan, you shouldn't get involved." Xie Kezi couldn't help but offer a suggestion. "Guiying is just a little girl. She can't handle this." Wang Tsuifan waved her hand dismissively and said, "You don't need to interfere. I can talk to Qing tonight. You two have been together all day. Don't you have anything left to say?" Xie Kezi complained. He really couldn't understand how they had so much to talk about. Wang Tsuifan shot him a disdainful glance. "Why are you so nosy? It's really annoying. I have nothing to say to you, but I have endless things to talk about with Qing." As she spoke, Wang Tsuifan even puffed out her chest, raising her chin higher. Seeing her arrogant demeanor made Xie Kezi's eyes hurt, and he quietly thought, "As an old couple, we've already said everything." After a while, when you start to appreciate your daughter-in-law, you'll find that once the conversation is over, you'll just be staring at each other with nothing left to say. It's all the same. As if he could foresee the future relationship between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, Xie Kezi shook his head and generously said, "All right, you two go ahead and sleep. I'll just sleep alone tonight." The story about Su Qing being chased by a dog and getting scared was just an excuse Wang Suifan casually made up. The real reason they wanted to be together at night was to sneak out and do something mischievous. Recently, Wang Suifan had already done a preliminary search of the surrounding area, and then Su Qing brought out a list for detailed analysis. This Sunday, it would be their first joint operation, and they had already found a rough location for the treasure. During the day, there were too many people around. They might run into workers in the fields or children playing on the mountain, and they could even encounter patrolling militia on the road. Since they weren't from that team, staying there too long during the day would attract attention. If they wanted to do something, they could only do it secretly at night. At this hour, Siakazi and the others should be asleep. "Come on, get up, it's time to work," Wang Suifan said without any guilt about sneaking around as she opened the door and shone the flashlight. The beam of the flashlight nearly blinded Su Qing. She weakly suggested, "Mom, should we turn off the flashlight?" "It's fine. If Siakazi and the others see us, we can just say we're going to the bathroom," Wang Suifan said casually. Compared to Wang Suifan, Su Qing, who had never done anything wrong, really seemed like a rookie. In the modern world, there are cameras everywhere, and such special opportunities for making money are rare. Su Qing wanted to practice, but had no chance. Unlike Wang Suifan, who was born before liberation and had experienced turmoil, her mindset was much steadier. The streets at night are not completely quiet. There are people finishing their night shifts and others hurrying home. Although it's not as lively as during the day, it's not frightening either. Su Qing rode her bike with Wang Suifan along the street, not drawing any attention. But once they left the city and reached the outskirts, the road became rougher, and the moon was not out, making the path seem eerie. "Mom, it looks like there's someone over there," Su Qing whispered. Wang Suifan glanced over and disdainfully said, "It's probably just those troublemakers. Who knows what bad things they're up to at night." As they moved further from the city, the shadows grew fewer, and by the time they reached their destination, there wasn't a single person in sight. During the day, they had encouraged each other and prepared mentally. When they arrived at the graveyard, neither of them hesitated. "Here's the shovel. Let's dig," Wang Suifan directed. "We're going for that corrupt official's grave. He's been dead so long. He must have reincarnated by now." Despite saying that, when they started digging, Wang Suifan couldn't help but clasp her hands together and mutter several prayers. Even if what was buried wasn't a coffin but treasures, disturbing someone's grave is still disrespectful. After finishing her prayers, Wang Suifan was the first to grab the shovel. This shovel was a new tool she had bought a few days ago and had kept hidden in Su Qing's room until tonight.
She entrusted Wang Suifan completely.
She followed her lead, excited about the prospect of treasure. In her eyes, Wang Suifan was reliable. But when they actually uncovered a coffin, Su Qing's expression changed and she hesitated, saying, "Mom, that really is a coffin." She swallowed hard, feeling a bit scared. Wang Suifan didn't seem as dependable as she thought. "It's just a coffin. What's there to be afraid of? It might even be a decoy, with the real treasures hidden inside," Wang Suifan reassured her, having lived through tough times and maintaining a steady mindset. This corrupt official hoarded so much wealth, he might have taken a lot of national resources abroad. You don't need to feel sorry for him or his ancestors. With such a disgraceful descendant, he deserves this fate. Although neither of them were exactly innocent, they were doing this for money. Wang Suifan felt justified in taking from a corrupt official. She pushed Su Qing behind her, saying, "You stay back. I'll handle this." As the coffin opened, Wang Suifan and Su Qing, "You don't need to feel sorry for him or his ancestors. With such a disgraceful descendant, he deserves this fate." Although neither of them were exactly innocent, they were doing this for money. Wang Suifan felt justified in taking from a corrupt official. She pushed Su Qing behind her, saying, "The information only said ancestral grave, not whether it was his father or grandfather. That corrupt official probably had a bad relationship with his father, but a good one with his grandfather." "Stop talking. Let's hurry up and bury it," Su Qing said, flustered. Wang Suifan was still not convinced. No, we can't bury it yet. We need to dig up this mound first. Upon hearing this, Su Qing almost hit her own foot with the shovel. She looked up and met Wang Suifan's determined gaze for 2 seconds. Su Qing gritted her teeth and decided to trust Wang Suifan one more time. All right, let's dig. If they didn't find anything this time, she wouldn't believe in Wang Suifan anymore. With Su Qing's strength and Wang Suifan's as well, after another round of digging, they finally didn't hit the coffin this time. It's a box. Su Qing's eyes lit up like light bulbs as she whispered in surprise, while Wang Suifan's eyes also brightened. Once they saw the object, they worked even harder. After clearing the dirt off the box, Wang Suifan hurriedly opened it to check. Even in the dim light of night, the shining treasures inside almost blinded her. Oh my, so many gold bars, and lots of money. We're rich, really rich this time. I only hit a small box with a few big yellow fish, and this is a whole box. Wang Suifan exclaimed excitedly, tugging at Su Qing's arm. We won't have to worry about our future. Su Qing rubbed her hands together in excitement. We can retire without working anymore. After dreaming about their wonderful future for just a few seconds, they quickly got back to work. They had already spent a good part of the night, and time was running out. After lifting the heavy box out of the ground, Su Qing was about to obediently cover the hole back up. But Wang Suifan didn't care about that and urged, "Stop digging, let's go back." "Aren't we going to restore the grave?" Su Qing pointed at the coffin, genuinely unsure of the process since it was her first time digging a grave. "Restore it? It would be better if someone discovered it," Wang Suifan said angrily. "If that corrupt official had been exposed earlier, it would have been a good thing. But we just came to this village today. What if others suspect us?" Su Qing was particularly cautious, feeling guilty about their actions. "We just came to the team to buy an egg, nothing unusual. There are hundreds of people here, and every one of them is more suspicious than us. What are you afraid of?" Wang Suifan said confidently. "If anything bad happens, it will be to the troublemakers and the lazy ones in the team first. It won't be us." "That's true. We don't even know that corrupt official. We've never spoken to him. He wouldn't even think of us." With that, Su Qing felt reassured. Even the police start their investigations from their own connections. No one would suspect two strangers like them. With their safety assured, they could leave behind a big mess and still trap that corrupt official. So why worry? Su Qing decided not to dig anymore and said, "Let's go. Let's hurry back." A box of items was tied to the back of the bicycle, and Wang Suifan sat on the front bar. Su Qing pedaled the bike quickly, like she was riding a racing bike, speeding away with Wang Suifan. After they got far enough away, Wang Suifan couldn't take it anymore. Sitting on the bar was too bumpy. "I can't sit anymore. Let me get off and follow you. My back is getting sore." Su Qing's back was also uncomfortable, but she had to keep riding with the items, so she couldn't stop. When Wang Suifan got off to walk, Su Qing slowed down and quietly asked, "Mom, where should we hide this box? Have you thought of a place?" Wang Suifan was the most familiar with the area, so they needed her opinion on where to hide the items. "Let's bury it in the wild hills outside the city first. We can think of a way to hide the rest in batches later," Wang Suifan said calmly. "We have good stuff now. We won't run out of places to put it." When it came to taking action, both Wang Suifan and Su Qing were quick. They discovered clues during the day and could act that same night. To Wang Suifan, there was no need for much preparation. Just do it. If they didn't find treasure, they would just cover the hole back up. If they did find it, they would move it somewhere else. They only needed 2 shovels. Nothing else was necessary. If they took too long to prepare, unexpected things might happen along the way. When they hid the items, they didn't look for a special place. They just picked a random hill and buried the box. After burying it, they marked a nearby tree to remember the spot and rushed home. It was almost dawn. If they didn't return soon, they would get caught. As the sky brightened, Wang Suifan became more composed. "Let's hide the shovels in the grass by the river and take them next time we come out at night." Su Qing added, on the way back, "Let's buy some fried dough sticks as a cover." The two exchanged glances, appreciating each other's suggestions. This operation was a great success. While burying the box, they took out some stacks of money and a few gold bars in advance to prevent anyone from finding the box, leaving them with nothing after their hard work. With more money in her pocket, Wang Tsuefin confidently bought 6 fried dough sticks. As they returned with the snacks, they saw Xie Kezi cooking porridge in the kitchen. Upon seeing him, Wang Tsuefin felt no guilt and even initiated a conversation. "You're making porridge? I wanted fried dough sticks, so I asked Qingqing to take me to buy some." "Oh, so you went out to buy fried dough sticks. I thought you were still asleep, so I started cooking the porridge. Good thing you didn't bring back soy milk." Xie Kezi didn't question why they rode a bicycle for such a short distance. From what he knew of Wang Tsuefin, he assumed she must have gone out to show off. Show off that Su Qing could ride a bike with her. Show off their close relationship. If Wang Tsuefin got into showing off, she could do it for several days in a row. To Xie Kezi, her actions seemed perfectly normal. Su Qing listened to their conversation, quietly parked the bicycle, and when Wang Tsuefin looked at her, she couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Honestly, Wang Tsuefin was reliable when it came to important matters. She never faltered. Though she wasn't one for sweet talk, she skillfully managed to brush off the details of their outing with just a few words. With Wang Tsuefin leading the way, Su Qing didn't attract any attention. She went to her room to hide part of the money they brought back, tidied up a bit, and then returned to the dining table for breakfast. After taking a sip of the warm porridge, Su Qing couldn't help but say, "This porridge is really nice. Mom, you're amazing." "Of course," Wang Tsuefin replied proudly, raising an eyebrow. She knew why Su Qing praised her and felt justifiably proud. Xie Kezi paused slightly surprised. Wasn't he the one who made the porridge? Why was Su Qing suddenly praising Wang Tsuefin? And Wang Tsuefin, unabashed, boasted to Su Qing, "I'm not exaggerating. Wang Tsuefin, have been through a lot." Even in her past life, she only faced some hardships in her old age. Aside from the last year when the illusion of a loving family shattered, she had lived quite well before that. When she was younger, she arranged decent jobs for her son and married her daughter into a good family. To outsiders, her children were quite successful. When she got older, she saved several houses for herself and set aside a good amount of retirement money. Normally, she could enjoy her later years in peace. Who would have thought that fate would play a trick on her? Just before she passed away, she fell ill, forcing her to spend all her money, making her final days quite difficult. If she could start over, Wang Tsuefin believed she could save even more for retirement. This time, she would never share her money with those ungrateful people. Even if she made a will, she would only leave it to Su Qing. Wang Tsuefin winked at Su Qing and eagerly asked, "What do you want to eat today?" "Mom will make it for you." Su Qing replied without hesitation, "Meat." Wang Tsuefin said, "I'll buy it." Meat tickets are hard to get, but if you're willing to spend more money, you can always find some. Wang Tsuefin had previously hidden gold bars, but exchanging them for cash was inconvenient, and she wasn't keen on spending, so her family's living standard was just above average. Now that she had come into a large sum of money, Wang Tsuefin felt more generous and was willing to buy meat for Su Qing. Wang Tsuefin didn't work, so she could take naps at home during her free time. Meanwhile, Su Qing had to work after a long night. After the excitement wore off, Su Qing struggled to keep her eyes open all morning. "Did you go out last night? You look so tired," teased her older sister nearby. Su Qing quickly replied, "I talked too long with my mother-in-law last night and went to bed late." "Did she scold you?" "Not at all. My mother-in-law praised me." Su Qing yawned, took a sip of strong tea, and picked up the newspaper to distract herself. When there was no money, she could still muster the energy to work. It was necessary for survival. But now that she suddenly had a large sum of money, her motivation began to wane. She couldn't get a promotion, and there wasn't much money. Su Qing didn't want to go to work at all. Money can corrupt one's heart and spirit, she thought to herself, covering her face with a newspaper and falling asleep again. When she returned home at noon, Wang Tsuefin had indeed bought meat, a whole chicken. I got it from someone I know in the village. I made chicken soup for you to nourish you, Wang Suifan said cheerfully. While still in the kitchen, before the soup was served, Wang Suifan pulled off a chicken leg for Su Qing to nibble on. As Su Qing ate, Wang Suifan began sharing the latest gossip from the city. In just half a day, news about 2 graves being dug up has already spread to the city. While I was waiting in line to buy something, I heard everyone discussing it. The speed of gossip is always fast. Su Qing curiously asked, "What are people saying?" "They say it was done by enemies." But no one mentioned anything strange about the grave that was dug up, so it seems this information has been kept quiet, Wang Suifan said regretfully. "If I had known, I would have scattered some money around." The idea of scattering money to attract attention came from Su Qing, but Wang Suifan rejected it because she was reluctant to part with her money. Once money is in their hands, it feels like their own, and wasting it seemed unnecessary to Wang Suifan. A grave for a coffin and a grave for burying things are very different. Even if the victim suffered a loss, they wouldn't dare ask the police for help and would have to find a way to solve it themselves. Because the victim is afraid to speak out and is trying to cover it up, the gossip is focused on someone digging up graves out of anger, with no one considering the treasure aspect. Wang Suifan and Su Qing discussed, "Although no one will suspect us, we should still keep a low profile for a while. After this bowl of chicken soup, let's wait a bit, and then I'll cook something delicious for you."
Okay, suinagreed readily.
She also didn't want to attract attention during this time. While drinking the chicken soup, she observed Wang Suifan's expression and noticed she seemed in a good mood, so she quickly suggested, "Mom, once we get through this period, I want to quit my job. Sell it. Currently, jobs are permanent, and quitting isn't really an option." Mid-sentence, Su Qing changed quit to sell. "What's wrong? Are you not happy with your job?" Wang Suifan asked with concern. Su Qing's smile was bittersweet. "It's fine. It's just that this job doesn't really suit me. When it comes to work, if it's challenging enough, exciting enough, and allows for personal growth, Su Qing wouldn't mind being busy. After all, she worked herself to exhaustion in her past life. But if it lacks value and is just about getting by, that's fine too, as it can be a way to cultivate oneself. However, right now, while she is busy, the work feels pointless to her. Not suitable for you?" Wang Suifan was puzzled. From her perspective, this job didn't seem difficult at all. It was just about doing some people work, writing reports, and promoting in the factory, not a tiring job. But since Su Qing didn't want to continue with this job, Wang Suifan didn't push her and sympathetically said, "If you don't want to, then don't. We have money now, so there's no need to endure that." Wang Suifan definitely misunderstood something, but Su Qing didn't explain. She really wasn't wronged at all. Even when going out to mediate and argue with others, if she couldn't win the argument, there was a big sister from her workplace who would help her. In Su Qing's view, she lost the argument in terms of confidence, but she didn't lose in reasoning. Unfortunately, many people don't care about reason. Sometimes, when luck isn't on her side and work isn't going well, she encounters sharp-tongued people, and they can argue about their ancestors for generations, throwing insults back and forth. This has made Su Qing so accustomed to hearing inappropriate jokes from her colleagues that she can remain unfazed. If this continues, she might end up being a loud person. Su Qing didn't want to go to work, a feeling Wang Suifan didn't understand, but she supported her. Used to making her own decisions, Su Qing only told Wang Suifan about this decision, considering others irrelevant and unnecessary to inform. Wang Suifan also didn't care about others and blindly supported Su Qing's choice. But when she received a letter and salary from Xie Jianhua, she suddenly realized something. "Qing, when Jianhua comes back, make sure to talk to him about your job. If he has any questions, let him come to me, and I'll help explain," she said, worried about potential arguments between Su Qing and Xie Jianhua. If Su Qing got upset with him, as her mother-in-law, she could easily get caught in the middle, so it was best to prevent any issues. Xie Jianhua sent a letter home. Is he coming back? Su Qing had just returned from work and was shocked by the news, unable to help but ask, "Didn't he just leave 2 months ago? Why is he coming back? Last time he came home to recover from an injury. This time it's for his wedding leave." Your marriage application has been approved, Wang Suifan explained, handing a letter to Su Qing for her to read. Since the whole family lived together, Xie Jianhua only wrote one letter, which addressed everyone without special notes for Su Qing, just mentioning he had 10 days of wedding leave and would return. This letter was delivered by the postman this morning. But letters can get delayed, so Jianhua might be back in a couple of days. Wang Suifan estimated, then quietly asked, "Did you hide the money and gold bars you brought back the other day? Make sure the second child doesn't see them." The entire box of items was still buried in the wilderness outside the city, and they hadn't dared to move it in the past few days due to the tense situation. Those items were difficult to handle, and they didn't want to hide them at home. If someone found them during a search, the Xie family could be in serious trouble. However, the money and tickets they casually brought back were hidden in different places. Wang Suifan is quite experienced at hiding things. She's worried that Su Qing lacks experience. In the future, people use online payments, and if that fails, they can put money in the bank. Su Qing really has no experience in hiding money. She asked, "I hid the money in the cotton stuffing. I put the gold bars at the very bottom of the cabinet. Is that hidden well enough? Hiding in cotton stuffing? That won't work. Cotton is used often, and if guests come over, you would have to take it out to cover them," Wang Suifan urged. "Come on, let's find a better place to hide it." They didn't split the money too clearly. Each hid a part to share the risk and avoid being discovered by the man in the house. When they got to Su Qing's room, Wang Suifan looked around and found it a bit tricky. "My dowry box has a hidden compartment, but I've filled it with my things. Your money is hard to hide." Wang Suifan tapped the corner of the wall and then the cabinet. Most of the items in the room were arranged by her, so there were no hidden spaces. Su Qing thought for a moment and said, "Since hiding it secretly is difficult, I'll just make it obvious. I'll lock it up. If Jianhua asks, I'll say I lost the key. That way, he won't be able to check my things." "That's a good idea. Let's do that. Just hide the money at the bottom of the cabinet and lock it up last," Wang Suifan agreed. She felt that it was not the right time for Xie Jianhua to come back, and while being cautious, she didn't think about the fact that he was her own son. They sneakily locked several drawers and hid the money, just as Xie Jianhua returned home with his luggage. As expected, when he entered his room, he was immediately drawn to the locks. When he got home, only Wang Suifan was there, and he didn't mention the locks, fearing it would cause conflict between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. It wasn't until Su Qing got off work that he furrowed his brow and asked her, "Why do you have so many locks in your own room? We're all family after all." He thought Su Qing was trying to protect herself from the Xie family, especially from Wang Suifan, since everyone else was busy with work and school, while Wang Suifan was home all the time. He never considered that he might be the one she was guarding against. Su Qing confidently explained, "These locks are ones I bought when I was a youth worker. I had them send my packages back, remember? I just kept these locks and used them for the cabinet. There are no single rooms available at the youth station, and many people come and go in the room, so everyone locks their personal items in cabinets." Her excuse was reasonable, and Xie Jianhua didn't question it further. He just reminded her, "I'm worried that Mom might overthink things if she sees it." That's not possible at all. 2 of the locks were put on by Wang Suifan herself. Su Qing quickly said, "Mom comes into my room and sees these locks. She even praises me for being cautious. She's not home every day, so it's good to have more locks to prevent theft." The cabinets that hold valuable items at home are all locked. This includes the cabinet in the kitchen that stores rice and oil, which is usually locked. Wang Suifan only opens it when cooking, taking out what she needs. Before going to the army, there were already issues at home. On his way back, Xie Jianhua was worried about what might happen between Su Qing and Wang Suifan while he was away. With this on his mind, seeing so many locks in the room made him think more. After hearing Su Qing's explanation, Xie Jianhua unconsciously sighed in relief and asked, "I want to put some small things away. Which cabinet can I use?" Xie Jianhua spoke politely, giving Su Qing enough personal space. If she said a drawer was off limits, he wouldn't touch it. But Su Qing wouldn't give herself away on this matter and calmly replied, "You can use any of the cabinets. The keys are under the pillow." Clothes and pants went in the wardrobe, and lunch boxes and water bottles went in the drawers. He planned to put money, food coupons, and candy in the bottom drawer. Perhaps because they were mother and son, his logic for placing things was exactly like Wang Xuefen's. Good items should be placed at the bottom. What about the key for this drawer? After trying 2 keys without success, Xie Jianhua looked up at Su Qing. Since he had no selfish motives, he organized the money and food coupons in front of Su Qing. Naturally, he didn't think she would hide any money. They both knew their salary levels, so there was no chance to hide extra money. Even if someone tried, it wouldn't be much. Xie Jianhua asked confidently, but Su Qing felt a bit guilty. I forgot where I put the key for this lock. I'll look for it later. You can put your things in the drawer above. You forgot where you put the key? I can help you open it later, Xie Jianhua said, glancing at the keys in his hand and then at Su Qing, saying nothing more and quietly continued to organize his things. Before being tricked by the Su family, Xie Jianhua never thought of being cunning with his relatives and friends. To him, these were people he needed to protect, not enemies. Why would he compete with his own family? In his household, they usually only argued over a piece of meat or a piece of candy. Nothing serious would happen. But after that one incident, where even his marriage was affected, Xie Jianhua learned his lesson. Su Qing's expression showed a hint of discomfort, which Xie Jianhua noted. After putting things away, Xie Jianhua wandered to the dining room and kitchen, looking around. What are you looking for? Wang Xuefen asked, following him with her gaze, unable to hold back her curiosity. I'm looking for some wire, Xie Jianhua replied. What do you need wire for? Wang Xuefen continued to ask. I found it. Xie Jianhua pulled out a toolbox from under the bed, cut a piece of wire, and explained. Su Qing said there's a key to a locked room that can't be found. I'm going to use the wire to help unlock it. Say that again. What are you going to do? Unlock a door? Wang Xuefen suddenly raised her voice. Su Qing, who was in the room helping Wang Xuefen with her homework, was startled by the loud voice and peeked out, showing the same shocked expression as Wang Xuefen. Unlock? Which lock? The 2 women exchanged glances, both sensing that something was off. But Wang Xuefen was quick to turn the situation around. She stared at the wire in Xie Jianhua's hand and questioned, using wire to unlock a door? You've really learned something. Instead of good things, you pick up the bad ones quickly. What kind of soldier are you? Why not just become a thief? This is what I learned in the army, Xie Jianhua said innocently, holding the wire. Wang Xuefen was shocked. They teach that in the army? Wang Xuefen felt she might have been misled and looked to Su Qing for help. Her daughter-in-law was knowledgeable and reliable. But Su Qing nodded silently at Wang Xuefen. Mom, it seems they really do teach that in the army. She wasn't familiar with Xie Jianhua, not even knowing what type of soldier he was. But based on her experience from watching TV shows, she knew that not only could they pick locks, but special forces also learned how to disguise themselves. Su Qing viewed Xie Jianhua as a partner in life and spoke politely. There's nothing valuable in that drawer. If you can't open it, don't worry about it. If the wire gets stuck in the lock, even with the key, it won't open. Oh, I see. Xie Jianhua raised an eyebrow and nodded honestly. All right then. Wang Xuefen, being a mother, could see through Xie Jianhua's innocent expression and sensed his eagerness. This child has been mischievous since he was little, always getting into trouble. Wang Xuefen is the most cautious around him. She doesn't speak as politely as Su Qing. She gives direct orders, don't mess around, understand? If you try to pick that lock with that broken wire, I'll give you a good talking to. Okay, Xie Jianhua sighed, feeling helpless. I got it. From Wang Xuefen's attitude, he knew this was another scheme from her and Su Qing. He had worried too much about Wang Xuefen's thoughts on the locks in the house. As for the drawer that wouldn't open, Wang Xuefen was probably involved in that too. Otherwise, she wouldn't be acting this way. He tossed the wire into the toolbox and said, I won't pick the lock. I'm going out to catch up with friends, all right? Fine, just hurry up and go. Wang Xuefen was eager for him to leave. Once Xie Jianhua was gone, Wang Xuefen pulled Su Qing to lock the yard gate and went back to the room to fix things. That kid Xie Jianhua is not trustworthy. We need to hurry and find another place to hide things. Su Qing quickly searched for the key to unlock it. This time we really messed up. I didn't expect Xie Jianhua would have the skill to pick locks. This skill didn't match her stereotype of an ordinary soldier. As she turned the key, she asked, Mom, Xie Jianhua isn't a special forces soldier, is he? With his skills honed since childhood, plus those strange abilities, he would definitely make a good candidate for special forces. I don't know. He never talks about his military life at home. He cooks well too. Maybe he's just a cook, Wang Suifan replied as she pulled out the drawer. Since they were hiding things, they naturally chose a discreet spot. The 2 stacks of money weren't in the drawer, but hidden in a compartment beneath it, wrapped in moisture-proof paper. This time, let's hide it in the mattress like you suggested before, Wang Suifan said as she prepared to act. But just as she stood up to pull the bedsheet, her eyes met Xie Jianhua's. Seeing Wang Suifan's stiff expression, Xie Jianhua smirked, waved his hand, and curiously asked, Mom, are you hiding something? He glanced at the shapes wrapped in paper, and his relaxed expression turned serious as he cautiously asked, You're not hiding money, are you? How did you come back? I thought I locked the door. Wang Suifan replied in shock. I climbed over the wall to get in, Xie Jianhua said matter-of-factly. He had just anticipated Wang Suifan's actions. Returning unexpectedly, to him, was just a normal action. His gaze fell on the oil paper bag in Wang Suifan's hand. Mom, Su Qing, you two aren't really planning to do something bad, are you? You haven't been caught, have you? At that moment, his thoughts suddenly aligned with those of the limping Xie. He suspected that Wang Suifan's sudden kindness towards Su Qing was because she had been compromised. Creating a believable excuse required someone educated, so Wang Suifan nudged Su Qing in the back. You explain to your man. Su Qing glanced at Xie Jianhua. What was her status? Her credibility couldn't compare to Wang Suifan's. She shook Wang Suifan's sleeve and said softly, Mom, why don't you explain to your son? With no other choice, Wang Suifan, pushed by Su Qing, quietly shared her previous excuse to appease Xie Jianhua. When it came to discussing their spoils, Wang Suifan and Su Qing exchanged glances and said, We didn't take much. After a whole night, we found a small box with 5 gold bars and some cash. The gold bars are hidden in my room, and the money is with Su Qing. Wang Suifan skipped over the box hidden in the mountains, only mentioning what they brought home. Being honest could lead to leniency, but only a fool would reveal everything. If they told Xie Jianhua all the money, how could they hide their savings? Seeing Wang Suifan skip over a large part, Su Qing silently gave her a thumbs up. They spoke very few lies, just revealed some key information, and the outcome was quite different. Wang Suifan's lack of information was indeed a waste of talent. Xie Jianhua listened to Wang Suifan's excuse, frowning from start to finish. The process was all wrong, but they did manage to find money. The whole situation was so absurd that Xie Jianhua began to doubt life. Do you really believe a stranger in the alley saying there's treasure? Xie Jianhua couldn't help but ask. Wang Suifan replied, I believe it.
You.
Never mind. Xie Jianhua realized he couldn't win against Wang Suifan and turned to Su Qing. You believed such a ridiculous excuse too? Su Qing said, I believed it. The mutual agreement between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law made Xie Jianhua start to question their intelligence. Just as Xie Jianhua wanted to ask more, he saw Wang Suifan looking at Su Qing with deep emotion. Qing, you're so good. I knew only you would believe me in this.
I don't know why.
I just enjoy listening to what you say, Mom, Su Qing replied with a sweet smile. Xie Jianhua chuckled to himself, thinking, I don't like what you two are saying. Their words lacked logic and were filled with emotion, making it hard to ask anything meaningful. Forget it. I'll just hide the money in the cabinet. I won't touch it, Xie Jianhua said resignedly. I'll go out and gather some information for you. Even though Wang Suifan and Su Qing said there was no need to clean up, Xie Jianhua was still worried and went out to gather news. Is he really gone this time? Su Qing leaned at the door, stretching her neck to look. He won't come back unexpectedly, will he? After being tricked once, Su Qing was afraid Xie Jianhua's fishing tactics weren't over yet. However, there wasn't much in the house, so there was nothing more to take. Wang Suifan reassured her, just hide it safely. I'll keep watch at the door. They were only wary of Xie's family and didn't consider outsiders at all. With so many troublemakers and petty thieves out at night, no one would think of these two housewives as suspects when looking for grave robbers. Xie Jianhua went out to gather information just in case. While I'm away, has there been any big news? He asked his old friends. Aren't you worried about us? We've taken care of your brother-in-law and father-in-law. We won't let you down, they replied. Xie Jianhua cleared his throat. That's not what I meant. I'm asking about other things. Come on, we all know you. His friend shot him a knowing glance. After a playful punch on the chest, their conversation returned to normal, and they summarized the latest gossip from the surrounding streets. The black dog took his dad's place and returned to the city. Your sister-in-law has been learning martial arts from old Lu. He says her skills are pretty good now. When it came to bad news, his friend's tone immediately dropped. Zhuzi signed up to go to the countryside. Xiao Qian and the others got caught playing cards the other day, and they'll probably be stuck for a while. They were old friends, so they didn't need to spell things out. They knew what to say. But this time was different. The situation was serious, and people weren't being released immediately. The other day, Xie Jianhua picked up on the key information and probed. Has a leader come down for an inspection recently? Are they cracking down on crime?
No.
I suspect it's due to personal grudges. I heard someone say that a leader's ancestral grave was dug up. So many people have been arrested lately. No matter how many suspects were caught, they had nothing to do with Su Qing and the other person. Once he confirmed there were no issues, Xie Jianhua finally relaxed and quietly joined his friends in criticizing the arrogant leader, saying, "It's too much, really too much." With such arrogance, it's no wonder someone wants to dig up his family grave. That's karma. He used to dig up other people's graves and searched 3 feet deep. If his family grave is dug up, isn't that just karma? Xie Jianhua's tone was subtle as he reminded, digging 3 feet deep was to find hidden gold and treasures. Was the person who dug the grave purely driven by hate? I just thought of something. Maybe there really is something hidden in that grave, his friend said, feeling a spark of inspiration. That's quite possible, Xie Jianhua suggested. We should ask around with other friends later. This matter didn't only clear Su Qing and Wang Suifan of suspicion. As someone just back from the military, he certainly had no reason to dislike them. If that was the case, why not take action against such a person? Doing so would not only rid the community of a threat but also ensure Su Qing and Wang Suifan wouldn't face future troubles. The unemployed youths in the city might seem unremarkable, but when gathered in numbers, they could be quite powerful. These street kids were not only spread throughout the city, but also active day and night. With so many eyes watching, they would surely uncover some issues. After gathering information and providing a new theory to his friends, Xie Jianhua strolled home. Most of his time in previous years was spent in the military, so he rarely returned home. Each time he did, he was treated exceptionally well. The last time he came home before the new year, Wang Suifan not only asked about his well-being and cooked him chicken soup, but also spent a lot of money arranging a marriage for him. However, this time his treatment at home had sharply declined. As he reached the kitchen door, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Are you already drinking?" Today, they had bought fish and made fish soup, but it was specially prepared for Su Qing and had nothing to do with Xie Jianhua's return. Wang Suifan and Su Qing each had a bowl of fish soup, enjoying it, and shot Xie Jianhua a glare when they heard him speak. She clearly still remembered how Xie Jianhua had caught her off guard before. Xie Jianhua didn't mind the glare and resignedly stood outside the yard, keeping watch for them. He was familiar with this task. During his last leave, it was also his responsibility. He didn't get to eat a bite but had done plenty of lookout work. He thought that Wang Suifan and Su Qing were still sneaking around. From a distance, he saw his older brother coming home from work and felt it was his duty to warn Wang Suifan. "Big brother is back," Xie Jianhua whispered. Seeing that Su Qing and Wang Suifan had nothing with them, Xie Jianhua spoke again. "Big brother is back. Let him come back," Wang Suifan said casually. "Look at you." Since the incident of her and Su Qing being caught had been revealed by her younger son, they had gone from sneaking around to openly cooking together. Originally, the second son's family had been separated, and they could cook whatever they wanted. Su Qing thought about this, and suddenly looked up. Xie Jianhua was back, and it was no longer just about her eating well while the family went hungry. This cooking together should include Xie Jianhua too. If Xie Jianhua didn't share the meal, he wouldn't get to eat it all. Mom, let me serve a bowl of soup for Jianhua too. He needs to replenish his strength, Su Qing said, tugging at Wang Suifan's sleeve playfully. If I shortchange your son, you might blame me later. Don't say that. He can't compare to you, Wang Suifan said, looking at Xie Jianhua with disdain. She scoffed. With his cleverness, if he eats more, he might burst. He should use his cleverness on others, not on us. Xie Jianhua was amused and angry. He had hidden the money well, and now he was feeling bold. Just a moment ago, when he caught them in the act, Wang Suifan didn't have this attitude. Mom, if you don't do anything wrong, you won't fear being found out. You can't blame me for this, Xie Jianhua replied boldly. He had meant to pry. He just noticed something strange and couldn't help but investigate, only to uncover such a big secret. Sometimes he admired Wang Suifan. She seemed like an uneducated woman, yet she was so bold and capable of keeping secrets. With just a small clue, he uncovered a large sum of money. If he hadn't noticed something was off, Wang Suifan would have kept it hidden. Jianhua, how can you say that? Mom is not doing anything wrong. She's doing a great thing. Su Qing smiled sweetly at Wang Suifan. I know, Mom works so hard for our sake. Hearing Su Qing say this, Xie Jianhua forced a smile. After so many years away in the military, he had become more composed. When he returned home in the past, he often tried to please Wang Suifan and rarely argued. Arguing seemed unnecessary. If he could get along easily, why create conflict? But ever since Su Qing married into the family, he found himself arguing with these two without realizing it. He knew it wasn't right, that Su Qing would tease him and Wang Suifan would scold him. He understood the reasoning, but he just couldn't help it. Su Qing understands me the best. The children I raised are so ungrateful, Wang Suifan said, feeling very touched. The money hidden in the alley didn't come easily. She spent every day gathering information from the nearby villages, wearing out her shoes and exhausting herself. Su Qing arranged. Mom has worked the hardest. You should eat this biggest fish today. Okay. Wang Suifan agreed eagerly. Xie Jianhua, feeling ignored, bit his lip and tried to hold back his urge to speak. After being lectured by Su Qing for so long, Wang Suifan learned to treat herself better. There was no need to fight over food when they could afford to feed two people. They fried 2 fish in total, and Su Qing and Wang Suifan happily decided who would get which fish. Xie Jianhua admired Su Qing's ability to take charge. The fish in the pan wasn't the main concern. It was the money in the cupboard that mattered. Wang Suifan hadn't even told Xie Kezi about it, but had shared it with Su Qing instead. Xie Jianhua was self-aware. He knew Wang Suifan didn't love him more than the others. He never felt like he was her favorite child. There was the weak eldest son, Xie Jianzhong, the mischievous youngest son, Xie Jiankong, and the only daughter, Xie Guiying. As the second child, it was really hard for him to receive any special attention. He wasn't the most favored son, but Su Qing had become the most cherished and trusted daughter-in-law by Wang Suifan. Xie Jianhua was truly impressed by this. When they sat down to eat, Xie Jianhua saw Wang Suifan take the fish belly meat from her bowl and give it to Su Qing, saying, "This piece has no bones. Su Qing, you eat it." "Thank you." Mom, the rest of the Xie family had been watching the scene for a while and didn't react much, but Xie Jianhua couldn't help but glance around, first at his older brother and younger siblings, then at Xie Kezi and Wang Suifan. Finally, he looked at Su Qing in disbelief, wondering how her position in the family had risen so high. He didn't even get such treatment. Seeing Xie Jianhua's expression, Wang Suifan interpreted it as him wanting fish, so she handed him the piece near the fish tail, saying, "The little fish has too many bones. You take this to eat." She and Su Qing had plenty of money and didn't need to worry about food. This difference in treatment left Xie Jianhua shocked, and he glanced suspiciously at Su Qing, muttering quietly, "Does this Su have some special status?" He didn't say it clearly, but as soon as Xie Jiankong heard it, he immediately raised his hand to report, "Mom, second brother said second sister-in-law is like Su Daji." Xie Jianhua quickly covered Xie Jiankong's mouth. "I didn't say that. Don't twist my words." While he held his younger brother's mouth, it conveniently allowed Wang Suifan to take action. With a slap, Wang Suifan gave Xie Jiankong a smack on the mouth. "You little rascal, you can't keep your mouth shut even during dinner." Wang Suifan was the one who acted, but Xie Jianhua was forced to play the role of an accomplice. Seeing his younger brother's aggrieved face, he quickly let go. Then, he decisively stood by Wang Suifan's side and pretended to be calm as he lectured, "You're old enough to know what to say and what not to say. That's your second sister-in-law. How can you call her a fox?" "Su Daji is not just any fox," Xie Jiankong said pitifully. "It was clearly you who brought it up first." No ordinary fox could compare to Su Qing's power. As a daughter-in-law who had just married in less than 6 months, she had already pushed him aside. Xie Jianhua was serious. "All right, enough. Just eat your food." If he continued, he would also face Wang Suifan's scolding. Xie Jianhua didn't dare to overestimate his position in the family. The two of them, afraid of trouble, dropped the topic, while Su Qing, the center of the conversation, calmly continued eating her fish as if nothing was wrong. She couldn't lose focus while eating fish. It would be uncomfortable if she choked. In her previous life, Su Qing had often been criticized by her friends' boyfriends for using such manipulative tactics. These men had ways of pampering women that even she couldn't match, so why should they compete for her friend? Now, being teased by her mother-in-law's son was nothing significant for Su Qing. Sometimes, Su Qing really felt disdain for the children of the Xie family. She had already shown her sweet words and caring gestures openly, yet they refused to learn. Not only did they refuse to learn, but they also blamed Wang Suifan for pampering her too much. If she were Wang Suifan, she would pamper herself too. Why would she spoil those ungrateful children? Thinking of this, Su Qing couldn't help but shake her head and picked a piece of fish with many bones for Xie Jianhua. "You should be more mindful. Mom treats you so well. What does she want in return? Isn't it just to be happy? If putting me down makes her happy, then go ahead and say it. I'll just consider it a way to please her." The first part was still nice, but the second part was filled with traps, making Xie Jianhua break into a cold sweat. Seeing the anger on Wang Suifan's face, Xie Jianhua quickly said, "You can't say that. If you do, Mom will be hurt. She cares about you the most, and you know that. I appreciate everything you do for her. How could I ever put you down?" His words not only calmed Wang Suifan but also brightened Su Qing's expression. Wang Suifan wanted to show Su Qing her importance in her heart. The words she wanted to say were taken by Xie Jianhua, leaving her feeling pleased. "Qing has it tough. You haven't been home for a long time, and you owe her," Xie Jianhua added. Yes, Mom is right." At crucial moments, Xie Jianhua knew exactly how to respond. Su Qing couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. She had just criticized the Xie siblings, thinking they were hopeless. She didn't expect Xie Jianhua to actually have some potential and be good with words. The toughest ones at home were still Xie Jianzhong and Xie Jiankong. After being scolded so many times, Xie Jiankong couldn't say a soft word. Previously, he had been forced to study and mentioned being illiterate, which led to Wang Suifan chasing him and scolding him. Now, he probably realized he was wrong, as he saw Wang Suifan learning to read after dinner and picked up a textbook to study alongside her. Wang Suifan's goal of encouraging learning was achieved, but she didn't feel pleased. Instead, she complained, "Can you go study in your own room? You're making noise with all your water breaks and bathroom trips. And by the way, I can form this word myself. I don't need your hints. Your grades aren't that great, so stop pretending in front of me. Is it wrong for me to teach you?" Xie Jiankong protested, genuinely wanting to help Wang Suifan. "You're just a bit late. With Qing here, I don't need your help," Wang Suifan replied proudly. "I don't need you to play the good guy." She held grudges. While she could overlook past grievances, she couldn't forget how her encouragement to learn had turned into being called illiterate. If it weren't for Su Qing suggesting to take on the task of teaching her to read, Wang Suifan was sure none of the kids would have brought it up. Sometimes, thinking about it made Wang Suifan feel sad. She didn't value herself, and the kids didn't value her either, but Su Qing noticed her deepest desires and cared for her. Compared to Su Qing, Xie Jiankong's attempts to be nice afterward didn't impress Wang Suifan at all. Xie Jiankong was upset and said, "If you don't want to learn, that's fine. I won't teach you anymore. Were you really that foolish? I wouldn't want to learn from you anyway," Wang Suifan replied disdainfully. After repeating 4 years, he finally got into college, and learning from him would be a disaster. "How can you call me foolish?" Xie Jiankong pointed at himself in disbelief. "Clearly, you're the one who's foolish. Even after your sister-in-law taught you for a long time, you still don't understand. And you dare to say that about me. You're talking nonsense." Wang Suifan was successfully provoked. Qing said, "I'm her smartest student. You're the foolish one." Both of them lost their cool and started arguing. After dinner, Xie Jianhua wanted to take a walk before bed, but seeing everyone at home studying, he quietly gave up on that idea. Wang Suifan wanted to give the young couple some alone time, so she arranged for Xie Jianhua to go back to the room to help Su Qing review high school textbooks while she stayed in her room to work on the assignments Su Qing had given. It was already surprising enough for Xie Jianhua that Wang Suifan and Xie Jiankong stayed home to study instead of going out to play. Hearing the mother and son argue about studying made his jaw drop even further. He peeked through the door and observed for a couple of seconds, unable to help but mutter, "What's going on in our house? It's one thing to be favored by the god of wealth, but now even the god of literature is showing us favor?" Not only had the family become wealthy, but it also seemed to be filled with a scholarly atmosphere, which made Xie Jianhua feel a bit out of place. He glanced at Su Qing and thought she really did have a certain charm about her. The changes in the house all started when Su Qing married in. He could see the root cause, and naturally, Xie Jiankong could too. After arguing with Wang Suifan, Xie Jiankong was left speechless and finally shouted, "Everything is about Qing. She's perfect in every way. Why don't you just let her be your daughter? What else do you want from me?"
Ha!
"I would love for her to be my own," Wang Suifan said, hands on her hips, confidently. "Do you think I want you? Once you're an adult, I won't care about you anymore. By then, I only want Qing. I don't need any of you ungrateful ones." During the time he was away, the changes at home were so great that Xie Jianhua was a bit confused. As Su Qing was about to close her eyes and pretend to sleep, Xie Jianhua suddenly asked, "Has anything special happened at home during this time? Can you tell me about it?" "Nothing much. Everything is pretty good." Su Qing counted on her fingers and said, "Dad is fine. Mom is doing well too. Big brother got scolded by Mom a few days ago and is still sulking. Little brother also got scolded and is upset. Little sister is upset because Mom made me new clothes but didn't make any for her. In this family of just a few people, 3 are unhappy. And there's no need to guess. Su Qing and Wang Suifan are definitely the ones causing the trouble." Hearing this, Xie Jianhua was speechless. His siblings really weren't great at handling conflicts. Su Qing couldn't see his expression and continued, "As for me, I'm doing well." "I can see that," Xie Jianhua agreed. Compared to the new year, Su Qing visibly looked better. She had gained some weight, her skin had brightened, and even her demeanor had changed. She looked energetic and lively. When they first got married, he didn't see any signs of her being a beauty, but after just a few months of taking care of herself, she became radiant. Unfortunately, their marriage wasn't ideal. They shared a bed but lacked any romantic atmosphere. Su Qing still had her guard up around him. "Is there anything else you want to ask? If not, I'm going to sleep." Su Qing yawned, rolled up her blanket, and closed her eyes peacefully. She wasn't wary of Xie Jianhua. She just didn't want to invest too much emotion. According to her memories, there was a high chance he would sacrifice himself in the future. In the face of life and death, she couldn't pursue a passionate romance. She just wanted to live a good life. She and Wang Suifan wanted to make their lives better, and that was more important than anything else. "You should sleep," Xie Jianhua said, ending the conversation helplessly. Suddenly, he remembered something and reminded her. About that leader's grave being disturbed, I went out to ask some friends. They are mainly focusing on unemployed youth. Su Qing nodded in satisfaction. Although she expected this outcome, hearing it confirmed made her feel much more secure. With so many people taking the blame, she and Wang Xuefin could keep their money safe. As for those who were being targeted and got caught, they had nothing to do with her. If they hadn't done anything wrong, they wouldn't have been caught. The reason they were arrested wasn't about the grave. Better them than me, Su Qing thought, silently wishing them well. She had a little sympathy for those people, but when new gossip surfaced the next day, she realized her sympathy was premature. What did you say? The leader's ancestral grave has been dug up again? Su Qing said in shock. That's impossible. There's nothing impossible about it. This is absolutely true. The people from the Qingfeng team said it themselves, and I heard it with my own ears. The older sister from the office returned from a work trip and vividly described the chaos at the scene. That leader must have offended someone. Several of their ancestral graves have been dug up, and I heard that the bones were scattered everywhere. One grave was dug particularly deep. Oh my, Su Qing said, covering her mouth, quietly expressing her disapproval. How could they do something so terrible as digging up graves? That's just wrong. Although she and Wang Xuefin could be mischievous, she didn't expect others to be so bad together. Last night, before going to bed, she felt a bit sorry for the innocent street kids caught up in this, but now she realized they weren't so innocent after all. They could indeed go so far as to dig up graves for money. They weren't much better than her and Wang Xuefin. In fact, their willingness to act was even stronger than hers and Wang Xuefin's. Xie Jianhua had just spread rumors during the day about something being hidden in the grave, and by night, someone took action. Such efficiency was impressive. To dig up several graves required quite a few people. When Su Qing got home, she heard even more rumors from Xie Jianhua. Now everyone knows something is off with that leader's ancestral grave. One of the graves is empty, with no bones, which is very unusual. This information surely came from someone who had personally dug up the grave. However, with so many people talking, it spread quickly. Some things were noticed by the lower ranks before the higher-ups caught on. That leader was now a key focus for the street kids. Even Xie Jianhua spent less time at home, running outside to join the excitement. It wasn't that Xie Jianhua wanted to be at the forefront. It was just that the brothers on the street were too inexperienced, whether in disguise or in reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance, which made him anxious. Su Qing wasn't much better. She felt just as anxious, like a restless child unable to find a treat. She woke up immediately when she heard Xie Jianhua getting up in the middle of the night. Take me with you, take me with you. I want to go too, Su Qing said, grabbing his sleeve with sincere eyes. If they were a regular couple, a husband sneaking out in the middle of the night would usually get scolded. But in this situation, Su Qing's first reaction was to join him. You have work tomorrow, Xie Jianhua said, looking troubled. That's not a big deal. I can take a nap at work, Su Qing said firmly. After all, who wasn't a night owl back in the day? Staying up all night was no problem for her. Xie Jianhua compromised. All right then, hurry and change your clothes. Be quiet. It's best to wear a hat and a scarf, just in case. The two of them took flashlights and went out. They first checked the public restroom, and when they came out, they were wearing hats and scarves, ready to do their nighttime task. Is it cold? If you feel bored, I can take you back, Xie Jianhua asked quietly. He could endure a whole day of waiting, but he was experienced, while Su Qing was not. If she got too cold, it would be a loss for him. I'm not cold. I'm not bored. Su Qing yawned and firmly rejected Xie Jianhua's kind offer. She was there to enjoy the excitement, not to slow him down. The worst thing about staying up late is dozing off. Once the sleepiness hits, it's hard to keep your eyes open. To keep herself alert, Su Qing curiously asked, Why didn't you go with those friends of yours? Aren't they all skilled? Many young men, like Xie Jianhua, had practiced some moves in their youth. Even if they were just hanging out, they were quite capable. Xie Jianhua replied quietly, They aren't afraid of trouble, but I have my concerns. First, there was his military uniform, and then there were the things Su Qing and Wang Suifan were involved in. Their families had money hidden away, which couldn't withstand a search. He only shared the latest gossip with his close friends, but wouldn't get involved in any trouble with them. If caught, his position would be at risk. Xie Jianhua didn't test people's morals. He kept any wrongdoing to himself, at most involving Su Qing. He wouldn't even take Wang Suifan, his own mother, along. She was too old and wouldn't be quick enough. The two hid in a corner, watching as a door in a nearby yard opened and closed. The owner of the yard was sneaking away. That person is gone, Xie Jianhua said. I'm going to climb over the wall to check it out. Are you waiting for me outside or coming with me? Together, Su Qing said, eager to be at the front lines of the action. Xie Jianhua looked at her, but didn't say anything. When they reached the wall, he crouched down and extended his hand. Step on my hand, and I'll help you up. He had checked the area beforehand and estimated it was safe enough to bring Su Qing along. Even if she was inexperienced, he didn't mind. The key point is that he asked the old man Lu, and Su Qing is actually quite good. She can take on two opponents, which isn't bad at all. Su Qing climbed over the wall with Xie Jianhua. When she landed, Xie Jianhua landed at the same time. You're so skilled? Did you learn wall climbing in the army? Su Qing asked in surprise. You can't really be a special forces soldier, can you? What special forces? Xie Jianhua looked around before answering. I just occasionally carry out some special tasks. There aren't any formal special forces yet, nor any special training. It's just a rough idea for now. Su Qing suggested, I think you would make a great special forces soldier. It would be best if you could fly a plane, drive a tank, fight tigers, and kick bears. Someone who can cross a tropical rainforest would be impressive. You've been secretly reading a lot of martial arts novels, Xie Jianhua concluded. You probably read more than I have. Who hasn't had a bit of youthful passion? Xie Jianhua thought he was already quite passionate, but it turns out he has someone at home who's even more so. It made him feel embarrassed to mention that he got first place in the military competition. Just getting first place seems far from being able to fly a plane or drive a tank. He can only drive a truck, and his skills are often teased by his comrades. Su Qing thinks highly of him. But her words also gave him a direction to aim for as a skilled person. If he could find the time while training, he would like to try out what Su Qing suggested. Just hearing it sounds very challenging. But that's something for later. Right now, the most important thing for them is to find something. This person will be back tomorrow morning, so you can use the flashlight to check. If they do come back, just run. I'll cover you, Xie Jianhua whispered.
Shall we not decisively? Okay.
When it comes to hiding things, Su Qing isn't very good at it. She always gets caught by Xie Jianhua. But that's unavoidable given their circumstances. The box has no hidden compartments and the walls are thin, so Su Qing doesn't even dare to try hiding money in the bricks like she saw on TV, fearing she might break the wall. She needs to take care of her own room, but not others. Xie Jianhua rummaged through the boxes while Su Qing tapped on the bricks and the floor, checking any spots that sounded a bit off. While Xie Jianhua was still frantically picking the lock with a wire, Su Qing had already opened a cellar.
I think I found something.
Xie Jianhua was shocked. That was easy? Well, it wasn't hard, Su Qing said casually, like a skilled expert. Su Qing also felt it was a bit too simple. She noticed there wasn't much dust under the bed, so she couldn't help but tap it with a stick. When she did, she discovered something unusual. Everyone was just ordinary people. Those from wealthy families had long since fallen. Their skills in hiding things were limited. Having a cellar was already a sign of wealth. Some things shouldn't be investigated. Once you look, you find the truth. Xie Jianhua put the lock-picking wire in his pocket, turned on the flashlight, and began checking the items in the cellar. It's all dollars and gold. No cash or food stamps, Xie Jianhua frowned and said. Could this person be planning to escape abroad? Under normal circumstances, who would deal with dollars? Most ordinary people wouldn't even recognize them. To put it bluntly, if Wang Suifan had dollars, she might mistake them for paper to burn for the deceased. He's definitely planning to defect, Su Qing said firmly. Wang Suifan had mentioned that this person would likely try to escape. When she said likely, it meant certain. This person's identity is very suspicious. Xie Jianhua put the items back in place and pulled Su Qing to leave. Su Qing pointed at the items, glancing back repeatedly. We're just leaving like this? She was truly a greedy little girl, captivated by the gold bars and unable to move. We can't act carelessly now. We'll talk about it later when we have the chance, Xie Jianhua said. I need to report this tomorrow. Xie Jianhua wasn't overly principled or uninterested in money, but he believed serious matters were more important. Seeing the dollars and thinking of defection, Xie Jianhua couldn't help but connect it to enemies placed overseas. In today's world, everyone still held on to their beliefs, and with the poor conditions at home, traveling abroad was rare. A normal leader, even if facing trouble, wouldn't think of escaping abroad. This matter was quite serious, and Xie Jianhua didn't dare to casually report it to just anyone. He would only approach leaders from the military background. Having found some evidence, Xie Jianhua no longer needed to investigate secretly. He could directly seek support from his superiors. The power of the organization was stronger than that of an individual, and Xie Jianhua understood this well. Let's leave this matter to the higher-ups, Xie Jianhua said. Once this leader is caught, we won't have to worry about any consequences for digging up graves. We can rest easy. After all, his family had done something wrong, and Xie Jianhua wanted to cover all traces. People can be caught, but can we not take a little of that money for ourselves? Su Qing hinted. After all their hard work, they should at least get some reward. This money can be spent by anyone, including corrupt officials. If they can spend it, so can she. Xie Jianhua couldn't criticize Su Qing for her little selfishness. Not everyone can resist the temptation of money. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any corruption. He awkwardly touched his nose and said, Not for now. If I get the chance, I'll bring you back some gold bars, okay? Su Qing secretly rolled her eyes. Compared to Wang Xuefin, Xie Jianhua was still lacking a bit. After a restless night, Su Qing woke up with big dark circles under her eyes.
What were you two up to last night?
You both look so sleepy, Wang Xuefin asked, serving Su Qing some porridge with concern. Su Qing leaned in and whispered, We went out to gather evidence.
We actually found something.
That rascal Xie Jianhua. Not only is he out having fun, but he also drags you along, Wang Xuefin said through gritted teeth, looking at Su Qing's slightly worn-out face with sympathy. It was no different from a troublemaker leading a good girl astray. Wang Xuefin couldn't help but express her feelings. You should hang out with him less. Xie Jianhua, who had been listening, thought he must still be half asleep and misheard her. Could a serious mother-in-law really say something like that? He wanted to tell Wang Xuefin not to let Su Qing hang out with him. Look at how easily she was swayed. But neither Wang Xuefin nor Su Qing would listen to him. Xie Jianhua shook his head helplessly and reported, I need to go out today. I won't be back for lunch. Off to have fun again, Wang Xuefin concluded. Su Qing defended him, saying, Mom, he's going to handle important matters. We made a significant discovery last night. Today, Xie Jianhua still had to deal with the follow-up tasks. Wang Xuefin wanted to say more, but when she saw the other kids starting to wake up and wash up, she quickly stopped and said, Let's eat. I can't be bothered with him. I traded for some fabric yesterday, and I'm going to make you new clothes today. Since there was no sewing machine at home, she did the sewing at Sister Li's house next door. Wang Xuefin made clothes, Sister Li made shoe soles, and Sister Zhou unraveled old sweaters. A group of people worked while gossiping, making it far from boring. Weren't you just making new clothes for your second daughter-in-law last month? Why make more? Qingqing doesn't have many clothes. After returning to the city, she doesn't have many decent outfits. She needs proper clothes for her job. Wang Xuefin explained, These fabric coupons and money were all given by Qingqing. She asked me to help, so I did. Anyway, I have nothing to do at home every day. Su Qing really didn't have the time to exchange the fabric coupons. It was all Wang Xuefin who was busy. But the Xie family had already split up, and Wang Xuefin didn't dare to say which child she was supporting. No matter which one she helped, it could easily cause trouble with the others. She had to maintain a sense of fairness for everyone. Otherwise, it would affect her and Su Qing's reputation. Whether it was food or clothing, Wang Suifan always claimed it was Su Qing who bought it herself, using her own salary and dowry. Wang Suifan didn't spend a penny. At most, she just helped a little. Whether it was cooking or making clothes, these were things housewives were used to, so they didn't think it was a big deal. Although Wang Suifan claimed she didn't spend any money, her indulgence in Su Qing's spending habits changed how people viewed her. You really are a relaxed mother-in-law. If my daughter-in-law spent money like that, I wouldn't like it. Sisterly couldn't help but shake her head. If someone else spent like that, Wang Suifan wouldn't like it either, but Su Qing had a bit of family background. Plus, she had a good relationship with Su Qing, even closer than a real mother and daughter. But even if they were that close, outsiders wouldn't believe it if she said so. What's the big deal? The next generation will have their own blessings. I don't care how they live now that we've split up, Wang Suifan said grandly, creating an image of being open-minded. She smiled affectionately and added, and my Qingqing is a good child. She never spends money recklessly. It's just buying some food and clothes. The family isn't short on money. In fact, she wished Su Qing would buy even more. Once the storm over the leader's scandal passed, if Su Qing didn't get things, she would buy them for her, like little watches and shoes. If other girls had them, Su Qing should have them too. Wang Suifan's protective attitude made everyone hesitant to gossip about Su Qing, and they could only say, "You really treat your daughter-in-law well." Of course, Wang Suifan replied proudly, raising her eyebrows. It's not that I'm good to my daughter-in-law, it's because I am a good person. This wasn't just her boasting. Su Qing often praised her like this. In the past, if anyone had said Wang Suifan would be a good mother-in-law, the neighbors would have been the first not to believe it. Not only with the children, but even if the men in the house made a small mistake, Wang Suifan would make a scene and scold them without mercy. Regarding Wang Suifan rolling her eyes and making sarcastic remarks at Xie Kezi, Sister Li has seen this happen more than once. However, Wang Suifan's temper has made her a good mother-in-law. She is very caring and gentle towards Su Qing, the new daughter-in-law. Su Qing's treatment is far better than what Xie Kezi receives. Everyone has witnessed the couple's marriage process. To put it bluntly, Su Qing's way of marrying into the Xie family is not very respectable, and her family is not supportive. Any mother-in-law with a bit of a temper would find it hard to like such a daughter-in-law. In the eyes of the original person, Wang Suifan is a bad mother-in-law. But the original person knows her family has faults, so she endures it. Leaving aside the issue of being a substitute bride, the original person's rural household registration is a big problem. She has no grain quota, and her food comes from the Xie family supply. Under normal circumstances, each person's grain quota is barely enough to eat. If the original person could support herself after marrying in, the situation might improve. But the opposite is true. Her presence infringes on the interests of the entire family, so it's surprising if they treat her kindly. Being criticized and looked down upon by Wang Suifan, Su Qing silently weeps and bears the humiliation. In the end, gaining Wang Suifan's understanding is the sad story everyone imagines for Su Qing after marriage. Who would have thought that Su Qing and Wang Suifan would not follow the usual script? Especially Wang Suifan, who suddenly became so kind that her old friends were scared. But Su Qing is the first daughter-in-law of the Xie family, and without a comparison group, everyone really believed Wang Suifan's claim of being a good person. A mother-in-law who is so reasonable and caring for her daughter-in-law is rare, and families that split after marriage are even rarer. Sister Li is not happy about her son and daughter-in-law splitting up, but she is eager to marry her daughter into a family that does. It's quite double standard. The only problem is that Sister Li has no daughter, only a distant niece. Considering that Wang Suifan is a good mother-in-law, Sister Li doesn't mind Xie Jianzhong's height and weak physique. Your second son is already married. What about your eldest son? I have a niece who is just the right age. This got Wang Suifan excited, and she asked, "What's the situation at home? Is the girl good-looking?" Wang Suifan is not very satisfied with her eldest daughter-in-law from the previous generation, and if given the chance, she would like to change her daughter-in-law, as long as her eldest son agrees. She's pretty, but a bit shy. I'm introducing my niece to you. Not for Jianzhong, but for you. Sister Li shared her true feelings. The children on this street have all grown up under their watch. They have seen the young men experience their first crushes. Sister Li is aware of Xie Jianzhong's interest in the neighbor, Zhang Dahong, but they won't openly discuss it. To these women in their 50s, the youthful infatuations are not a big deal. Many men struggle to marry their true love, and Xie Jianzhong is just one of many. Besides, men often love more than one person, and feelings can develop after marriage. In today's world, a young wife's happiness largely depends on her mother-in-law. If the mother-in-law is kind, many life challenges can be eased. Have you seen how well Su Qing is living now? She didn't buy new furniture before marriage, but after marrying, Wang Xuefin helped her get everything she needed, made her new clothes, and cooked nutritious meals. Su Qing has only been with the Xie family for a short time, but she looks completely transformed, healthy, and radiant. The best part is that Wang Xuefin even scolds her son for the sake of her daughter-in-law, which is quite rare. Wang Xuefin never expected that her good reputation as a mother-in-law would also help her bond with her daughter-in-law. But this has worked out wonderfully for her. Don't worry, with our many years of friendship, I promise you, if this marriage happens, I won't interfere in their lives, Wang Xuefin assured. By the second day of their marriage, I can let them live on their own. While she can't treat her future daughter-in-law the same way she treats Su Qing, she can certainly give them space. In the past, she was critical of her daughter-in-law and son-in-law because she cared too much. She felt they were holding back her children, which was frustrating. Now, her mindset has calmed down. She doesn't believe there will be any conflicts between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law. Wang Xuefin has a good plan. Once Xie Jianzhong gets married, she will completely step back. She wants her eldest son to figure out his own life. Even if he turns out to be ungrateful, he is still her son. Until he gets married, Wang Xuefin feels her duties as a mother are not complete. Although she doesn't know where this sense of duty comes from, she feels something is missing until it's fulfilled. Wang Xuefin and the other ladies next door chatted enthusiastically all morning. If it weren't for one of Sister Li's grandsons crying, they might have continued for longer. She truly wants her eldest son to marry soon so she can live her own life. After returning home, she was worried about missing something and wrote down all the key information about the girl that Aunt Li had introduced. When Su Qing got home from work, she saw her mother writing furiously. "Mom, what are you writing?" "I'm noting down the matchmaker's details for Jianzhong. When he comes back, I'll tell him everything." "I guessed you were at Aunt Li's house this morning," Su Qing said. "When I got back, I heard Aunt Li scaring her grandson, saying that if he cried again, the wolf grandma would come back." The wolf grandma referred to Wang Xuefin, who is great at telling scary stories to frighten children. If kids didn't sleep at night, the wolf grandma would take them away. If they wasted food, the wolf grandma would take them away. Surprisingly, Wang Xuefin's method worked well. It was easy to fool kids under 3. Just saying the wolf grandma was coming could calm things down for a while. Aunt Li's grandson has always cried a lot, which is really annoying. He started causing a fuss, so I came back. The clothes I made for you aren't quite finished. I'll go back this afternoon to wrap things up. As she spoke, she held up the new clothes to Su Qing, satisfied, and said, "This color is perfect, so soft. It's just right for your age." Wang Xuefin was so excited about the new clothes that she didn't notice her daughter's feelings. In the past, if her daughter was upset about clothes, Wang Xuefin would feel sorry for her, and even if her daughter didn't say anything, she would grit her teeth and get her a new outfit. But now, not only was her daughter not upset, but she didn't even care if she was angry. The new clothes she made were not for someone ungrateful to wear. After letting go of her worries, there were very few people who could affect her emotions. Even when introducing a partner for her eldest son, Wang Xuefin's attitude was very relaxed. When she talked to Xie Jianzhong about it, she only made a suggestion and didn't force him. Aunt Li next door introduced someone. "I heard the girl is quite pretty. If she agrees, you should at least meet her." Xie Jianzhong wanted to refuse. He liked his childhood friend, Zhang Dahong, and didn't want to marry anyone else. But before he could finish, Wang Suifan interrupted him. I know what you want to say, but if she doesn't like you and doesn't want to marry you, are you planning to be single forever? Wang Suifan asked calmly. Even though Xie Jianzhong acted confidently, he actually felt very insecure and didn't believe he could win over the girl he liked. Especially when they split the family assets earlier, Wang Suifan had already made it clear that she wouldn't prepare a high bride price for him. Throwing a tantrum to force the family to give him money no longer works. Wang Suifan has already put an end to that. From Wang Suifan's attitude lately, it's clear she is not joking. She really won't spend extra money for him. This puts Xie Jianzhong in a tough spot, greatly reducing his chances of finding a partner. Wang Suifan calmly said, if your attitude is really this firm, then I won't help you. I won't introduce you to anyone anymore. You can live however you want. If you end up single for life, don't blame me for not helping. It's your own choice. Without his parents' help, Xie Jianzhong could very well remain single forever. He has an average appearance and isn't good with words, making it quite difficult for him to find a partner on his own. He is still young, and things might be a bit easier now, but in a few years, as he gets older, it might be even harder to find someone willing to marry him. Ideally, he would marry the person he loves, but if that doesn't happen, he could settle for someone else. Xie Jianzhong really doesn't plan on being single for life. After a long internal struggle, he reluctantly said, I'll go. This expression made Wang Suifan feel frustrated. I didn't force you to go. Don't act like it's the end of the world. Getting married is not about creating enemies. She can't let Xie Jianzhong affect her friendship with her old friends. Don't give me that unwilling look. Whether anyone is interested in you is still uncertain, and here you are acting like you don't want to go, Wang Suifan said with a look of disdain. I understand, Xie Jianzhong replied, not daring to argue with her, forcing a smile. In the past, he was bold because he knew Wang Suifan would spoil him and support him. Now, he doesn't dare to act out. He has kept his little temper in check around her. All right, you can go back to what you were doing. Once I discuss things with Sisterly, I'll let you know, Wang Suifan said, not wanting to talk to him any longer. In Wang Suifan's view, the chance of success for this blind date is only 50%. Her eldest son doesn't have many advantages. He only has a job. If he does get married, the family can give him a room, which eases the burden, and he won't have to take on the responsibility of supporting his younger siblings. Overall, none of his advantages are really about him personally. No young woman would be eager to marry him for who he is. They would be more interested in his external circumstances. Thinking of this, Wang Suifan couldn't help but whisper to Su Qing about her eldest son. Other people's children have parents who are not doing well, siblings who are a burden, and their families are very poor. They can't even afford a wedding house, let alone a bride price, yet they still manage to get married. But my family has everything ready, and I still have to ask him to go on blind dates. She really wants a worry-free child, but she hasn't met one yet. As a mother, Wang Suifan has done a great job. Su Qing squeezed Wang Suifan's shoulder and said, Mom, you've done very well. You shouldn't always think about responsibilities. You need to think about yourself too. If managing things makes you unhappy, then don't do it. That way, you will have more time for me. I care about you the most, and I won't let you get upset. I know you care about me the most, Wang Suifan said, feeling comforted as she patted Su Qing's hand. There are some things she really can't ignore. Otherwise, Xie Kezi won't pass, and the neighbors will gossip. Others don't know that Xie Jianzhong's future children will be ungrateful. They will only say that the couple failed to manage their household and didn't help their eldest son find a wife. Since Wang Suifan sees things from an outsider's perspective, she has a clear understanding. She knows her son's strengths and weaknesses, and for the blind date, she chose the most traditional method, inviting people to their home to meet. This way, the girl's family can see the house and the basic economic conditions of the Xie family. If Xie Jianzhong were to meet the girl alone, Wang Suifan fears the date might fail. Mom, I want to stay home and watch the excitement on Sunday, Su Qing pleaded eagerly. Aren't you going out with Manhwa? Su Qing shook her head. No, I don't want to. She just wants to be Wang Xuefin's shadow and witness an old-fashioned love story. Although Wang Xuefin thought it was a bit strange that Su Qing didn't want to enjoy time with Xie Jianhua, she relented and said, "Then you can stay by my side and help me plan." Su Qing wanted to stay, but Xie Jianhua couldn't. Wang Xuefin directly sent him away, clearly stating he couldn't come back home until the blind date was over. The reason was simple. Xie Jianhua was too tall and handsome. If he stayed at home as a comparison, it would overshadow Xie Jianzhong and affect the success of the blind date. "You're kicking me out, huh?" Xie Jianhua said firmly. "Fine, I'll go." He didn't even want to stay at home. He had been busy these days. Offering to help at home was to give Wang Xuefin face, but who knew she wouldn't appreciate it and thought he was in the way. On the day Sister Li brought people over to visit, everyone in the family was present except for Xie Jianhua. The two children, Xie Jiankong and Xie Guiying, were busy following Wang Xuefin's instructions. Compared to families where 3 generations lived together, the Xie family could provide a private room for the children, which already placed them at the top of the matchmaking hierarchy. Wang Xuefin also promised, after marriage, "I won't manage the eldest's salary. If he wants to eat at home, he will pay 10 yuan for meals. If he doesn't eat at home, I won't take a penny. As for future retirement funds, I won't push him. If he has a conscience, he will give something." She spoke of raising children for support in old age, but even in her previous life, she had given more to her children. In this life, she had no expectations. They had a house, jobs, and no burdens. Setting aside Xie Jianzhong's height, he was indeed a good match. As for his lack of words, the future mother-in-law saw that as honesty. When the future mother-in-law entered the yard, her first assessment was of the house, then the furniture, and the clothes of the family members. Su Qing became the focus of her observation. The family coming for matchmaking had a son, who was almost 16. To prevent him from going to the countryside as a youth worker, they needed the eldest daughter to give up her job, so they were eager to finalize the marriage this year. However, just because they arranged for their daughter to give up her job didn't mean they didn't care for her. Even if not fully, they still cared to some extent. Thus, they didn't relax their scrutiny of the future in-laws. To be more realistic, a good family background has the ability to support the daughter's family. With Su Qing's delicate and helpless demeanor, some might even believe she was Wang Xuefin's biological daughter. Short-term behavior can be faked, but Su Qing's appearance couldn't be. A daughter-in-law who had been through hardships wouldn't have such bright eyes. Her gaze was curious, as if she was interested in everything. Su Qing had never been on a blind date, so she was genuinely curious. She thought Xie Jianzhong would say something during the matchmaking, but when the elders entered, he greeted them and then fell silent. The girl who came for the matchmaking was even more shy, mostly keeping her head down and blushing. In this matchmaking, the young people didn't say a word while the elders chatted away. It wasn't 2 elders who would be living together, but 2 young people. How could anything meaningful come from this? Su Qing secretly rolled her eyes. This type of matchmaking was just an evolved version of arranged marriage. It was slightly better than blind marriages since they could at least see the person beforehand. As Wang Xuefin warmly sent the guests off with a smile, and even had Xie Jianzhong take them a bit further, Su Qing eagerly asked, "Mom, did it work out?" "I don't know," Wang Xuefin replied confidently. Su Qing noticed her mother had been chatting happily and smiling brightly, thinking everything was settled. But it turned out everyone was just putting on a show. "We still need to wait for Sister Li's response," Wang Xuefin said wisely. "If the other side is interested too, then things can move forward. During the holidays, when the girl's family has work to do, Jianzhong can show his skills. If he does well, they could get married soon." "I think their expressions showed they were satisfied with our family's situation," Su Qing remarked. Wang Xuefin agreed, recalling her smooth conversation with the girl's relatives. "I think it's possible." Confident in her performance, Wang Xuefin was shocked when she heard Sister Li's feedback. "Did I say something wrong?" Wang Xuefin began to reflect on herself. "No," Sister Li replied helplessly. "Didn't you ask Jianzhong to take my niece to the bus station?" On the way, they ran into Zhang Dahong. My niece felt the two of them didn't get along and didn't want to marry. Her mom scolded her, and she still didn't want to marry. The young ones weren't so practical. They still had dreams of love. Wang Tsuefin could entice middle-aged women with material conditions, but it wouldn't work with unmarried young people. Why did I even think of giving that rascal Xie Jianzhong a chance to show off? I'm so frustrated. Wang Tsuefin was extremely upset. One misstep could lead to lasting regret. When Xie Jianzhong returned home, he was met with a barrage of scolding. I'm done taking care of you, Wang Tsuefin declared fiercely. If I meddle in your marriage again, I'll come back as a pig in my next life. After thinking for a moment, she felt that wasn't strong enough to remind herself not to interfere again. After a 2-second pause, Wang Tsuefin resolutely swore, if I meddle in your marriage again, I'll come back as your mother in my next life. Only Su Qing understood the weight of this vow. It was indeed quite serious. Aside from Su Qing knowing Wang Tsuefin's weariness with her ungrateful son, everyone else in the Xie family still saw her as the dedicated good mother. Hearing Wang Tsuefin's fierce vow, Xie Jianhua found it amusing. Mom's harsh words sound like sweet nothings to me. To Xie Jianhua, it didn't sound harsh at all. It actually felt like a compliment. Su Qing glanced at him, not wanting to reveal the truth and shatter his illusions. Mom cares too much about us. She wants to make plans for the next life before this one is even over, Xie Jianhua said, feeling a mix of emotion and reflection. If it weren't for Wang Tsuefin currently scolding Xie Jianzhong and still upset, Xie Jianhua would have agreed with her. He wished to be Wang Tsuefin's child again in the next life to continue their bond. Su Qing sighed. Well, if that's how you feel, there's nothing I can do. She couldn't just say something like, your mom doesn't want you anymore, as that would easily cause family conflicts. Even though Wang Tsuefin was angry with Xie Jianzhong, her anger affected the whole family. In a critical moment, Xie Jianhua had a clever idea. He pulled out 5 gold bars from a lunchbox in the cupboard. You really found something valuable? Su Qing was astonished. She thought Xie Jianhua was being honest. I didn't touch the big ones. These are from a small-time crook who died, so I felt safe taking his things. If the person were alive, Xie Jianhua would never dare to take anything. Money was important, but his future was even more so. Su Qing curiously asked, someone died? Did you all get into a fight? Did you catch everyone? Yes, we caught everyone and interrogated them. The person was an enemy agent left behind during the retreat overseas. Only after everything was settled and confirmed safe did Xie Jianhua dare to bring the money home. Even though that leader had been dealt with, due to special reasons, it might not be reported in the newspaper and specific details would certainly not be disclosed. Xie Jianhua only shared key information. The box of money and gold bars in the ancestral grave is suspected to be dug up by some unknown thugs, and those without proper identification are being closely investigated. You can rest easy now. Nowadays, everyone needed a letter of introduction to go anywhere, but some people still managed to get around without one. For example, those young people who were supposed to go to the countryside but couldn't handle the farm work and return to the city, or those who overstayed their visit under the pretense of family visits. There were also criminals on the run. They couldn't buy train tickets, so they would sneak onto trains and stay under bridges instead. This group had no travel records, making them hard to track. Xie Jianhua's words were meant to reassure Su Qing, but she caught the key phrase and repeated, a box. Yes, a box. The other party confessed everything. Xie Jianhua smiled. He was present during the arrests, and he wouldn't miss such important information. Wang Tsuefin didn't explain it that way when she talked to him. She only mentioned a few stacks of money and didn't mention the gold bars. As for whether what Wang Tsuefin said was true or not, he knew, Wang Tsuefin knew, and Su Qing knew. Su Qing was working with Wang Tsuefin, so she definitely knew the inside story. They just had a silent agreement not to tell him. They exchanged glances, both aware of what the other knew. Haha, Su Qing laughed awkwardly and quickly changed the subject. Now is not the time to talk about money. Discussing money could hurt feelings. Xie Jianhua pushed 2 gold bars towards Su Qing and said, you can give 2 to Mom. That will surely make her happy. The remaining 3 are our private savings, so don't let it slip. Under normal circumstances, Su Qing would have praised Xie Jianhua for being family-oriented. He respected his parents while also taking care of his own family. He was definitely not a mama's boy. But Su Qing was different. She was very generous. Without hesitation, she said, "I suggest we give all 5 gold bars to Mom." Xie Jianhua gasped in surprise. What was going on? Su Qing didn't want the private savings, but he did. However, since Su Qing was so generous to Wang Suifan, he couldn't be stingy with his own mother either, so he reluctantly said, "All right, you can give them to her." "Then I'm off," Su Qing said as she put the gold bars in her pocket and went to find Wang Suifan. Watching Su Qing take all 5 gold bars, Xie Jianhua felt lost, as if he had lost all his means and strength. He touched his empty pockets and reassured himself it's okay. Even if the private savings are gone, it doesn't matter. I've still done something good. He didn't even expect that just by taking a short break from his marriage, he would achieve something significant. All of this started with that stack of money under the cabinet. Originally, that enemy agent was in a secure position, but because their ancestral grave was disturbed, they were forced to reveal their true colors. When people are in a hurry, they tend to make mistakes, so this person quickly fell into trouble. Xie Jianhua's gaze fell on the lock of the cabinet, and thinking about the money still inside, he felt a little better. But that money was brought in by Su Qing and Wang Suifan, not by him. Without earning a living, he felt less confident speaking at home. Even though Su Qing and Wang Suifan had hidden such a large box of gold bars, he didn't say anything. With everything that had happened, they still wouldn't let him keep the last 5. These 2 women at home were quite ruthless. Su Qing, with the gold bars, happily prepared to cheer up Wang Suifan. "Mom, please don't scold my brother. Just listen to me." Su Qing tugged at her sleeve and said sweetly, "I have good news to share with you." As soon as Su Qing spoke, Wang Suifan's anger faded significantly. "All right, I won't scold him anymore. It's a waste of my feelings to scold such an ungrateful person. I won't care about him anymore. You never had to care. It was you who forced me to go on a blind date. They didn't like me and made up some excuse to refuse. You came rushing in to scold me without understanding the situation. Why should I take that?" Xie Jianzhong couldn't help but complain. Su Qing couldn't stand his twisted logic and coldly questioned, "Say that again? Who forced you? You agreed to it yourself. You went on a blind date and then flirted with other women. You broke the rules, so it's no surprise they didn't like you." "Yes, I agreed. But if Mom hadn't pushed me, I wouldn't have." Xie Jianzhong stubbornly replied, "I was innocent with the other woman." She misunderstood, and instead of helping me explain, "You all scold me. It's unfair." In Xie Jianzhong's eyes, if Wang Suifan hadn't brought up the blind date, none of this would have happened. He had his own logic, which he found quite reasonable. But Su Qing was very upset with his reasoning. Since talking didn't work, she decided to take action. Just be quiet. How did my mom end up with a son like you?" Su Qing grabbed his hair and slapped his mouth. Caught off guard, Xie Jianzhong tried to step aside to escape her grasp, but Su Qing kicked his legs, saying, "Not so fast. You're going too far." Xie Jianzhong gritted his teeth and tried to push Su Qing away. Wang Suifan, realizing what was happening, rushed over to help, pinching the soft flesh on Xie Jianzhong's arm. "What are you doing? Are you really going to hurt Su Qing? How did I end up with such an ungrateful son?" Earlier, when Wang Suifan was scolding her son, no one dared to speak up. Xie Kezi quietly took over the task of washing the sheets, trying to appear busy to avoid Wang Suifan's anger. With Wang Suifan's temper, even an innocent bystander could get hurt, let alone Xie Kezi. Xie Jianzhong had clearly done something wrong, so it was only right for Wang Suifan to scold him. Xie Kezi planned to wait until she finished before offering a few words of criticism and reasoning to wrap things up. The matchmaking didn't work out this time, but that's okay. There will be more opportunities in the future. According to Xie Kezi's estimate, after Wang Suifan finishes scolding, she should calm down by tomorrow. But Who would have thought that the mother and son would actually start fighting? The most surprising part was that Su Qing was also involved, teaming up with Wang Suifan to beat up Xie Jianzhong, who was crying out in pain. Which young wife would dare to hit her brother-in-law like that? Hey, stop hitting. Xie Kezi quickly wiped his hands and rushed to break up the fight. The noise was so loud that it startled Xie Jianhua and Xie Jiankong, who were both wide-eyed when they realized who was fighting. Xie Jianzhong, being an adult man, may be short, but he was still stronger than an average woman. Worried that Wang Suifan and Su Qing might get hurt, Xie Jianhua dashed over and tightly held his older brother, saying, Big brother, don't be impulsive." Xie Jianzhong had managed to create some space to struggle, but now he felt like a fish tightly bound, unable to escape. He didn't dare to hit Wang Suifan out of respect, but he had long held a grudge against Su Qing and wanted to teach her a lesson. He had really been putting up with her for too long. However, he didn't expect Su Qing to have such incredible strength. Once she grabbed him, he couldn't break free, no matter how hard he tried. It was only when Xie Kezi intervened that Su Qing eased her grip a little, worried that Xie Kezi might fall. Just then, Xie Jianhua arrived. "I'll fight both of you." Xie Jianzhong's voice was filled with anger. As the older brother, being beaten by his younger brother and sister-in-law was a huge blow to his pride. "Who do you think you're fighting?" Wang Suifan couldn't stand that and swiped at him. With a scream, Xie Jianzhong's face showed 3 bloody scratch marks, proving that Wang Suifan had struck hard without holding back. "This beating is all your own doing. I won't hold a grudge against you, but you dare to hold a grudge against me and against Qingqing? How shameless!" Wang Suifan's anger flared up. Xie Jianhua thought that since they had already fought and argued, his intervention would make both sides stop, but instead, the fight intensified. Although Wang Suifan had scratched Xie Jianzhong, Xie Jianhua was still holding him, making him an accomplice in the fight. He really had come to break it up. Fearing that Xie Jianzhong would get hurt more, Xie Jianhua quickly let go of him and pulled Wang Suifan, saying, "Mom, Big brother was indeed wrong. But we've already taught him a lesson, so let's just forget about it. He has to go to work tomorrow." "You don't need to pretend to be kind," Xie Jianzhong said, pushing Xie Jianhua away with force. His younger brother and his wife were not good people. They were the main ones who would hit him. Xie Jianzhong was really upset but knew he couldn't fight back because Su Qing and Xie Jianhua were trained, and there were too many of them. He was empty-handed and couldn't regain his dignity. His eyes scanned the room and finally spotted a handy stool. But as soon as he picked it up, Xie Jianhua caught him with a quick move. "Big brother, this is where you're wrong. We're all family, so why take it so seriously?" Xie Jianhua took the stool back and gently set it down. The small stool was also family property, and if he broke it, he would get scolded by Wang Suifan. Xie Jianzhong was furious, shouting, "Xie Lair, you're a jerk." Seeing Xie Jianzhong acting unfairly and trying to hit someone with the stool only to be stopped, Su Qing laughed. "With that little stool, I could kick it away with 1 foot. You should be grateful that Xie Jianhua saved you." She had only pulled his hair and kicked him a few times. She was trained, and if she really wanted to, she could easily defeat Xie Jianzhong. Xie Jianhua felt surrounded by anger and couldn't help anyone. "Su Qing, you're also at fault. We're all family, so let's keep it down." After trying to mediate between everyone, he realized that no one appreciated his efforts. Wang Suifan sarcastically remarked, "Everyone is wrong, except for you. Clearly, you're the one in the right." Xie Jianhua forced a smile. Sometimes he really wanted to call the police and have everyone in the family arrested, including himself. As the saying goes, pick on the soft ones. Wang Suifan and Su Qing, the 2 women, were not people Xie Jianhua could provoke. He only dared to confront Xie Jianzhong. "Big brother, apologize to Mom." After a 2-second pause and glancing at Su Qing's expression, Xie Jianhua added, "Also apologize to Su Qing. As a man, can you take a step back?" Xie Jianzhong turned away, rejecting the suggestion. What did he do wrong? Wang Suifan was the one who scolded first, and Su Qing was the one who acted first. He was the one who got hurt the most. Su Qing and Wang Suifan didn't even get a scratch. Why should he be the one to apologize? If anyone should apologize, it should be Su Qing. Xie Jianhua was clearly biased, siding with his wife. He had forgotten his brother after marrying her. Xie Jianzhong's attitude infuriated Xie Jianhua.
Fine.
Forget about apologizing. I don't care anymore. It's just an apology. In life, we need to know when to bend and when to stand firm. If he were in this situation, he would have apologized long ago. He can't win against Su Qing in a fight, and he can't outsmart Wang Suifan with words, yet he still acts so proud. He deserves whatever happens to him. Xie Jianhua let go and stopped holding him back, just pulling Su Qing's arm to leave, saying, "Let's go. We won't get involved." "Why are you pulling me?" Su Qing complained softly, glaring at Xie Jianhua, trying to free her arm. Xie Jianhua took a deep breath and quietly reminded her, "Don't forget what's in your pocket." She had 5 gold bars in her pocket and still dared to get into a fight, not worried about them falling out. If those gold bars fell out, explaining would be difficult. "I'm holding them securely. I've been paying attention," Su Qing explained, but she still let Xie Jianhua pull her away. Wang Suifan, who he couldn't persuade earlier, saw Su Qing being taken away and immediately rushed over, grabbing Su Qing and supporting her, saying, "Xie Jianhua, what are you doing? You can't scold Qing. If you say anything to her, I'll be upset. She hasn't done anything wrong. The one at fault is that troublemaker Xie Jianzhong." "I won't say anything to her," Xie Jianhua assured. "I really won't." The mother and son each held onto one of Su Qing's arms, refusing to let go. As they were stuck in this standoff, a head slowly popped up over the wall. Sister Li from next door leaned over the wall, awkwardly trying to mediate. "Suifan, Jianzhong is still young. If this matchmaking doesn't work out, there will be another chance. We don't need to scold the kids, right? When couples argue or parents scold their children, as long as it's not a complicated issue, friendly neighbors often come to help mediate. The support of old friends is more effective than Xie Jianhua's." Wang Suifan looked up at her and calmly replied, "We've finished arguing." "Oh, that's good." Sister Li's head slowly disappeared from the wall. Wang Suifan still had the mood to check on her, saying, "Be careful when getting off the stool. Don't fall." "I know." Before the fight, Wang Suifan was very angry, but after it was over, she felt refreshed. She felt good, but Xie Jianzhong did not. He stormed out, ignoring Xie Qiao calling for him. With the opponent gone, there was no chance for a fight or even an argument. Su Qing simply shook off Xie Jianhua's hand and pulled Wang Suifan to her room. "Mom, I haven't told you the good news I mentioned earlier. You'll be happy when you hear it." Before getting to the important part, Wang Suifan's lips curled into a smile as she curiously asked, "What good news?" Just moments ago, the two were furious, arguing loudly, but now they were both grinning, changing their moods faster than the weather. Xie Jiankong and Xie Guiying, being younger, were unsure of the situation and looked to Xie Jianhua and Xie Kezi for help. "It's fine now. You can go back to playing," Xie Jianhua and Xie Kezi said, easing the tension. In the room, after confirming no one was following, Su Qing took out 5 gold bars from her pocket to show Wang Suifan.
"Look."
Jianhua gave these. Wang Suifan happily squeezed the gold bars and quietly asked, "Where did he get them?" "Got them while tracking down a case with someone," Su Qing explained. "This is probably what they call black eating black." "Only 5? Wang Suifan seemed a bit disappointed. There was nothing she could do. She had more than that. Once her perspective widened, these few didn't seem like much. After all, her son's financial strength was still a bit lacking compared to hers. She wanted to make a few more comments, but Su Qing leaned in and whispered, "Mom, don't say anything. Jianhua knows." "Knows what?" "About that box. He has seen the witness statements." Su Qing didn't plan to hide this from Wang Suifan. If Wang Suifan acted too dramatically in front of Xie Jianhua, it would be awkward. "Jianhua knows?" Wang Suifan asked cautiously. "He didn't say anything, did he? Did he ask you where the rest of the money is hidden?" "You mustn't tell him. He just looked at me a couple of times and didn't ask further. Su Qing even mimicked the meaningful glance Xie Jianhua had given her, making it seem very vivid. But just being looked at wasn't a big deal. Su Qing said, since Jianhua didn't ask, it seems he doesn't plan to pursue it. This should be considered over. When the hidden money was caught, it was Wang Suifan who made up a story, while Su Qing helped cover for her. It was clear that the two were in it together. Xie Jianhua knew they had more hidden money, but what did it matter? Even if he asked Wang Suifan, she wouldn't give him any. Forget about the money they hid. Even the 5 gold bars he had worked hard to get had to be turned in. Even his salary was sent home. It must be said that Xie Kezi and Wang Suifan set a good example. The man hands over his salary and the woman manages the finances and the household. This was the family model Xie Jianhua grew up seeing, so he thought it was normal not to have money in his hands. Anyway, since the money won't reach him, why should he worry so much? Su Qing and Wang Suifan are capable and can find the treasure locations, and they even have the courage to dig. Xie Jianhua feels very relieved about their ability to hide money. After all, outsiders definitely won't find it. Xie Jianhua is quite open about it, but Wang Suifan thinks differently. She analyzed, Jianhua must have taken more than just 5 gold bars. He probably has more hidden money outside. Because she has hidden more herself, she doesn't believe Xie Jianhua will be honest. Really? That doesn't seem right, Su Qing said, feeling she didn't know Xie Jianhua well. She asked innocently, so what should we do? Is it better to leave it alone? Leave it alone? No way. A man with money can become bad. Wang Suifan immediately took the lead and said, don't worry, I'll ask him. Su Qing thought asking meant hinting and testing him, with all sorts of strategies running through her mind. But Wang Suifan was straightforward and asked Xie Jianhua directly, where did you hide the money? As soon as she finished speaking, both Su Qing and Xie Jianhua looked at her in shock. Wang Suifan's experience in questioning only applies to her family. She was too direct, making it hard for Su Qing to find a way to jump in, as the content was too straightforward. Come on. Where did you hide the money? Wang Suifan said earnestly. You've been in the army for years. If you hide money outside, someone could take it without you knowing. Just give it to Mom, and I'll keep it safe for you. When you need it, I'll give it back. I don't have any, Xie Jianhua replied helplessly. There's really not a single cent outside. He opened his hands in front of Wang Suifan, trying to show her that he was truly empty-handed. TSK, why don't you trust Mom? Don't you know what kind of person she is? I have money. I won't take a single cent from you, Wang Suifan said lovingly. Everything that's mine will be yours and Qingqing's. Really, there's nothing. Xie Jianhua gritted his teeth. Mom, you're making me look guilty. Su Qing looked at one and then the other, still unsure of the final outcome. Wang Suifan remained calm and said flatly, oh, if there's nothing, then it's fine. Then she really let it go, happily taking Su Qing to find a place to hide money. This interrogation about hidden money started unexpectedly and ended quite strangely, giving a sense of casualness, as if they were just chatting. When Su Qing was alone, she asked in confusion, does Jianhua really mean it when he says there's nothing? If there were so much trust between people, Wang Suifan wouldn't doubt that Xie Jianhua was hiding money. This time, he probably really hasn't hidden anything, Wang Suifan said wisely. His attitude doesn't seem like someone who has done something wrong. As a mother, Wang Suifan knew her son well. She shared her thoughts. Jianhua has a good character and wouldn't lie to his family. If he says there's nothing, it's usually true. If he had something to hide, he wouldn't deny it directly. He would just change the subject. Change the subject? Recalling how Xie Jianhua reacted when he did something wrong, Wang Suifan mimicked his tone, shaking her head and pretending to be upset. Mom, how can you think that of me? Am I that kind of person? You hide money, so you suspect I'm hiding money too? If you ask like that, I won't give you any money anymore. Surprisingly, Wang Suifan's imitation of Jianhua was quite accurate. When someone is truly guilty, they tend to talk more and even get angry, turning the blame around. The word no is often the most honest. The main reason is that Xie Jianhua cares for his parents and has never thought of deceiving them. He might tell lies to outsiders easily, but when it comes to his parents, he feels guilty and ends up revealing the truth. Wang Xuefen's temperament was something Jianhua was used to. He only felt hurt by Su Qing. That night, when he went to bed, Su Qing noticed his sad gaze. True disappointment isn't about shouting and arguing. He suggested giving 2, but Su Qing insisted on 5. Although those 5 ended up hidden in their room, spending the money that Wang Xuefen had seen wasn't as easy. Even though he didn't spend much, at least he had the intention to do so. Now that the intention was gone, he was also questioned by Wang Xuefen. He felt more wronged than anyone. Seeing this, Su Qing immediately softened her tone. "Oh, I'm sorry to make you feel this way. But you are really impressive in our eyes, easily getting 5 gold bars." Su Qing secretly regretted her decision. If she had known, she would have pulled Wang Xuefen away to stop her from asking. It was a mistake. Wang Xuefen, having made her point, felt free. She still had to sleep in the same room as Xie Jianhua that night. The atmosphere was so awkward now. She had to step in to wrap things up. Su Qing, with her charming words, quickly caught Jianhua's attention. He forced a smile and handed her a candy. "Eat some candy. Don't talk while eating." Xie Jianhua definitely won't fall for that. He's not as easy to persuade as Wang Xuefen. "Thank you." Thinking that the candy was a sign of reconciliation, Su Qing graciously accepted the large white rabbit candy, unwrapped it, and put it in her mouth. With the candy in her cheek, she praised, "It's very sweet." As Su Qing enjoyed the candy, her cheeks puffed up, making her look both cute and sweet. He seemed to understand why Wang Xuefen had such a motherly affection for Su Qing. When she quietly enjoyed her food, she really was soft and adorable, making people want to keep feeding her. Xie Jianhua glanced for a moment, then quietly looked away, unwrapped a piece of candy for himself, and said, "It really is sweet." As they ate candy, the room quickly fell silent. Su Qing was happily battling with the sticky candy when she suddenly felt the atmosphere was a bit off. She looked up and met Xie Jianhua's gaze for 2 seconds. Xie Jianhua continued to offer candy. "Want more?" "No more, no more." I'll go brush my teeth." Su Qing quickly slipped away. Not wanting to waste the candy, Xie Jianhua finished it himself. Xie Jianhua's holiday wasn't long, and most of his time was spent investigating cases, so he didn't stay home much. Once the case was solved, it was time for him to return to the army. This time, Wang Xuefen and Su Qing came to see him off at the train station. "I packed you 2 big bags of candy," Su Qing said proudly. She felt that Xie Jianhua seemed to enjoy candy. With food in short supply, everyone cherished treats and didn't have the luxury to be picky. It wasn't surprising that a tall man like him liked candy. "Thank you." Xie Jianhua smiled. Su Qing was thoughtful when she wasn't being annoying. Wang Xuefen added, "I also packed you some dried meat strips. Don't be stingy with your meals in the army. Don't starve yourself. Mom made them just for you." "It took a long time," Su Qing added. Knowing that his family was doing well, Xie Jianhua wouldn't deprive himself. He waved and said, "Thanks, Mom. I'll take good care of myself in the army. You two should head back. The train is about to leave." Having been in the army for many years, Xie Jianhua seemed accustomed to these farewells at the train station. There was little sadness in his eyes, only determination. This determination gave Su Qing a sense of reliability. Just looking at his face made her feel secure. Su Qing took a glance and couldn't help but look again. "This man is somewhat handsome," she thought, tilting her head to take a better look. But after just a few seconds, the train's whistle blew, and as the train started moving, Xie Jianhua slowly disappeared from view. "Jianhua has finally left. Let's go check if the box is still there," Wang Xuefen said cheerfully. "You took the day off anyway." The group that caused trouble had already been caught, so they had no worries about digging up the grave and could go out without fear. "Shouldn't we wait a bit longer?" Su Qing suggested cautiously. "We can't wait. I'm too anxious," Wang Xuefen replied. "If it weren't for Jianhua being home these past few days, I would have gone to check already, but I was afraid he might follow me. Wang Suifin was deeply affected by the trouble Manhwa caused when he was younger, making her overly cautious about her son. Today, she was eager to see the box, planning to divide the money into several batches for hiding. If 1 or 2 hiding spots were discovered, they would still have the others. Wang Suifin wasn't ready to leave a large sum of money and gold bars hidden in the mountains for months, or even years, without checking. She was just an ordinary person, unable to stay calm. Even though they weren't the main suspects and no one would follow them, Su Qing and Wang Suifin still carefully circled around a few times before reaching their final destination. Look at the small mark I left. This spot should be untouched, Su Qing said, turning to Wang Suifin. Should we dig during the day? Besides the spot where they buried the box, their shovels were still untouched, and no one had discovered them. Now, each of them took a shovel, making it easy to dig. They had already checked the area, and were sure no one was around. Wang Suifin decisively said, "Let's dig and see." Su Qing knew this wasn't the wisest decision. Digging during the day had its risks because it was harder to hide people and things compared to at night, but she chose to indulge Wang Suifin. There was some risk, but it wasn't too great. If Wang Suifin wanted to dig, she would accompany her. It wasn't particularly difficult as long as they were quick. Su Qing started digging without hesitation. The box is still here. After clearing the dirt, she opened the box and confirmed, the money is still here too. That's great, Wang Suifin said, taking out a gold bar, giving it a kiss, and then placing it in the basket. Let's go hide the things in another place. They both stayed on the mountain, afraid of meeting passers-by, and hid their treasures in 4 different directions. Hiding them too far apart would make it hard for them to check on them regularly. Besides, it was unlikely anyone would search the entire mountain for treasure. Hiding everything on this remote mountain was quite safe. After a busy morning of hiding treasures, when they returned at noon, Wang Suifin couldn't help but complain, "I'm so tired." "It is tiring," Su Qing agreed. After a whole morning of physical work, who wouldn't be tired? Before they reached the door, Sister Li asked, "What were you doing? Why do you have 2 shovels?" "I was digging for dandelions. They help with heat, so I thought I'd get some," Wang Suifin replied calmly. Since she didn't have a hoe or sickle, using a shovel for wild vegetables made sense. She had to make do with what she had. Sister Li looked sympathetic. With your eldest son in that situation, it must be frustrating. But don't be too upset. Young people are like that. She had heard the commotion between Wang Suifin and Xie Jianzhong next door and felt that Wang Suifin must be really angry. If she were in Wang Suifin's shoes, she would also be upset. Although she was a matchmaker, she didn't do it full-time and valued the matchmaking fee. When things didn't work out, she wasn't particularly angry, just disappointed. My distant niece is good-looking and capable, but her family is in poor condition and has a sick family member, so it's hard to find her a match. She's a good person, and I thought you 2 families would be a good fit since you wouldn't mind her family's situation. But if it's not meant to be, there's nothing we can do. Sister Li wanted to introduce her niece to Wang Suifin because she thought highly of her. Who would have thought that Xie Jianzhong would complicate things? The troublemaker was Wang Suifin's own son, so Sister Li could only advise Wang Suifin to forgive him. Dragging things out wasn't a solution. "Why don't you go talk to the Zhang family and settle the engagement?" Sister Li suggested. Though she said this, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at Zhang Dahong, thinking he was being unreasonable. Why interfere in someone else's matchmaking? She wasn't Xie Jianzhong's partner. But in Sister Li's view, a mother could never go against her child. Since Xie Jianzhong was determined to be with his love, Wang Suifin had no choice. Her idea also came from Wang Suifin's perspective. To ask for help from that ungrateful person, Xie Jianzhong? "I won't do it." Wang Suifin didn't want to discuss this topic anymore. With a cheerful smile, she grabbed some items from the basket and handed them to Sister Li, changing the subject. "I found something good while digging for dandelions today. It's all for you." "What?" Sister Li looked down and exclaimed, "Wow, it's epimedium. I don't want it. You can keep it. If you don't want it, then I don't want it either." Wang Suifan chuckled and quickly pulled Su Qing away. Su Qing curiously asked, "What is epimedium used for?" "It's for kidney health. Jianhua is young, so he probably doesn't need it now." Wang Suifan spoke somewhat gently in front of Su Qing. Upon hearing this, Su Qing almost lost her composure, her ears turning red. She quickly guessed that the scientific name for epimedium was likely to be something inappropriate. It seemed that Wang Suifan and Sister Li had already moved on, while she was still asking silly questions. Now, Su Qing fell silent and behaved herself. It was embarrassing not to be able to win arguments against these elders, and even more so to not be able to keep up with their jokes. Wang Suifan was in a good mood, having joked with Sister Li. While washing the dandelions with Su Qing, she even hummed a tune from her hometown. It didn't matter if her son was disappointing, she had a big box of money. Money was much more reliable than a son. Halfway through washing the dandelions, Xie Jianzhong came home from work. Seeing Wang Suifan busy, he set down what he was carrying and came over to help wash the dirt off the dandelion roots. "Mom, De Hong agreed to date me, as long as I can convince her parents." Xie Jianzhong lowered his tone and asked, "Could you talk to Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang for me?" Just saying it wouldn't be enough. There was also money involved. Wang Suifan, with a blank expression, tossed the dandelions she was washing into the basin and said, "No. They want you to convince the father-in-law. Why should I do it? Why don't you let me handle the wedding night too?" Hearing the refusal, Xie Jianzhong wasn't very surprised. He had just ruined a blind date and then turned around to date Zhang Dahong, so it was no wonder Wang Suifan was upset. "Mom, you've always known my feelings." Xie Jianzhong looked at Wang Suifan with a pitiful expression, trying to evoke her maternal instincts. "Ha, your feelings." Wang Suifan glanced at him, speechless. "Do you think everyone should revolve around you? What you want you can have. Are you the Jade Emperor? How can you think so beautifully?" She never realized before how thick-skinned her eldest son was. Thicker than a city wall. The first step of pretending to be pitiful failed. Xie Jianzhong gritted his teeth and promised, "As long as you can help me marry her, I will listen to you in everything. Just help me this once, okay? This is a big deal in my life." After finally getting a nod from his beloved, Xie Jianzhong couldn't wait another day. He just wanted Wang Suifan to quickly confirm their relationship, fearing that delays could change everything. But if Wang Suifan was satisfied with Zhang Dahong, she wouldn't introduce him to anyone else. "Since you are my son, I'll give you a warning. Zhang Dahong doesn't have feelings for you. She only cares about her own family. If you insist on marrying her, go ahead. But remember, when we divided the family assets, we agreed to only give you 200 for the bride price. If that's not enough, you'll have to figure it out yourself." While Wang Suifan spoke, Su Qing quietly rubbed her back, worried that Wang Suifan might get upset. However, Wang Suifan wasn't in a bad mood. She had already prepared herself for the fact that Xie Jianzhong would marry Zhang Dahong. Helping to introduce a partner was also because this person was her own son, so she could casually break up this couple. If she couldn't break them apart, she would have to accept it. Having lived through it all once, Wang Suifan wasn't as concerned about her sons anymore. Wang Suifan brought up the 200 for the bride price, and Xie Jianzhong glanced at Su Qing, but didn't press the issue further. He quietly helped Wang Suifan wash the wild vegetables, behaving obediently and helping out all day. When night came and everyone returned to their rooms to sleep, he secretly went to find Xie Kezi and Wang Suifan to bring up the matter again. Wang Suifan, dressed in a floral autumn outfit, half sat up, draped a coat over herself, and rolled her eyes as she listened to Xie Jianzhong plead with Xie Kezi. "Your mother told me about your situation. It's not that you're dad and I don't want to help you. It's just that we really don't have extra money," Xie Kezi said earnestly. "Your younger siblings are still in school." His salary had to support his wife and 4 children, and the expenses for their education were quite large. Xie Kezi handed over his salary without managing the household, but that didn't mean he was unaware of money matters. In his eyes, the division of assets was quite fair. In previous years, when the eldest and second sons weren't working, the family couldn't save much. It took a few years for the family situation to improve a little, but just as they saved some money, they had to start planning for their children's marriages. At home, we didn't use the wages of the older siblings to support the family. Instead, we helped them save money for their future wives, which many parents can't do. Sia Casey, speaking from experience, advised, "What does a man have to worry about not having a wife? Your family has arranged a job for you and prepared $200 for the bride price, which is enough for you to marry a good wife." The Zhang family is not easy to deal with. Zhang Dahong didn't treat you well at first, but now that she sees you going on blind dates, she suddenly wants to be nice. Her intentions are not pure, and she doesn't take her work seriously. The children on this street grew up under his watch. Normally, Sia Casey wouldn't gossip about young girls. He usually gives them gifts like lotion or snacks, and he doesn't say much because the young people are happy with it, and his words wouldn't change anything. But now that Zhang Dahong has interfered with Xie Jianzhong's blind date and wants the Xie family to meet the Zhang family's unreasonable demands, Sia Casey is quite upset. Who would want to see their son being treated like a pet? The Zhang family had previously mentioned keeping Zhang Dahong for 3 more years to earn more money for the family. When she gets married, her younger brother will be 16, and she must give her job to him before marrying. Their plans are clear, and everyone has been careful not to introduce Zhang Dahong to anyone. Zhang Dahong is the same age as Xie Jianzhong, and in an era where people can marry at 18, being 26 makes it harder to find a match. If she had a job and income at 26, she could be more selective, but since she has to leave her job for her family before marrying, the situation is awkward. Originally, Zhang Dahong wasn't in a hurry because she had Xie Jianzhong supporting her. Even if she didn't find a high-status partner, she knew someone would catch her if she fell. She was aware that Xie Jianzhong liked her. He had ignored introductions from Wang Suifan before, waiting for her. Xie Jianzhong might be a bit shorter, but he has a good temper and is very accommodating to her. The Xie family situation isn't bad either, and even Wang Suifan turned out to be a good mother-in-law, which surprised Zhang Dahong. Even if she married someone less desirable, it would still be Xie Jianzhong. With him as a safety net, Zhang Dahong felt somewhat secure. However, Xie Jianzhong had been quiet and only recently treated her to some candy before suddenly going on a blind date. If the date hadn't been at the Xie family home, Zhang Dahong would have been completely unaware. To her, Xie Jianzhong going on a blind date felt like betrayal. Upon hearing the news, she immediately went to confront him angrily. "All my peers are getting married and having children. Even my younger brother is married. If I don't go on a blind date, my mom will have something to say about it." Xie Jianzhong said helplessly, "I'm also in a difficult position." Hearing this, Zhang Dahong felt a sudden jolt in her heart. Just because Xie Jianzhong liked her didn't mean much. Marriage is a decision for the parents. If Wang Suifan pushed hard, Xie Jianzhong would have to give in. Not to mention that all of Xie Jianzhong's classmates were getting married, and many of her peers were already having their second child. If she waited until she was 26, it would be too late. She didn't want to marry a widower or become a stepmother. Zhang Dahong bit her lip and asked with difficulty, "What about the woman you went on a blind date with?" "I didn't pay much attention," Xie Jianzhong replied, then added, "But my mom really liked her." Even though he was devoted, his ultimate goal was to win her heart, not just to give without receiving anything in return. So while Xie Jianzhong expressed his feelings, he also emphasized the pressure from Wang Suifan, which made Zhang Dahong feel a sense of urgency. It wasn't that Zhang Dahong didn't want to marry early, it was just that her family situation didn't allow it. If she got married, what would happen to her family? She felt stuck. Now, her dilemma had shifted to Xie Jianzhong and the entire Xie family.